The milk tea shop is temporarily managed by the Li, Zhang, and Qin families together. After the opening event, the shop remains busy with many customers every day. With the help of the Li and Zhang families, Qin Jiji has more free time and no longer needs to go to the shop daily. Now, she spends most of her time with her grandfather. The Qin family's greenhouse was built early, and the vegetables and spinach seeds planted by her grandfather have sprouted and are growing well. Qin Jiji visits the Qin family every day to help her grandfather take care of the plants in the greenhouse. Her grandfather manages the greenhouse himself and doesn't allow anyone else in, as he treasures it greatly. This makes it easier for Qin Jiji to secretly grow her plants in the greenhouse. She exchanged many pots of strawberry seedlings with Wanwan, which are quick to bear fruit. She then replanted them in the greenhouse and takes care of them daily, which makes her grandfather very happy. "Grandpa, these will be ready to eat around the new year. They will be sweet and sour and taste great," Qin Jiji said, looking at the patch of strawberries she planted with excitement and satisfaction. "What are these, Jiji? Did they come from your great-grandfather?" her grandfather asked carefully, thinking it was a new treat from her father. "Yes, Grandpa. When the new year comes, we can pick them and share some with our friends," Qin Jiji replied. She noticed that there are very few seasonal fruits in the capital during winter, and only wealthy families can enjoy them. "All right, you tell me how to take care of them, and I promise to help you," her grandfather said, wanting to ease her workload in the greenhouse so she could rest. "It's okay, Grandpa. I enjoy being with you in the greenhouse. The milk tea shop is fine with Mom and Annie there," Qin Jiji reassured him. "She truly loves growing fruits and vegetables. If you enjoy it, we can stay here every day." "I'm just worried you might get tired," her grandfather said, happy to spend time with his granddaughter. "Grandpa, I think we can plant something else too." Qin Jiji wanted to grow some cherry tomatoes but wanted to surprise everyone with them. "Plant whatever you want, and I'll help you," her grandfather said cheerfully, eager to assist with whatever she chooses to grow. "But I want to taste them first before we plant more. Let's grow them secretly and surprise everyone later." Qin Jiji playfully winked, and Grandpa Qin instantly understood his granddaughter's meaning. "Ha ha ha, all right, let's plant secretly, don't worry. Grandpa promises not to let anyone into the greenhouse." Grandpa Qin laughed affectionately. He would do anything for Qin Jiji. Hearing this, Qin Jiji smiled happily and directly exchanged some candy tomatoes with Wanwan in front of Grandpa. She washed them clean with water from the barrel in the greenhouse and handed one to Grandpa Qin. "Grandpa, try this. Do you like it? It's my favorite." Grandpa Qin looked at the bright red candy tomatoes, taking one carefully. He had never seen such beautiful fruit before. He cautiously put the candy tomato in his mouth, and the sweet and sour burst of flavor instantly amazed him. After finishing the first one, he popped another into his mouth, enjoying it more with each bite. "Jiji, this tastes even better than the ones we grew in Qin Village." When they were in Qin Village, Qin Jiji had grown tomatoes, which Grandpa Qin liked, but now he loved the candy tomatoes even more. "Grandpa, they may look similar, but the taste is different. This is a candy tomato." Grandpa Qin put another one in his mouth, savoring it as if trying to distinguish it from regular tomatoes. "Grandpa, can we plant some candy tomatoes to eat during the new year?" Qin Jiji thought these fruits looked nice and would bring good luck for the new year. "Of course, Jiji. I'll go loosen the soil for you right now." Grandpa Qin had no reason to disagree. He was starting to envy his father, thinking how wonderful it must be to be a deity and eat such delicious food. "Thank you, Grandpa. I'll help you." So, the grandfather and granddaughter worked hard for half a day to plant the candy tomatoes in the greenhouse. Qin Jiji exchanged for ripe candy tomatoes again, and looking at the green fruits, Grandpa Qin found them very pleasing to the eye. Once they finished with the greenhouse, it was almost time for the new year. After handing the greenhouse over to Grandpa for care, Qin Jiji began helping Grandma prepare for the new year. The Gu family didn't need her help. The princess would take care of everything. Being someone who loved a lively atmosphere, she happily assisted Grandma and Aunt San. Grandma Qin looked at her granddaughter and felt very happy, grateful that such a wonderful girl would marry well. 3 days before New Year's Eve, the academy finally had a break, and Gu Jinghui, Qin Xingyuan, and Qin Xingyun finally returned. The group thought they could relax for a few days, but as soon as they got home and barely settled in, Qin Zhizhi enlisted them for help. The year-end accounting for the beauty shop, milk tea store, and sausage business fell to just a few people. As for Qin Zhizhi, she took Gu Yunfei and Gu Jingyao out shopping every day. The reason Gu Jingshu, Qin Qinghui, and Gu Yunlang were not with them was that their older brothers had recruited them for work. They claimed it was to assess their progress, but in reality, they just wanted them to help out. The younger ones dared not oppose and obediently stayed home to assist with the accounting, worried they would be scolded for making mistakes. In addition to cash bonuses for the shop workers for the new year, Qin Zhizhi prepared other gifts. Some she bought herself, while others were items she listed for Qin Jiang to purchase. As the year came to an end, the Ministry of Revenue was almost done with its work, just waiting for the emperor to announce the holiday. Gu Ting returned home earlier recently and found the princess too busy to pay him any attention. His daughter was not at home, and his son was also away. He went directly to his mother's house, only to discover that none of the children were there. Gu Shi informed him that the kids had all gone to the Qin family, and, curious about what they were doing there, Gu Ting decided to go as well. As a result, Gu Ting was also recruited for work and sadly joined the team checking the accounts. After being exhausted by the emperor, he finally finished his tasks, only to be pressed into service again by his nephew, son, and the Qin brothers. Gu Ting felt overwhelmed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt wronged, so the next day he tricked Gu Shi into coming over. Together, they managed to finish the accounting for the beauty shop, milk tea store, and sausage business before New Year's Eve. When the old lady learned of this, she worried that Gu Ting and Gu Shi might have carelessly made mistakes in the accounts. Gu Ting and Gu Shi felt they could no longer stay in the family, especially after their mother said, "You just recovered from being sick, so your mind might not be clear." Hearing their mother say that about his younger brother, Gu Ting suddenly felt that she still loved him. When the old lady said these words, the princess and Gu Mu were present. The two sisters-in-law had to hold back their laughter after recalling all the sad events of their lives. The old lady's favoritism for her grandchildren was evident. She looked at her own children with disdain, fearing trouble or unreliability in their work. However, she found her daughters-in-law to be quite pleasing, even feeling proud of them. Gu Ting felt somewhat better, as he had his younger brother Gu Shi to support him. He thought he was still doing okay. Gu Shi felt overwhelmed, as he had always been his mother's favorite son. Why was it that after a few years of being away, his older brother had surpassed him? Gu Shi was determined to outshine his brother. The old lady didn't even give the two a glance. Instead, she was discussing matters with her daughters-in-law. "Mother, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Would you like to go to the palace with us this year?" In the past, the old lady always used the excuse of staying at home with Gu Shi to decline going to the palace every New Year's Eve. This year, Gu Shi has recovered, and Jing Hui and the others have returned home, so the princess thought about bringing them all to the palace. This year will be the same as before. You two can take the kids to the palace to be with the emperor, and we will wait for you at home. Mother, in previous years it was because of my younger brother. This year, please go to the palace with us." Hearing that the old lady was unwilling to go, Gu Ting also tried to persuade her. "I have already discussed it with Aunt Qin. You can go to the palace first, and we will go to the Qin family for dinner. When you return from the palace, we will have our family reunion dinner as usual." The old lady had long arranged this with Aunt Qin. When the princess and her son, granddaughter, and grandson went to the palace, she would take Gu Shi and Gu Mu to the Qin family for dinner. When her eldest son returned, the whole family would have the reunion dinner and stay up together. The princess was very touched. Her mother-in-law had always been like this, never complaining, always waiting for them to return from the palace to have the reunion meal. "Since Mother has already made arrangements, we will come back early tomorrow night." The princess decided to return to the residence early tomorrow night to have a reunion dinner with everyone. This year would be the true reunion for the Gu family. After discussing these matters, the princess and Gu Ting took the children back. Gu Mu was very excited. She didn't expect to celebrate the new year with the Qin family in the capital. Last year's New Year's Eve was the most unforgettable for Gumu. Mother, I will go over early tomorrow to help. Since arriving in the capital, Gumu had been taking care of her husband, Gu Shi, who had now mostly recovered. Gumu had a good relationship with several people from the Qin family, and now she was excited to prepare for New Year's Eve with them. Go if you want. You have worked hard these years. Your sister-in-law has arranged everything for our household, and Gigi has already ordered the menu. Thank you, Mother. Gumu's eyes were a bit misty. Both her mother-in-law and sister-in-law treated her very well. When you go tomorrow, call me to join you. I want to chat with Aunt Qin. The old lady was also very excited. Qin Gigi had told her that there were fresh fruits and vegetables in the warm shed, and she had been eager to see them. She must go and take a look in person tomorrow. On the way back from the old lady's courtyard, Gu Shi could clearly feel that his wife's mood was very good. Wife, I will accompany you to help tomorrow. Gu Shi has been helping the Qin family lately and really enjoys the atmosphere there. All right, let's go together. We are relatives, so we should visit more often. When you go, don't act aloof. Make sure to get along with everyone. Gu's mother was worried that Gu Shi might be awkward with the Qin family. Don't worry, I will behave well. The next day, after lunch, the princess had just finished resting when Qin Gigi, Gu Jinghuai, and Qin Qingyuan came over. Aunt, why are you all here? Is there something going on? The princess thought something was wrong since they had come to see her unexpectedly. She had spent a long time convincing her son to enter the palace, and the kids had been having a great time at the Qin house. Aunt, we would like your help to take some things to the crown prince, Qin Gigi said with a smile. Hearing this, the princess relaxed. Bringing things was simple. Then she saw Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan placing baskets and crates on the ground. Qin Gigi removed the cloth covering the baskets, and the princess was so surprised she momentarily forgot to speak. There were 4 baskets of bright red fruits and 2 crates of green vegetables. Gigi, what are these? Aunt, these red fruits include 2 baskets of strawberries and 2 baskets of cherry tomatoes. The crates contain green vegetables and spinach. These are all grown by my grandfather in the greenhouse. There aren't many, but I thought the crown prince, the emperor, and the empress might like to try them. Qin Gigi smiled sweetly, and the princess was very touched. Your Highness, these were just picked and are very fresh. When you and Lord Gu come back, we can pick more. My sister says that freshly picked ones taste the best. No wonder Yunlang, Jingshu, and Jingyao didn't want to come back. Now it makes sense. The princess joked, happy to see the children enjoying the gifts. After delivering the items, the princess took the gifts from Qin Gigi to the palace. In the carriage, Gu Yunlang kept praising how delicious the vegetables and strawberries grown by the old man Qin were. The princess lovingly patted his head. Her son felt just as at home in the Qin family as he did in the palace. The Qin family cared for him deeply and generously shared their good things. First, let's go to the palace to deliver these fruits and vegetables to your uncle the emperor, your aunt, and your cousin. Then we can have dinner with them before heading back to celebrate the new year with everyone. Great. My cousin will definitely love these. They were grown by my sister-in-law and grandfather, and they are so tasty. Hearing that they were for his cousin Zhao, Yan made Gu Yunlang very happy. The princess felt her mood lift seeing him so joyful. Gu Ting no longer wants to go to the palace. He wants to visit the Qin family's greenhouse. The strawberries and sweet cherry tomatoes look delicious. Why should he send them to the emperor before he even gets to taste them? Gu Ting is frustrated and blames the emperor for this situation. He plans to confront the emperor later, thinking he should be in the greenhouse instead of preparing for a banquet. The more he thinks about it, the more upset he becomes. On the other hand, Gu Yunlang is very happy, chatting with the princess about the Qin family. The coachman cracks the whip, and the horses pick up speed. The wheels roll over the cobblestone road, making a cheerful creak sound. Laughter fills the carriage, and the princess feels happier than ever. This is the happiest she has been since Gu Yunlang got lost, as she accompanies the emperor and others for the New Year's Eve dinner. The only one feeling a bit down is Gu Ting, but there's nothing to be done. After all, He married the most esteemed princess in the royal family. The Qin family has been busy preparing early. This is their first new year in the capital, and they don't know many people besides the Gu and Ning families. However, everyone in the Qin family is very happy. Their lives are improving and getting better. At the end of the year, Qin Jiji calculated the profits from the beauty shop, milk tea shop, and sausages, and shared them with everyone. The Qin family was surprised by how much money they made after moving to the capital. Grandma Qin kept 3,000 taels, and the rest was saved with Qin Jiji. She distributed some of the 3,000 taels to each of her sons' families, with more for Qin Qinglin, who is the shopkeeper, and extra wages for Qin Jiji. Even the children studying received some money from Grandma Qin. Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun, who are studying at the academy, receive more, while Qin Qinghui, who stays at home and has no expenses, received less. Even Grandpa Qin got 10 taels of pocket money from Grandma Qin, which made him very happy. In his free time, he enjoys having a drink or two. In addition to sharing money with the Qin family, Qin Jiji also gave some to the Gu family. The beauty shop was given by the old lady, although it is technically Gu Shi's private property. The sausage shop belongs to the princess, which Qin Jiji remembers well. So, after settling the accounts, Qin Jiji gave the princess 5,000 taels, as their living expenses are covered by the estate. She also specifically gave Gu's mother 5,000 taels, not only to thank her for the shop, but also to provide her with some personal savings. Qin Jiji believes that regardless of the era, having money makes a woman feel secure. Qin Jiji also respectfully gave the old lady 2,000 taels of silver. Although it wasn't as much as what she gave to the princess and Gu's mother, the old lady was very happy. At her age, she didn't really need silver. The best thing was to feel valued by her children and grandchildren. Qin Jiji even remembered Gu Yunfei, who helped her every day and gave her 1,000 taels. This year, she didn't earn much, but Qin Jiji promised to work harder next year to earn more silver to share with everyone. The children eagerly looked at Qin Jiji, and she gave each of them 100 taels as pocket money. When the only 3 married men in the family didn't receive any silver, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Qin Jiji didn't want her husband to feel left out, so she gave Gu Jinghuai 500 taels in silver notes. Gu Jinghuai was very happy, looking at the 500 taels in his hand, and teasingly glanced at his younger siblings, father and uncle. Now, only Gu Shi and Gu Ting were left without silver notes. They couldn't ask Qin Jiji for any, so they just looked at their wife with longing. Gu's mother couldn't stand Gu Shi looking at her like that, so she quickly gave him 500 taels. Gu Shi instantly felt proud, realizing that his older brother was indeed at the bottom of the family. The princess was speechless and casually handed Gu Ting 1,000 taels, which made him satisfied. It was clear that the silver notes of the second brother and his son were not as much as his, which made him feel balanced. These were just small moments of giving silver, and now the Gu family was at the Qin household. Gu Shi was assigned by his mother to chop firewood with Qin Shan. Qin Posey initially wanted to stop this, but to make everyone more comfortable, she let them go. Today, the New Year's Eve dinner was still hosted by Qin Jiji, and everyone listened to her. The menu had been set by Qin Jiji early on, with everyone having clear roles. The old lady followed the children to the warm shed. When she saw the green vegetables and the bright red strawberries and cherry tomatoes, she was very surprised. After tasting them, she liked them even more and personally picked some to take back. The old lady brought the vegetables to the kitchen and asked her granddaughter-in-law to cook them, to which Qin Jiji happily agreed. To avoid the smell of cooking bothering the old lady, Qin Jiji asked Qin Posey to take her to another room for tea and conversation. Qin Jiji took charge of the cooking, with Zhang, Li, and Wang helping her with the ingredients and the fire. The dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner were prepared one after another, and the delicious aroma made everyone swallow several times. In the dining room, the charcoal fire was burning brightly, keeping the whole room warm, and Qin Jiji made sweet and sour cherry tomatoes. She felt that having a sweet and tangy tomato in the warm room was simply delightful. In the yard, the children were laughing and playing. Grandma Qin worried they might get cold, So she called out to them several times, but they didn't want to come inside, so she let them be. Gigi, take a look at this braised pork. Is it ready? Mother Zhang lifted the steaming clay pot. The rock candy had turned amber, and the shiny, dark red pork was gently swaying inside the pot. Qin Ziji glanced at it and was very pleased. She smiled and replied, Mother, your cooking skills are getting better. This braised pork is just right to serve. Hearing that it was ready, Zhang quickly took the pork out and placed it in a beautiful ceramic jar that Qin Ziji had specially ordered. The kitchen was bustling with activity. When the last dumplings were cooked, the Qin family's New Year's Eve dinner began. The red lanterns under the eaves of the Qin house lit up one by one in the twilight. These were hung early in the morning under Grandma Qin's direction to celebrate the new year, creating a festive atmosphere. The 8 Immortals table was set in the center of the main room, with the shiny braised pork reflecting the candlelight, and the tail of the sweet and sour carp still lifted in the air. Sparks flew from the charcoal pot, matching the distant sound of firecrackers. After everyone tasted Qin Jiji's cooking, they were very satisfied. The happiest was Grandma Gu, who felt her granddaughter-in-law was a great catch. The children's praises, the brothers' agreement, and the elders serving food all blended together, creating a wonderful and warm atmosphere. The men at their table started drinking, and Grandma Qin had specifically sent Qin he to the market to buy some, reminding him to get the expensive kind. In Grandma Qin's mind, expensive meant good, and she wanted to treat her esteemed guests well. Everyone at the New Year's Eve dinner enjoyed themselves, both the Qin family and the Gu family. Grandma Gu forgot how many years it had been since she felt this happy and relaxed. After dinner, everyone played at the Qin house for a while. When Grandma Gu checked the time, she decided it was time to leave and took her family back to the Gu residence. Since her eldest son's family was returning, the Gu family had another grand feast and reunion planned. As they left the Qin house, Qin Jiji asked Grandma Qin, "Can you let my older brother and second brother take us back? Qingyuan, Qingyun, go and see your sister and the others home," Grandma Qin said. Her granddaughter's words were like an order. Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun were already planning to take them back, so when they heard their sister ask, they readily agreed. When their carriage arrived at the Gu residence, they coincidentally met the carriage of the princess and her companions. Qin Qingyuan saw Gu Yunfei getting off the carriage, looking stunning, and for a moment, he forgot how to react. Qin Jiji noticed her brother's reaction and knew there was a chance. She lightly scratched Gu Jinghuai's palm with her finger, and he followed her gaze, momentarily stunned. Once he regained his thoughts, he realized that his cousin had taken an interest in his younger cousin. They actually seemed like a good match. Gu Jinghuai had been friends with Qin Qingyuan for many years and trusted his character. His cousin Gu Yunfei was also a good person. Although they seemed different now, they might make a great couple in the future when Qin Qingyuan finishes high school. Gu Yunfei also spotted Qin Qingyuan and was surprised to see him, her face turning slightly red. After Qin Qingyuan greeted the princess and others, he left to take his sister home, before heading back himself. A group of them went straight to the old lady's courtyard, where the New Year's Eve dinner was already prepared. With the princess and others back, the butler had everything arranged. Before long, the Gu family's New Year's Eve dinner began. Each dish not only had a good meaning but was also beautifully made, as the chef was from the palace, specially gifted to the princess by the emperor. Today's dinner featured his signature dishes along with recipes from Qin Jiji. At palace banquets, everyone usually just nibbled, but now seeing the new dishes, Gu Yunlang became very interested. Gu Ting had tasted strawberries in the palace but hadn't had any of the green vegetables, so he quickly tried some from their New Year's dinner. Everyone who had visited the Qin family had already eaten, but seeing the food now made them want to eat again. They only took a little, leaving most for Gu Ting and the others. "Mom, the vegetables grown by Grandpa Qin are so delicious. I want more tomorrow," Gu Yunling said, especially loving the spinach on the table. "I can't decide that," the princess replied, as she liked it too, but it wasn't her garden. "Big sister." Gu Yunling tugged at Qin Jiji's sleeve, acting cute since he was sitting next to her. "As long as we have them in the greenhouse, Our little prince can have as much as he wants, Qin Jiji said, patting Gu Yunlang's head with affection. You're the best, big sister. Gu Yunlang exclaimed happily when she agreed. He then carefully took out a few pieces of pastry from his sleeve. Big sister, I secretly brought these from the palace for you. They are really delicious, and don't worry, Uncle Emperor didn't see me, he said seriously, sharing the treats with Qin Jiji, Gu Jingshu, and Gu Jingyao, clearly leaving out the others. The princess saw the deformed pastries and felt both amused and helpless. She thought to herself, if you wanted pastries, you could have just asked. Your uncle, the emperor, would surely bring some back for you if he knew you liked them. Thank you, Brother Yunlang. Gu Jingshu and Gu Jingyao happily accepted the pastries that Gu Yunlang handed them without any complaints. The siblings then divided the pastries into several pieces to share with their family. Qin Jiji looked at the whole piece of pastry on her plate and directly gave it to Gu Jinghui, while Gu Yunfei also received some. After sharing, Qin Jiji eagerly started eating and praised Gu Yunlang once she finished. The princess also enjoyed the snacks she received, feeling deeply moved at that moment. She finally understood why her son was so attached to Qin Jiji. Remembering the 5,000 taels of silver that Qin Jiji had given her, the princess felt a warm sense of gratitude. The family chatted and laughed together, making this the happiest New Year's Eve dinner the Gu family had experienced in many years. After the meal, it was time to keep watch for the new year. Qin Jiji had prepared some snacks in advance, and everyone gathered at the old lady's place to celebrate the new year. To keep the children warm, the old lady instructed the maids to make sure the charcoal stove was burning brightly. The bright lights of the vigil flickered quietly, casting dancing shadows on the paper windows. The children excitedly asked Qin Jiji to tell them stories. During her free time, she would share some fables with them. Qin Jiji was not shy and confidently told the stories in front of everyone. The children listened intently, and even Gu Jinghui and Gu Yunfei couldn't help but gather around. In a good mood, Qin Jiji shared the story of Sun Wukong's havoc in heaven. Big sister-in-law, this story is amazing. Can I write it down? Gu Yunfei loved the story and wanted to record it for later. Qin Jiji hesitated, not because she was unwilling, but because she feared it might cause trouble. Seeing her hesitation, Gu Yunfei quickly said, Big sister-in-law, I was just joking. Realizing Gu Yunfei misunderstood her, Qin Jiji explained, Sister Yunfei, it's not that it's inconvenient, but if someone with bad intentions hears these little stories, it might cause trouble for our Gu family. Qin Jiji was worried about being accused of anti-imperial sentiments. Gu Yunfei didn't immediately understand, but the princess, Gu Ting, and Gu Jinghui did. The princess smiled and said, Jiji, don't worry. Even if the emperor hears about it, he won't suspect our Gu family. It's not that the princess's confidence in the emperor, but rather in herself. What my aunt said is true. With me here, they won't dare to act recklessly. You can do whatever you want. When it comes to arguing, Gu Ting rarely meets a rival, not knowing that his opponent is sitting not far away, his nephew, Gu Jinghui, a future close advisor to the emperor. With the princess and Gu Ting's assurance, Qin Jiji finally felt at ease. Gu Ting looked at Gu Shi, who was sitting across from him, and said, Second brother, your health is almost back to normal. After the new year, I will ask the emperor to arrange a position for you. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi felt overwhelmed and nervously refused. Elder brother, our family only needs you. My health isn't fully restored yet. In the past, your mischief was one thing, but now that you have a family, you need to set a good example for your children. Besides, if something happens to me, there won't be anyone to help me. Gu Ting had thought about this for a long time. He couldn't let his second brother enjoy life alone, so he said this on purpose. Mother, please persuade my elder brother. I don't want to go. Gu Shi quickly sought help from the old lady who had always supported him before. You should do as your elder brother says. You are now a parent and can no longer be willful. The old lady dashed Gu Shi's last hope, and he looked at his elder brother with resentment, who was praising their mother's wisdom without even glancing at him. At this moment, Gu Ting felt exceptionally happy. He no longer had to envy his brother's carefree life. Brothers should share both blessings and troubles. After all, he needed someone to share the daily struggles of early morning court sessions. Eventually, the children couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep, prompting the old lady to let everyone disperse. Tomorrow morning, they would need to pay New Year visits. On the morning of the first day of the new year, before the sun was fully up, the children had already risen. The entire Gu residence and the princess's residence were filled with a festive atmosphere. Gu Jingshu, Gu Jingyao, and Gu Yunling were particularly excited, as last year in Qin village, they received a lot of New Year's money. This year, they had planned early to not only pay New Year visits to the Gu family, but also to the Qin family. Early in the morning, the servants helped them change into new clothes. These new outfits were personally made by their mother. The red cotton jackets were embroidered with auspicious patterns, symbolizing peace and happiness for the coming year. On the first day of the new year, they must eat breakfast first before going to pay New Year visits. The visits are usually done in order of age, with younger ones bowing to their elders. After the elders receive the children's blessings, they give the children red envelopes that were prepared in advance. The envelopes contain new coins, symbolizing good fortune for the coming year. Only after paying respects to the elders at home can they visit relatives and neighbors to wish them a happy new year. In the Gu family, the old lady sits happily in the main seat, first receiving New Year greetings from the eldest princess, Gu Ting, Gu Shi, and Gu Mu. This year is Gu Mu's first time wishing the old lady a happy new year, and as her mother-in-law, the old lady specially prepared a large red envelope for her. After they finish their greetings, it is Gu Jinghuai and Qin Jiji's turn. Since they are married, they naturally go before the younger siblings. After receiving their red envelope from their grandmother, they continue to wish their uncle, aunt, and parents a happy new year. Although Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai are not newlyweds, they are the new granddaughter-in-law of the Gu family, so the elders also give them red envelopes. After they finish their greetings, it is Gu Yunfei's turn to bring her younger siblings to pay their respects. All the elders treat them equally and give them large red envelopes. Even Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai, as the elder brother and sister-in-law, prepare lucky money for their younger siblings. The children are very happy to receive their lucky money, and the old lady looks on with joy. After finishing their New Year greetings, the children excitedly want to go to the Qin family. However, before they can leave, Prince Zhao Yan arrives. Brother Yan, did you receive your lucky money? As soon as Gu Yunling sees his cousin, he starts to show off his lucky money. Zhao Yan feels a bit envious. His father gave him a box of books early in the morning, and his mother gave him a set of clothes, but no one gave him lucky money. Yan wishes the old lady, aunt, and uncle a happy new year, wishing the old lady health and longevity, and wishing aunt and uncle a happy new year, and for Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu to be healthy and prosperous. Although Zhao Yan is a prince, he sincerely respects the Gu family. Good boy, get up, this is for you. The old lady personally hands Zhao Yan his lucky money, making him very happy. The eldest princess and others quickly give him lucky money as well. The Gu family treats Zhao Yan with the same affection as their own children. Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai also give Zhao Yan lucky money. Seeing that his cousin also received lucky money, Gu Yunling is even happier. Brother Yan, let's go wish Grandpa and Grandma Qin a happy new year. There's lucky money there too. Upon hearing about the lucky money, the prince happily follows Gu Yunling to the Qin family. Of course, Qin Jiji, Gu Jinghuai, and Gu Yunfei accompany them. The Qin family has already finished breakfast and is waiting for them. Grandma Qin knows they will come and has prepared lucky money in advance. However, when they see Prince Zhao Yan, the Qin family is still a bit surprised. On the first day of the new year, there are probably only a few families that the prince personally visits to offer New Year's greetings. As the Qin family was about to bow, the prince stopped them. Everyone, there's no need for formalities today. Yan is just a younger generation. Hearing this, the Qin family felt more at ease and, seeing Qin Jiji nod, warmly welcomed Zhao Yan into their home. The elders of the Qin family gave Zhao Yan red envelopes with money, the same amount they gave to their own children. Receiving so many red envelopes made the prince very happy. After enjoying the strawberries that Qin Ziji had given him yesterday, Zhao Yan eagerly asked her if there were any more. Qin Ziji smiled and said, "There are still some in the warm greenhouse. I can pick some for you to take back when you return to the palace." "Thank you, Sister Ziji. Shall we go pick them now?" Zhao Yan was excited to hear there were more strawberries. "If we pick the strawberries and don't eat them right away, they will spoil. That's why I asked my aunt to tell the queen that strawberries should be eaten on the same day." Zhao Yan understood why his mother had shared the strawberries with the officials at the banquet. "All right then, I'll wait until I return to the palace to pick them." Zhao Yan had other plans, so he wouldn't be going back to the palace so soon. "Of course, you finally got out of the palace, so you should stay out a bit longer." Qin Ziji knew Zhao Yan well and guessed he wouldn't return to the palace early.
Sister Gigi is so good to me.
The prince felt very proud, knowing that Sister Gigi understood him best. "Sister Gigi, I still need to visit my grandfather's house. Let's go out to play together when I get back." The prince had to visit his grandfather to offer New Year's greetings, so he would only have time to play with Qin Ziji and the others in the afternoon. "Are you going now? Your brother Jinghuai and the others are also going out. You can go together." Qin Ziji remembered that her husband and brothers were going to the Chong family to offer New Year's greetings, thinking they might be on the way. "Brother Jinghuai, where are you all going?" the prince asked curiously. "To the Chong family, to offer New Year's greetings to the teacher." "The Chong family? Is that the family of Lin Taifu's youngest daughter, Chongshen?" The prince was puzzled at first, but then realized that Lin Taifu's daughter's family name was Chong. Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan were not aware of these details. They only knew that he was their teacher and didn't know about their teacher's family background. "That's right," replied Gu Yunfei, who understood the relationships among the families in the capital. "In that case, it really is on the way. The Chong family, the Lin family, and my grandfather's house are all on the same street." The prince initially felt a bit lonely about visiting for the New Year alone, but now he was filled with excitement. Gu Jinghuai and the others didn't expect such a coincidence. "Since we're all on the same street, don't go empty-handed. Bring some fresh fruits and vegetables from the greenhouse," Qin Ziji suggested, feeling it would be rude to arrive without a gift, especially since the items from the greenhouse were fresh. "Gigi, can you give me some more? I want to bring some for the Grand Tutor too." The prince thought it was right to visit the Grand Tutor for the New Year. "Of course. Just wait a moment. Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, and third uncle, come with me to the greenhouse." Qin Ziji called a few people to help gather items. However, the greenhouse didn't have enough, and they relied on her and Wanwan to exchange for more. When they all got into the carriage, Zhao Yan looked at the strawberries, candied tomatoes, and vegetables inside, and was a bit surprised. Gigi was being very generous, giving a basket of each item to every family, which seemed extravagant. The prince felt a little pained by the expense, while Gu Jinghuai and the others found it amusing. The location of the Grand Princess's residence was already good, so the carriage didn't take long to arrive. The first stop was the Chong family. Gu Jinghuai, Qin Qingyuan, and Qin Qingyan got out to deliver the fruits and vegetables. The prince's maternal family was situated between the three families, so he dropped off the three and continued on with the gifts for his maternal family and the Grand Tutor's residence. The doorman of the Chong family saw the suddenly arriving carriage and the three well-dressed scholars getting out, guessing they must be the master's students. After Gu Jinghuai and the others explained their purpose, the doorman quickly sent someone to announce their arrival. Soon, Master Chong came out personally. "Haha, I guessed it was you all. Come in quickly. Yue has been wanting to find her Gigi sister since early morning," Master Chong said. He hadn't met Qin Gigi yet, but his wife and daughter had mentioned her several times since their last meeting, making him even more curious about her. "We came to visit the teacher today, and my mother specially asked us to bring some fruits and vegetables from our greenhouse for you, your wife, and Sister Yue to enjoy." Gu Jinghuai seized the chance to praise his mother. "These were personally grown by my grandpa and sister, so I hope you will accept them." Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyuan were a bit nervous as it was their first time giving a gift, worried that the teacher might refuse, especially since these were specially brought for the Chong family by their sister. "Haha, you all are being too polite with me. Since it was brought by Gigi, I must accept it. Otherwise, how could your teacher's wife and you let me off?" Mr. Chong rarely joked with his students, but he was curious about what was in the 3 baskets that made his students treasure them so much. The 3 students followed Mr. Chong, each carrying a basket, creating a lovely scene. When Chongyu came to find her father to go to their maternal grandparents' home, this was the sight she saw. "Daddy, Mommy sent me to ask if you want to go with us to visit our grandparents for the new year. Brother Jinghuai, Brother Qingyuan, Brother Qingyan, Happy New Year. Why didn't Sister Ji come with you?" Chongyu, still a child, first conveyed her mother's message and then greeted Gu Jinghuai and the others while also asking about Qin Jiji. Mr. Chong cleared his throat twice, hinting to his daughter that it was time to go back, but Chongyu didn't catch her father's meaning. "What do you have in your hands?" Chongyu asked curiously, looking at the baskets. Gu Jinghuai smiled and said, "This is a special gift of strawberries from my wife for you." He removed the cloth covering his basket, revealing bright red strawberries in front of Mr. Chong and Chongyu. "My basket has some candied tomatoes that my sister brought for you. And I have some fresh vegetables in my basket," Qin Qingyun said shyly as he removed the cloth from his basket. He thought the little girl would like what his brother and brother-in-law had, but his vegetables were just for show. Upon seeing the contents of the 3 baskets, Mr. Chong and his daughter were stunned. Fresh vegetables were rare at this time of year, and here was a whole basketful in front of them. The candied tomatoes looked delicious, even though they didn't know what they were. What surprised them the most was the basket of strawberries in Gu Jinghuai's hands. Just yesterday, Chongyu's uncle had attended a royal banquet and returned saying that the queen had gifted strawberries, with only 2 for each person, making them very precious. Now, hearing that his student had a whole basket of strawberries was astonishing. "Brother Jinghuai, are these strawberries the same as the ones the queen gave out at the palace yesterday?" Chongyu asked uncertainly. Gu Jinghuai was also taken aback by the question. He hadn't attended the banquet and felt a bit embarrassed as he replied, "I'm not too sure, but my wife asked the princess to give 2 baskets to the emperor, the queen, and the crown prince. And just now, the crown prince came to my house and took away 2 more baskets to give to Lin Taifu and our grandparents. After we left together, he took us to the door and then went on his way." The 3 of them explained one by one, and Chong Fuzi was so shocked he almost fainted. "With such a large backstage, you all work so hard. What kind of amazing students does he have? Yue, go tell your mother that we are going to your grandfather's house now." But father, what about Brother Jinghuai and the others?" Chongyu asked in surprise. "Of course, they will come with us and visit your grandfather too." Chongshun originally planned to introduce his 3 proud students to his father-in-law later, but he changed his mind. "What about these things?" Chongyu now really wanted those items. "You can keep some to eat and send the rest to your grandmother and aunt's yard." The Chong family's relationships are very harmonious. Hearing her father's words, Chongyu nodded and happily had the maid take the basket from the 3 of them to find her mother. "Let's go inside for some tea and wait for your teacher's wife." However, they didn't finish their tea, and instead of the teacher's wife, they were visited by Chongshun's older brother, Chong Jian. When Chong Jian saw his niece's maid carrying a basket of strawberries, he thought he was seeing things. After learning the reason from his niece, he went straight to his younger brother's place. He warmly welcomed them until they left for the Lin family. Chong Jian didn't let anyone touch the items brought by Gu Jinghuai and the others, wanting to wait for his brother to return to share them. The queen only rewarded 2 strawberries, and now his family had a whole basket. The most important thing was that such precious items came from the Qin family. Even the queens were sent by them. On the carriage to the Lin family, Chongyu felt a bit unhappy. She hadn't eaten a single strawberry and was already at her grandfather's house, which made her feel disappointed. If it weren't for Gu Jinghuai's remark, "If you want to eat some, just go pick some in the warm shed," she probably wouldn't have wanted to leave home at all. Not long after they arrived at the Lin family, the crown prince came to visit, and Lin Taifu quickly invited him in. When he learned that the items the crown prince brought were specially given by Gu Jinghuai's wife for the Lin family, Lin Taifu was very pleased. He had met them before due to the New Year gift box and had a good impression of them. Today, with his son-in-law bringing them, he was very happy and willing to guide them when he had free time. Now that the crown prince had come, he guessed that Qin Ziji was the sister who could keep the crown prince in line. Lin Taifu was very curious about what kind of woman could manage the crown prince, farm, and have such a good brother and husband. Lin Taifu decided to remind his son-in-law to teach them well. With the talents of the three, the future looks bright. Given the relationship with the princess and the crown prince, they are sure to achieve great things. Having connections is not scary. What's scary is when those with connections work even harder than you. The group initially just wanted to visit Master Chong, but they ended up being taken to the Taifu's residence. By the time they left, it was almost lunchtime. Lin Taifu was very pleased with them and personally saw them off. The most unfortunate one was the crown prince, who only wanted to pay his respects but ended up being lectured by Taifu for so long. Once outside the Taifu's residence and on the carriage, the crown prince quickly instructed the driver to leave quickly, fearing Taifu would catch him for more lessons. Gu Jinghuai and the others found it amusing. The crown prince had never liked going to school, especially back in Qin family village. If it weren't for the privilege of choosing dishes first, he wouldn't have been so eager. Why are you all looking at me? I finally have a break, and now I'm being caught by Taifu for lectures. Do you understand how I feel? The crown prince asked in frustration, and everyone shook their heads, making him ignore them in annoyance. After Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan left home in the morning, Qin Zhiji took Qin Qinghui, Gu Jingshu, and Gu Jingyao to the Ning family. In the past, there had been some friendship between the Qin family and both Cui and Ning families. When Qin Zhiji left, she specially packed strawberries and cherry tomatoes for Ning Ning and Ning Xian. Each was packed in a full basket, as Qin Zhiji knew Ning Ning would love them. Ning Ning had originally planned to visit the Qin family for New Year's greetings, but she was surprised to see Qin Zhiji and the others arrive at her home first. Zhiji, I was just about to go to the Qin family, Ning Ning said, noticing Qin Zhiji affectionately linking arms with her and glancing at the carriage. Don't look, second brother isn't here. He went to Master Chang's residence with his husband and elder brother, Qin Zhiji whispered in Ning Ning's ear, causing her face to turn red. Zhiji, you misunderstood. I was looking at Jingshu and the others. Ning Ning quickly made a clumsy excuse. All right, our fifth miss is always right, Qin Zhiji said, not daring to tease Ning Ning further, fearing the shy girl would get embarrassed. By the way, I brought you some delicious fruits today. Qin Zhiji quickly changed the subject, and Ning Ning was indeed intrigued. That's wonderful. You're so good to me, Zhiji. Where are the fruits? Let me see. Hearing about the food, Ning Ning was all excited. Sister Ning, if the eldest sister hadn't told you there was something delicious, would you have missed us? Gu Jingshu teased Ning Ning as he got off the carriage with a basket of strawberries. Yaoa would be sad. She came with the eldest sister to see you, but it seems like you only have eyes for her, Gu Jingyao added, stepping off the carriage with Qin Qinghui carrying another basket behind her. I only whispered a few things to Zhiji, and you both got jealous. You always take up all of Gigi's time, and I never complained, Ning Ning replied. The group had a close relationship, so this kind of teasing was common. We have to go to the clan school to study, and during our breaks, it's always our brother who takes up the eldest sister's time. We hardly have a chance, they said, feeling a bit wronged. They preferred the days spent in Qin family village when they could see Qin Zhiji every day. All right, let's hurry inside. After we greet Aunt Cui, we still need to visit your sister Shinru, Ning Ning said, and they obediently followed Qin Zhiji and Ning Ning into the house. The children tightly covered the baskets, not letting Ning Ning see what was inside. Ning Ning knew they were doing it on purpose and wasn't in a hurry. After all, it was a gift for her, and she would find out soon enough. Ning Ning led them to her mother's courtyard, and when Cui Shi saw the strawberries in the basket, she was genuinely surprised. Ning Ning was the happiest. They looked delicious. Cui Shi gave each child a red envelope. Even Qin Zhiji received one. Qin Zhiji didn't stay long at the Qin house before leaving with Ning Ning to visit Wang Xinru and deliver the fruit. She originally planned to drop off the fruit and then take her younger siblings out to explore the streets. Grandma Gu had told her that the capital was very lively on the first day of the new year. As soon as Ning Ning heard about going out to play, She immediately followed Qin Jiji to the Wang house. At the Wang house, Qin Jiji was most familiar with Wang Xinru. On the carriage, they had already agreed that the fruit would be sent inside by the doorman, and they wouldn't disturb the household. However, upon arriving at the Wang house, they ran into Wang Xinru, who was rushing out. Jiji, come quickly inside. My mother fainted this morning, and the family doctor said it was a good sign. My father is worried and asked me to check with you, Wang Xinru said, looking at Qin Jiji as if she were a lifeline. It was Qin Jiji who had given them the good luck charm. Although she and her father were happy about the pregnancy, her mother fainting had frightened them, which is why Mr. Wang sent her to ask Qin Jiji for more information. Qin Jiji was very happy to hear this. Calculating the time, it was about right, and she smiled, saying, Xinru, don't be nervous. I'll go with you to take a look. Ning Ning was still in shock that her cousin's mother was pregnant. Seeing her cousin's nervousness, the others didn't want to interrupt and followed Wang Xinru to the Wang family's courtyard. Qin Jiji had already called out Wanwan, who asked for some lucky money before agreeing to help out later. With Wanwan's assurance, Qin Jiji felt relieved. When they arrived at the Wang family's courtyard, Wang Xinru asked her maid to take the children to another room to rest and have some snacks. She then took Qin Jiji to the inner room, while Ning Ning stayed behind to take care of the children. Because of her sister-in-law, the Wang family treated her very well, making her feel at home. Since her cousin and Jiji were going to see her aunt, she thought she should help take care of everyone. Old Master Wang was in the inner room with his wife when he saw his daughter enter with Qin Jiji. His face brightened upon seeing Qin Jiji. Jiji, my dear niece, thank you for coming on New Year's Day. Xinru and I were quite worried. We feel more at ease now that you are here. Old Master Wang felt bad for troubling Qin Jiji on New Year's Day. Uncle Wang, you're too kind. I was already planning to come and wish you and Aunt Wang a Happy New Year. I just happened to run into Xinru at the door. Qin Jiji sat by Madame Wang's bedside, and while they exchanged pleasantries, Wanwan had already checked on her. Qin Jiji exchanged for a full set of pregnancy checks, and since she had given Wanwan lucky money, Wanwan also helped check the baby's gender. Qin Jiji pretended to ask Madame Wang some questions, which were actually suggested by Wanwan. Aunt Wang, your health is good. You fainted today due to low blood sugar, so make sure to have breakfast on time and maintain a balanced diet. Qin Jiji shared the diagnosis and advice she received from her space with Madame Wang. Hearing that his wife was fine, Old Master Wang felt relieved and immediately instructed the kitchen to ensure that breakfast was plentiful every day. While chatting with Madame Wang, Qin Jiji learned that she hadn't had much of an appetite lately, which was why she fainted that morning. Aunt Wang, I brought some fresh fruits today, all grown in our greenhouse. Would you like to try some? Remembering the fruit she brought, Qin Jiji thought it would be a nice treat for Madame Wang. Upon hearing about the fresh fruits, Old Master Wang took a special look, but he didn't find anything unusual. Dad, what are you looking for? This is your and Mom's bedroom. How could Jiji's fruits be brought in here? Wang Xinru wanted to laugh when she saw her grandfather looking for the fruit brought by Qin Jiji in the inner room, so she quickly spoke up to remind him. Hee, I can't believe I forgot about this, Old Master Wang said with an embarrassed smile. It's really not his fault. He was just a bit flustered from caring too much. Uncle Wang, the fruit is with Ninger and my younger siblings, they're outside. Xinru and I will go get some for Aunt Wang to try. Qin Jiji, worried that the servants might not handle it well, greeted Old Master Wang and Mrs. Wang before heading out with Wang Xinru. The few people waiting outside felt relieved when they saw the two come out. Xinru, this is the fruit we brought today. Let's wash some for Aunt Wang to taste. Strawberries are tricky to handle. Come on, I'll show you. Qin Jiji wanted to make sure the servants didn't mishandle the strawberries, so she personally took Wang Xinru to wash them. Wang Xinru learned carefully, remembering everything Qin Jiji taught her. I didn't know Aunt Wang was pregnant when we came. There are still some fresh vegetables in the greenhouse at home. I'll have my fourth brother send some back later. Qin Jiji knew her fourth brother, Qin Qinglin, liked business and admired Old Master Wang, so she asked him to deliver the vegetables and meet his idol. Thank you, Sister Jiji. Wang Xinru felt very grateful to Qin Jiji. Initially, she just wanted to be friends when she gave away those shops. She didn't expect Qin Jiji to help her family so much, and she decided to stick with her from now on. My fourth brother's idol is Uncle Wang. He will be so happy to deliver things to your house. Qin Jiji spoke sincerely, but Wang Xinru thought she was just comforting her. She planned to ask her father to teach Qin Qinglin more when he had time, to repay Qin Jiji's help to their family. The two washed some strawberries and brought them to Mrs. Wang. Although it was a bit cold outside, Mrs. Wang's room was very warm. When Mrs. Wang saw the strawberries, her eyes lit up. Their bright color brought her joy. "Mom, try this," Wang Xinru said happily as she presented the plate of strawberries to Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang picked one up and put it in her mouth. The sweet aroma immediately spread, and the sweet and sour flavor was delightful. Mrs. Wang had not had much of an appetite lately, but now it seemed to have suddenly returned, and she ate a few more. "Aunt Wang, don't eat too many at once. It's better to eat a little at a time." Qin Jiji, seeing that Mrs. Wang liked them, reminded her out of concern. "Don't mind me, Jiji. This taste is so good that it feels like my appetite has opened up instantly." Madame Wang is in a great mood now. She takes off a bracelet from her hand and puts it on Qin Jiji's wrist. Qin Jiji wants to refuse, but doesn't have the chance. Madame Wang pats her hand and says, "Good girl, you've worked hard." "Aunt Wang, Jiji didn't help much. It's all thanks to you and Uncle Wang." Qin Jiji's sweet words make the Wang family even happier. "When my third aunt was pregnant with my sixth brother, her symptoms were very similar to yours. I thought of a few recipes, and I'll leave a copy for you to see if you like it." "Thank you, Jiji." Wang Xinru is the most excited. She knows the recipes from Qin Jiji will be delicious. As they leave the Wang family, Mr. Wang gives a few people some lucky money, and of course, Qin Jiji also receives some. Before leaving, Qin Jiji specifically tells Wang Xinru not to let Madame Wang eat the strawberries that have been overnight. If Madame Wang likes them, she can pick some fresh ones from the warm greenhouse every day. Wang Xinru is very touched. She got to know Qin Jiji through Ning Ning and didn't expect her to be so kind. "Jiji, there's something going on at home today. Another day, I'll invite you, the princess, and Ning Ning to dinner." "Sure, we can meet another time. You should go back and take care of Aunt Wang. If you need anything from me, just let me know." Qin Jiji reminds her, worried that she might feel shy. "I understand, Jiji. From now on, you're like my sister, so I won't be polite with you. Cousin, if your words reach my sister-in-law, she might feel sad." Ning Ning's comment makes everyone laugh. After leaving the Wang family, Qin Jiji takes them to the street. The capital is different from the county. There are many young people out having fun. "Jiji, how about I take them around while you go find your husband? You two rarely have time together." Ning Ning thinks Qin Jiji is wasting time with them. "I already made plans with your husband and the older brother this morning. We're meeting at East Street when they return from the Chong family, along with your princess sister." "Oh, so you had plans already. Then I'll take care of them today, and you can enjoy your date with your husband." Ning Ning, with her childlike spirit, has the little ones excited to play with her. When Qin Jiji brings them to the meeting spot, Gu Jinghuai and the others are already waiting for them. Gu Yunfei and Gu Yunling also arrive, and Ning Ning is a bit surprised to see the crown prince. She didn't expect to see him on the first day of the new year. Except for Gu Yunfei and Ning Ning, everyone is celebrating the new year in the capital for the first time, and Gu Yunfei takes the lead as the guide. Ning Ning felt a bit shy and happy the moment she saw Qin Qingyun. When no one is paying attention, Qin Qingyun slipped a small pouch into Ning Ning's hand and quietly said, "Happy New Year. This is your lucky money." Ning Ning was surprised that Qin Qingyun would give her lucky money. Her face turned red as she accepted the pouch and quickly ran away. Qin Qingyun felt a bit shy and touched his head, unsure if Ning Ning liked it. "Second brother, hurry up. Don't fall behind." Qin Qinghui noticed his brother lagging and called out to him, worried he might get separated from the group.
"Coming."
Hearing his brother, Qin Qingyun quickly picked up his pace to catch up with everyone. As they walked, the group stopped to buy things they liked. The children had their own lucky money, and would pay for tasty snacks and fun toys. By noon, they had lunch at a restaurant, and in the afternoon, they watched some special New Year performances before heading back home. Before returning to the palace, the crown prince made another stop at Qin's place and brought back some fresh strawberries. Qin personally escorted Ning back home, and at the gate, they ran into Ning Xian. "Qingyun, are you here to see me? Sister, did you just come back from outside?" Ning Xian's first reaction upon seeing Qingyun was that he had come to find him. He mistakenly thought his sister had just returned and happened to meet Qingyun. "Ning tuan I broke ning bak. Today, my sister invited her to play, and I was worried about her coming back alone." Qingyun couldn't just tell Ning Xian that he wanted to spend more time with the girl, so he kept it to himself. "I see. Thank you, Qingyun, for bringing Ning back. Come in for some tea before you go. It's been a while since we last met." Ning Xian was genuinely happy to see Qingyun and warmly invited him inside. Qingyun understood Ning Xian's friendly nature and nodded, agreeing to go in. Ning followed quietly behind, secretly feeling the lucky money Qingyun had given her, filled with anticipation. Ning Xian led Qingyun to his courtyard, where he wanted to share an ancient book he had recently obtained. Ning felt shy about following her brother and Qingyun, so she went to her mother Chui's courtyard instead. Chui was at home today, and when Ning entered, she saw her and Ning Kun just finishing their tea. "Mother, father, I'm back." Ning was surprised to see her father there. "Where have you been?" Ning Kun finished breakfast and didn't see his daughter. Now that she is back, he happily asks her, "Where did you go?" "I first went to my uncle's house, then I went shopping. By the way, Mom, I have good news to share with you." Ning thought her mother might not have heard about her aunt's pregnancy yet. "You always get so excited. What is this good news?" In Chui's eyes, her daughter is still a child, no matter how old she is. "Mom, my aunt is pregnant." "What did you say?" Chui was so surprised that she stood up, spilling tea from her cup. Ning Kun, sitting next to her, quickly helped her catch it. "I learned this at my uncle's house today. My aunt fainted this morning, and the doctor confirmed she is pregnant." Ning shared what she knew with her mother. "Your aunt has wished for this for so many years. It's no wonder your sister-in-law went to the Wang family early this morning and hasn't returned. It turns out it's because your aunt is pregnant." Chui was very happy. She knew the Wang family had been trying for a child for years, so this was truly joyful news. "I will go visit your aunt tomorrow. This is wonderful news." "I'll go with you, Mom." Ning had been taking care of Qinghui and the others today and hadn't had a proper conversation with her aunt. Hearing that her mother was going to visit, she decided to join her. "All right, if you have no other plans tomorrow, come with me. I wonder if your brother is back. He left early this morning." Chui remembered her son Ning Xian, who had gone out early. "Mom, my second brother is back. Brother Qingyun is here too. They are in my second brother's yard." "Qingyun is here. You ran into him." Chui didn't expect Qingyun to come to their house. "Yes, Brother Qingyun was worried about me going home alone, so he brought me back. We happened to meet my second brother at the gate, and he invited me to his yard." Ning explained why Qingyun came to the Ning family and went to Ning Xian's yard. Chui noticed her daughter seemed a bit shy when talking about Qingyun, and she started to guess. "Which brother do you like better, Qingyun or Qingyun?" Chui asked this on purpose to see if her daughter felt the same about Qingyun and Qingyun. "Both are great, but I think Brother Qingyun is better at taking care of people." In Ning's heart, her brother Qingyun was the best. Chui understood and realized her silly daughter had a preference for Qingyun. "Qingyun and Qingyun are both good, but Qingyun is a bit more serious," Ningkun answered thoughtfully. "Dad, Qingyun brother is just good with words. That doesn't mean he's not serious," Ning argued, feeling her father was completely wrong. Chui was even more certain now, seeing her confused husband and wanting to laugh a little. "Why are you asking this, my dear? Is someone asking you to find out about those two brothers?" Ningkuan's thoughts wandered. He thought someone was asking his wife about the brothers, and Chui didn't know which one was better, so she asked their daughter. After all, their daughter was close to Qin Jiji and spent a lot of time with the Qin family, so she knew the two brothers well. Chui quietly observed her daughter and noticed she looked a bit nervous, her hand almost twisting the handkerchief in her grip. Yes, my uncle's granddaughter is about the same age as Qingyun. I just thought of introducing them. Now that you mention it, they do seem like a good match. Why not let Ningning check if the Qin family is considering a match for the two? Ningkuan thought simply. The Qin family seemed powerless now, but the two brothers were talented in their studies and would surely achieve great things in the future. It would be harder to arrange a match after they finished high school. I don't want to. Grandma Qin said that for now, Qingyuan and Qingyun are not considering marriage, so Dad, please don't suggest anything silly. Ningning directly refused Ningkuan and, without further conversation, excused herself and left. My daughter remembered she had something to do, so I won't disturb you and Mom, she said, quickly leaving with her maid, afraid Ningkuan would catch up to them. Ningkuan was stunned, and once he realized what happened, he said, "Why is she running so fast? Even if the Qin family isn't interested, it's good to leave a good impression." Chui was a bit speechless. Her silly husband. Why would their daughter stay if he was going to introduce her to someone else? This was just something your uncle mentioned casually. We can talk about it later. Chui quickly changed the subject, worried Ningkuan would take the matter too seriously. Once Ningning left Chui's courtyard, she dared to stop. Her father was so annoying. Her maid was out of breath. "Miss, why do we have to walk so fast?" Ningning explained a bit sheepishly, "Because I need to go back and open my New Year's money." Huh. The maid was confused. Her miss always received a lot of New Year's money every year and never seemed to care much about it. But whatever her miss said was true, so she hurriedly followed Ningning back to the courtyard. Back in her room, Ningning took out the red envelope of New Year's money that Qin Qingyun had given her. Upon opening the box, she found not only cash but also a pair of stylish earrings, the latest design from the capital. Ningning recognized them as this year's new release and thought about how Qin Qingyun didn't have much money to begin with, yet still bought her such an expensive gift. Ningning felt a sweet happiness in her heart, carefully tried the earrings on her ears, and smiled joyfully. Qin Qingyun returned home just before dinner. When Li Shi saw her son come back, she quickly told him to wash his hands and get ready to eat. "Mother, let me help you." I was chatting too happily with Ning Xian and lost track of time. After washing his hands, Qin Qingyun went to help his mother, Li Shi. He had been enjoying his conversation with Ning Xian so much that he forgot the time. "It's good that you young people have things to talk about. I'll be done here soon, so you can go rest for a bit. You don't need to help." Li Shi felt sorry for her son, who worked hard studying and didn't want him to help. "Yes, Qingyun, go on inside. We'll be done shortly." Zhang Shi also smiled and encouraged Qin Qingyun to go to the main room while the women in the kitchen busied themselves. Seeing that they didn't need his help, Qin Qingyun went to the main room. Qin Posey was very happy to see her grandson return and pulled Qin Qingyun to sit beside her and chat. Before long, Li Shi and the others brought out the dishes, and the family dinner officially began. At the Gu residence, the whole family enjoyed dinner together, and old Madame Gu was very happy. Before bed that night, Gu Jinghuai handed Qin Jiji a box. "This was given to me by father today, and he specifically asked me to give it to you. Open it and see." Gu Jinghuai was curious. His father had given a gift to Jiji and insisted he deliver it. Seeing her husband's curious expression, Qin Jiji opened the box in front of Gu Jinghuai. When she saw what was inside, Qin Jiji asked uncertainly, "Husband, is this a land deed? And so much?" Qin Jiji was stunned. Which father-in-law gives nearly 100 acres of land on the first day of the new year? Gu Jinghuai took the land deed from Qin Jiji's hands and looked at it carefully, realizing that his father was indeed as unreliable as ever. When Gu Shi handed him the box to give to Qin Jiji, Gu Jinghuai thought it was a bit strange. He had imagined it might be cash or something similar, but never expected it to be a land deed. "Just keep it. It's not useful in his hands anyway. Didn't you say you wanted to grow strawberries? Now you have the land for it." Qin Jiji had mentioned wanting to grow strawberries before. "You're right, husband. Besides strawberries, I also want to plant some other things. I was worried about not having land, but this gift is quite timely." Qin Jiji now thinks that her father-in-law's gift is quite nice. She decides to think carefully about what to plant on the land and how to plan it out. After putting away the land deed, she thought she could go to sleep, but Gu Jinghuai gave her another box. "This is a New Year gift from me to you. Open it and see," he said. Gu Jinghuai felt a bit nervous. With his father's gift in front, his gift seemed less special. "Wow, you have a gift too." Qin Jiji was surprised that Gu Jinghuai's gift was saved for last, and it brought her a little joy. "Open it and see if you like it," Gu Jinghuai said, filled with anticipation. Under his gaze, Qin Jiji opened the box to reveal a delicate jade hairpin. The top of the hairpin was a blooming magnolia flower, which was Qin Jiji's favorite flower. The hairpin felt cool to the touch and had an elegant, classic charm. Qin Jiji could tell right away that this hairpin was quite valuable. "Thank you, my dear husband. I really like it. The magnolia flower was personally painted by me, and I asked my aunt to help find someone to make it," Gu Jinghuai explained. He had specially crafted this hairpin for Qin Jiji. In the past, he could only give her a silver hairpin due to lack of money, but now that he could afford it, he wanted to give her something better, which deeply touched Qin Jiji. "I saw that my brother also prepared a gift." Gu Jinghuai's offhand comment made Qin Jiji understand immediately. "Really?" she asked, surprised. "I saw it by chance," Gu Jinghuai replied honestly. Qin Jiji had a good idea of who her brother's gift was for and felt very happy. "Husband, do you think you guessed who my brother's gift is for?" Qin Jiji believed her husband must have noticed. Gu Jinghuai nodded. He had indeed figured it out long ago. "I fully support them. It all depends on my brother now." Qin Jiji never thought of interfering in their feelings. Matters of the heart cannot be forced, and she didn't want to put any pressure on them. She hoped her brother and the princess would be together because they truly liked each other and wanted to share their lives. "My sister is also at the age for courtship, so I believe my aunt will arrange something for her soon. I hope my brother can express his feelings to her soon." "Don't worry, my brother will definitely succeed," Qin Jiji said confidently. At the princess's residence, Gu Yufei looked at the bracelet that Qin Qingyuan secretly gave her, feeling sweet inside. The maidservant saw her princess sitting on the soft couch, holding a jade bracelet, her gaze gentle and a slight smile on her lips. Unable to shake her doubts, the maid's gaze fell once more on the bracelet in the princess's hand. The bracelet was not particularly valuable. Compared to the jewelry the princess usually wore, it was quite ordinary. The maid was even more confused, not understanding what was so special about this bracelet. However, she could tell that the princess valued it greatly. Since she served the princess closely, she had never seen this bracelet before, meaning it was a new acquisition for the princess today. At that moment, the princess gently stroked the bracelet, seemingly filled with an indescribable emotion. The maid dared not interrupt and quietly stood by. When it was time to rest, the maid finally couldn't help but softly remind her, "Your Highness, it's time to rest." Gu Yunfei then seemed to awaken from a dream, carefully placing the bracelet back into the silk box and closing the lid. She initially wanted to hand the bracelet to the maid but hesitated and changed her mind, placing it directly on the vanity instead. She told the maid, "Wear this bracelet tomorrow." The maid quickly set the bracelet aside and assisted Gu Yunfei in getting ready for bed, as it was indeed quite late. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Gu Shi and his mother, Madame Mu, Gu Shi was complaining to Madame Mu with a sense of grievance. "Madam, I have given him the shop and the land deed, yet my son still won't smile at me, boo-hoo." Although Madame Mu was speechless, she patiently offered him advice. "Complaining to me won't help. Why not go and talk to Gigi?" Our Jinghuai only listens to her. Gu Shi felt conflicted. Asking his daughter-in-law to complain about his son seemed unreliable. If it affected the young couple's relationship, his mother might get angry with him. Weighing the situation, he decided it wasn't worth it and comforted himself, thinking that whether his son smiled at him or not, he was still his son. "My dear, please be kind to me. You are all I have now, as the children are not close to me." Gu Shi felt that the only person he could rely on in this family was his mother. "You both just need time. Keep trying, my son," Madame Mu encouraged. Gusher nodded with tears in his eyes, determined to work hard in the new year. The next day, the second day of the new year, was the day to visit home. The old lady had no daughters, only 2 sons, so the Gu family did not need to host a daughter's return visit. The princess was to take Gu Ting, Gu Yunlang, and Gu Yunfei into the palace to see the Empress Dowager. Madame Mu had insisted on following Gu Shi and had long severed ties with her family. Over the years, she has had a close relationship with the Qin family, and today is the day Qin Jiji returns to her family home. Gu Jingshu and Gu Jingyao both insisted on going, and Qin Jiji naturally welcomed them along. She also brought her mother-in-law because the old lady has long considered the Mu family as her own. When the old lady saw that she was the only one left at home, she decided to join her granddaughter-in-law at the Qin family for a meal. She mainly wanted to enjoy the vegetables grown in the Qin family's greenhouse. Although the Qin family had sent some to the Gu residence in the past few days, the old lady believed that the Qin family's produce tasted better. Even though Qin Jiji visits the Qin family every day, the family still warmly welcomed her today. Besides Qin Qinglin, who was sent early in the morning to deliver fresh fruits and vegetables to the Wang family, everyone else was at home. When the Qin family saw that the Gu family had arrived, they became even more enthusiastic. Li, Zhang, and Wang families were busy early in the morning. Each person wanted to showcase their best dishes, especially Zhang, who felt especially happy seeing her daughter so content. As soon as the old lady arrived at the Qin family, she followed the children to the greenhouse. She had hesitated to go on the first and second days of the new year, but today, as soon as the children invited her, she agreed without hesitation, fearing they might not take her if she waited too long. In the greenhouse, the greens and spinach were thriving, and strawberries and cherry tomatoes were ready for picking. The produce sent out in recent days was all fresh and delicious, exchanged by Qin Jiji and Wanwan. When the old lady entered the greenhouse, she was amazed. The green leaves looked particularly tender in the sunlight, making her want to pick and taste them right away. On the other side of the greenhouse, the bright red strawberries resembled tiny rubies, and some ripe ones seemed ready to burst with sweet juice at the slightest touch. "Grandmother, here's a basket for you. My sister-in-law said we could pick some to take home for lunch," Gu Jingyao said, handing the old lady a small, exquisite basket. Qin Jiji wanted everyone to enjoy the fun of picking but was also worried they might pick too much and waste it. The old lady had intended to pick a few strawberries, and now that her granddaughter had given her a basket, it was just what she wanted. "Did your sister-in-law really say we could pick as much as we want?" The old lady was eager to pick strawberries but was concerned about whether it was allowed, thinking Qin Jiji might have other plans for them. "Don't worry, grandmother. I've already asked my sister-in-law. She said we can pick as much as we want, but we shouldn't waste any," Gu Jingyao reassured her, repeating Qin Jiji's request, as she was worried her grandmother might get too excited and pick all the strawberries. "Your sister-in-law is right. We should take our time and only pick what we can eat, without wasting anything." The old lady completely agreed with her granddaughter-in-law, Qin Jiji. When she first received the small basket, she thought it was a bit small, but now it felt just right. Gu Jingyao repeated Qin Jiji's words to the others, and only then did they start picking strawberries. Although the old lady was older, she took good care of herself and carried the small basket, looking around here and there. She wanted to pick every strawberry, but remembering her granddaughter-in-law's words and the basket size, she could only choose the big, ripe ones. Soon, the old lady filled her basket and admired her hard work. She was very pleased and left the greenhouse with the basket. Back in the front yard, she ran into Gu Shi. Gu's mother was worried about the old lady and had sent Gu Shi to check on her. "Mother, if you want to eat strawberries, I can help you pick them. Why are you doing it yourself? What if you get tired?" Gu Shi quickly stepped forward to help carry the basket, but the old lady misunderstood and thought he wanted to take it from her. "Pick your own if you want to eat. You can't take mine." The old lady hurried away, afraid Gu Shi would catch up and grab her basket. Gu Shi was left feeling amused and helpless. He really just wanted to help. Why did his mother always misunderstand him? He decided to let it go and check on the children instead. The old lady relaxed when she saw her son wasn't following her. "Grandmother, you're back," Qin Jiji suddenly called out, startling the old lady, who noted down another point against her son in her mind. If he hadn't chased her, she wouldn't have been scared by her granddaughter-in-law. "Yes, Gigi, look at the strawberries I picked. They are the best in the greenhouse." The old lady quickly showed Qin Jiji her strawberries. "They look sweet, grandmother. Wait here, I'll wash them for you." "Thank you, Gigi." The old lady agreed wholeheartedly. The strawberries she picked were indeed the sweetest. Qin Jiji took the basket to the kitchen to find something to wash the strawberries. The old lady felt very happy watching her granddaughter-in-law leave with the basket. By the time Gu Jingyao and the others returned from the greenhouse, the old lady was leisurely enjoying the strawberries that Qin Jiji had washed. The room was warm with a charcoal fire burning brightly, and sipping the flower tea that Qin Jiji prepared while eating a few strawberries felt delightful. The Qin family's lunch was set in the front hall, and to prevent everyone from eating too many strawberries, they intentionally delayed lunch a bit. Lunch was plentiful, and both the children and the old lady Gu enjoyed it, especially the stir-fried spinach made by Qin Jiji, which won the old lady's heart. The old lady was glad to live close to the Qin family, as it meant she could often come over for meals. After lunch, Qin Jiji, wanting to keep everyone entertained, suggested teaching them how to play mahjong. In the past, she had been too busy making a living to have any leisure time, but now that life was better, she could enjoy some fun. So, Qin Jiji, Granny Qin, Old Lady Gu, and Gu's mother started learning mahjong together, while Li, Zhang, and Wang also joined in to learn. Qin Jiji taught carefully and explained in detail, and soon they all learned how to play, forming a table to play mahjong. After a few rounds, Qin Jiji let her aunt, mother, and third aunt take turns playing. Even though it was their first time, they learned quickly because they were interested. Especially Old Lady Gu, who loved it so much that she could come to the Qin family to play mahjong whenever she had free time. Qin Jiji watched them play for a while, and seeing them getting the hang of it, she felt relieved and went to the greenhouse to find her grandfather. The new year had passed and spring would soon arrive, so she needed to plan the over 100 acres of land given by her father-in-law. She wanted to plant strawberries and watermelons, as the seedlings could be exchanged with wanwan. Now, the main thing was to find reliable people to help her manage and cultivate the land. When Qin Jiji arrived at the greenhouse, Grandpa Qin was digging up spinach, which was growing perfectly these days. "Grandpa, let me help you." Seeing the beautiful spinach made Qin Jiji eager to dig, as it was a joyful task. She found a small shovel and a basket in the greenhouse and started digging spinach with her grandfather. "Jiji, why aren't you with your aunts in the front yard? Why are you here in the greenhouse?" Grandpa Qin sensed that his granddaughter wasn't just there to dig vegetables. It seemed like she was looking for him specifically. "Grandpa, I really have something I'd like your advice on." Qin Jiji placed the dug-up spinach in the basket and smiled at Grandpa Qin. "Haha, tell me what it is." Grandpa Qin perked up, realizing his granddaughter truly needed his help. In the entire Qin family, his granddaughter was the most resourceful, and he was worried she might be facing difficulties. "Grandpa, it's like this. My father-in-law gave me nearly 100 acres of land on the outskirts of the city, and I want to plant some things, but I currently lack people to help me manage it." Qin Jiji originally came to ask her grandfather for advice and openly shared her problem. When the old man heard about nearly 100 acres of land, he forgot about digging for spinach. For someone from the countryside, such a large amount of land was quite impressive. "That's a lot. We need to plan this well. I have experience with farming, so I can help you," the old man said. He decided to personally assist his granddaughter because such a large area of land should not go to waste. "Grandpa, you can't do it alone. We need to find some reliable people." "You know what I want to grow," Qin Jiji replied. When she decided to plant strawberries and watermelons, she knew she needed trustworthy helpers. The old man understood her intention and realized she wanted to grow something unusual, which indeed required dependable people. "How many people do you need?" "Later, write a letter to your uncle and second uncle and also to Qin Chuan, explaining your situation. We can find people from Qin Family Village," he suggested. The old man trusted the people from Qin family village more and decided to write back to ask. If they were unwilling, they would think of another plan. I was thinking the same thing. I didn't expect we would have the same idea. I'll write to them when I get back today, Qin Gigi said. She knew her grandfather cared about their family, so she was willing to support Qin family village. After discussing everything with her grandfather, they dug up a basket of spinach before heading back from the greenhouse. Just as they exited the greenhouse, they ran into Gu Jinghuai. Husband, what are you doing here? Where are your brothers? He and the second brother were called to the front yard by Grandma. Mom said you were at the greenhouse, so I came to find you, Gu Jinghuai replied, taking the basket from Qin Gigi and holding her hand. I came to see Grandpa about some things and pick some vegetables to take home for dinner, Qin Gigi said, having a fondness for spinach. Whether we can go home tonight is uncertain, he replied. Do you want to stay here? We haven't even stayed in the courtyard Grandma prepared for us, Qin Gigi joked, thinking he wanted to spend the night at Qin's house. It's Grandma and Mom. I just went to the front yard and saw Grandma having a great time. It seems she has no plans to return before dinner, Gu Jinghuai said, recalling what he had seen. Qin Gigi laughed at his words, knowing how easily people could get caught up in a game of mahjong. Grandma doesn't have much to do, so playing mahjong is nice. Since she's having so much fun, let's eat dinner at Qin's house tonight. After all, we're family. Since the two families lived close by, and Qin Gigi had time today, she planned to cook for everyone. Your idea is wonderful, but it's not right for us to enjoy it alone. I'll send someone to the princess's residence to let them know, so when Uncle and the others return from the palace, they can join us too. Gu Ting and the princess are very filial. They usually spend mealtime with the old lady whenever they can. If they don't return for dinner, Yunlang will surely be upset knowing they are at the Qin family's home. Cousin Gu Yunfei is also very attached to her wife, and Uncle loves a lively atmosphere, so we can't let the princess stay home alone. That's great. Grandmother will definitely be happy. Qin Gigi knows that her grandmother just learned to play mahjong and is probably very eager to play right now, not wanting to go home. When I went earlier, they had already started looking for outside help. Father was scolded by grandmother for suggesting something silly. Qin Gigi couldn't help but laugh at this. She felt sorry for her father-in-law. He hadn't even sat down at the table when grandmother asked for his input and accidentally suggested something that got him scolded. Qin Gigi began to think her father-in-law might be living in a comedy. So that's why my husband ran away? Qin Gigi laughed happily, suddenly understanding why her husband didn't stay in the main hall. That's a battlefield. I just want to be with you. Gu Jinghuai, being so clever, wouldn't dare give grandmother any advice. The other three were all women in his life, his wife, mother, and grandmother. Helping any of them would be tricky, so he used his concern for his wife as an excuse to stay away from that battlefield, feeling fine about his father being scolded instead. For the first time, Gu Jinghuai realized how significant Gu Shi's role was in the family. All right, then today you can help me prepare dinner. Qin Gigi didn't want her husband to be put in a difficult position. It was enough that her father-in-law was being scolded. Qin Gigi and Gu Jinghuai went to the kitchen with spinach and kindly asked someone to call Qin Qingyuan over. When Qin Qingyuan arrived in the kitchen, he first bowed to them. Thank you, sister and brother-in-law, for saving me. Is it really that serious for you, big brother? Seeing her brother look like he had just escaped a disaster, Qin Gigi struggled not to laugh. Uncle Gu got scolded the most and father was scolded too, and uncle was also scolded. Qin Qingyuan and the others weren't scolded. Only the sons were reprimanded. Clever Uncle Qin managed to avoid trouble today by holding his child. Qin Qingyuan admired Gu Yunfei and naturally didn't want to offend the old lady, while on the other side, he had to rely on his high emotional intelligence to get through this time. When a servant reported that Qin Gigi was looking for him, he left without hesitation, while Qin Qingyuan watched him leave the courtyard with envy. Sister, why didn't you call your second brother? Qin Qingyuan was momentarily confused about why his sister only called him for help and not their second brother. Second brother is busy, so there's no need to worry, Qin Gigi said, making Qin Qingyuan blush. He quietly asked her sister, do you already know? I guess a little. Big brother, do your best. I'm cheering for you. After their chat, Qin Jiji went to prepare spinach juice for making dumplings. She also secretly made some dragon fruit juice to create dumplings in different colors. Meanwhile, in the front hall, Gu Shi had never missed his older brother Gu Ting so much. He felt the weight of their mother's love and thought he might not be able to handle it. When Gu Ting and the others arrived at the Qin family, no one was happier than Gu Shi. Big brother, sister-in-law, you're finally back. Gu Shi greeted them and quickly pulled Gu Ting aside to explain the rules before finding an excuse to leave. Gu Ting thought his younger brother was acting a bit strange today, assuming he hadn't fully recovered yet. When the princess arrived, Zhang quickly gave up her seat for her. The princess, not understanding what was happening, was seated at the table, and the old lady and Qin Posey personally explained the rules as the game began. Li and Zhang had already gone to help in the kitchen, and after Wang was replaced, she hurried there too. The Qin brothers found tasks to keep busy, leaving only Gu Ting sitting beside the old lady. Gu Yunfei had just heard the rules and curiously sat behind the princess to see how the game was played. After a few rounds, both the princess and her daughter learned how to play, while Gu Ting was scolded for losing after giving the old lady advice. Now Gu Ting finally understood why Gu Shi had run off so quickly earlier. In the following rounds, Gu Ting was very careful, afraid of saying something wrong and getting scolded by the old lady. Gu Yunfei felt relieved to be sitting behind her mother, otherwise, she would be in a difficult position. In the end, it was Qin Jiji who came to announce that dinner was ready, saving Gu Ting. Although everyone was reluctant to end the game, Qin Jiji's personal invitation to dinner made the old lady and Qin Posey decisively conclude the game. The dinner at the Qin family was very plentiful, and the old lady was already hungry after playing mahjong for so long. Seeing the table full of delicious food instantly sparked everyone's appetite. Everyone happily enjoyed the tasty dishes, occasionally sharing funny stories from the afternoon's mahjong game, creating a wonderful atmosphere. The princess now regretted not returning from the palace earlier in the afternoon, missing the chance to play mahjong. After dinner, the old lady wanted to play a few more rounds, but Qin Jiji persuaded her to leave. Grandmother, let's go back home first. You can come back tomorrow to play with Grandma. Hearing that she could play tomorrow, the old lady happily followed Qin Jiji and the others back. Before leaving, the old lady held onto Qin Posey's hand and said, "Sister, come to the house early tomorrow. We can continue playing, since there's not much going on lately. All right, don't worry. I'll come to the house after breakfast tomorrow." Qin Posey happily agreed to the old lady's invitation. As they exited the Qin family's gate, Gu Shi and Gu Ting both sighed in relief. Back at the Gu residence, Gu Shi took his mother back to the courtyard early. After being scolded by the old lady all afternoon, he finally felt free. Gu Mu wanted to laugh at her husband's quickened pace, as she had been listening to her mother-in-law scold him all afternoon. Worried about being scolded again tomorrow, Gu Shi asked his wife for leave. "Wife, I have something to discuss with my brother tomorrow, so I won't be able to join you in your mother's courtyard." Mu Shi laughed out loud, surprised that her husband was trying to escape. "Since you have things to do, I'll go visit my mother by myself tomorrow." Mu Shi, being kind-hearted, wanted to protect her husband from any emotional distress, so she decided to visit her mother-in-law alone. The same situation occurred at the princess's residence. "Princess, I have plans with my colleagues tomorrow, so I won't accompany you to see your mother." Gu Ting decided he would rather stroll around town than watch his mother play mahjong. The princess could tell Gu Ting was lying, but there was nothing she could do about it. "If you have things to do, then go ahead. I will take care of my mother." Hearing the princess say this, Gu Ting felt relieved. Qin Jiji returned to her courtyard and couldn't help but smile at her father-in-law's flustered steps. "If you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in." Gu Jinghui noticed Qin Jiji trying to suppress her laughter and affectionately pinched her cheek, causing her to burst out laughing. "Husband, my father is really amusing. Am I not amusing?" Gu Jinghui feigned a hurt expression, and Qin Jiji quickly surrendered. "In my heart, you are the best." Qin Jiji easily comforted Gu Jinghui. "Then can you skip playing mahjong with grandmother tomorrow and go out with me? Just the two of us." Gu Jinghuai looked at her with eager anticipation, wanting to spend some quality time together. Qin Jiji was taken aback at first, then felt a bit guilty. Since arriving in the capital, both she and her husband had been busy. It seems that I have never gone out alone with my husband. It's always been with a group. Qin Jiji nodded at Gu Jinghuai. My dear wife is wonderful. Gu Jinghuai hugged Qin Jiji, like a child who just received candy. If you like it, we can make time to go out more often, Qin Jiji said, nestling in Gu Jinghuai's arms and playing with his hair. Gu Jinghuai was naturally happy. He wished he could spend every day with Qin Jiji, enjoying their time alone together. My dear, you worked hard today. Let me give you a massage. Qin Jiji cooked dinner, and Gu Jinghuai felt sorry for her effort, using his large hands to help her relax. He pressed gently, and Qin Jiji occasionally directed him, sometimes asking for a bit more pressure. Qin Jiji felt her day's fatigue melting away under his touch and comfortably closed her eyes. Husband, if you get tired, you can stop and rest. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. As he continued, Qin Jiji felt herself getting sleepier and wanted to doze off. Gu Jinghuai softly agreed and lay down with her, while Qin Jiji found a comfortable position in his arms to continue sleeping. Gu Jinghuai kept massaging her, but soon his hands became a bit too playful and bold. Qin Jiji's drowsiness faded away. When his hands wandered lower, Gu Jinghuai playfully surprised her, causing Qin Jiji to gasp. He kissed her lips, and her gasp was silenced. Gu Jinghuai was gentle today, but he wanted to see his wife plead with him. His kisses grew more passionate, and Qin Jiji realized he was being a bit teasing. Wife, beg me. Gu Jinghuai whispered breathlessly in her ear. Qin Jiji felt dizzy from the kisses, confused and a bit dazed, making her even more vulnerable to him. He whispered something in her ear, and she immediately felt shy, burying her face in the blanket. Gu Jinghuai wouldn't let this moment slip away. He pulled the blanket over them to block out the light. In the darkness, he became bolder, and Qin Jiji struggled to handle his playful advances. In the end, she gave in and asked him, fulfilling his wishes. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Gu Jinghuai, satisfied, finally fell asleep holding Qin Jiji. The next day, Qin Jiji slept in until late morning. By the time she got up, Gu Jinghuai had already gone to greet his grandmother and mother, even playing a few rounds of mahjong with them. The old lady noticed that only her eldest grandson came to pay his respects, and she understood everything. After Qin Jiji got up, she found breakfast waiting for her in the small kitchen. After finishing her somewhat late meal, Gu Jinghuai returned from the old lady's courtyard. My dear, are you up? Can we go out today? Gu Jinghuai sat beside Qin Jiji and asked softly. He meant that it was fine if they didn't go out as long as he could be with her. Being at home was just as good. He shouldn't have asked, as it reminded Qin Jiji of him being the cause of her troubles, and she shot him a fierce glare. Gu Jinghuai innocently touched his nose, knowing he couldn't argue back. Dear husband, may I borrow your writing tools? Qin Jiji suddenly remembered she hadn't written to her family in Qin village yet, so she hurried to write the letter before going out.
What do you need to write?
I can help, Gu Jinghuai offered, thinking she needed assistance. I want to write a letter to the village head, and it would be great if you could write it for me. Even now, Qin Jiji wasn't very fond of writing in this style, so she gladly accepted Gu Jinghuai's help. I'll have someone fetch the writing tools. Gu Jinghuai thought it would be fine to write in their bedroom. Let's just go to the study together to avoid the hassle of moving things around, Qin Jiji suggested. She had finished her meal and thought it would be nice to walk and digest a bit since she felt she had eaten too much. Gu Jinghuai agreed, and they walked hand in hand to the study, passing by servants who envied their relationship. On the way, Qin Jiji explained the purpose of her letter to Gu Jinghuai, who fully supported her. Once they reached the study, Gu Jinghuai quickly wrote the letter without needing Qin Jiji to explain the details. Dear, take a look and see if there's anything to add. Gu Jinghuai handed the finished letter to Qin Jiji, worried he might have missed something. Qin Jiji read it carefully and was very satisfied. She smiled and joked, It's a shame you don't write letters in the street with such a good memory. I will only write for you in this lifetime, Gu Jinghui said, wrapping his arms around her from behind. He was half a head taller than her, resting his chin on her shoulder, seeking praise. It's my honor to have you write for me. Qin Jiji folded the letter and placed it in an envelope, giving Gu Jinghui a quick kiss on the cheek before handing it to him. I'll need you to deliver this letter to Qin Village for me. I won't worry about it. Don't worry, my dear. I promise to get it done, but I might need a little reward from you. Gu Jinghui pointed to the spot where Qin Jiji had just kissed. Qin Jiji understood his meaning and gave him 2 more kisses, which made Gu Jinghui happy. The two had lunch at home and planned to go out for a walk in the afternoon. However, just as they were about to leave, Qin Qinglin arrived with Wang Xinru. Gu Jinghui realized their private time was about to be interrupted. Third sister, the second young lady went to the Qin family to find you, so I brought her along, Qin Qinglin said, a bit shyly, scratching his head. It seemed like his sisters were about to go out, and he felt like he was interrupting them. Jiji, Gu brother-in-law, sorry to bother you. I just came to bring some things for Jiji and will leave right after, so I won't delay your outing, Wang Xinru said, clearly aware they were about to go out. She had chosen to come after lunch to avoid disturbing them. Come in and sit down, it's no trouble at all. My husband and I are just going out for a stroll, Qin Jiji said happily, inviting Wang Xinru inside, but she declined. Jiji, I can't stay today. I just brought you these things and have to go back. They are for my parents to thank you, so please accept them, Wang Xinru insisted. Seeing the several carts at the entrance, Qin Jiji felt overwhelmed. I appreciate Uncle Wang and Auntie Wang's kindness, but this is too much. I really can't accept it. She felt embarrassed after already receiving gifts and money. Jiji, please don't refuse. Just accept them, or I won't be able to report back home. Plus, I need to ask you for a favor, and if you don't accept, how can I bring it up? Wang Xinru said, playfully tugging at Qin Jiji's arm. Qin Jiji reluctantly nodded. Gu Jinghui called a housekeeper to arrange the items Wang Xinru brought. Since they had nothing else to do at home, the 4 of them decided to go out together. The Wang family's business was widespread in the capital. Once they got into the carriage, Wang Xinru first took them to the bookstore. Gu brother-in-law, the shopkeeper said there are new products lately. Let's go take a look. Gu Jinghui had no objections. Wherever his wife went, he would follow. At the bookstore, Wang Xinru led them to a private room, and the shopkeeper quickly brought in the store's treasures and new items. Qin Jiji and Wang Xinru chatted quietly while Gu Jinghui focused on selecting books. Qin Qinglin didn't understand much about books, so he explored the layout of the bookstore and asked the shopkeeper about some business methods. The shopkeeper recognized him as a guest of the young lady and was happy to share his knowledge with Qin Qinglin. When Qin Qinglin learned that he was the manager of the popular beauty house, the manager became even more enthusiastic, as such opportunities for mutual learning are rare. When leaving the study, the manager even invited Qin Qinglin to have drinks together next time. Qin Jiji joked, in just a little while, my 4th brother has made a friend. Third sister, please don't tease me. We just hit it off and decided to meet again, Qin Qinglin replied. He knew that everything he had was thanks to his third sister, so he wanted to become even better, to one day support her and the Qin family. Now that you are the manager of the beauty house, it's good for you to socialize more. The expenses can be deducted from the account, Qin Jiji encouraged. She fully supported Qin Qinglin going out to socialize, as business is all about connections. Sister Jiji, if you want Qin Qinglin to see more of the world, it's easy. Next time there's a gathering, let my father take him along. After a few times, he will naturally get familiar, Wang Xinru suggested, believing her father would agree. That's a great idea, Xinru. Later, my 4th brother should personally thank Uncle Wang, Qin Jiji replied. Sister Jiji, it's a small matter. You don't know how much everyone wants to get to know the manager of the beauty house, Wang Xinru said. This was not just talk. Everyone really wanted to meet the manager and even collaborate. It's all thanks to my third sister. I'm still learning, Qin Qinglin said, feeling a bit shy, knowing that everyone was interested in the beauty house. My 4th brother, you are also impressive. I'm proud of you, Qin Jiji said. To avoid making Qin Qinglin emotional, she quickly changed the subject. Gu Jinghuai and Qin Jiji walked ahead, while Wang Xinru hesitated for a moment before quietly comforting Qin Qinglin. Manager Qin, I also think you are amazing.
You are a role model for Xinru, she said.
Qin Qinglin was surprised by Wang Xinru's words, feeling a mix of disbelief and joy, which lifted his spirits. The four of them walked and browsed as Gu Jinghuai held Qin Jiji's hand, completely ignoring the feelings of the two single friends. Qin Qinglin didn't feel like his brother-in-law was teasing him. Instead, he was happy to see the good relationship between his sister and brother-in-law. Wang Xinru was more observant and deliberately slowed her pace, pretending to be interested in the trinkets by the street. Seeing that his sister and brother-in-law hadn't noticed Wang Xinru had stopped, Qin Qinglin had no choice but to wait for her. Miss Eyre, my third sister, and the others are ahead. I'll stay with you. The street is crowded, so don't get lost. Qin Qinglin patiently waited by the stall for Wang Xinru. Wang Xinru felt it would be awkward not to buy something, so she had the vendor wrap up a pair of cute little dolls. As she prepared to pay for the dolls, Qin Qinglin quickly stepped in first. The vendor, a man in his 40s, looked at Wang Xinru and then at Qin Qinglin, smiling as he accepted the money Qin Qinglin handed him. Qin Qinglin felt the vendor's gaze was a bit strange, but couldn't pinpoint why. Wang Xinru realized the vendor misunderstood her relationship with Qin Qinglin. To avoid further awkwardness, she quickly took the dolls and called out to Qin Qinglin to leave. Miss Eyre, let's go catch up with my third sister and the others. Seeing that her sister and brother-in-law were already out of sight, Qin Qinglin thought they should hurry to find them before they got lost. Why don't I show you around, Manager Qin? I'm sure Jiji and Brother Gu have their own places they want to visit. Wang Xinru's suggestion surprised Qin Qinglin, but he quickly responded with a bow. You are right, Miss Eyre. I didn't think it through. I haven't been in the capital long, and aside from the beauty salon, I'm not familiar with other places. I would appreciate your guidance today. Then I'll show you around the capital today. Wang Xinru took Qin Qinglin to the busier streets with more shops, introducing him to the history of these stores and the forces behind them. Qin Qinglin listened attentively. Although the Qin family had the support of the princess's residents, they believed in building good relationships for prosperity. He wanted to help the Qin family grow further with his third sister. Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai waited for the two for a while, but when they didn't see them, they decided not to wait any longer. Although Qin Qinglin was not familiar with the capital, Wang Xinru knew it well, and Qin Jiji felt confident that her younger brother wouldn't get lost with Wang Xinru. Gu Jinghuai took Qin Jiji to all the popular spots in the capital, and they had a wonderful time. They returned after having dinner outside. Qin Qinglin was escorted back by Wang Xinru, who had taken him in the Gu family's carriage. After not seeing his third sister and brother-in-law all afternoon, he initially planned to hire a carriage to go back, but Wang Xinru insisted on taking him. Qin Qinglin had a great conversation with Wang Xinru throughout the afternoon, and his admiration for her grew. When they arrived at the Qin residence, Qin Qinglin remembered that Madame Qin loved the fresh vegetables and fruits from their warm greenhouse, so he invited Wang Xinru. Thank you for bringing me back, Miss Eyre. Since you're here, why not come in and take some fresh fruits and vegetables for your mother? Wang Xinru hesitated and asked, Will this disturb my family? It won't. If the second young lady is not in a hurry to go back, please come in with me. My family will be very welcoming. Thinking of her mother and seeing Qin Qinglin's sincere invitation, Wang Xinru got down from the carriage with the help of her maid. Today, only Li and Wang were at home. Zhang was taken by Qin Pozi to play mahjong at the Gu family. Wang and Qin Zhang were in their yard taking care of the children, so it was Li who welcomed Wang Xinru. Wang Xinru had eaten at their house before, so Li, knowing she was her niece's friend, was very warm. Wang Xinru didn't expect Li to be so friendly. The Qin family was really different from what she imagined. Mother, the second young lady and I were originally out shopping with my third sister and brother-in-law, but we thought we might disturb them, so the second young lady took me to another place. I came here in my third sister's carriage, so the second young lady brought me back. I thought the second young lady's mother might not have a good appetite because she is pregnant, so I invited her to take some fresh vegetables and fruits home. Worried that her mother might misunderstand, Qin Xinglin quickly explained to Li, pregnant people often have poor appetites. When my third sister-in-law was expecting her second child, she also struggled with that. Thankfully, Gigi provided a recipe. Second young lady, if you don't mind, you can have dinner at our house tonight, and I will teach you some dishes that pregnant women love. I guarantee your mother will enjoy them. Li was open to anyone brought home by Qin Ziji, especially since the young girl had spent the afternoon with her son. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. I'm just a bit slow, so I hope you can explain it to me in detail later. Wang Xinru happily agreed, not only wanting to cook for her mother but also appreciating Li's sincerity, which felt genuine and not just polite. Qinglin, go find your elder brother and have him copy the recipes from when your third aunt was pregnant. Make sure to give them to the second young lady when she leaves after dinner. Got it, mother. I'll go right away. Thankfully, Grandma was wise and had my brother record all these recipes. The idea of keeping the pregnancy recipes was unanimously approved by the family when Qin Posey suggested it. The recipes were personally copied and compiled by Qin Xingyuan and Qin Xingyun. As Qin Posey said at the time, the daughter-in-law can use them, and the granddaughter-in-law can continue to use them. Second young lady, don't worry, copying will be quick. Qinglin's two older brothers are both at home today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wang Xinru was very touched. I just came from the countryside, so please don't call me ma'am. Just call me auntie, like Gigi does. Li felt a bit awkward when Wang Xinru called her madam. All right, then I will call you auntie from now on.
Good child, that's right.
Come, auntie will take you to the greenhouse. We can pick whatever you want to eat. Li directly took Wang Xinru to the greenhouse, and when old man Qin heard it was his granddaughter's friend, he was very enthusiastic. Old man Qin personally taught Wang Xinru how to pick vegetables, and she learned diligently since it was her first time. Old man Qin was very pleased, thinking she was a good kid, quick to work and well-behaved. A child who could play with his granddaughter must be great. When he learned that Wang Xinru's mother was pregnant and loved his vegetables, Old man Qin wished he could send the entire greenhouse home with her. Wang Xinru truly felt the warmth and sincerity of the Qin family. When she left the Qin house after dinner, she not only took fresh fruits and vegetables, but also received a special appetizing soup made by Li. Sitting on the horse with the soup made by Li in her arms, Wang Xinru felt very touched. Thinking about how her relatives coveted her family's wealth and comparing it to the Qin family's kindness warmed her heart. She hoped her mother would have a brother this time and that her family could truly stand strong. She was willing to stay home and take care of her brother as he grew up instead of getting married. A few days later, in Qin village, village chief Qin Chuan received a letter from Qin Jiji and immediately went to discuss it with his father and uncle. Their reaction was similar to old man Qin's. 100 acres of land could not go to waste, and they needed to go personally. Dad, uncle, even if you go personally, it won't be enough. Gigi's letter said she hopes for more people. Hearing that his father and uncle wanted to go made Qin Chuan a bit worried. After all, they were older, and Gigi would need to take care of them. Qin Chuan thought they were not going to work, but rather to trouble his niece. Chuan, ask everyone if they're willing to go. The more, the better. Let's first plow the land, and then Gigi can choose some people to stay while the rest come back. Your uncle is right. No matter what, we need to finish Gigi's work first. Hurry up and arrange it, so we don't delay her plans. Understood, Dad. I will arrange it right away. We'll go with you to call everyone for a meeting at the ancestral hall. The elder and second uncle went to the ancestral hall to wait for everyone while Qin Chuan went home to get a gong to notify everyone. Just after the new year, everyone was free, and when they heard the gong, the men quickly ran to the ancestral hall. In the village, there was a rule that the village chief would not ring the gong unless it was a big matter. When Qin Chuan returned after a round, most of the villagers had gathered. Uncle Li Zheng, is there something going on since the new year? It must be good news. The last time Li Zheng rang the gong, we received money. You're right, I wonder what good news it is today. Li Zheng only calls us for good things. Now, which village doesn't envy us? Exactly. Gigi is our lucky star now. I was just discussing with my family about raising more pigs. Our family too. Today I'll ask Li Zheng if we can raise more. You're right. Let's ask today. If we can raise more, we won't have to do hard work outside. We can just raise pigs at home. While waiting for Li Zheng to return, the villagers chatted happily in small groups. When Qin Chuan came back with a gong, everyone quickly gathered around, asking questions all at once. Qin Chuan felt a headache from the noise and struck the gong once to signal for quiet. Everyone immediately fell silent, and the previously noisy scene became calm. Qin Chuan cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. I called you here today to discuss something important, so please listen carefully. This morning, I received a letter from Gigi. She has 100 acres of land in the suburbs of the capital and wants to know if anyone is willing to work. We will arrange for our village first. If you are not interested, she will find others." Before Qin Chuan finished speaking, the crowd erupted with excitement. "Li Zheng, of course, we want to help with such good news." "Exactly. Where can we find work right after the new year? Even if Gigi doesn't pay, I'm willing to help. Last year, I made quite a bit of money working with her raising pigs. Li Zheng, my eldest, and I will go. My wife is already working in Gigi's workshop. I'll go even without pay. If it weren't for Gigi's money, how could my child go to school? I can't forget this kindness. I'll go, Li Zheng. I'll go too. Li Zheng, when do we leave? We can't delay Gigi's work. Yes, we can start digging for spring bamboo shoots soon. Let's hurry and prepare the land for Gigi so we can come back and dig for bamboo shoots. Li Zheng, please set a date. It's just after the new year, and we're all strong and ready to work." Hearing that they would be helping Qin Gigi, the villagers were enthusiastic. Last year, everyone made money with Qin Gigi, and they were very grateful. "Quiet. Since you all want to go, we will depart for the capital in 3 days. Those who want to join, please sign up with me. Someone needs to stay at home to ensure the safety of our village. We can't stop the workshop, and we need some people to dig bamboo shoots. The rest can come with me. Are you going too, village leader? What will happen to our village if you leave?" When everyone heard the village leader was going, they worried that no one would take care of things in the village. "I will make sure to arrange for good people. I can't leave without worrying. Who will take care of you once I'm gone?" Qin Chuan was genuinely concerned about the group. He decided to go first, help Gigi settle in, and then return. "Village leader, we are all hard workers. Why don't you trust us?" "Haha, the village leader is worried you might slack off in the capital." The group joked back and forth. "All right, go home and discuss it. Once you've made a decision, come back to sign up. We will leave in 3 days. I need to write a letter to Gigi first." "Village leader, there's nothing to discuss. I want to sign up right now. My mother and wife will definitely support me. I'm signing up too. I was just thinking about where to work after the new year. This is perfect. Farming is our strong suit. I'm in too, and I can leave today. I can go as well." A crowd gathered around Qin Chuan to sign up, but he was unprepared. "Please go home and discuss it. Come to my house tomorrow morning to sign up, and I will register everyone." Qin Chuan was worried that the noise would deafen him, so he insisted they go home to talk it over. The villagers were very enthusiastic, but since Qin Chuan insisted, they had to disperse. He quickly wrote a letter to Qin Gigi to ensure they had a place to stay when they arrived. The next morning, Qin Chuan's house was filled with people wanting to sign up. A few women even came to ask if Gigi needed their help. Qin Chuan didn't know, but he promised them he would ask, and if she needed help, he would bring them next time. He spent the day counting how many people wanted to go and asked Wang Zhonggui to help rent a few carts. 3 days later, Qin Chuan set off with the villagers, and everyone was very excited. This was their first trip to the capital, and accompanying them were Gigi's uncles. They insisted on going, and no one could change their minds, which made Qin Chuan worry along the way. He feared that when they arrived, his uncle would scold him for bringing his father and another uncle along. However, the 2 elderly men didn't see it that way. They felt they could still help Gigi, and while they couldn't do much else, they could farm. In their hearts, they shared the same belief as Qin Laohan. Their granddaughter was chosen by her father, and whatever she did was right. No matter how difficult it is, they will wholeheartedly support Qin Jiji in what she wants to do. They clearly understand that Qin Jiji is the opportunity for the Qin family and the one who can lead them to prosperity. However, the premise is that the Qin family needs successors, so they all listen to Qin Jiji and encourage their children to study. Currently, having only a few like Qin Qingyuan is not enough. A truly great family cannot have a gap in talent and must develop comprehensively. Ever since receiving the letter from Qin Chuan, Qin Jiji has been making arrangements. The 100 acres of land was originally used for growing some grains. With someone watching over it regularly and during busy seasons, they would hire people from nearby villages for help. Gu Shi personally took Qin Jiji to the farm, not only to introduce her to the manager, but mainly because Gu Shi wanted to bring the Mu family to stay at the farm for a few days. However, since Qin Jiji was coming, the children all followed along, as they didn't need to go to school at the moment. Qin Jiji was worried that there wouldn't be enough rooms at the farm, so she had some additional rooms built quickly. Concerned that everyone might not bring enough supplies, she asked Qin Qinglin to buy some new bedding and similar items. Some shops on the street were still closed, so Qin Qinglin went directly to Wang Xinru. Mrs. Wang had enjoyed the sour soup made by Li Shi last time and had been feeling better since. Wang Xinru tried to make it a few times, but it didn't taste right. Today, when Qin Qinglin visited and brought the sour soup made by Li Shi, Wang Xinru was very excited to see the jar in his hands. She quickly had a maid take the sour soup to Mrs. Wang's courtyard while she stayed in the front hall to entertain Qin Qinglin. After Qin Qinglin explained his purpose, Wang Xinru immediately took him outside, saying that they had everything he needed in their shop. Mr. and Mrs. Wang initially wanted to thank Qin Qinglin, but they were informed that their daughter had taken him out. This child, he comes to deliver soup and brings vegetables and fruits, and she doesn't even think to invite him to stay for a meal, but now she's taking him out. Although Mrs. Wang had never met Li Shi, she greatly admired her cooking skills. Dear, if the Qin family ever needs our help, we should assist them. They are good people. Mrs. Wang felt that the Qin family was warm-hearted and sincere. Don't worry, my dear. Gigi has done us a favor, and I will help the Qin family. My daughter has told me that Gigi wants to help her fourth brother gain some experience, so I will introduce him to more friends. When his daughter mentioned this to him a few days ago, Mr. Wang agreed, without hesitation. By the way, how old is Qin Zhonggui? Madame Wang was a bit curious. She originally thought that the Qin family's business was managed by Qin Jiji, but now she realized that Qin Qinglin was also involved. He's about the same age as our daughter, responsible, clever, eager to learn, and manages the beauty salon quite well. If he gets more experience, he will surely achieve great things in the future. Then you should mentor him more. With the Gu family as support, as long as the Qin family behaves and conducts business properly, they will surely succeed. I understand, and will take good care of him. Mr. Wang was just trying to repay Qin Jiji's kindness at this moment. Does Manager Qin have a partner? I'm not sure about that. Why do you suddenly think of this? Mr. Wang had never inquired about Qin Qinglin's personal matters. It was not polite to ask. My dear, our Xinru is also at the age for courtship. She hasn't wanted to settle down all these years. Has she been doing it for us? Now that heaven has given us another chance, regardless of whether the child is a boy or a girl, we must not delay our daughter. What do you mean? Mr. Wang was smart. He understood what his wife was implying. My dear, you know our daughter's personality. I don't expect her to marry into a wealthy family. I just want her to be happy and free. The Qin family allows their daughter to run a business, so they must not be a rigid family. The people we've met so far have been quite decent. If our daughter could marry into such a family, she might find happiness. Madame Wang's words struck a chord with Mr. Wang. Both of his daughters were dear to him. My dear, are you interested in Manager Qin? Mr. Wang was puzzled. His wife had never met Qin Qinglin, so how could she think he was suitable for their daughter? You are joking. I just hear our daughter mention him often, so I think they might get along. I just want you to observe him more. If his character is good, we can be prepared. Perhaps the children will like each other. You said our daughter has a natural talent for business, right? This is better than marrying into a complicated family. Mr. Wang thought about it and agreed. His eldest daughter was already well married, so he would let the second daughter choose her own happiness. When the opportunity arises, I will ask Manager Qin. Just don't be too obvious so you don't scare him off. Ultimately, it depends on the children's own feelings. Madame Wang knew her husband could be impulsive regarding their daughter, so she reminded him, I promise not to be impulsive and will ensure we find a good husband for our daughter. After hearing her husband's promise, Lady Wang finally felt at ease. Wang Xinru was unaware of their secret plan. At that moment, she was helping Qin Qinglin buy some items. The shop was not open, so they called the manager to unlock it. In no time, they gathered everything Qin Jiji needed. Qin Qinglin was extremely grateful to Wang Xinru and insisted on treating her to lunch. Wang Xinru, being generous, agreed when she saw Qin Qinglin's sincere invitation. Qin Qinglin chose a more expensive restaurant, and by coincidence, they ran into Wang Xinru's cousin, Wang Xinyan there. Cousin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Is this young man your assistant? I heard Aunt is pregnant again. Oh dear, having a baby at her age can be very risky. I hope she doesn't end up with a tragic outcome. Wang Xinru was not going to tolerate her, and slapped her directly. How dare you hit me? Wang Xinyan was shocked that her cousin would strike her. Once she recovered, she tried to hit Wang Xinru back, but received another slap instead. Do I need to pick a special day to hit you? We've already separated our families. If you dare to bark at me again, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Wang Xinru stood her ground. She had put up with enough over the years, and now that they had separated, she would no longer tolerate her cousin. Seeing she was no match for Wang Xinru, Wang Xinyan turned to the young man beside her for support. Brother Yan, I'm in so much pain. The young man looked concerned. He had been startled by Wang Xinru earlier, but now he was ready to retaliate against her. However, Qin Qinglin quickly intervened, using his strength to hold him back, causing Zhao Yan to wince in pain. As Zhao Yan struggled, Wang Xinyan shouted angrily, You lowly person, let go of my brother Zhao. Do you know who he is? He is the son of General Zhao. Let go of him, or my father will not spare you. Despite his pain, Zhao Yan still attempted to threaten Qin Qinglin. Qin Qinglin acted as if he hadn't heard, tightening his grip even more, making Zhao Yan feel like his hand might break. Brother Yan, are you okay? Wang Xinru, if you don't let this lowly person go, do you want to harm your parents? Wang Xinyan threatened Wang Xinru as usual, but the more she insulted, the harder Qin Qinglin squeezed. Zhao Yan cried out in pain, while Qin Qinglin remained unfazed by their threats, standing firmly in front of Wang Xinru. Wang Xinru stared blankly at the man in front of her. After all these years, she was used to such situations. Except for her father, no one had ever stood in front of her so boldly. Qin Qinglin didn't care about the two of them and turned to Wang Xinru. He wouldn't let go unless she nodded. Cousin, make him let go quickly, or the Zhao family won't spare yours. Brother Yan is the most favored son of General Zhao. Wang Xinru, let him go, or else. Before Zhao Yan could finish his threat, he cried out in pain. Seeing that he still dared to threaten Wang Xinru, Qin Qinglin tightened his grip even more. Although Wang Xinru disliked both of them, she didn't want Qin Qinglin to get into trouble with the general's family because of her. Manager Qin, it's fine, let's not ruin our meal. Only after Wang Xinru spoke did Qin Qinglin release Zhao Yan, who fell directly to the ground. Brother Yan, are you okay? Wang Xinyan quickly crouched down to help Zhao Yan. The Wang and Zhao families had an arranged marriage, and General Zhao was very fond of his son. Although he had some criticisms of the Wang family being merchants, he couldn't resist his son's feelings.
Yaner, infine.
Wang Xinru, you usually bully Yener like this, and today you even brought someone to do it. Zhao Yan, influenced by Wang Xinyan's words, naturally thought Wang Xinru was being overbearing. If Zhao Gongzi is fine, you should check your eyes or you might be misled. Wang Xinru looked at Zhao Yan with a mocking expression. Cousin, I know you're jealous that I have Brother Yan's affection, but you shouldn't lower yourself by associating with people like this. Wang Xinyan, crying pitifully, made Zhao Yan feel even more heartbroken. Wang Xinru, don't think you can bully Yener just because you have the Ning family backing you. I won't let this go, especially not with you, who doesn't know your place. Zhao Yan pointed at Qin Qinglin, shouting. He was usually favored in the general's house and didn't dare anyone to treat him like this. If you have the ability, come at me. Threatening a girl is not real strength. Qin Qinglin stood in front of Wang Xinru, ready to defend her. If Zhao Yan dared to take a step forward, he would make him regret it. Kid, if you want to be a hero, you should know your limits. The general's house is not something you can offend. Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Zhao Yan spoke arrogantly, but Qin Qinglin didn't even look at him. Second miss, let's go. Don't let these fools ruin our appetite. Qin Qinglin protected Wang Xinru and went upstairs, completely ignoring the shouting from below. Upon arriving at the private room, Wang Xinru said with some concern, Manager Qin has caused you trouble. The second young lady shouldn't say that. We are friends, aren't we? If I were to abandon you just because I was afraid of trouble, what kind of person would I be? Manager Qin, you might not know that the Xiao family favors their son greatly. Although he is born of a concubine, he is more cherished than the legitimate son of the general's family. Today, because of me, you have offended him, and he will surely cause you trouble. Wang Xinru felt that while the Wang family might not win against the Zhao family, they were not to be underestimated either. Now that Qin Qinglin was involved, Wang Xinru worried about the Zhao family's retaliation against him. Second young lady, there's no need to worry. My third sister said we shouldn't cause trouble, but we also shouldn't fear it. If I stand by and do nothing today, how can I face you in the future? All right, let's not think too much. I'm hungry. I'm not familiar with this place. Could you recommend a few dishes? Qin Qinglin thought that the Zhao young master was just a show, and at most, he would send someone to give him a beating. Wang Xinru realized that Qin Qinglin didn't understand the Zhao family at all, and planned to tell her father about this matter when she returned home. If the Zhao family came looking for Qin Qinglin, the Wang family would definitely support him. Having thought this through, Wang Xinru felt less worried and ordered a few signature dishes for lunch with Qin Qinglin. After lunch, Wang Xinru went straight home to inform her father about the situation. Qin Qinglin took the supplies to the farm, as the third sister mentioned that the people from Qin family village would arrive the next day, and he needed to prepare everything. The departing Zhao young master, encouraged by Wang Xinyan, immediately arranged for someone to investigate Qin Qinglin's background. Upon discovering that Qin Qinglin was just the manager of a beauty establishment, Zhao Yan decided to teach him a lesson so he would understand the consequences of offending him. Meanwhile, Qin Qinglin, who was helping at the farm, was unaware of these developments. Everyone was happy, anticipating the arrival of the people from Qin family village the next day. Qin Jiji and her group had been staying at the farm for the past 2 days to better prepare for the arrival of their relatives. Qin Jiji made sure every room was cleaned thoroughly and the beds were fitted with thick new bedding. She also found several good cooks to prepare meals for everyone. Qin Jiji was very grateful for everyone's help. Early the next day, she personally directed the cooking of meat, knowing everyone would be tired from their journey and would appreciate a warm meal upon arrival. After settling everything at the farm, Qin Jiji went to the city gate to welcome her relatives. When her uncle and second uncle got down from the carriage, Qin Ziji's eyes became moist with emotion. She thought Uncle Qin Chuan would come, but she didn't expect that grandfather and second uncle would also arrive. Why are you crying, child? We came to see you. Grandfather's eyes were also moist. Family reunions always bring emotions. Grandfather, second uncle, thank you for your hard work. Let's head to the village first. It's been tough for you, Jiji. Qin Jiji personally helped grandfather and second uncle onto the horse-drawn cart. She knew they would come and decided to settle them in the village before bringing them back to the Qin family home. Upon arriving at the village, Qin Jiji had prepared everything in advance, so the hungry group enjoyed warm meals right away. After eating, Qin Jiji, Gu Jinghuai, and Qin Qin Yuan arranged accommodations for everyone. The lunch, the rooms, and the bedding all showed Qin Jiji's thoughtfulness. She truly treated them like family. The villagers of Qin family were straightforward people. Once the rooms were assigned, they asked Qin Jiji to organize some work for them. Considering everyone's long journey, Qin Jiji allowed them to rest for half a day and planned to start work the next day. Before leaving, she instructed the steward at the village to prepare dumplings for everyone in the evening, along with some appetizers, ensuring they had a good meal before bringing grandfather and second uncle back to the Qin family home. Qin Shan and Qin He stayed at the village. The villagers came to help their daughter/niece, so they should take good care of her. They weren't as clever as the third brother, so they decided to stay at the village and help their daughter/niece with farming. It had been a long time since they had seen Qin Chuan, and the cousins chatted together in one room at night. Back at the Qin family home, seeing his older brothers made old man Qin very happy. He took his two brothers to show off his warm greenhouse. Grandmother Qin was also delighted. The bond between the Qin brothers was strong, and she quickly took the wives to the kitchen to prepare delicious food. Grandfather and second uncle were amazed by the things in the greenhouse, and when they tasted the food, they couldn't stop praising it. Grandfather quietly asked Qin Jiji, "Jiji, did your great-grandfather teach you this?" Seeing the expectant look in his eyes, Qin Jiji nodded. "Father is truly impressive. This is so delicious. I've never tasted such wonderful fruits before, all thanks to Jiji." Grandfather felt that their father had chosen Qin Jiji for a reason. They never felt jealous and only thought about how to support her. Qin Jiji understood their kindness and smiled, saying, "Great-grandpa gave me new seeds to try planting. Oh, I really don't know how to farm, and I'm worried they won't grow." She said this on purpose to make her grandpa and uncles feel needed. "Don't worry, silly child. With us around, we will definitely help you plant those seeds," her uncle reassured her. "Your uncle is right. We've been farming our whole lives, so we believe we can grow these seeds," another added. "Gigi, whatever you say, we will do," they promised. "Don't worry, your uncle will personally keep an eye on things. You can tell your great-grandpa to relax," they continued. The three elders seemed as hopeful as young men in their 20s, excited about the 100 acres of land. "Grandpa, uncle, second uncle, please don't rush. Let's wait until Dad and the others prepare the land before we start," she advised. "But during this time, you all need to take care of your health. Otherwise, who will help me?" Qin Jiji worried that her uncles might be too reserved and not eat enough while staying with her family.
"Don't worry, Jiji.
"We promise to take good care of ourselves. We need to be healthy to help you," they assured her.
Great.
Then it's settled. After discussing, Qin Jiji picked some fresh fruits, and they finally left the warm greenhouse. She also showed her uncles around the Qin family home. Seeing that the third brother's family in the capital was doing well eased their minds. When they returned to the front yard, Grandma Qin and the daughters-in-law had just finished preparing dinner. Except for Qin Shan and Qin He, who stayed at the farm, the entire Qin family gathered to welcome their uncles to the capital. Seeing the full table of dishes, the two were very touched. Used to frugality, they initially wanted to say not to waste so much. But, remembering Qin Jiji's words, they swallowed their concerns. They needed to take care of their health because their granddaughter still needed them. Old man Qin quietly gave Qin Jiji a thumbs up. Indeed, it took his granddaughter to handle his older brothers, or else he would have faced their complaints about wasting food. The beauty shop and milk tea shop would open for business tomorrow. Qin Qinglin was getting busy too, as Qin Jiang had to help at the milk tea shop. Worried that the family might be overwhelmed, Qin Jiji discussed with her mother and aunt about taking turns to help at the shop. The two employees, Zhang and Li, were also brought along, so their rotation wouldn't be a problem. Gu Jinghuai, Qin Qingyuan and others were heading to the academy, and the children were going to the clan school. Qin Jiji decided to take her uncles to check out their own shop. The next day, after breakfast, everyone went about their own business. Qin Jiji took her grandfather and uncle to the shop. "Jiji, where are we going?" On the carriage, her uncle curiously asked as he looked at the bustling streets. "Uncle, today I'm taking you to see our Qin family's own shop. My granddaughter is quite capable. Our Qin family now has its own shop. We have 3 shops. One sells cosmetics for women, another sells desserts and hot drinks, and the last one is a tea house. Qin Zhiji briefly introduced the shops. The elders were happy for Qin Zhiji and proud of their family. When we arrive, I'll treat you to milk tea. Huh, that sounds delicious. Anything made by Zhiji is bound to be good. The 3 elders grew more cheerful, feeling that their family was now recognized in the capital, and life in the village was getting better. Before long, they arrived at the beauty shop. As soon as they got off the carriage, her uncle and second uncle were stunned. They didn't expect the shop to be so large, and it was packed with people buying things. Zhiji, is the business always this good? Her second uncle asked uncertainly. Today is the first day of opening, so there are more people. On regular days, it's usually less crowded. Uncle, second uncle, there are too many people here. Let's go sit next door. Qin Zhiji originally wanted to show them around the beauty shop, but due to the crowd on the first day, she could only take them to the milk tea shop next door. The milk tea shop had a cozy seating area. After settling them down, Qin Zhiji personally made milk tea suitable for the elders. The elders praised her for her skill, while Qin Jiang stood nearby, grinning as if the compliments were meant for him. Third son, you go to your work. You don't need to stay with us. Don't hold up Gigi's business. Old Qin felt a bit uncomfortable seeing his son standing there grinning. His granddaughter had entrusted the shop to him, and he didn't want it to lose money. Your father is right. Don't worry about us. Go help out and don't delay the business. Yes, look how long the line is outside. Hurry and help. Gigi can stay with us. Seeing the long line outside, the 3 elders couldn't help but worry about Qin Jiang standing idle. Their biggest concern was that Qin Jiang might mismanage the shop. Grandpa, uncle, second uncle, don't worry. Uncle is very capable and manages the shop well. Although Qin Zhiji spoke highly of Qin Jiang, the 3 elders still had some doubts. Uncle Qin, please get me 3 cups of bubble tea, 1 to drink here and 2 to take away. I'm in a hurry, help me cut in line. As Qin Zhiji and the others were talking, Prince Zhao Yan rushed in and immediately called out to Qin Jiang. Everyone looked up at Zhao Yan, and they were all stunned. Yan, what are you doing here? Sir, when did you 2 come to the capital? I'm here to buy bubble tea. Uncle Qin, please hurry up, I'm pressed for time. Prince Zhao Yan first answered the elder's question and then urged Qin Jiang to make his bubble tea quickly. We just arrived yesterday. I didn't know your family was also in the capital. When you have time, come visit us in Qin Village. Everyone misses you. Yes, I will definitely visit when I can. I miss everyone too. Although Zhao Yan didn't live in Qin Village for long, the villagers treated him well, and he liked it there. Sir, I'm in a hurry today. When I have time, I'll invite you both to dinner. Our prince left the palace early to buy bubble tea, worried that if he returned late, he would be punished by the Grand Tutor. When you have time, come to our house for a meal. Hurry up and make the bubble tea for Yan. Seeing that the elder and the second elder treated Prince Zhao Yan the same as before, Qin Jiang held back his explanation. Since Zhao Yan was in a hurry and Qin Jiang couldn't let him cut in line, which would be unfair to others waiting, he had to make it himself. Zhao Yan felt relieved when he saw Qin Jiang personally making his bubble tea and happily chatted with the elders. Qin Zhiji found a food box and packed some desserts for Zhao Yan to take back to the palace. At this hour, if he didn't bring some treats for the emperor, the empress, and the Grand Tutor, Qin Zhiji worried he might get into trouble. So she prepared a special portion for Grand Tutor Lin and packed various flavors of bubble tea for Zhao Yan. Qin Zhiji worked quickly and efficiently. Seeing his son Qin Jiang dawdling, the old man felt anxious. Qin Zhiji soon finished the bubble tea, and Qin Jiang's 3 cups were ready. He brought them over to Zhao Yan. Here's the bubble tea, and here are the desserts. I packed a little of each flavor for you to share. Hurry back. Don't delay, or you might get punished. Qin Zhiji handed the bubble tea to the servant accompanying Zhao Yan and reminded him to return quickly. I'm going back now. Sir, I'll see you later when I have time. Make sure to go back quickly, study hard, and don't make your parents worry. The elder and the second elder anxiously reminded him. I understand. I'm heading back now. As Zhao Yan was about to leave, he bumped into Qin Qinglin, who had just entered. Ah Yan, you're here too. Are you leaving? Seeing the two food boxes carried by Zhao Yan's attendant, Qin Qinglin guessed what was inside. Brother Qinglin, I'm waiting to go back for class today. I'll visit you another time. Make sure to get back quickly. I'll check on the elder and the second elder. After a brief greeting, Zhao Yan prepared to leave, but suddenly a group rushed in and started attacking Qin Qinglin. Brothers, let's go. The second young master said it's fine if we hurt him. Zhao Yan's milk tea and cake were knocked to the ground, spilling everywhere. Qin Qinglin reacted quickly, grabbing a stool from beside the door, and he and Zhao Yan found themselves surrounded. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble at my Qin family shop? Qin Qinglin asked angrily. These people barged in without reason, and inside were his third sister, grandfather, elder, and second elder. He worried they might get hurt. You offended our young master. It doesn't matter if you're from the Qin family or the Li family. Today you'll learn the consequences of crossing him. The leader was very arrogant, clearly someone who often caused trouble. Qin Qinglin realized he had only offended Zhao Yan, the young master from the general's residence. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's from the general's residence. Let the others go. I'll handle this myself. Worried about implicating the prince beside him, he felt he would be in big trouble if anything happened. Brothers, stop wasting time with him. Let's go. The young master said he must learn the consequences of offending the general's residence today. At the leader's command, the group moved in to attack. How dare you bully my Qinglin? Do you think no one in the Qin family can stand up to you? Today, Li Shi was also in the shop. Used to farm work, she was quick to act. Seeing these people trying to hurt her son, she rushed in with a knife. Who gave you the courage to bully my nephew in front of me? The general's residence is nothing special. Qin Zheng knocked down 3 with a stool, joining the fight. We'll fight you. We don't believe there's no justice in this capital. Qin Laohan, the elder, and the second elder each grabbed a stool and joined the fray. Qin Ziji was also furious. No matter who it was, even if the emperor himself came, they couldn't hurt her fourth brother. She would teach them a lesson herself. Zhao Yan had sneaked out today and only had one attendant with him, who was now pushed outside the crowd. Seeing that the master was in danger and unable to help, the man gritted his teeth and went to find the governor of Jingzhou. The people from the general's residence did not expect Qin Qinglin to have so many helpers, but they did not take them seriously. With a command from their leader, both sides began to fight. Zhao Yan was skilled in martial arts, so these people could not get close to him. Qin Qinglin easily handled a few opponents, and Qin Zhang was even better. Among the brothers, he was the toughest and a great fighter. The uncle and nephew had to protect the prince while also safeguarding Qin Ziji and the others. The fighting ability of the group exceeded their expectations. The others were used to farm work and had strength, and they worked well together, causing those who approached to cry out in pain. The prince was enjoying the fight. He couldn't be blamed, since it was the others who attacked first. Although many came from the general's residence, they were not weak either, and in comparison, the general's people were worse off. When the governor of Jingzhou arrived, most of the general's men were on the ground moaning. The prince's attendant reported the attack, and he was so scared he nearly lost his mind. That was the prince, the future heir. If something happened, he would lose his head. Arrest them all and take them back. Don't hurt those who are standing. With a command from Governor Qian, his men quickly went to control the situation. Cousin, hurry and arrest them all. My people are almost all injured. You must help me. Zhao Yan suddenly jumped in front of Governor Qian to complain. The Qian and Zhao families were distant relatives, and General Zhao spoiled his son. He had tried to advise him several times, but it was useless. Seeing Zhao Yan involved in this matter, Governor Qian kicked him away. After all, it was the prince. He didn't want to get into trouble. Zhao Yan looked at Governor Qian in disbelief, thinking how dare he kick him today. He would definitely complain to his father when he got back. You fool, tell your people to stop. Governor Qian tried to make Zhao Yan stop his men, but he wouldn't listen, which only made things worse, and his men continued to fight fiercely. Governor Qian was almost fainting from anger and wanted to cut ties with the general's residence immediately. With this fool around, the general's residence would eventually face disaster. Protect the ones in the middle. Take down the others hard. With a command from Governor Qian, his men quickly gained control of the scene. Everyone, including Zhao Yan, was subdued. Qiansheng, you're a bit slow. The Jingzhou government isn't very efficient. I give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Now, take all the people who attacked me back. Interrogate them thoroughly and make sure they reveal the mastermind. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your position as the governor. The crown prince's commanding presence left Qin Jiji and the others stunned. Usually, Zhao Yan was very easygoing in front of the Qin family, so they were shocked to see him like this. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will handle this matter well. Please prioritize your safety and return to the palace soon. Minister Qian quickly assured him. If this matter ended just like that, he wouldn't be afraid, but he was worried about the crown prince causing trouble. He just hoped the crown prince would return to the palace soon. Oh, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Gigi, please help me. As Zhao Yan said this, he pretended to faint, and Qin Gigi quickly supported him. Although she knew he was pretending, she still had to maintain appearances in front of others. Li and the old Qin didn't realize Zhao Yan was acting. Hearing he felt dizzy, they hurriedly surrounded him with concern. Are you okay, Yan? Did you get hurt earlier? Li quickly came over to support Zhao Yan. Quickly, help Yan inside to rest. The old Qin instructed Qin Jiang to take the crown prince inside. Sir, the child is feeling a bit dizzy. We'll help him inside to rest. Please take these bad people away first. I am willing to go with you to the governor's office. The old man thought Minister Qian was not leaving because he wanted to take them along to the governor's office. He believed Zhao Yan was genuinely hurt and was prepared to follow Minister Qian. Minister Qian's mouth twitched. He didn't have the courage for that. This old man, dressed simply, was calling the crown prince by his name. How could this be an ordinary relationship? How many people in the entire capital would dare to call the crown prince by his name? Sir, you don't need to go to the office. I will handle this. I will take these people back for questioning. Minister Qian naturally didn't dare to take the old man with him and instructed his subordinates to escort the people from the general's residence away. Back at the governor's office, everyone was locked up, including Zhao Yan. Cousin, hurry and take me home. If my father finds out, he will be angry. Zhao Yan was still very arrogant at the governor's office, and those with him were equally unconcerned. They thought they would be released soon since their family was influential. Seeing Zhao Yan still so arrogant at the governor's office, Minister Qian shook his head helplessly, ignoring his outbursts, and instructed his men to keep a close watch before leaving. The prince was attacked and now, taking advantage of the situation, he is reluctant to return to the palace. He needs to hurry and report to the emperor. He cannot afford to offend his ancestors. Thinking about the troublemaker Zhao Yan, he sent someone to inform the general's residence. At the milk tea shop, old Qin and a few others surrounded Zhao Yan, showing concern for him. Qin Jiji felt a bit embarrassed and made another cup of milk tea to bring to Zhao Yan. All right, the governor has already left, so stop pretending. Get up and drink your milk tea. As soon as Zhao Yan heard the milk tea was ready, he sat up excitedly and shouted, Gigi, hurry. I'm exhausted from the fight and really need a sip of milk tea. Qin Gigi handed the milk tea to Zhao Yan and asked with concern, Were you hurt with so many people around? Gigi, you underestimate me. If I got hurt, my uncle would laugh at me. The prince's skills were personally taught by Gu Ting and the princess. If he got hurt fighting a few people, it would be embarrassing for his aunt and uncle. All right, stop talking nonsense. Drink up and return to the palace quickly. We don't want to worry the emperor and the empress. I don't want to go back. I was attacked and scared. I want to rest at the Gu residence. Zhao Yan firmly refused to return to the palace, and Qin Jiji couldn't do anything about it. Zhao Yan waved to the palace servants nearby. Seeing that the prince was unharmed, they finally relaxed. They hurried over and bowed. Your Highness, what are your orders? Go back to the palace now and inform my father, my mother, and the grand tutor that I was attacked and scared. I need to rest at the Gu residence for a few days. Yes, I will report to the emperor right away. Those who were brought out by Zhao Yan were trusted confidants, so whatever the prince said was taken seriously. The group that dared to attack the prince's friends would certainly face consequences. They knew the prince was not actually hurt. He simply didn't want to return to the palace and knew how to explain it when he got back. After the servant left, the elder and second brother were still in shock. They couldn't believe Zhao Yan was actually the crown prince. Could he be pretending? The elder hesitated and then approached Zhao Yan, saying earnestly, Yan, even though the prince is powerful, we cannot pretend to be him. That could lead to execution. Don't worry. When we get to the governor's office, you can all blame it on the three of us. Just insist that it was us three who fought. We are older, so it doesn't matter to us. The three brothers exchanged glances, having already decided not to involve the younger ones. They thought Zhao Yan was pretending to be the crown prince to help the Qin family. Zhao Yan was so surprised that he forgot to drink his milk tea, and Qin Jiji even laughed out loud. Qin Jiji helped Grandpa and Uncle sit down and joked, Grandpa, Uncle, is it possible that Yan is actually the crown prince? The crown prince? Uncle repeated quietly, thinking his granddaughter was joking with them. The two brothers turned to look at their younger brother, Qin Laohan. Qin Laohan felt a bit guilty under their gaze and quietly defended himself. You didn't ask me about Yan's identity. Grandpa and Uncle asked in unison, Are you saying that Yan really is the crown prince? Qin Laohan cautiously nodded, afraid that his older brothers would hit him. The two looked at Qin Jiji, and when they saw her nod, they finally believed that Zhao Yan was indeed the crown prince. They were stunned for a moment, then realized they wanted to kneel in respect. Zhao Yan quickly supported them. Grandpa, Uncle, you have always treated me well, and those days in Qin family village were the happiest for me. But Grandpa and Uncle were too afraid. They only dared to meet the county magistrate because of Qin Jiji's influence. Now that the crown prince called them Grandpa, how could they dare to act otherwise? Qin Jiji also encouraged them, Grandpa, Uncle, let's continue as before. In the capital, everyone fears Yan's status, so we should take good care of him. Yes, Grandpa, Uncle, do you want to become distant with me? It's so unfortunate. I got beaten just for going out to buy milk tea. Zhao Yan deliberately made his situation sound pitiful, and Grandpa and Uncle fell for it. Those people are really outrageous, even daring to hit you. Why is your life so difficult? You will always be our Yan, and we will protect you. I knew Grandpa and Uncle would never fear Yan like the people in the capital. The crown prince successfully convinced Grandpa and Uncle, while Qin Jiji watched in disbelief. The crown prince was very happy. He didn't have to return to the palace and could stay at the Gu family openly. Qin Jiji called Qin Qinglin over, as it was clear that this group was targeting her fourth brother. She thought they had offended someone in business. Fourth brother, have we offended someone in business? Third sister, it's all my fault for dragging everyone into this. These people must want to teach me a lesson, which is why they caused trouble at the shop. Qin Qinglin felt very guilty. He had offended Zhao Yan and not only caused trouble for the shop but also for his family and the crown prince. Fourth brother, tell me the cause of this situation. Third sister trusts you and is not someone who looks for trouble. Qin Ziji knew her younger brother well. She was protective of him. A few days ago, I ran into Zhao Yan and the second Mrs. Cousin at a restaurant. They wanted to pick a fight with her, so I stepped in to help. He threatened me right there. I thought it would just be a beating, but I didn't expect it to escalate to our shop. I'm sorry, third sister, for causing trouble for everyone and for the shop. Brother, we are family. Don't talk about causing trouble. You didn't do anything wrong. It's the people from the general's house who are too much. The entire Qin family supports you. They damaged our shop and hurt our family. We can't let this go. If they like fighting, then let's fight back. Qin Jiji never imagined that this unexpected trouble was caused by this incident. She was very angry and suddenly wanted to respond with force, wanting to teach Zhao Yan a lesson he wouldn't forget. If he liked fighting, then they would fight enough. Who knows if his father would come to rescue him? His father was a powerful general, while the Qin family was new to the capital and had no influence. Qin Jiji felt that going to court would affect her older brother's futures. They hadn't even taken the imperial exam yet and were already making enemies. Jiji, how do you want to handle this? Let's plan it out. Uncle Sand will follow your lead. Our people from Qin village are in the suburbs, so we're not afraid. Qin Jiang was eager to fight back when he heard about his nephew's troubles. Be quiet and stop making things worse for Jiji. When the old man heard his third son's excitement, he wished he could give him a couple of slaps. Grandpa, if we let this go, everyone will think they can bully us. If they get upset, they'll just come and smash our shop. How can we survive in the capital then? Jiji, what do you think we should do? The older relatives were at a loss. Brother, Uncle San, starting tomorrow, let's close the beauty shop and the milk tea shop for now. We'll reopen after the Lantern Festival. We'll all go to the farm to help with the fields. We'll say that the son of a concubine from the general's house attacked the crown prince at the beauty shop, causing him to be injured, and that the shop is closed for repairs. Qin Jiji wanted to shift the blame to the general's house and then find a way to fight back. Yes, that's what we'll say. The crown prince is injured and cannot return to the palace. He is recovering at the residence of the princess. The crown prince was enjoying his milk tea, watching the drama unfold. He was already planning to go to the farm with Qin Jiji. As long as he doesn't return to the palace, the Grand Tutor and his relatives will surely make a fuss at the general's residence. Most importantly, his uncle Gu Ting will be furious since his niece's shop was damaged, and he can't wait to see his reaction. The crown prince thinks it's been a while since there has been such excitement in the court. The officials have been slacking off, and causing a stir might keep his father busy. Ah Yen, you're not hurt. Is this considered deceiving the emperor? If the emperor finds out, what will we do? Qin Qinglin is still a bit worried. He realizes that the crown prince is eager for chaos. I said I'm hurt, so I'm hurt. Oh, my head is feeling a bit dizzy again. The crown prince quickly pretends to be unwell, fearing that Qin Jiji might listen to Qin Qinglin and make him return to the palace. Qinglin, with so many people here, it's normal for Ah Yen to be scared.
Stop worrying about him.
Let's have the doctor check on him when we get back. Li Shi thinks the crown prince is being troubled by her son and fears he might get hurt. Auntie is right. I should have the doctor take a look. The crown prince thinks that if they can call the doctor, it means he can stay at the Gu residence. How about we go to the Gu residence first? Let Qinglin and his uncle handle things here, and since Jiji was also startled today, we should head back. The older gentlemen think it's better to leave the shop for now and go to the Gu residence. Qin Jiji nods in agreement, and they all take a carriage back to the residence. Meanwhile, Qin Qinglin and his uncle arrange for someone to close the shop. The milk tea shop has some damage, but the beauty shop is fine. When the troublemakers rushed in, Qin Qinglin had just arrived at the milk tea shop. He feels relieved now. If the beauty shop's items had been broken, he would have been very upset. After handling the shop's affairs, the uncle and nephew go to the tea house, tavern, and streets to spread the news in various ways, following Qin Jiji's instructions. Within half a day, everyone in the capital knows about the incident. Many noble families admire Zhao Yan's courage for daring to attack the crown prince. It seems he is courting disaster. Usually spoiled by General Zhao, Zhao Yan finally faced consequences this time. That afternoon, families received the news and warned their children not to be useless, but to avoid reckless behavior. Those with friends in the Zhao family were especially cautioned not to get involved in any trouble. In the palace, early in the morning, the Grand Tutor reported to the emperor that the crown prince had secretly slipped out of the palace. The emperor had a headache and first calmed the Grand Tutor, then angrily ordered someone to capture the crown prince. When Grand Tutor Lin arrived, Gu Ting happened to be there. Instead of leaving, Gu Ting decided to stay and watch the drama unfold as the emperor tried to catch the crown prince. However, instead of the crown prince, they were visited by Lord Qian from the Jingzhou prefecture. When Gu Ting heard that Lord Qian was there regarding the crown prince, he became even more excited, wondering what trouble the crown prince had gotten into this time. Gu Ting thought the crown prince had a knack for getting into trouble on important days. Today, The eldest princess had also entered the palace. As long as she pleaded for the crown prince, the emperor would surely be reluctant to punish him harshly. When they heard Lord Qian say that the crown prince had been attacked, both the emperor and Gu Ting were very surprised. "You say the crown prince was attacked? Are you sure?" Gu Ting thought he might have misheard. Who would dare to attack the crown prince these days? "Yes, Lord Gu. This morning, I received a report from the crown prince's personal attendant saying he was attacked. I rushed to the scene and saw that the crown prince had indeed been attacked. Quickly tell the emperor what happened at the scene." Gu Ting, wanting to know for himself, used the emperor's authority to gather information. Lord Qian looked up at the emperor, who was also eager to know what had happened to the crown prince, and described the situation. "Your Majesty, when I arrived, most of the soldiers from the general's residence had already been taken down by the crown prince and his companions. There was a woman, a young lady, 3 elders, and 2 men protecting the crown prince. That shouldn't be. The crown prince is skilled enough not to be so easily defeated. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Gu Ting questioned Lord Qian's account. "Lord Gu, I saw it with my own eyes. That was the situation. Zhao Yan still hasn't recognized the crown prince, which suggests that the initial attackers were not after the crown prince, but someone else, and he got caught up in it." Lord Qian shared his analysis with the emperor, not out of favoritism for the Zhao family, but based on his experience. Being the Jingzhou prefecture's governor, Lord Qian clearly had real skills. If that's the case, our crown prince is quite the kind-hearted person, showing the qualities of a future heir. The emperor felt that Gu Ting was subtly mocking him, but he had no evidence. So where did the attack happen? The emperor was curious about why the crown prince had left the palace so early and ended up being surrounded and attacked. At the beauty square. As soon as Master Qian finished speaking, both the emperor and Gu Ting were furious. "What did you say?" "Your Majesty, it happened at the beauty pavilion on East Street." "Are the people protecting the crown prince from the beauty pavilion?" Gu Ting, who had been calm, was now agitated. "The older ones called the crown prince a yen, and I noticed the crown prince was very affectionate towards them. When the crown prince said he felt a bit dizzy, they were extremely anxious, and he referred to that young lady as Sister Gigi." Master Qian recalled the situation and answered honestly. "Besides the crown prince, was anyone else hurt?" Gu Ting was furious. The beauty pavilion belonged to the Qin family, and no one in the capital dared to vandalize his niece-in-law's shop without facing consequences. The people from the beauty pavilion were not injured, but the nearby milk tea shop suffered quite a bit, so they likely incurred significant losses. Master Qian answered cautiously, fearing Gu Ting's anger had reached its peak and worried he might go to the Jingzhou prefecture and harm Zhao Yan. "Where are the troublemakers now?" The emperor was now more concerned about their safety. "Your Majesty, before I entered the palace, I had all the troublemakers locked up in the Jingzhou prefecture. Did you also detain the Qin family members?" Gu Ting was worried Master Qian had imprisoned Qin Jiji and her group as well. "Don't worry, Sir Gu. With the crown prince present, I wouldn't dare to detain anyone related to him. Master Qian only wanted to leave quickly. He wouldn't dare arrest anyone unless he wanted trouble." That's good. Otherwise, I would have a hard time and you wouldn't have it easy either." Gu Ting was so angry, he was almost incoherent and needed to calm down. The emperor watched him pacing to release his frustration and silently prayed for the Zhao family. Just then, the crown prince's attendant requested an audience with the emperor and vividly described the scene, even repeating Zhao Yan's arrogant words verbatim. Gu Ting's face darkened further. He couldn't stay in the palace any longer and bowed to the emperor to take his leave. "Your Majesty, I must take my leave. My niece-in-law was blocked and assaulted without reason, and I need to inquire about the general's stance on my Gu family." Both the emperor and Master Qian realized this matter was serious, but Gu Ting had already left. Master Qian looked at the emperor, feeling troubled, and asked, "Your Majesty, what should I do?" "You know Sir Gu's temper. You should return for now. I will visit the Empress. The Grand Princess is there." The Emperor dismissed Master Qian to return, as he needed to ensure the Grand Princess would return home early to keep an eye on Gu Ting. However, before Master Qian could leave, General Zhao entered the palace. Your Majesty, please help me. My son has been taken to the government office. General Zhao entered and knelt down, pleading for the emperor's assistance. Zhao Yan was reckless, but he understood the situation. The beauty parlor was protected by Gu Ting, who had already made his stance clear. Since his son caused trouble there today, Gu Ting would not let it go easily. The emperor was angry to see General Zhao. He hadn't even summoned him to the palace, yet he came to complain first. You come to me with complaints, but do you know the full story? General Zhao felt uneasy. He only knew that his son had caused trouble at the beauty parlor because of a previous conflict with the manager. Your Majesty, my son had a disagreement with the manager of the beauty parlor. In a moment of impulse, he went there today to cause trouble. I am willing to compensate for all the losses. Compensate for all losses? Did you ask what happened before coming to the palace? Zhao Yan attacked the crown prince today. The emperor questioned General Zhao angrily. You come to me with complaints without knowing the facts. Do you think I have wronged your son? General Zhao was stunned. No one had told him that his son had attacked the crown prince. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come to the palace to complain. Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding. Even if my son had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to attack the crown prince. General Zhao was hesitant. The accusation of attacking the crown prince was serious, and he would face condemnation from everyone tomorrow. Whether you are wronged or not, discuss it with Lord Qian. The emperor dismissed General Zhao and left him with Lord Qian. Lord Qian felt overwhelmed. Cousin, let's leave the palace quickly. We can talk about the rest on the way. A Yen really did attack the crown prince, and people at the beauty parlor and the tea shop can testify. Lord Qian patted General Zhao's shoulder, urging him to prepare himself. Hearing this, General Zhao finally believed that his son had attacked the crown prince. What should I do now, cousin? General Zhao knew his cousin was smart and hurried to seek his advice. Let's go. We can talk in the carriage. Right now, no news is the best news. Although General Zhao didn't fully understand, he trusted his cousin wouldn't lead him astray and quickly followed. After the emperor spoke to the princess about this matter, she hurried back to the Gu residence. Besides worrying that Gu Ting would escalate the situation, she was even more concerned about Qin Jiji, whom she had already come to see as her own child. After hearing the news, Lord Wang took Wang Xinru to the beauty pavilion, but they found it closed. They quickly went to the Qin family instead. Wang Xinru felt sad, thinking that Qin Qinglin was in trouble because of her, and her eyes were red along the way. Her biggest worry was whether Qin Qinglin was hurt. Gu Ting hurried back home from the palace, only to find that everyone was gone. He rushed to the Qin family. When he arrived, he saw everyone happily chatting, including the crown prince, who had been attacked earlier that day. Uncle, you're back. Qin Jiji noticed Gu Ting's worried expression and guessed he must have heard about the day's events. Did anyone get hurt? Although he had heard from Lord Qian that no one was injured, Gu Ting was still uneasy. Seeing everyone lively in front of him eased his anger a bit. Don't worry, uncle, we're fine. Thanks to the crown prince, or we might have been hurt. If they couldn't handle this, then what was the point of hiring such a skilled master? With the crown prince present, Gu Ting felt reassured. Uncle, come in and sit down. Qin Jiji could tell Gu Ting had rushed back on purpose, and she felt very touched. Sir Gu, you were a bit slow. If you had come any later, we would have calmed down from the fright. The crown prince joked with Gu Ting, addressing him directly instead of calling him uncle. Gu Ting ignored him, but decided not to hold it against him since he had helped Qin Jiji and the others today. After greeting everyone, Gu Ting sat down. Once seated, he asked Qin Jiji, why did that Zhao person cause trouble at the beauty pavilion? Qin Jiji sighed. It's because he had a disagreement with my fourth brother at the restaurant a few days ago. He probably saw an opportunity today and caused a scene at the beauty pavilion. What a foolish person, spoiled by Zhao Yi, General Zhao, and unaware of his limits. He should have checked before acting. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Otherwise, I would have made sure he learned a lesson about his arrogance. Uncle, Zhao Yan probably still doesn't know what happened. The Qin and Gu families don't want to get involved in this matter, especially since my husband and older brother are competing this year. We have already spread the word that Zhao Yan attacked the crown prince to use his name. Talking about this made Qin Gigi feel a bit embarrassed, as the crown prince had been dragged into it for no reason. Now I have to take on everything for them. The prince next to me waved his hand dismissively after hearing Qin Gigi say this. Sister Gigi, you can use my name as you like. I enjoy helping others. Gu Ting glanced at the prince after hearing this. I see the prince doesn't want to return to the palace. Today, Master Lin went to report you to the emperor. The prince looked regretful and said, I want to go back too, but I'm a bit shaken and need to rest. Gu Ting was speechless at the prince's response, but since he still needed him, he let him show off for a while. The governor of Jingzhou has already locked everyone up. Gigi, how do you want to take your revenge? Your uncle will help you. Although Gu Ting could handle this himself, he preferred to hear Qin Gigi's opinion. After all, it was her shop that was damaged, and the ones they were going to confront were from the Qin family. Uncle, the Zhao family only attacked the prince. How to handle it should be decided by the emperor. As for the Zhao family attacking my Qin family members, we'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Gu Ting thought carefully about Qin Gigi's words and nodded in agreement. The prince became excited upon hearing this. Sister Gigi, you must take me along. I didn't perform well today, but I'll do better next time. Qin Gigi twitched her mouth slightly. He was the one who was the most aggressive. When you're ready to go, let me know. Your uncle will personally choose people for you. Just leave some room for that Zhao. Since Qin Gigi didn't want to resolve it openly, Gu Ting was happy to go along. After all, they shouldn't suffer in vain. If he liked to fight, then let him fight enough. They would choose people today. While they were plotting, Mr. Wang and Wang Xinru arrived. After greeting each other, Qin Gigi noticed Wang Xinru's red eyes and gently comforted her. Sister Gigi, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. Don't say silly things. It's clearly that petty Zhao. Yes, miss, we're all fine. It's just the prince who has been wronged. Qin Qinglin felt a bit embarrassed saying this. It was his trouble that had caused such a stir. Mr. Wang and Wang Xinru initially didn't believe the rumors, but they were surprised to find the prince really involved. Qin Gigi pointed to the prince, lounging on the chair. The victim is right there, our shaken prince. The father and daughter followed her finger and saw the relaxed Zhao Yan. They quickly knelt down to pay their respects. Forget it, they are all friends of Gigi, so we won't worry about formalities. I will handle this matter myself. The crown prince didn't take the issue seriously. After all, he had his father and uncle to rely on if trouble arose. Anyone who bullied his Gigi, he would retaliate against. If they didn't like it, they could go ahead and complain. The Wang family didn't expect the crown prince to be so easy to talk to. Noticing that the two were a bit tense, Qin Gigi intentionally brought up a light topic, and the atmosphere gradually improved. Although Mr. Wang was a businessman, he genuinely cared for the Qin family. He felt that the recent troubles for the Qin family were partly due to his own family. If Qin Qinglin hadn't stood up for his daughter, they wouldn't have gotten involved with the Zhao family, and today they wouldn't have faced such a loss. However, Mr. Wang was surprised by the relationship between the Qin family and the crown prince. If the crown prince hadn't happened to be at the shop today, the Qin family would have had to deal with this matter publicly. Regardless of the outcome, the Wang family would firmly stand by the Qin family. In life and business, without integrity, no one would achieve good results. The success of the Wang family business was largely due to Mr. Wang himself. Before leaving home today, Mr. Wang had specifically brought a box of silver notes, originally intended to help the Qin family build connections. Now that the crown prince had intervened, Mr. Wang decided to give the silver notes to him first, and would send some to the Qin family later, especially since he heard that the elders of the Qin family were also involved. Your Highness, this is the Wang family's goodwill. To ease your worries, Mr. Wang said as he presented the box of silver notes to the crown prince, who looked confused. Qin Gigi understood Mr. Wang's intentions and nodded at the crown prince, who then accepted the box. He opened it in front of everyone and was stunned. All of this is for me? Looking at the box full of silver notes, the crown prince felt it was surreal. How much money was this? Your Highness, to be honest, this was originally meant to help Gigi, as the general's family is powerful and the Wang and Qin families cannot compete. I thought. Then it's all for me now? The Crown Prince asked uncertainly. Of course, since your Highness has been wronged, consider this compensation from the Wang family. We brought these silver notes with us today, so please don't think it's too little. Not at all, not at all. Accepting your silver notes means I will ensure everything is taken care of for you. The Crown Prince hugged the box of silver notes, feeling extremely happy. He thought this trip out of the palace was truly worth it. He wanted Qin Qinglin to stand up for justice a few more times, and then he could help her out in those situations, which would be quite profitable. Gigi, today take this much back and later let Xianru bring some more. Uncle Wang will cover the shop's losses. Consider these days a break. Old Master Wang was quite generous. He felt that since the shop closed on its first day of business, he should compensate Qin Gigi. Uncle Wang, you really don't need to. I plan to reopen the shop after the Lantern Festival. I have things to take care of at the farm these days. Qin Gigi smiled as she explained to Old Master Wang that she wanted to wait for things to settle down before reopening. Old Master Wang and his daughter, Wang Xianru, stayed at the Qin family for about an hour before leaving. Just before they left, Qin Gigi called her fourth brother to see them off. Fourth brother, please help me send off Uncle Wang and Sister Xianru. Qin Qinglin, who had wanted to comfort Wang Xianru, happily went to see them off when he heard his sister call him. As they left the main hall, Wang Xianru noticed Qin Qinglin's injured hand and felt very sorry for him. It's fine, Miss Wang, don't worry. My sister has already treated it. It doesn't hurt anymore, and it will be better by tomorrow. Seeing Wang Xianru staring at his wound, Qin Qinglin quickly reassured her, fearing she would feel guilty. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some medicine from my father's collection. It works really well. Wang Xianru didn't believe Qin Qinglin's words and decided to bring the medicine herself the next day. Old Master Wang walked slowly in front, deliberately taking his time so the two could chat a bit more. Miss Wang, it will be fine soon. You don't need to bring anything special. Qin Qinglin just didn't want to trouble Wang Xianru with unnecessary trips. He couldn't bear to see her work hard. Wang Xianru was stubborn and insisted on bringing the medicine, ignoring Qin Qinglin's refusal. After personally seeing off the Wang father and daughter to their carriage, Qin Qinglin turned to go back only after the carriage had gone far away. In the carriage, Old Master Wang hesitated for a moment before asking, "Dear daughter, what do you think of Manager Qin?" Wang Xianru thought seriously before answering, "Smart and clever, with good ideas for business. He's a promising candidate for trade." Wang Xianru assumed her father wanted to assess Qin Qinglin, so she spoke honestly, hoping her father would help him more. And then, Old Master Wang didn't expect his daughter's answer to be like this. "Father, isn't that enough? If you must add something, it's that the Qin family has helped us. Out of kindness and reason, you should help them." Old Master Wang suddenly felt that his daughter still had a lot to learn. It seemed he had many more concerns ahead. He felt a bit weary, realizing he needed to pay more attention to his daughter. Wang Xinru watched her father shake his head and nod, feeling confused. The father and daughter did not return home directly, but went to the Ning family to discuss the matter. When the princess and Gu Yunfei arrived at the Qin family, the children had just come back from school. Upon hearing that Qin Gigi had been surrounded, Gu Yunlang cried uncontrollably. It took a long time for Qin Gigi to comfort him before he stopped crying. In Gu Yunlang's heart, Qin Gigi was his savior. During dinner, he clung to Qin Gigi. When he learned that his cousin Zhao Yan had protected her, he was much friendlier towards Zhao Yan than usual. He kept serving Zhao Yan food, while Zhao Yan smugly glanced at Gu Ting several times, making Gu Ting want to confront the prince. After dinner, considering the prince's safety, Zhao Yan went to the princess's residence. Gu Yunlang insisted on helping him walk, believing that anyone who could protect Qin Gigi was a great hero. "Prince brother, you're amazing. When I grow up, I want to be just as strong as you so I can protect my sister-in-law." Young Gu Yunlang thought for the first time about becoming a great hero. One day in the future, when he helps the prince expand his territory, the prince will still remember this moment. The prince stayed at the princess's residence, and of course, Gu Ting did not let him off easily. Jealous of his son's affection for the prince and unable to stand the prince's smugness, Gu Ting arranged for Lin Taifu to come to the princess's residence to teach Zhao Yan before the morning court session. When the prince woke up and finished breakfast, thinking he could finally relax for a day, he saw his aunt bringing Lin Taifu to his courtyard. The poor prince thought he had escaped the palace for freedom, only to find that his lessons were now longer. Gu Ting had specifically asked Lin Taifu to make sure the prince caught up on the lessons he missed yesterday. The reason was that the prince was the future heir, and his studies could not be taken lightly. The prince listened to Lin Taifu's lecture all morning, feeling completely drained. Seeing that the prince was not in good spirits, Lin Taifu thought that the prince must have been truly frightened by the attack yesterday, so he deliberately slowed down the pace in the afternoon. Thinking of the usually lively prince, Lin Taifu inwardly scolded General Zhao. As the tutor, he naturally could not argue with a child, so all the blame fell on General Zhao. Meanwhile, General Zhao was already regretting having a son. Yesterday, he had gone to the capital to see his disappointing son and learned about the whole situation. General Zhao wished he could open his son's head to see if it was filled with nonsense. When the beauty salon first opened, Gu Ting openly stated it was run by his niece, making it clear that the Gu family supported the business. His son insisted on confronting the Qin family, causing a scene in their shop and even attacking the crown prince. General Zhao felt there was no solution. If it were just Gu Ting without the crown prince involved, he could manage the situation. Now, the Qin family had stepped back, turning it into an incident where his son attacked the crown prince, and the Qin family was seen as protecting him. There were no witnesses to his son's unpleasantness with the beauty salon's manager, except for the second daughter of the Wang family. At that time, many people saw that both the beauty salon and the milk tea shop were crowded, and his son's group was clearly targeting the crown prince. If his son had not intervened, they could have claimed it was a misunderstanding by his subordinates, and the Zhao family could have denied it. The problem was that his son saw Lord Qian and immediately acted, arrogantly continuing to attack the crown prince. In an instant, General Zhao felt much older and filled with regret, blaming himself for spoiling his rebellious son. These past few days, General Zhao faced daily accusations, living in misery. The crown prince had not shown himself, and everyone was waiting for the emperor's decision regarding the Zhao family. To plead for his son, General Zhao went to the palace to kneel every morning. He no longer hoped the emperor would forgive the Zhao family. He only wished to protect the others from being affected. Zhao Yan's mother cried every time she saw General Zhao, begging for her son. In the past, General Zhao spoiled them. Whenever they caused a scene, he would soften. But this time, he felt an unprecedented irritation. Gu Ting had told the emperor the whole story, and the emperor was aware of the situation. Although General Zhao had failed in raising a son, he remained loyal to the emperor. He had fought alongside the emperor to establish the kingdom, and the emperor did not want to lose this general. On the third day of General Zhao's kneeling, the emperor punished him with 20 lashes, but Zhao Yan was detained in the capital, waiting for the crown prince's decision. The crown prince had been hiding at the princess's residence for a few days, but finally planned to return to the palace. General Zhao understood that the crown prince was supporting the Qin family. In these days, besides blocking Gu Ting's pleas, he personally went to the Qin family to apologize. General Zhao was sincere, bringing gifts daily to show his goodwill. The Qin family couldn't take it anymore, so they all went to the farm. When the people from Qin village arrived, they eagerly started working the land. Qin Gigi had already prepared watermelon and strawberry seedlings, and she arranged for people to plant them in the freshly turned soil. This way, when the watermelons and strawberries ripened, they could be harvested in batches. Qin Gigi wasn't worried about selling strawberries because during the New Year's banquet, everyone enjoyed the strawberries gifted by the queen. After the banquet, many people wanted to buy some, but there was no way to do so. Qin Gigi believed that once the strawberries were for sale, they would be very popular. As for the watermelons, Qin Gigi was even less worried. Given how much people love watermelons in modern times, she was confident they would sell well. In the past few days, Wang Xinru also went to the farm with Qin Jiji. When she learned that the Qin family was planting strawberries and watermelons, she brought many skilled planters from her own farm to help Qin Jiji. Wang Xinru was very interested in the strawberry planting and saw great business potential. She proposed to Qin Jiji that she wanted to secure the selling rights first, and Qin Jiji naturally agreed. With so many strawberries and watermelons, the Qin family couldn't handle it alone. With the Wang family's help, the business would go more smoothly. Qin Jiji and Wang Xinru quickly agreed on a cooperation plan. Wang Xinru already felt grateful to the Qin family, and after finalizing the plan, she became even more invested in the project. Regarding Zhao Yan, the emperor punished General Zhao, who compensated for the losses in the shop. Zhao Yan was imprisoned for a month. Minister Qian did not show any leniency towards Zhao Yan, as it was General Zhao's direct order. By the time Zhao Yan was released, he had lost a lot of weight and suffered greatly in prison. General Zhao instructed the steward to send Zhao Yan to the farm, along with his concubine, and assigned people to supervise him closely. Zhao Yan thought that once he was released, he could return to the general's residence as his father's favored son. However, after his release, he not only didn't see his father but was sent directly to the farm. Zhao Yan still couldn't understand what he had done wrong to be rejected by his father. On the day he was released, Qin Jiji did go to see him, but upon seeing his condition, she felt she could easily handle him and lost interest, leaving with her people. General Zhao was always keeping an eye on his son's situation. When he learned of Qin Jiji and the others' decision, he knew his son was temporarily safe. That day, General Zhao personally visited the Qin and Gu families to deliver generous gifts, thanking them for their understanding. The Qin family and the general's residence did not become enemies because of Zhao Yan's incident. Instead, General Zhao felt that the Qin family was kind and genuinely wanted to maintain a relationship with them. In the following decades, the Zhao family remembered the Qin family's kindness, and General Zhao often helped Qin Qingyuan and others. When the crown prince learned of Qin Jiji's choice, he smiled and asked, "Sister Jiji, are you happy with this?" Again, although I was very angry at first, I was later moved by General Zhao's sincerity. General Zhao is a good general. We shouldn't let personal grudges between the Qin family and Zhao Yan cause the emperor to lose a general. That would be a big loss. Qin Jiji understood that in this era, imperial power was supreme, but she did not want to bully others or create enemies for the Gu and Qin families. Zhao Yan was deeply moved. He knew that Qin Jiji was also doing this for him. After returning from the Qin family, the crown prince shared Qin Jiji's words with the emperor, who rarely praised anyone. That Gu Jinghuai is truly lucky. Although he has an unreasonable uncle, he is very protective and has such a principled wife. I am now looking forward to his performance this year, as well as that of the two Qin brothers. The emperor had not yet met Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan, but he had heard about them from Qin Jiji. Father will not be disappointed. They are all very capable. The crown prince held them in high regard. From his experiences in Qin family village, he believed they should serve as officials and work for the people. Then I look forward to it. The incident involving Zhao Yan's attack on the crown prince finally came to a close after a month, and the outcome was unexpected. Since the emperor did not pursue the matter, everyone naturally had no objections. The issues between the Qin and Zhao families finally came to a pause, and it was now April. Qin Jiji looked at the 100 acres of lush strawberry and watermelon seedlings, feeling energized. Some people from Qin family village had already returned to the village to get busy, while those willing to stay long-term were reorganized by Qin Jiji. The elder and second uncle decided to stay. They wanted to help with the first-time planting of these unusual crops. Qin Chuan, as the village chief, could not stay in the capital for too long. On his way back, Qin Jiji asked the Wang family trading team to help deliver strawberry and watermelon seedlings to Qin family village. The Wang family had a shop in the county where Qin family village is located. Qin Jiji thought that growing strawberries and watermelons in the village could allow them to sell at the Wang family shop. Moreover, she signed an agreement with Wang Xinru, allowing the Wang family to directly purchase from Qin Family Village. Qin Chuan now listens to Qin Jiji's words without question. If he takes even a second longer to respond, his father will chase him around the city. The strawberry and watermelon seedlings Qin Chuan brought back were not many, so they only planted a total of 10 acres. These 10 acres are now treasures for the villagers of Qin Family Village. Qin Chuan practically lives in the fields. As soon as the seedlings were planted, they were reserved by the richest person in the capital. In the eyes of the villagers, these green seedlings are like money. The villagers automatically protect these fields, and the village head said they would share the profits later. At the end of April, the strawberries on Qin Ziji's farm had a great harvest. Qin Jiji found some quick-handed women to help with the picking and then sold them at the shop. The shop belongs to Gu Yunfei. Hearing from her sister-in-law that there was no shop to sell strawberries, Gu Yunfei cleared out a few rooms for Qin Jiji. Originally, Gu Yunfei only had 2 shops, which were not connected and were quite inconvenient. To make things easier, she asked around about the owner of the shop in between, wanting to buy it to connect all 3. Coincidentally, the owner of that shop was General Zhao's wife. When she heard that the Qin family wanted to buy her shop, she decided to sell it, feeling grateful to the Qin family in a way. In recent years, Zhao Yan had caused quite a bit of trouble, and with General Zhao protecting him, his mother was also quite clueless, often getting annoyed by the issues Zhao Yan created. The bad reputation of the general's household had even started to affect her own son, Zhao Qian, who was the legitimate son of the general. Zhao Yan's biological mother, concubine Lu, was General Zhao's childhood friend, taken in after the general married. Because of their past relationship, General Zhao spoiled her a bit, which led to Zhao Yan becoming quite reckless. Through the situation with the Qin family, General Zhao reflected deeply on himself and not only sent the 2 of them to the farm but also began to pay more attention to his legitimate son. In the past 2 months, without Zhao Yan causing trouble and concubine Lu stirring things up, Mrs. Zhao felt like life was blissful. Moreover, her husband repeatedly told her to befriend the Qin family, as the general's household was able to avoid disaster thanks to the Qin family's generosity. So when the shopkeeper came to discuss this matter with Mrs. Zhao, she immediately agreed to sell the shop to Gu Yunfei. After finalizing the shop deal, Gu Yunfei directly informed her sister-in-law, Qin Jiji. Qin Jiji was very grateful for Gu Yunfei's efforts and decided to start selling strawberries the next day, as the strawberries in the fields could not wait. She entrusted this task to her 4th brother, Qin Qinglin and Wang Xinru. In the east, south, north, and west of the city, 4 shops were selling at the same time. Gu Yunfei's shop was in the busiest area, which was also where officials gathered. Wang Xinru was smart in business. After discussing with Qin Qinglin, she spread the news throughout the entire capital in just half a day. Qin Qinglin was once again amazed. The Wang family truly deserved to be the richest, as few could achieve such success. Wang Xinru thought about why strawberries were so rare. Besides being hard to find, they were also a gift from the queen to the officials on New Year's Eve. So, after discussing with Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei, they decided to promote them as the queen's favorite. This was Wang Xinru's first time doing something like this, and she learned it from Qin Jiji. She was a bit worried about whether the queen would take issue with it. Xinru, your idea is great. Let's promote it this way. As for whether the queen will have any concerns, we will leave that to the ruler, Qin Jiji said. She immediately sent someone to gather a few baskets of fresh strawberries from the field, along with milk tea and pastries, and asked Gu Yunfei to personally deliver them to the palace as a gift for the queen. Gu Yunfei believed her aunt would not mind, but she knew she had to complete her task seriously. When Gu Yunfei arrived at the queen's palace, the emperor happened to be there as well. Hearing his niece say this, the emperor asked somewhat aggrievedly, "Why didn't you say they were my favorite too? I like strawberries even more than your aunt does." Gu Yunfei was momentarily at a loss for words, but worried about upsetting her uncle, so she explained, "Uncle, as the emperor, you need to maintain your dignity. Next time, if needed, we will definitely promote it as your favorite." You go back and tell your sister-in-law to send a basket of fresh strawberries to the palace every day and charge it to the Eastern Palace's account. The emperor indeed loved strawberries, as did the crown prince, who had a sweet tooth. Uncle, if you like them, I can bring them to you myself. Why should it be charged to my cousin's account? Gu Yunfei felt she could afford a basket of strawberries, but it seemed the emperor was teasing the crown prince. Yunfei, let the crown prince pay for it. He has the money. The emperor thought about how the crown prince had secretly left the palace and got involved in the matters between the Qin and Zhao families. He resented that the large compensation from the Wang family was not for himself. Gu Yunfei was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted and smiled, saying, Uncle, Sister Xinru's family is left with only silver now. Since you gave so much money to my cousin, shouldn't you show some appreciation? How should I show it? Yunfei, quickly give me some ideas so I can earn some extra money. When the emperor heard there was money to be made, he became very excited and eagerly asked his niece for advice. Gu Yunfei thought her uncle must be short on funds and envied the crown prince. Uncle, Sister Xinru's mother has been bullied by the second branch and the clan for not having a son. This year, they just separated from the family. If you could reward Lord Wang with a plaque or something, I'm sure he would be very happy. Wealthy people often show their happiness by giving money. The emperor really took his niece's suggestion to heart, although they were joking about wanting money. The Wang family had given the crown prince a lot of silver, so it was indeed time to reward them. After all, the silver that reached the crown prince's pocket could be considered a gift to the royal family. This is a great idea. Today, I will have someone make a plaque, the emperor said. The empress, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but smile at their boldness. Gu Yunfei stayed in the palace for lunch with the empress before returning home. All morning, Wang Xinru was anxious. Every time she mentioned the same strawberries that the empress had rewarded, she felt a bit guilty. It wasn't until the next day when she received confirmation that she finally relaxed. Those who had eaten strawberries at the palace banquet sent their servants early to buy them when they heard they were for sale. Many people who had enjoyed them at the banquet had been longing to buy more. Now that they could suddenly purchase them, they rushed to buy. Those who hadn't tasted them yet heard they were the same as the empress's reward and felt they had to get some, especially the wealthy families who couldn't visit the palace but could afford the strawberries. On the first day of sales, Qin Jiji even arranged for a tasting. The strawberries were plump and juicy. One bite revealed a sweet yet slightly tangy flavor that no one could resist. The shop assistants, specially sent by the Wang family, were friendly and engaging. As soon as the shop opened, it was packed with customers eager to buy strawberries and curious onlookers. Fresh strawberries picked that morning were neatly arranged in baskets, their bright red color particularly tempting. The assistants warmly invited customers to try samples, and after tasting, they were immediately captivated by the strawberries' flavor. What was meant to be a day's worth of sales was sold out in just a few hours. The shopkeeper asked Wang Xinru for more stock, and she went with Qin Qinglin to the farm to find Qin Jiji. Qin Jiji didn't expect the strawberry sales to exceed her expectations. There were Wang family shops in the nearby county, and she had already discussed with Wang Xinru to start selling everywhere. Due to high sales, Qin Jiji arranged for some people to get up early to pick strawberries and load them onto trucks for transport. The people left in Qin family village were very eager to work, and as soon as they opened their eyes, they got to it. Their job was to take care of the strawberries and watermelons, and since they couldn't sit still, they even rushed to pick strawberries. Qin Jiji noticed this and remembered it. She spoke to her uncle and father, deciding to record everyone's work for the month and pay double wages at the end of the month. Thinking that the strawberries from Qin family village were almost ready to sell, Qin Jiji asked her father, Qin He, to take the manager from the Wang family to Qin family village. Wang Xinru originally wanted to go herself, but Qin Jiji preferred that she stay in the capital. To reach Qin family village faster, the two set off on horseback, and with a good pace, they could arrive in less than a day. Meanwhile, in Qin family village, Qin Chuan noticed the strawberries were starting to turn red and felt both excited and anxious. He worried that Qin Jiji was too busy to remember the strawberries there, so he planned to write a letter to send to the capital today. However, before he could send the letter, Qin he returned. Second brother, you're finally back. The strawberries are almost ripe. I've been so anxious. As soon as Qin Chuan saw Qin he felt relieved. Don't worry, Gigi is keeping track of the time. Don't look for uncle and second uncle. It's just me and the manager from the Wang family. Seeing Qin Chuan's expression, Qin he understood what he was waiting for. Father and second uncle have been gone for so long, leaving such a big task to me. I've been so worried that I can't sleep. When Qin Chuan returned from the capital, his father had reminded him nearly 100 times. He felt that if he let the strawberry seedlings given by Gigi die, his father would cut ties with him. Qin Chuan had never felt such pressure before. You've worked hard. The villagers of Qin Family Village will appreciate you. The batch grown on the outskirts of the city has already started selling out every day. Is it selling that well? That's great. Second brother, let me tell you, those strawberries, following Gigi's method, are full of fruit. Now we have hope. Let's go, take me to see them. As soon as Qin he heard that the strawberries in Qin Family Village were doing well, he wanted to check them out. Qin he and the Wang family manager left the capital before dawn, and by the time they reached Qin Family Village, it was still light. Qin Chuan took Qin he directly to the fields, and Qin he was extremely happy to see the 10 acres of strawberries. He noticed that the strawberries grown in Qin Family Village were better than those grown in the outskirts of the capital. When it got dark and they could no longer see, the two returned from the fields and met some villagers at the edge of the field. Second he, you're back. That's wonderful. The village chief has been talking about you these past few days. The speaker is Qin Erju, and according to their family hierarchy, Qin Chuan and Qin he should call him uncle. It's already late, Uncle Erju. Why haven't you gone home yet? Qin he was surprised to see Erju in the fields at this hour. I went to the neighboring village for something today. From a distance, I saw someone in the strawberry field. These strawberries will sell soon, and I was worried, so I came to check. I didn't expect you to be back from the capital. Qin Erju was very happy to see Qin he, knowing he must have returned for the strawberries. The people in Qin Family Village treasure these strawberries. They are currently growing peppers, digging spring bamboo shoots, picking Sichuan peppercorns, raising pigs, and planting peanuts in their workshop. They're earning more money and living better. These strawberries and watermelons are new products, and they must protect them well. Let's go, we can talk while we walk. By now, it was dark, and staying in the fields was pointless, so they decided to head home. Qin Chuan took Qin he home for dinner, and the two discussed the future of the strawberries. 3 days later in the capital, the Wang family received a plaque from the emperor, honoring them as a loyal and righteous family. Mr. Wang was in the yard with Mrs. Wang when a servant rushed in joyfully to report that someone from the palace had arrived. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang quickly went to greet them. The person delivering the plaque was specially attended to by the crown prince, making a big fuss about it. Mr. Wang had to personally receive the plaque at the gate and hang it up right away. The crown prince was also worried and sent someone to supervise, ensuring they did not take it lightly. At that time, Gu Yunfei was telling Qin Jiji and Wang Xinru about this. Wang Xinru wanted to surprise her parents and hadn't told them yet. Remembering that the second branch of the Wang family lived not far from her home, she recalled that last time her fourth brother got into trouble with Zhao Yan, the young lady from the second branch was the main culprit. Qin Jiji had their uncle find the best drum team, and on the day of the plaque delivery, they led the parade, making it lively. The person delivering the plaque initially thought it was a bit exaggerated and wanted to leave them behind, but the crown prince's envoy praised the drum team. Mr. Wang was almost overwhelmed by this surprise and wanted to invite the plaque bearer inside, but was refused. He quickly sent someone to inform Mrs. Wang and gave generous red envelopes to everyone who came to deliver the plaque. No one expected Mr. Wang to be so generous, which made everyone work even harder. Meanwhile, the second branch of the Wang family, hearing the commotion, stood at their gate to watch. Seeing the plaque for loyalty and righteousness hung at the gate of their elder brother's house, they felt extremely unbalanced. They believed the plaque should be hung at the Wang family home, not at their elder brother's house. After the person who delivered the plaque left, the drum team continued playing, leaving Lord Wang a bit stunned. He asked the steward to find out what was happening. "Sir, they were specially hired by Madame Gu, and the payment has already been made." Madame Gu requested that they perform a little longer. Hearing this, Madame Wang and Wang Xinru couldn't help but laugh, realizing this was support for them. When they noticed the people from the second house looking over, Madame Wang instructed the steward, "Have someone prepare another reward and bring some tea, so they can continue." The steward hurried off to follow the lady's orders, and Madame Wang turned to her daughter. "What's the story with this plaque? Did you know about it beforehand?" "I plan to surprise father and mother. This plaque was obtained for us by the princess," Wang Xinru explained. "With this, they will think twice before trying to bully us again," Wang Xinru said happily. "Yes, you should thank the princess and Gigi properly. Your father just received some nice inkstones, so you can send some to the princess and Gigi," Madame Wang suggested. "Mother, is it appropriate to give them this?" They are both girls. Wang Xinru felt that while the inkstones were valuable, it might not be suitable for the princess and Gigi. "Just take a few more and give one to Gigi's husband and her brother as well," Madame Wang explained with a smile. "That's a good idea. Then I will give one to Manager Qin too." Wang Xinru thought Manager Qin also deserved one. Madame Wang and Lord Wang exchanged smiles, pleased that their daughter was becoming more thoughtful. Wang Xinru was proactive and delivered the inkstones to Qin Gigi and Gu Yunfei the next day. Both were very happy. Qin Gigi didn't know much about inkstones, but knew her husband liked them. Gu Yunfei, however, quickly passed the inkstone on to the emperor. She already had a good inkstone, and since the plaque was a gift from the emperor, she thought it was perfect to give it to her uncle, who truly loved such inkstones. Recently, the sales of strawberries had been excellent, leading to a shortage. Wang Xinru was being pursued by her manager for more stock, so she had to seek help from Qin Gigi. With no other choice, Qin Gigi secretly traded some with Wanwan to keep the business going. Qin Family Village was bustling, and the county where it was located, Qingyuan County, was about a day's journey from the capital. Although the strawberries grown in Qin Family Village were not many, the nearby Wang family had set up shops in several neighboring counties to sell them. In Qin Family Village, people only need to pick strawberries early each day, and the Wang family will take them away in a cart. They are quickly transported to nearby counties. Since the number of strawberries is not very large, the nearby towns sell them in limited quantities. When people hear they are the same as those in the capital, they become very eager to buy them. The villagers are very motivated. Every day before dawn, they help pick strawberries before returning home to do other chores. Originally, Qin Chuan planned to pay everyone for their work, but this time they refused. They volunteered to help because the money from selling strawberries will eventually be shared among all families. Now that strawberries are selling well, the villagers are thrilled to see cart after cart leaving the village. To prevent theft, they even organized a patrol team to protect the strawberries. At the same time, the villagers are excited about the watermelons, even though they currently look like a green patch, and it's hard to tell what they are. The village head mentioned that these are rare varieties planted by Qin Gigi, which will be valuable in the future. Some of the older villagers took on the responsibility of caring for the watermelon seedlings. The elders stayed in the capital to help Qin Gigi look after the strawberries and watermelons. Although they are older, they still want to contribute to the village and their family. They have farmed all their lives, and now they are doing what they do best, which makes everyone happy and fulfilled. They have finally found a way to realize their self-worth. After more than a month of selling strawberries, Qin Gigi had the land plowed and planted late peppers and beans. The elders seemed to have found a new purpose in life and didn't mention returning to Qin Family Village. Once the peppers and beans were planted, the group that had been caring for the strawberries finally had some free time. Qin Gigi paid them well and allowed them to go home for a while before returning. The group taking care of the watermelons had to wait. At first, everyone thought Qin Gigi didn't want them anymore and went to plead with the elders. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Qin Gigi just felt they had worked hard and wanted them to visit home during this quiet period. Once they realized their mistake, they felt embarrassed and rushed to apologize to Qin Gigi. Gigi, we're sorry. We misunderstood. If you're busy, we don't mind staying. Otherwise, we'll get scolded when we get home. Exactly. Last time Qin Ergo came back, my wife asked him to bring a message saying if I dared to slack off, she would have our son marry someone else. Haha, your wife is quite fierce. We've already divided the strawberry money in our village. My dad said we earned more than last year from raising pigs and told me not to worry about family matters and to work hard with Gigi. My mom also said I should come home less. If I delay Gigi's work, she'll break my legs. Our wages, Brother Qin helped us bring them back. You can't find such good work anywhere else. A group of people chatted happily, and Qin Gigi felt joyful listening to their simple words. Uncles and brothers, you can go home with peace of mind. We divided the work well. Your group is responsible for the strawberry tasks. You've worked hard during this time, and now you can take a break. Gigi arranged for a carriage to take you home. When it's busy, you must come back. Gigi, you thought of everything. We have to come back. As long as you ask, we will come right away. Then Gigi thanks you all in advance. Everyone was even more excited. Not only were they not dismissed by Qin Gigi, but they also had a carriage to take them home, which made them very happy. Now that they had some money, they bought gifts for their families before heading back. On the way, everyone was thrilled. They brought their own food, worried that stopping for a meal would waste time. When they returned to Qin family village, Qin Chuan was surprised. His first reaction was that they had been sent back. After a lot of explaining, Qin Chuan finally believed them. Hearing that Qin Gigi had plowed the strawberry field and planted peppers and beans, Qin Chuan asked, "Did Gigi ask you to bring back seeds?" "Village chief, how do you know?" "Even the seeds Gigi asked us to bring back. You know about it." The person entrusted by Qin Gigi to bring the seeds was very surprised and looked curiously at Qin Chuan. "I'm not a fortune teller. I can't predict that. Besides, Gigi always thinks of us first when something good happens." "You talk too much, village chief. Gigi also sent you a letter." "It's in my bundle, I didn't peek." Qin Sanmao took out the letter from Qin Gigi and handed it to him. Qin Chuan quickly took it, ready to open it, and then said to them, "You all go home and rest well today. Since you've planted in the capital, come tomorrow to help plow the land and plant the seeds. Village chief, don't worry. We can handle that. We'll be there tomorrow." Everyone wanted to suggest starting work today instead of resting, but the village chief was eager to read the letter and had already walked away. Everyone was happy to go home after a long time away. Qin Chuan returned home and opened Qin Gigi's letter, finally believing that these people were not lying and were ready to develop Qin family village the next day. Qin Gigi also provided Qin Chuan with detailed planting and care methods. Qin Chuan took notes carefully while missing his father, second uncle, and third uncle immensely. Everyone had returned, but his father had not come to see him, and even the village leader wanted to go to the capital to help. After much persuasion, the village leader temporarily set aside that thought. Qin Chuan felt that his reasoning was very difficult to uphold. However, remembering another urgent matter that Qin Gigi had mentioned, Qin Chuan quickly got busy. This matter was pressing, and he hoped to handle it well by the next time this group went to the capital. The next day, Qin family village became busy, plowing the fields and planting late peppers and beans. Qin Chuan assigned this task to Qin He and went to the neighboring village to find Scholar Sunday. Scholar Sun had just graduated from the academy this year, and as soon as Qin Chuan heard the news, he went to visit him. Initially, Scholar Sun was unwilling, but he couldn't resist Qin Chuan's persistence, and last time he had already considered it. Thinking of Qin Gigi's request, Qin Chuan decided to ask again. Fortunately, this time Scholar Sun agreed, and Qin Chuan was very happy, deciding to give him an extra 2 silver coins each month. However, Scholar Sun declined, only hoping to see something new from Qin family village. Over the past 2 years, Qin family village had developed rapidly, and the crops were becoming more popular each year. It was well known across several villages, and many people were trying to marry their daughters into Qin family village through relatives. After agreeing with Scholar Sun to start teaching in 7 days, Qin Chuan left his house. Upon returning to Qin family village, Qin Chuan first checked the progress in the fields and then took the opportunity during the lunch break to visit Scholar Zhang's home. Aunt Yao warmly welcomed Qin Chuan inside. "Why are you here, village leader? If you have something to discuss, just send someone to let us know. Our village has been very busy these days. It's nothing serious. I'm here to talk to you two about something more important. My second brother is watching over the fields, so there won't be any issues." As Qin Chuan walked into the house, he explained his reason for coming. Upon hearing it was something more important, Aunt Yao quickly called her son, Scholar Zhang, to come out. Scholar Zhang was reading in his study, and when he heard his mother call him, he quickly put down his book and came out. "Uncle Qin is here. Please come in and sit." Scholar Zhang warmly invited the village leader inside while Aunt Yao hurried to make tea. They were very happy living in Qin family village, and the village head took good care of them. "Uncle Qin, if you have something to say, just send someone. Why did you come in person?" Zhang Xiaocai thought Qin Chuan came to settle a score, and he was willing to help. "I'm here to discuss something with you. Would you and your mother like to go to the capital?" Qin Chuan's words shocked Zhang Xiaocai. He didn't expect the village head to come for this reason. "What do you mean by going to the capital, Uncle Qin?" Zhang Xiaocai asked, trying to control his excitement. "It means Gigi wants you to come to the capital to help her. She currently has no one to rely on, so I came to ask if you would be willing." The village head was unsure if Zhang Xiaocai would agree and felt a bit anxious, so he added, "It's better to be with familiar people. Think it over. If you don't want to, that's fine." "Uncle Qin, my mother and I are both willing. When do we leave?" "We need to pack." Zhang Xiaocai answered without hesitation. Going to the capital had been his lifelong dream, but his broken leg had ended his hopes for the imperial examination. He had once thought about going to the capital with his mother, but feared he wouldn't be able to support them there. However, the desire to go to the capital had never faded. "Are you really sure? Don't you want to discuss it with your mother?" Qin Chuan was happy that Zhang Xiaocai wanted to go, but he worried that Zhang Xiaocai couldn't make the decision alone. "Village head, I also agree. Gigi needs us, and we are willing to go. When do we leave?" Aunt Yao came in with tea and overheard part of the conversation. She knew her son's dream, and now that the opportunity was right in front of her, she was willing to go.
"Great.
Since you both agree, pack your things. 7 days from now, Scholar Sun from the neighboring village will take over your teaching duties for the children. By then, the farm work should be almost done, and they will need to return to help Gigi.
You can go to the capital with them.
When you arrive in the capital, please keep an eye on them. If anyone isn't working well, remember to write to me and I'll handle it." Qin Chuan was very responsible and worried that this group wouldn't work properly in the capital. "Uncle Qin, don't worry. We will definitely help Gigi well in the capital." Zhang Xiaocai believed in Qin Gigi. He was sure she had plans for him. With this matter settled, Qin Chuan left Zhang Xiaocai's home. Aunt Yao invited him to stay for dinner, but he declined. After finalizing Zhang Xiaocai's trip to the capital, Qin Chuan felt relieved, finally fulfilling Qin Gigi's request. After Qin Chuan left, Aunt Yao and her son were very happy. "Mom, I need you to tidy up these days. I'll organize the teaching materials so that when Scholar Sun arrives, we can connect well and not delay the children. Don't worry about it. I'll handle things at home. The children's education is important and must not be delayed." "Thank you for your hard work, Mom. It's no trouble at all. We are living well now, and that makes me happy. Mom knows you've always wanted to go to the capital. This time, we can fulfill that wish. Once we get there, we can work closely with Gigi and live well. Don't worry, I can take care of you." Zhang Xiaocai felt he was a burden to his mother. "As long as I'm with you, I'm happy. Let's celebrate with a special lunch. You rest and I'll cook." Thinking about going to the capital made Aunt Yao excited, so she went straight to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Aunt Yao felt today was a special day that needed celebrating, even if it was just the two of them. Zhang Xiaocai returned to study, feeling calm. Since meeting Qin Gigi, his and his mother's lives had slowly improved. He was willing to help the Qin family for a lifetime, and this time, he wanted to see the capital's prosperity. In his youth, he had dreamed of parading through the streets after graduation, and now, even if he didn't have that chance, visiting the capital felt like a fulfilled wish. Zhang Xiaozai put away his treasured books in the study, which he had collected over time. At noon, the mother and son enjoyed a celebratory meal, feeling very cheerful. After lunch, Aunt Yao continued to help plant beans and peppers. She couldn't sit still. Even though they were leaving soon, she wanted to help in the fields. In the following days, Zhang Xiaozai continued to teach the children at the school. Aunt Yao kept busy with her tasks, and in the evenings, they would pack their things together. Aunt Yao also brought some local specialties for Qin Posey, as they had a good relationship, and she was excited to see her again. "Mom, are these for Aunt Qin?" Zhang Xiaozai noticed his mother had brought some village items and guessed they were for Qin Posey. "Yes, these are unique to our area. I'll take them to Aunt Qin. When we have a cart, we won't need to carry them." Aunt Yao was looking forward to going to the capital and missed both Qin Posey and Gu Mu, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Zhang Xiaozai naturally supported his mother. He believed that even in the capital, the Qin family would treat them the same and wouldn't mind the gifts she brought. 10 days later, Qin he set off for the capital with Scholar Zhang and his mother, along with the people from Qin village. Originally, this group could have rested at home for a few more days. Their families, seeing that the village work was done, worried about delaying Qin Jiji's tasks. They only rested for 2 days before their families insisted that the village had hurry and send them to the capital. Qin Chuan also worried about Qin Jiji, so he agreed with everyone and arranged their travel to the capital. It was at this time that everyone learned that Scholar Zhang and his mother were also going to the capital. Although the villagers and children were reluctant to see Scholar Zhang go, they understood he was going to help Qin Jiji, and the children were very considerate. Before leaving, they reminded Scholar Zhang to come back and visit them. Scholar Zhang happily promised. He liked the people of Qin village and would return if he had the chance. The women who got along well with Aunt Yao also came to see them off. This time, with Qin he leading the group and Scholar Zhang and his mother along, their travel pace was a bit slower. By the next morning, they finally arrived in the capital. Qin Ziji, knowing their arrival time, had her uncle come to pick them up early. After meeting, Qin Shan took the workers to the farm, while Scholar Zhang and his mother followed Qin he to the Qin residence. When they arrived, Granny Qin and others were already waiting at the door. Hearing that Scholar Zhang and his mother were finally coming, Granny Qin and Wang were busy early in the morning. As soon as Yao got off the carriage, Granny Qin greeted her. "We've been waiting for you. Now I have someone to chat with. You must be tired from the journey. Come inside and rest. Lunch is ready." As soon as the village head said Gigi needed us, we packed our bags right away. "I even brought you some wild goods from the mountain, all your favorites." "That sounds great. I'll cook it for everyone to try tonight. I've been craving it." Granny Qin pulled Yao inside, and they chatted happily. Scholar Zhang followed behind, and Granny Qin, considering his leg, intentionally slowed down a bit. It was the first time Scholar Zhang and his mother saw such a grand house, but they felt no jealousy. Instead, they were happy for the Qin family. The Qin family was very busy. Only Granny Qin and Wang were home that day, along with Qin He and the others who had lunch together. After lunch and some conversation, Yao asked sister, "Has Gigi arranged any work for us?" Yao felt that she and her son had come to the capital to help, and knowing the Qin family was busy made her even more eager to get started on their tasks. "Oh, dear, I almost forgot. I was so happy to see you that I nearly overlooked the important matters. Gigi has already arranged a place for you to stay. Let's go take a look and get you settled in." Aunt Qin remembered her granddaughter's instructions and quickly took the mother and son to their new home. Yao was very touched. She didn't expect Qin Gigi to think of everything. "Gigi is so thoughtful. I was planning to look for a place tomorrow. You are new here and came to rely on us, so of course, we need to have a place ready for you." "Thank you. I will return the rent money to Mrs. Jing later. We can't keep making her spend." "Zhang, being a sincere person, was already grateful for the work opportunity Qin Jiji provided for him and his mother. He absolutely could not let her pay for their accommodation. "I can't decide that." Gigi said this is an employee benefit. You can stay for free for the first 3 months. Once you're settled, you can pay for it yourself. Aunt Qin knew they were not the type to take advantage, but since her granddaughter had spoken, she would follow through. "Just stay comfortably. The upcoming work might be tough, so you need to eat well, drink well, and have a nice place to rest to have the energy to work." Although Aunt Qin didn't understand much about life, she was very persuasive. On the way to see the place, Aunt Qin successfully convinced Zhang and Yao. However, they secretly vowed to work hard for Qin Jiji. The place Qin Jiji found for them was next to the steward of the Gu family. It was a nice courtyard, very close to the Qin family. The layout of the courtyard was good and spacious, and it was kept very clean. To welcome Zhang and his mother, Qin Jiji had specially asked the steward's wife to help clean it up yesterday. Yao liked the courtyard at first sight, and so did Zhang. He even imagined sitting in the courtyard reading when the weather got warmer. The steward's wife heard the commotion and came over, warmly greeting everyone. The previous owner just moved out a month ago, and the furniture was newly made last year, so it's in great condition. "You can just move in. I've cleaned everything for you. The young lady specifically asked me to take care of you, so remember to call me if you need anything. We will be neighbors from now on, so please take care of us." The steward's wife worked at the Gu family as well and was very friendly and talkative. With her joining the conversation, everyone chatted happily. Although Zhang and Yao didn't know who the young lady was, they were very satisfied with Qin Jiji's arrangements. The housekeeper confirmed that she didn't need to help anymore before leaving, while a few people helped move the items from the cart. They arranged everything according to the preferences of Zhang and Yao. The furniture in the house was ready, and Qin Jiji had sent over other supplies, so they only needed to organize what they brought. In the afternoon, the three of them tidied up their living space. Looking at the neat and cozy place, Yao and her son were very pleased. In the evening, Qin brought them back to the Qin residence. At first, they hesitated, but when they heard that Qin Jiji would also be having dinner at the Qin family, they quickly got into the cart. Qin Jiji was very kind to them, and they wanted to repay her. Qin Jiji was also very happy to see them. The happiest was Qin Jiang, as the business at the milk tea shop was getting better and better. He found it a bit challenging to keep track of the accounts, and Qin Jiji had promised to let Zhang help him, and he finally arrived. After dinner, Qin Jiji took Qin Jiang and Zhang into the study. After hearing what Qin Jiji wanted him to do, Zhang expressed that it wasn't enough and asked for more tasks, but he was refused. "Zhang, you might not know how well our milk tea shop is doing. How about you come with me to the shop tomorrow to see for yourself?" Qin Jiang thought it would be better to see it in person than to just hear about it. That would also be a good chance to learn. Zhang was eager to see the shop. Hearing that Zhang wanted to go made Qin Jiang very happy. Qin Jiji introduced Zhang to the situation at the shop, and Zhang expressed his willingness to try. He took on the accounts for both the beauty shop and the strawberry shop, and Qin Qinglin was almost kneeling in gratitude. He was truly a lifesaver. The next morning, Zhang was ready and came to the Qin family to go to the shop with Qin Jiang. On the cart to the shop, Qin Jiang hesitated several times before speaking up. "Zhang, you don't have to work so hard in the future. I will pass by your and Aunt Yao's place on my way to the shop, so you can just wait at home for me. Our shop doesn't open this early. We can go a little later, so you can rest well." Zhang was surprised by this. He knew the Qin family were honest people, and Qin Jiang was speaking the truth. "Okay, I'll wait at home for you from now on." I was a bit excited to suddenly be in the capital. Zhang felt a bit embarrassed, as he hadn't mentioned that he hadn't slept at all the night before. "Haha, it will get better in a few days. When Gigi first asked me to manage the shop, I worried every day that I wouldn't do well. If it weren't for Gigi saying to let you help me, I wouldn't have dared to take on the shop. I've finally been waiting for you to arrive. Calculating the accounts every day gives me a headache. I can only learn from Qing Yuan and the others while I do the math. They come back every 10 days to help me check everything." For Qin Jiang, accounting was a weak point. He was very smart and learned quickly, but he was most afraid of doing calculations. Zhang Xiaocai didn't expect that Qin Jiji had arranged everything for him early on, and he felt very happy inside. I'll teach you from now on. We'll work together. Qing Yuan and the others will be busy this year, and we can't let them get distracted. Zhang Xiaocai had once been a teacher to a few people and cared a lot about them. We'll divide the work. I'll handle the shop and you take care of the accounts. That way, we'll be more efficient. We just need to manage each month well. Every 3 months, Gigi will do a big check, and then we'll have free help to do the work. Qin Jiang immediately thought of last year's free helpers, Gu Ting and Gu Shi. As long as Qin Gigi needed them, he believed they would come again. Zhang Xiaocai curiously asked, "Who do you mean by free help?" "I mean Jing Huai's uncle and father. They are good at accounting and were called by Gigi to help during the New Year." "Then, why not let them manage the accounts?" Now Zhang Xiaocai was even more curious. Since there were people at home who could do the accounts, why did they invite him to the capital? This is a long story. Back in the village, to avoid trouble, I didn't tell everyone. Actually, Jing Huai's uncle is the current Minister of Revenue and also the prince consort of the Grand Princess. Jing Huai's father was sick not long ago and is still recovering. He is the second master of the Gu family. They only come to help when things get too busy at the end of the year. Lord Gu is very busy every day. Zhang Xiaocai thought he might have heard wrong due to lack of sleep last night, or that Qin Jiang was imagining things. "Zhang Xiaocai, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Seeing Zhang Xiaocai staring at him in shock, Qin Jiang felt a bit confused. "Is what you said true? So the ones who went to Qin family village were the Grand Princess and Minister Gu?" Zhang Xiaocai's mind reacted quickly, and he immediately thought of the 2 people who had gone to Qin family village. He had a good relationship with the Qin family and knew some inside information. At that time, the 2 claimed to be the uncle and aunt of Gu Jinghuai. Yes, that's them. Yunlang was actually found by Gigi. Coincidentally, he is the lost son of Minister Gu and the Grand Princess. Zhang Xiaocai was even more shocked. Qin Jiang's news was more surprising than the last. If Gu Yunlang is the son of the princess and the minister, then I have met the princess. Not only that, I even taught the young master. Zhang Xiaocai dared not think further. Following Qin Ziji always led to unexpected results. He now felt that coming to the capital might one day allow him to meet the emperor. "Zhang Xiaocai, we've arrived. We came a bit early, so let me show you around," Qin Jiang said. Zhang Xiaocai was still processing what Qin Jiang had just said when the carriage stopped in front of the beauty shop. He was shocked to see how large the shop was, even bigger than he had imagined. This is the beauty shop, currently managed by Qinglin. This side is the milk tea shop, which I help manage, and over there is the tea house, which I co-manage with Qinglin, Qin Jiang explained, pointing to the 3 connected shops. "Where is the strawberry shop?" Zhang Xiaocai was confused. These 3 shops didn't include the strawberry shop. The strawberry shop belongs to the princess. We only sell items there, and we just need to keep the accounts without going into the shop, Qin Jiang clarified. Zhang Xiaocai tried to remain calm. Now that the princess was involved, he needed to hold himself together to avoid appearing inexperienced. "Gigi said you will be over at the tea house. It's quiet and suitable. We will keep the accounts for the milk tea shop and the beauty shop daily, and you can help with the bookkeeping," Qin Jiang continued. Qin Jiji thought the beauty shop and milk tea shop were too crowded and noisy, making the tea house more suitable for Zhang Xiaocai. "That's fine. I just arrived, so please show me around," Zhang Xiaocai replied, curious about how the 3 shops operated and made money. Qin Jiang first took Zhang Xiaocai to the milk tea shop and explained the situation in detail. When Zhang Xiaocai heard about the daily income of the milk tea shop, he was astonished and looked at Qin Jiang in disbelief. After visiting the milk tea shop, the beauty shop and tea house opened as well. In the early morning, there weren't many people. The main flow of customers came at noon and in the afternoon. After looking at all 3 shops, Zhang Xiaocai had a rough idea of how things worked. He spent the entire morning helping at the milk tea shop, mainly observing how Qin Jiang kept the accounts, feeling that he needed the most assistance. Qin Xinglin had been trained by Qin Jiji and kept the accounts fairly well, so Zhang Xiaocai didn't have to put in too much effort there. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaocai went to help at the beauty shop. Seeing so many customers, he looked at Qin Xinglin with admiration. Managing such a large shop at a young age and keeping the accounts clear was impressive. When the beauty shop was doing well, the tea house and milk tea shop also had good business. The three shops supported each other, and after spending a day in the shop, Zhang Xiaocai finally understood how things worked. He felt a deep admiration for Qin Jiji. After closing the shop, Qin Xinglin and Qin Jiang personally took him home. They reminded him not to tire himself too much since he would be going to the shop again the next day. When Zhang Xiaocai returned, his mother, Yao, was already waiting for him at the door. They entered the courtyard together, and Yao had prepared several dishes to celebrate. For them, having a home in the capital and Zhang Xiaocai having stable work was worth celebrating. Zhang Xiaocai had a lot of news to share with his mother, and their warm conversation made the meal even more special. Zhang Xiaocai was a very serious person, and he quickly became familiar with the situations of the shops. By the time Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan returned home, Zhang Xiaocai was already well acquainted with everything. The others were very happy to hear that Zhang Xiaocai had arrived in the capital, and they planned to visit him at the shop the next day. They had also invited teacher Chang, who was accompanying his wife and daughter to the beauty shop. His daughter, Chang Yu, insisted on having milk tea and desserts, while Mrs. Chang wanted to buy some skincare products. Since teacher Chang had a day off, he brought them along. The tea house had opened after the new year and had received great reviews. Originally, Qin Ziji had set it up to welcome men accompanying their families to the beauty shop. The tea house was designed with the help of Gu Jinghuai, Qin Xingyuan, and Qin Qingyun. It was very elegant, and after its official opening, it became quite popular in the capital. Now, some scholars and gentlemen would come here to enjoy tea, making it a symbol of sophistication. At the beginning, Gu Ting would also bring colleagues to relax there, and everyone enjoyed it. Teacher Chang did not know that this tea house was run by his students, but he had heard of it. Since his wife and daughter were coming today, he invited his students to experience it together. Gu Jinghuai and the others arrived early, mainly to see Zhang Xiaocai and offer help. Teacher Zhang, you finally made it to the capital. Before the new year, my wife asked the village head to find someone suitable to replace you in teaching at Qin Family Village, Gu Jinghuai said, very happy to see Zhang Xiaocai. Yes, I didn't expect to see you until now, Zhang Xiaocai replied, feeling pleased to see his former students and inviting them to sit down. It's not the village head's fault. The children's education in Qin Family Village is very important. Fortunately, we were able to invite Sun Xiaocai this time. Zhang Xiaocai thought that Sun Xiaocai, whom Li Zheng invited, was very good. Even though his trip to the capital was delayed, he felt at ease knowing the children would have a good teacher. Is the teacher still used to being here? Qin Qingyun often regretted that Zhang Xiaocai's leg affected his future. I'm fine, don't worry about me. I'm very happy to be in the capital. Now that we're closer, we can ask the teacher for guidance again. This year, we will have our exams. How are you all preparing? Zhang Xiaocai was very concerned about their studies. Don't worry, teacher. We promise to do our best. Hearing their promises, Zhang Xiaocai nodded in satisfaction. By the way, teacher, we have an appointment with our current teacher today. I'll introduce you to him later. Zhang Xiaocai didn't expect their current teacher to come today and nodded. He specially asked the waiter to brew a pot of good tea to treat them. After chatting for a while, teacher Chang arrived. With Gu Jinghuai and the others introducing them, the two hit it off and had a great conversation. Teacher Chang also invited Zhang Xiaocai to visit the academy. Meanwhile, on the side of teacher Chang's wife and daughter, Chang Yu's purpose for coming this time was to drink milk tea and eat desserts. While teacher Chang's wife was shopping at a beauty shop, Chang Yu went directly to the milk tea shop next door. Qin Jiji happened to be at the shop today, researching new products. She had been busy with strawberries lately and hadn't had time to introduce new items to the shop. Changyu was surprised to run into Qin Jiji at the shop. "Jiji Jia, you're here too," Changyu exclaimed happily upon seeing her. You came? Find a seat. I just made a new flavor of milk tea. Can you help me taste it later?" Qin Jiji was also surprised to see Changyu at that time. Just as the new flavor was ready, Changyu arrived. "Wow, I'm so lucky to catch Jiji Jia making new products." Changyu was extremely happy. She originally just wanted to drink milk tea and eat desserts, but was pleasantly surprised by her good fortune. She found a seat, and Qin Jiji asked the staff to bring a portion of delicious desserts for Changyu. In Qin Jiji's eyes, Changyu is just a child, and what child doesn't love milk tea and desserts? Seeing the variety of desserts brought by the staff, the little girl's eyes lit up. When Qin Jiji brought the milk tea to Changyu, the girl was enjoying the delicious desserts. "If you like it, I can pack some for you to take home. Just eat slowly," Qin Jiji said, happy to see the girl enjoying her food, and quickly handed her the milk tea to avoid any choking. Changyu finally took a sip of the milk tea she had been longing for, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. Qin Jiji thought the little girl looked extremely cute and wanted to pinch her cheeks. "Sister Jiji, I want to live in the shop. I love all these desserts and milk tea." Changyu usually spent a lot of time at the academy with Master Chang, so she could only come by occasionally for milk tea. "If you like it, come over when you have time. Next time I go to the academy, I'll ask my husband and brother to bring some for you, and then you can enjoy it more often. But if my father finds out, he will scold me." Changyu was tempted by Qin Jiji's suggestion, but she was also afraid of being scolded by her father. "Then let them bring it to you secretly. They always go to the academy at the same time, so you can have someone wait at the academy gate." Qin Jiji meant that as long as Master Chang didn't see it, it would be fine. Changyu's eyes lit up at this idea. If her father didn't see it, he wouldn't scold her. She was very happy, but then she hesitated, unsure. "Sister Jiji, will they really help me? They are my father's students." Qin Jiji found Changyu adorable again and smiled. "Don't worry, they are under my influence. They will definitely help you. Just wait patiently for your desserts." Hearing this made Changyu extremely happy, her eyes sparkling. Worried that the little girl might eat too much and feel unwell, Qin Jiji quickly advised her to be careful. When Changyu left the shop, Qin Jiji packed some desserts and milk tea for her, and the little girl happily went to find Madame Chang. Seeing what her daughter was carrying, Madame Chang immediately understood. She teased her daughter with a smile. "Did you go to rob Sister Jiji again?" "No way. These are gifts from Sister Jiji. She just made some new items today." Madame Chang smiled helplessly, knowing that Jinghuai's wife truly had a special bond with their family. On the way back from the beauty shop, Changyu was in a great mood. Master Chang glanced at his daughter a few times, silently asking his wife with his eyes. Madame Chang subtly indicated the food box beside her, and Master Chang understood immediately. He had praised the tea shop for its delicious tea, and on the way back, they had been given some. It was only today that he learned the tea shop was also part of the Qin family. Looking at his daughter's food box and then at his own tea leaves, Master Chang felt he needed to work even harder, or he would be letting down his students. He was already considering asking his father-in-law to give them some special treatment. Chang Fuzai is an active person. The next day, he invited Lin Taifu to a tea house for tea. Lin Taifu was very happy to be invited by his son-in-law and agreed, without hesitation. Chang Foran is Lin Taifu's youngest daughter, who was quite favored in her family. Later, she married Chang Fuzai, and they had a loving relationship, giving birth to their daughter Changyu, whom Lin Taifu also dotes on. The current emperor is in his prime, and the country is peaceful. The crown prince has been established, and ministers only need to be loyal to the emperor without forming factions. Lin Taifu is not only the emperor's tutor but also the crown prince's tutor, enjoying great honor. As long as the Lin family does not make foolish decisions, they will be protected by the emperor and the future crown prince. Therefore, when his youngest daughter chose to marry into the Chang family, the Lin family did not oppose it. The emperor and the empress have a good relationship, and becoming a concubine in the palace may not be a good thing. It is better to marry into the Chang family, which is slightly less prestigious than the Lin family, as the Lin family will ensure that their daughter is not mistreated. Moreover, her husband is also her former student, knowledgeable, humble, and polite. He treats their daughter with great care, and their relationship is deep and respectful, making them a rare match. Chang Fuzai often invites Lin Taifu out, so he did not think much when he was invited today. At the Gu family, Qin Jiji was going to the farm today. Gu Jinghuai was reluctant to see her go, so he had been dragging his feet since morning. "Husband, aren't we going to the tea house today? Why haven't we left yet?" "I need to go out too," Qin Jiji said, curious about Gu Jinghuai's reluctance. "I can't bear to leave you." "I don't want to go out," Gu Jinghuai replied in a muffled voice. "Please hurry and go. Come back early, and I'll return from the farm early too. We can have dinner together, okay?" Qin Jiji gently coaxed Gu Jinghuai, as she also didn't want to go out. They could only see each other for 2 days every 10 days. "Okay, then you come back early," Gu Jinghuai said, feeling happier when he heard that she would return sooner. After they got ready and had breakfast, they left together. Gu Jinghuai personally saw Qin Jiji off to the carriage for the farm. Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun watched the closeness between their sister and brother-in-law, pretending not to notice. Qin Qingyuan looked up at the sun, thinking that Chang Fuzai should have arrived by now. But what could they do? Since the brother-in-law was reluctant to leave, they could only wait. In the carriage, Qin Qingyun curiously asked, "Big brother, Jinghuai, why do you think Chang Fuzai invited us again today? Does he want to have tea? I think he has something to discuss with us." "Let's go," replied Gu Jinghuai. "Yes, since it's our own tea house, I noticed that the teacher really liked the white tea yesterday. Let's pack some for him to take back to the academy and enjoy slowly. We'll pay for it ourselves. Otherwise, my sister won't be able to balance the accounts at the end of the month." Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun decided to buy tea leaves for Teacher Chang. "Count me in. I think our combined pocket money is enough," Gu Jinghuai joked with a smile. "Right now, the money we spend is from my sister's earnings, and in the future, the money we earn will be for her." Gu Jinghuai laughed as he listened to the Qin brothers' conversation. His wife wholeheartedly cared for both her family and her in-laws, and she deserved everyone's love. When the three arrived at the tea house, Lin Taifu and Teacher Chang were already waiting for them. Seeing the three, Lin Taifu realized that his son-in-law had been waiting for him. The three were also surprised that Teacher Chang had invited them to meet Lin Taifu today. Lin Taifu knew the group and had a good impression of them, so he was happy to guide them. Last time, regarding the Zhao banquet, Gu Jinghuai had learned from the prince that Lin Taifu liked sweets. Gu Jinghuai called over a waiter and whispered a few words. After the waiter bowed and left, it wasn't long before he returned with desserts and milk tea. Teacher Chang and Lin Taifu were amazed to see the exquisite milk tea and desserts on the table. They knew this tea house was elegant, but never expected it to offer desserts and milk tea. Seeing their surprise, Gu Jinghuai explained, "These are from our own shop. I thought Teacher and Lin Taifu would like to try them. My sister Yue always praises how delicious they are." Hearing that it was his granddaughter's favorite, Lin Taifu was even happier. He had always felt that she resembled him the most, even sharing similar tastes. "You are thoughtful. Since it's Yuer's favorite, we should try it today. Otherwise, we might buy the wrong flavor next time and make her upset." Lin Taifu's words made everyone laugh. As they enjoyed the milk tea and desserts, Lin Taifu's mood improved even more. He actually loved these treats and often had his servants secretly buy them for him. Every time he visited the tea house, he wanted to buy a cup but felt too shy to do so. Seeing his father-in-law enjoying himself, Teacher Chan quietly gave Gu Jinghuai a thumbs up for being considerate. Gu Jinghuai had no idea that the respected Taifu secretly loved sweets and milk tea. Lin Taifu personally guided the group, which they greatly appreciated. For lunch, the group went to a restaurant together, and as they left the tea house, Qin Qingyuan arranged for tea leaves to be sent to Lin Taifu and Teacher Chang. The lunch was hosted by Chang Fuzi, partly to thank his father-in-law and partly to express gratitude to his students for the tea they brought him and his father-in-law. He knew that the tea from the tea house was not for sale, otherwise, people would have come to buy it long ago. This rule was set by Qin Jiji from the beginning. They had no channels to sell the tea, as she had exchanged a lot of money to obtain it. The tea house became popular unexpectedly, and even though many wanted to buy some to drink, they had no way to do so. Today's tea was well received by Lin Taifu and Chang Fuzi. After lunch, the group chatted for a while before parting ways to go home. Upon returning to the house, Qin Ziji had not yet arrived, so Gu Jinghuai went straight to the study. With Lin Taifu's guidance today, he had many ideas and went to the study to think them through. At the farm, Qin Ziji had been busy all morning and had lunch with everyone. After eating, he felt sorry for his daughter and urged her to rest for a while, but Qin Ziji refused. She had promised her husband to return early to keep him company, so she couldn't go back on her word. After finishing her work at the farm, Qin Ziji returned home early. Before leaving, the villagers of Qin family village curiously asked, "Why is Ziji going back so early today?" "My husband is resting today, and I promised to have dinner with him." "Oh, then you should hurry back so you don't keep Jinghuai waiting.
We can handle the rest."
Upon hearing that Gu Jinghuai was resting today, everyone urged Qin Ziji to leave quickly. They knew that Gu Jinghuai studied at the academy and that the young couple couldn't see each other every day. This year, Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan were set to participate in the competition, and everyone was hopeful for them, looking forward to them bringing honor to Qin family village. The Gu family had dinner together today. The old lady felt sorry for her eldest grandson and specially sent someone to the kitchen to request more dishes. Gu Ting also made a point to return home. The 8 immortals table in the old lady's courtyard was filled with various dishes. The old lady sat at the head of the table, happily watching the maids bustle about with the food. Every time Gu Jinghuai came home, the Gu family was very lively. "Grandmother, we're back. We didn't miss dinner, did we?" A cheerful child's voice came from afar. Gu Yunlang ran ahead, followed by Gu Jingshu and Gu Jingyao. Yunlang slowed down. "Be careful not to fall," Gu Jingshu gently reminded, his eyes full of affection. "Jingshu, Jingyao, pay your respects to grandmother," Gu Jingshu and Gu Jingyao said as they entered and bowed to the old lady. "You arrived just in time," the old lady waved them over. "Are you all hungry? Dinner will be served soon." Gu Yunlang looked around and noticed that his second uncle had not yet arrived, so he reminded his grandmother. "Grandmother, let's wait a little longer. Second uncle isn't here yet." After being reminded by Gu Yunlang, the old lady realized that only her second son was missing. "He's grown up, yet he keeps making us worry. Go check on why he hasn't returned." The old lady instructed the servants nearby. If it weren't for her grandson, she wouldn't bother waiting for Gu Shi. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Shi entered with a smile. "Mother, I'm back. I passed by the Monxiang building and brought your favorite pastries, which delayed me a bit." The servant quickly took the oil paper bag from Gu Shi and carefully placed it on the table nearby. Since it was time for dinner, it was clearly not the right moment to eat pastries. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enjoy their meal later. "Mother, since everyone is here, let's start the meal." The old lady smiled and said, "Let's eat. We can't let my little Yunlang go hungry." She pulled Gu Yunlang close, filled with joy, as the maids entered one after another, carrying steaming bowls of soup. Laughter filled the room, and the moonlight scattered the cheerful sounds throughout the entire residence. After dinner, the old lady kept everyone for a while longer, but when she saw Qin Jiji looking tired, she sent everyone back to rest. Qin Jiji walked alongside Gu Jinghuai on the stone-paved path. Gu Jinghuai held Qin Jiji's hand, gently brushing his fingertips against her palm. "My dear, you worked hard at the farm today," he said softly. "You worked hard studying too." They walked hand in hand, slowly heading to their courtyard. Halfway there, Qin Jiji tried to pull her hand away, but Gu Jinghuai held it tighter. Then, Qin Jiji stepped on a small stone and, due to the poor lighting at night, almost stumbled. Gu Jinghuai quickly wrapped his arm around her waist, providing a comforting warmth through their clothes. "Be careful, my dear. I'll support you." Qin Jiji nodded, thinking she must be too tired today. Gu Jinghui raised his hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Qin Jiji looked up, her gaze resting on his focused expression. She stood on her tiptoes and quickly kissed his cheek. Once Gu Jinghui realized what happened, he instinctively pulled Qin Jiji into his embrace and leaned down to kiss her on the lips. Remembering they were outside, Qin Jiji's cheeks flushed, and she softly called out, "Husband." She tried to push Gu Jinghui away, but he held her tighter, his warm breath brushing against her ear, making her heart race. Gu Jinghui directly carried Qin Jiji back to the courtyard. Their night was just beginning. Tomorrow, they would go to the academy, and only Qin Jiji knew how much Gu Jinghui would miss her. The person who appeared bright and cheerful to others had another side that only Qin Jiji understood. At this moment, in the Qin family, Qin Qingyuan looked at the sachet in his hand, filled with joy. He had received this sachet from Gu Yunfei when he returned home in the afternoon. She had secretly given it to him, saying she had embroidered it herself. The sachet contained herbs that could refresh the mind, perfect for someone like him who often stayed up late studying. He understood the meaning behind a girl personally making a sachet for a boy. It was a sign of affection and longing. He treasured the sachet and held back his excitement until dinner was over, then returned to his own courtyard. Qin Qingyuan carefully took out the sachet, looking down at it, admiring the vivid lotus flowers embroidered on it. He held the sachet in his hand, repeatedly stroking the small character Fei, a smile creeping onto his face. He couldn't help but recall Gu Yunfei's blushing cheeks when she gave him the sachet that afternoon. It made his heart melt. He gently brought the sachet close to his nose and took a deep breath, the fragrance instantly enveloping him. His heart was filled with love, spreading warmth throughout his body, and he couldn't suppress his smile. It was a delightful feeling to know that the person he liked also liked him back. Qin Qingyuan placed the sachet by his pillow, smiling as he drifted off to sleep, dreaming for the first time of Gu Yunfei. The next day, unsurprisingly, he woke up late. When Qin Qingyuan arrived at his older brother's courtyard, he was surprised to see his usually diligent brother still asleep. Thinking his brother had stayed up too late studying, he advised, "Brother, while studying is important, your health is important too." A hint of discomfort flashed across Qin Qingyuan's face, but his oblivious brother didn't notice. After getting ready, the two brothers went to the Gu residence to pick up Gu Jinghui. At the entrance, they coincidentally ran into Gu Yunfei and Gu Yunlang. They greeted each other, and Gu Yunlang pulled Qin Qingyuan inside first. Qin Qingyuan walked alongside Gu Yunfei, glancing at the girl he admired, and quietly said, "I really like the sachet. Thank you, princess." Hearing this, Gu Yunfei's face turned red again. As she raised her hand, Qin Qingyuan noticed the bracelet he had given her for the new year on her wrist. His heart filled with joy as he said, "That bracelet looks great on you, princess." The bracelet was specially worn by Gu Yunfei this morning. She arrived a bit early, hoping to run into Qin Qingyuan. Although Gu Yunfei felt happy being praised, she still appeared shy and quickly walked a few steps toward the house. Qin Qingyuan followed behind, unable to hide his smile. Remembering the little candies his sister had given him, he hurried to catch up with Gu Yunfei and handed her a bottle of candies. Worried about being seen with the candies, Gu Yunfei quickly tucked her hand into her sleeve, trying to stay calm. The relationship between the Qin and Gu families was good, so Gu Yunfei's maid did not suspect anything. She didn't notice Qin Qingyuan giving Gu Yunfei the candies. The maid only thought that Qin Qingyuan seemed a bit strange today, and after they left for the academy, she complained to Gu Yunfei. Hearing this, Gu Yunfei laughed out loud, leaving the little maid confused, thinking that her lady was acting a bit odd today. In the following days, Qin Jiji focused entirely on the farm. By the end of June, the watermelons were finally ripe. Standing by the watermelon field, Qin Jiji felt a wave of joy and excitement. At first, she had only tried it as an experiment, but thanks to everyone's hard work, they really managed to grow watermelons here. Our watermelons are finally ripe. Today we will start picking them, and I will share some important tips for harvesting. Gigi, we will do whatever you say. We can't wait any longer. Thank you all for your hard work. I'll pick a few for everyone to taste. Haha, Gigi is generous. After taking care of them for so long, we're really curious about their taste. Please wait a moment, I'll go pick them now. Gigi personally went into the field, bending down to examine each watermelon carefully. She gently tapped the watermelons, producing a thump-thump sound. With a smile, she explained, "Listen, if it sounds crisp like this, it means the watermelon is ripe. Gentlemen, come and try it." The three closest to Gigi imitated her and tapped the watermelons, but were still unsure if they were ripe. Gigi walked over to them, pointing at their watermelon and said, "Look, the stem here is turned yellow, and the patterns on the skin are clear. That means it's ripe." After hearing his granddaughter's words, the old man carefully observed and indeed noticed a faint yellow ring on the stem and clear patterns on the skin. "According to Gigi, this one is ripe, so I picked it." Old man Qin pulled hard, and the watermelon came off the vine. "Grandpa, let's pick a few more so we can taste them later." Uncle and second uncle saw that third brother had successfully picked one, so they quickly followed Gigi's method to choose watermelons. Others helped put them in the basket, and soon they had selected more than a dozen watermelons. Gigi personally demonstrated by smashing a watermelon with her fist. With a crack, the bright red flesh was revealed. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. They were surprised by how it looked inside. "Everyone, just like this, smash it open and share a taste of the watermelons we've worked so hard to grow." After hearing Gigi's words, the others copied her and smashed open their watermelons, revealing the tempting red flesh. Eagerly, they took a bite, and the sweet juice burst in their mouths, making everyone exclaim with delight. "Gigi, you are amazing. You can grow something so delicious. If we sell these in the shop, they will definitely fetch a good price. I've never tasted anything this good in my life. It's all thanks to Gigi. The first batch of watermelons is the sweetest. After we finish eating, let's pick the ripe ones and take them to the shop to sell. Don't worry, Gigi, we promise to get the job done." While enjoying the watermelon, everyone chatted happily. After finishing the dozen watermelons, they started working hard. Gigi had someone bring over the cart, and the wheels creaked as they rolled over the field. They moved the picked watermelons onto the cart and then transported them to the horse-drawn carriage. Uncle, second uncle, Old Man Qin, Qin Shan, and Gigi were in charge of picking, while the others learned and helped transport the watermelons. The heavy watermelons hugged close, giving off a light fragrance, and no one felt tired. Instead, they were very happy. "Be careful. Don't drop them." Uncle worried that the group might accidentally drop the watermelons and reminded them. Gigi was concerned about the watermelons breaking during transport, so she had them fill the gaps with straw. Everyone worked energetically, and each face was filled with satisfied smiles. The cart quickly piled high with baskets of watermelons, and the sunlight shone on the skins, making them glisten. At that moment, the joy of harvest was as sweet as the watermelons themselves. The first batch of watermelons was delivered to the shop, with Qin Shan and Qin He personally in charge of selling. The watermelon stall was still at the same place where strawberries were sold before. Gigi had someone cut 2 watermelons for tasting. After the tasting, everyone rushed to buy them. Besides the stall, Gigi also remembered her family and friends. She sent a basket to the Gu family, the princess's residence, the Qin family, the Ning family, the Wang family, and the Chong family, and of course, she didn't forget the crown prince. The basket for the crown prince was taken into the palace by her uncle, Gu Ting. Although Gu Ting was reluctant to bring things for the emperor, it was different when it was his niece-in-law asking. After entering the palace, he had the watermelons sent directly to the empress and the Eastern Palace. Upon learning they were sent by Gigi, the empress had them chilled in well water, according to her method. Knowing the emperor had not been feeling well lately, after an hour, she had the watermelons taken out, cut, and sent to the emperor. The emperor was busy with official documents and feeling annoyed when a servant came in to say the empress had sent watermelons. Hearing it was something fresh, he quickly had them brought in. When the servant opened the box, the bright green rind and the vibrant red flesh made everyone's appetite grow. Although it was the first time the emperor saw a watermelon, he immediately loved it. Eagerly, he took a piece and bit into it, surprised by the sweet juice that eased his irritation. The watermelon, chilled in well water, tasted even sweeter, and the emperor finished all the watermelons sent by the empress, still wanting more. He instructed the attending servants, "Go to the empress's palace and ask where these came from. If there are more, prepare some for lunch." The servants, having received the emperor's order, bowed and quickly went to report to the empress. The empress, hearing the emperor's request, couldn't help but laugh, finding it a bit childish. Qin Jiji had only sent one basket today, which contained 6 watermelons in total. She sent 2 to the crown prince's palace, kept 2 for herself, and gave the remaining 2 to the palace ladies. The emperor specifically sent someone to convey his message, clearly pleased with the watermelons sent by Jiji. The empress instructed her attendants to inform the crown prince to come to her palace for lunch and to bring the 2 watermelons along. The diligent crown prince was unaware that the watermelons Qin Jiji had sent for him were taken by his mother. After school, he was very happy to learn he would have lunch in his mother's palace. When he tasted the watermelon, he liked it very much and curiously asked, "Mother, what kind of fruit is this?" "It's delicious." "I don't know if it's a fruit," the empress replied. "It was brought by your uncle, and it's called watermelon." "No wonder it tastes so good. It's the watermelon that Sister Jiji grew on her farm." The prince suddenly realized that he knew Qin Jiji grew watermelons and had even visited her farm, but he didn't expect them to be so delicious. "Wait a minute, if they were sent by Sister Jiji, why weren't they given to me?" The prince reacted a bit late. "Maybe your uncle made a mistake and sent them here instead. That's why your mother hurriedly called you to eat some," the queen explained a bit nervously. The prince felt something was off, but since he was enjoying the watermelon, he didn't think too much about it. Seeing that the prince didn't ask further, the queen sighed in relief. "Since you love them, mother, let's ask Sister Jiji to send more tomorrow." The prince noticed that both the emperor and the queen liked the watermelons, so he thought of asking Qin Jiji to bring more. That might not be good. It took a lot of effort for Jiji to grow them, the queen said shyly. "Mother, even if I don't say anything, Sister Jiji will still send them to us. I am very important to her," Zhao Yan said confidently. The emperor glanced at him, thinking, "You really have a big ego." The 3 of them had lunch together, and the emperor stayed in the queen's palace for a nap, while Zhao Yan returned to the East Palace. Qin Jiji not only sent some to Zhao Yan but also thought of her husband and elder brother, so she personally went to the academy. Since it was the first harvest of the watermelons, she wanted them to taste the fresh ones too. She had someone pick 2 baskets of watermelons and invited Gu Yunfei to go to the academy with her. Before leaving, she also brought some sweets for Changyu, as she had promised the little girl last time. "Sister-in-law, will we disturb my brother and the others while they are studying?" Gu Yunfei felt a bit conflicted, excited to go to the academy but also worried. "We'll just deliver the watermelons and come back. It won't take long," Qin Jiji said. It was her first time visiting the academy, and she just wanted to share the joy of the watermelon harvest with her husband. Seeing her sister-in-law so enthusiastic, Gu Yunfei decided not to dampen the mood. "I'm sure my brother will be very happy to see you." "I think so too. We can also cheer them on to study harder," Qin Jiji said, making Gu Yunfei laugh. Her sister-in-law always had unique ideas. The 2 talked along the way and soon arrived at the academy. They couldn't enter the academy, so Qin Jiji asked the doorman to help call Gu Jinghuai and her brother. Thinking that asking for help shouldn't be empty-handed, she took a watermelon from the cart to give to the doorman. "Your Highness, that's too much. I can't accept it," the surprised doorman repeatedly declined. "Uncle, please take this. It's from our own land and isn't worth much." Qin Jiji handed the watermelon to the uncle at the gate, and he accepted it when he heard it was homegrown. Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei stood under the shade of a tree, a gentle breeze bringing a bit of coolness. Both felt a sense of anticipation. When Gu Jinghuai and the others heard that Qin Jiji had arrived, they were very happy and walked faster than usual. As soon as they stepped out of the academy, their eyes searched for familiar figures. Seeing Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei under the tree, Gu Jinghuai's eyes lit up with surprise, and a smile appeared on his face. Wife, sister, you're here. Gu Jinghuai's voice was filled with joy. Sister, princess, you're here. Qin Qingyuan was even more surprised. He didn't expect not only his sister but also Gu Yunfei to come. Qin Jiji smiled and said, The watermelons are ripe today, so Yunfei and I brought some for you to taste. They're in the carriage, so we need to trouble you, Big Brother and Qin Big Brother, to lift them out. Gu Yunfei said softly, pointing to the carriage. I'll go get them. Qin Qingyun volunteered to go to the carriage for the watermelons. Second brother, you might need help. Can you find someone to assist? We brought 2 baskets, and one is for you. Qin Jiji reminded Qin Qingyun. Oh, then wait for me here, and I'll go find someone to help. Qin Qingyun shyly scratched his head and went to call for help. Gu Jinghuai held Qin Jiji's hand and said softly, Thank you for making this trip, my dear. You've worked hard. Qin Jiji shook her head, her eyes full of warmth. It's not hard at all. I promised to let you taste the watermelons first when they were ripe. Gu Jinghuai gently held her hand and stood in front of her to shield her from the sun, worried that the sunlight might accidentally touch her. Noticing his actions, Qin Jiji felt a flutter in her heart. Thank you, husband. Gu Jinghuai lowered his head and softly said, We are husband and wife. It's only right to take care of you. Qin Jiji smiled gently at his words. They spoke quietly to each other, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. Qin Qingyuan watched the affectionate couple and quietly moved aside, not wanting to disturb them. He looked at Gu Yunfei with gentle eyes, his heart racing a little. Gu Yunfei wore a light green robe today, with a hairpin adorned with rubies in her hair. Standing quietly, she looked very graceful. Princess. Qin Qingyuan's voice held a bit of restraint. Gu Yunfei looked up at him, her eyes clear as water, and when their gazes met, a hint of shyness flashed across her face. Gu Yunfei lowered her head shyly, and Qin Qingyuan wanted to hold the little girl's hand, but he was afraid of scaring her. They were very close, and Gu Yunfei could even smell the faint scent of ink on him. Why did the princess come today? I'm here to accompany my sister-in-law to see you. The two chatted casually until they heard footsteps approaching from a distance. It was Qin Qingyun bringing some helpers. Gu Yunfei instinctively took a step back, creating some distance between her and Qin Qingyuan. Little sister, Yunfei, we're here. Since there were outsiders, Qin Qingyun didn't call Gu Yunfei princess to avoid unnecessary trouble. The watermelons are in the cart. Thank you, everyone. Gu Jinghuai called everyone to help carry the watermelons from the cart, and Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun quickly joined in. When 2 baskets of bright green watermelons were brought out, everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the ripe watermelons to be so large. The last time they saw them, they were only the size of a bowl. Little sister, are these the watermelons from our farm? Of course. 1 basket is for you, and you can share the other with your classmates. There are more on the farm. Qin Jiji naturally hoped that everyone could get along well at the academy with their classmates.
Got it.
They replied and asked the helpers to carry the watermelons inside. Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei didn't want to delay them too long and said goodbye. Although they felt reluctant, they really had to go back to class. It wasn't until the cart disappeared around the corner that Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan reluctantly returned to the academy. Qin Qingyuan remembered Gu Yunfei's flushed ears and couldn't help but smile. The doorman looked at the 2 baskets of watermelons being carried in, and then at the watermelon Qin Jiji had given him, feeling it was very precious. He was even more surprised after lunch. There were many young masters from noble families in the academy, and in the afternoon, servants began to arrive one after another to deliver watermelons for their children studying there. After inquiring, the doorman realized just how valuable the watermelon Qin Jiji had given him was. Qin Jiji said 1 basket of watermelons was for Changyu, and Qin Qingyun had someone help carry the watermelons directly to Master Chang's residence. Changyu was thrilled to hear they were sent by Qin Jiji, especially when she saw the desserts Qin Jiji had brought for her. This is a special gift from my sister. Don't forget to eat it. If you like it, I'll bring you more next time. Thank you, Brother Qingyun. I'll remember. The little girl took the dessert and looked at the basket of bright green watermelons with joy, deciding to wait for her father to return from teaching so they could enjoy them together. In Changyu's heart, everything Qin Jiji sent was wonderful. The remaining basket of watermelons was taken to where a few people lived, and Gu Jinghua invited everyone who came to help today to join him for watermelon after school. They all eagerly agreed, not because they were greedy, but because the treats brought by Gu Jinghua and Qin Qingyuan were always delicious. As soon as the morning classes ended, the invited guests came to their place. Everyone sat around the stone bench in the corridor, and Gu Jinghua followed Qin Jiji's method to cut the watermelon with a knife. Juice flowed down the blade, releasing a sweet aroma, and the bright red flesh looked especially tempting in the sunlight. Qin Qingyuan squeezed to the front, picked up a piece of watermelon, and handed it to Qin Qingyuan, saying with a smile, "Big brother, try the watermelon my sister grew." Qin Qingyuan took the piece of watermelon from his younger sibling and took a gentle bite. The cool juice instantly chased away the midday heat, and he squinted his eyes in satisfaction, saying, "So sweet. You all should try some too." Hearing this, the others quickly grabbed pieces of watermelon and took a bite, enjoying the sweet taste. Seeing everyone happy while eating, Gu Jinghua felt proud. His wife was always the best. As they ate watermelon and chatted softly, laughter occasionally rang out. Chang Fuji and Chang Yu were equally joyful. When Chang Fuji returned, Chang Yu couldn't hold back her curiosity and had already cut a watermelon. After tasting it, she fell in love with the flavor, and by the time Chang Fuji finished teaching and returned home, Chang Foreign and Chang Yu had already eaten a whole watermelon. As soon as Chang Fuji entered, Chang Yu rushed to greet him. "Father, you're finally back. Why are you so late today? Did you have to stay after class again?" Chang Yu stepped forward to take the things from Chang Fuji's hands, being even more enthusiastic than usual. Chang Fuji didn't expect his daughter to be so warm today and thought she must want something from him. His youngest daughter had always been close to him, lively and adorable, and he spoiled her the most. "Did you get into trouble today to be so eager to see me?" Chang Fuji asked with a smile. "Mother, look at how father thinks of me. I might get upset. We should finish the watermelon and not leave any for him." When Chang Yu heard her father suspecting her of causing trouble, she became unhappy. "What watermelon? All right, it's all my fault. Our Yuer is the sweetest and most adorable." Seeing his daughter upset, Chang Fuji quickly tried to comfort her, while Chang Foreign had already gotten used to it. This kind of playful exchange between father and daughter happened several times a day, and Chang Foreign was already numb to it. "Humph. This was specially sent to me by Sister Gigi. It's so sweet that one bite makes you feel refreshed all over. This wonderful treat must be tasted by father." Mr. Chang comforted his daughter while going to get the watermelon. Since it was a gift from a student's mother, he had to try it. "Dad, let me cut it for you." Sister Gigi gave us instructions on how to eat it. Chang Yu happily went to cut the watermelon, and Mr. Chang looked at his daughter with affection. Chang Yu quickly cut the watermelon, first giving a piece to her mother, then to Mr. Chang, and finally keeping a piece for herself. It was Mr. Chang's first time eating watermelon, and he had been eyeing it while his daughter was cutting it. The sweet taste of the watermelon was very addictive. This watermelon from Mrs. Jinghua is really good. Of course, everything Sister Gigi makes is delicious. Chang Yu admired Qin Gigi a lot, especially the food she prepared. "Dad, let's take 2 pieces to the dean later." Chang Yu was a sharing girl, and the dean had a good relationship with Mr. Chang, often being very kind to Chang Yu. "Why are you so generous today?" Mr. Chang asked curiously. "The dean is always nice to me. Don't you want to share?" "As long as you don't cry. Of course I want to share." "I won't cry. After lunch, let's go together." Now it was Mr. Chang's turn to be curious. His daughter wanted to go with him. "Since you want to go, I will accompany you."
"Thank you, Dad."
The family enjoyed half of the watermelon before taking a break for lunch. After lunch, Chang Yu urged her dad to take the watermelon to the dean. Mrs. Chang found a basket for them that could hold 2 watermelons. Mr. Chang carried it, and the father-daughter duo happily went to find the dean. When they arrived at the dean's place, Changyu cheerfully called out, "Dean, Dad and I are here to bring you watermelon." Hearing Changyu's voice, the dean quickly came out and saw the father and daughter carrying 2 round, green items. "Yuer is here. What good things have you brought me?" Though he didn't know what was in the basket, he appreciated the little girl's kind gesture. "Of course, it's a good thing. I already tasted it and brought it especially for you." Changyu directed her dad to place the watermelon on the table. "Dean, when you eat it, just eat the red part inside. The green skin shouldn't be eaten." Changyu was worried the dean might eat it wrong and not enjoy it, wasting Sister Gigi's effort. "Okay, I will eat it just as you say," the dean replied with a smile. Changyu noticed that the dean was in a good mood, so she took the chance to recommend Gu Jinghuai and a few others. "Dean, this watermelon was grown by Brother Gu's wife/sister. Dean, after you try Sister Gigi's watermelon, you must take good care of her husband and brother." The dean finally realized that Changyu had come to deliver watermelon to him instead of taking a nap at noon. "Haha, you little clever one. I see that bringing watermelon is just an excuse. You really want me to look after Brother Gu and Brother Qin, right? Yuer doesn't care. Once you accept a gift, you can't take it back. You've already accepted the watermelon, Dean." Both the dean and Chang Fuji laughed at Changyu. "All right, Dean promises you that he will take care of them. Then Yuer can rest assured. Daddy, let's go home and not disturb the dean's rest any longer." Having achieved her goal, Changyu didn't want to linger. The father and daughter said their goodbyes, and the dean personally saw them out. Before they left, the dean patted Chang Fuji's shoulder and quietly said, "Yuer's idioms still need improvement." Chang Fuji couldn't help but laugh at that. With the sale of watermelons from the farm, the capital welcomed this year's summer. Qin Gigi still underestimated the wealth of the people in the capital and their love for watermelons. The watermelons from the farm sold out quickly every day. Qin Gigi had her uncle and father personally handle the delivery of watermelons. This way, she could secretly trade some with Wanwan. This barely maintained the demand for watermelons in the capital. The watermelons from Qin village were still being wholesaled to the Wang family for sale. After making money from strawberries, the explosive sales of watermelons followed. The enthusiasm for farming in Qin village reached an unprecedented high, and Qin Gigi became irreplaceable. From the first day of sales, Qin Gigi had the freshest watermelons picked daily for her uncle Gu Ting to take into the palace for the prince, without missing a day. Gu Ting naturally had no objections to Qin Gigi. Sometimes, if the person delivering the watermelons was late, he would patiently wait. To get a hold of the prince's watermelons, the emperor sent people to guard the palace gate early every day. As soon as Gu Ting got off the carriage, the watermelons were taken away. At first, Gu Ting didn't pay much attention, thinking it was someone the prince had arranged. Then one day, Gu Ting and the prince accidentally learned the truth and were both stunned. The prince angrily went to complain to the empress, who felt a bit guilty since she was also involved in this matter. The queen first comforted the crown prince, but in the end, the emperor took the blame. Gu Ting looked down on the emperor for taking things that weren't his, but thankfully he didn't keep everything for himself, and the crown prince could still enjoy his share every day. Since the emperor and the crown prince are father and son, even though Gu Ting disapproved of the emperor's actions, he couldn't drive a wedge between them. However, that didn't stop Gu Ting from going back to complain to the princess. The princess was quite speechless after hearing this. She really couldn't settle their disputes. With a brother, a nephew, and a husband involved, it was hard to keep things fair. But the most important thing was to comfort her dear husband. After all, she could avoid the palace for a while, but she had to see her husband every day. "I'm sorry for my husband. Next time I go to the palace, I will definitely speak on your behalf. With your highness supporting me, even if the emperor bullies me, I will accept it." In front of the princess, the usually outspoken Gu Ting felt quite wronged. Normally, he and the princess interacted like any ordinary couple. He only called her Your Highness when he was being playful and referred to himself as a humble servant. This was their little couple's game. Having been married for about 20 years, they had never had a serious argument. Gu Ting willingly bent down in front of the princess, finding joy in it. He had been by her side since she was a young girl. Even though she was now a powerful princess, she was still the one he wanted to protect. He had vowed to take care of her for a lifetime. Gu Ting liked it when the princess stood up for him. It was her unique way of showing love. At first, there were people in the court who mocked Gu Ting, but he responded to each of them, proudly claiming his princess. Once we finish this busy period, I'll take the princess to the countryside for a few days, just the two of us. Gu Ting wanted to enjoy some uninterrupted time with the princess. They hadn't had such peaceful moments in years while searching for their son. The princess nestled against Gu Ting's shoulder, clearly recalling their happy times together. If we don't take Yunlang, will he throw a tantrum? The princess was most worried about their youngest son. Leave it to Gigi. He won't cause any trouble. Gu Ting's mind was still quite clear at critical moments, and having Qin Gigi take care of the child was perfect. You've planned this well. The princess laughed. Of course, I just want to spend a few days alone with you, just the two of us. Gu Ting's eyes were filled with affection and tenderness, while the princess's eyes sparkled like stars, just like in the past. Then let's escape for a few days. Gu Ting knew that the princess had agreed to his plan. The person he had always protected was still the same as before. The princess gently held Gu Ting's hand, and he embraced her, whispering softly in her ear. As night fell and the candlelight flickered, a few days later, Gu Ting secretly took the princess out of the residence, leaving a note for Gu Yunfei and Qin Gigi. He simply mentioned that they would be away for a few days and asked them to take care of themselves and Yunlang. Qin Gigi thought they had gone out for something important and, worried about Gu Yunlang getting upset, made an effort to cheer him up. Gu Yunfei, now a young lady, only needed to manage the household in her mother's absence. The day the princess and Gu Ting left was also when Gu Jinghuai and the others returned from the academy. Gu Ting had timed it well so that Gu Yunlang wouldn't feel sad, as the boy liked them all very much. Gu Jinghuai read the note left by his uncle and suspected that his uncle had gone on a trip, but he had no proof. With a rare 2 days of free time, Gu Jinghuai wanted to spend every moment with Qin Gigi and wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt their time together. So, in the end, it was Qin Qingyuan and Gu Yunfei who took care of the children. Recently, the weather had been quite hot. Ning Xian had invited a few people, but only Qin Qingyuan showed up. Today, Ning Xian had even brought his sister Ning Ning along, thinking everyone would come. In the end, it was just the three of them, but since they were already out, they couldn't go back, so they decided to enjoy their time together. After learning from Qin Qingyuan why Gu Jinghuai didn't show up, Ning Xian was unsure whether to blame himself or Gu Jinghuai. Ning brother, Jinghuai and Gigi don't get to see each other often. Don't be too hard on him. Then why didn't your older brother come? Ning Xian thought Gu Jinghuai's absence was understandable, but Qin Qingyuan's absence was excessive. Jinghuai left the kids with my brother and the princess. It's too hot to go out. Qin Qingyuan was worried that Ning Xian might get angry with him and felt his explanation was lacking. Second brother, Gu brother-in-law and Qin brother have things to do. They didn't mean to miss the gathering. Don't be upset. Qingyuan is here, and I think the three of us will have a great time. Last time, you promised to go with me to buy jewelry. How about we go today? Ning Ning didn't want to see Qin Qingyuan in a difficult position and spoke up to help him. Ning Xian had no objections and looked at Qin Qingyuan for his opinion. I'm fine with it. Since I have nothing else to do, let's accompany sister Ning Ning today. All right, but you should tell them when you get back that I'm really upset this time and a few meals won't make it better. Brother Ning is not that petty. I'll treat everyone to lunch today to apologize for my brother and Jinghuai. As Qin Qingyuan walked and tried to cheer up Ning Xian, he wasn't really angry with them. Seeing his sisters so happy and with Qin Qingyuan treating them, he quickly felt better. Meanwhile, Gu Jinghuai, who was on Ning Xian's mind, was spending time with his wife in their cool home, enjoying fresh fruits. When at home, Gu Jinghuai took care of most things regarding Qin Gigi himself. Recently, the weather has been hot, so Qin Gigi didn't want to go out. Today was a perfect day since Gu Jinghuai was resting. So, they stayed in their own courtyard. Gu Jinghui had told Gu Jingshu not to disturb him and Qin Jiji, and to go to the princess's residence if he needed anything. Gu Jingshu naturally didn't dare to disturb his older brother. After breakfast, he took his sister Gu Jingyao to find Gu Yunling. He knew his brother wanted some alone time with his sister-in-law. Worried that Yunling might come, he went to the grand princess's residence with his sister first. The children usually played together, so after breakfast, Qin Qinghui and Qin Qingyuan also went to the grand princess's residence. Qin Qingyuan had known Gu Jinghui for a long time and understood his personality. Gu Yunfei was surprised to see Qin Qingyuan accompanying Qin Qinghui. "Brother Qin, you're here too. My fifth brother said his sister was worried about taking care of them alone, so he asked me to help." Qin Qingyuan wasn't lying. This was the message Qin Jiji specifically asked him to convey to his brother. She had long seen through her brother's little feelings for the princess. Being a good sister, she was worried that if she didn't create some opportunities for them, her brother might have a hard time winning the princess's heart. "Thank you, Brother Qin. Will this affect your studies?" Gu Yunfei knew they were all busy with their studies and didn't want to waste Qin Qingyuan's time. "It's fine. I've reviewed everything I needed to at the academy. It won't be a problem. My second brother went to find Ning Xian, and Jinghui is with Jiji." Qin Qingyuan almost said that since they didn't take him along, he had no choice but to come and look after the kids. Gu Yunfei thought she saw a hint of grievance on Qin Qingyuan's face, but she must have been mistaken. Rest days should be relaxing. "Please come in, Brother Qin." Gu Yunfei felt inexplicably that Qin Qingyuan was a bit charming and quickly invited him inside. "Thank you, Princess." Qin Qingyuan was just pretending. His fifth brother didn't need company. He just wanted to see the princess. Even though he found the reason for bringing the children ridiculous, his sister asked him to come, and everyone accepted it as normal. This shows the importance of having a beloved sister. A few kids walked ahead, quietly discussing something. Qin Qingyuan and Gu Yunfei followed leisurely behind. The scenery of the princess's residence was unique in the capital, and Gu Yunfei took the children to the garden. After playing for a while, Gu Yunling invited a few of them to see his treasures. "Sister, can you help take care of Brother Qin? We want to play somewhere else for a bit." "Of course, just don't stay out too long. The sun will be strong soon, so be careful not to get too hot." Gu Yunfei agreed when she heard her brother wanted to play elsewhere. "Got it, sister. We're off." Gu Yunling was thrilled to hear they could go play and called a few friends to join him. The group already had a good relationship and felt at home in the princess's residence. "Brother, Sister Yunfei, we're leaving." The kids cheerfully waved goodbye as they ran off. "Chuer, have someone follow them to keep an eye on things, just in case." Gu Yunfei instructed the maid beside her. "Yes, Princess, I will go right away." Chuer decided to personally watch over the young master. She thought Qin Qingyuan was trustworthy since he was the elder brother of the young mistress, and being with the princess alone was not a problem. Gu Yunfei didn't expect her little maid to take care of her brother and couldn't help but smile. "Brother Qin, let's go to the pavilion ahead. I'll have someone bring some fruits." Gu Yunfei led Qin Qingyuan to the pavilion, and he admired the beautiful structure and elegant garden as they walked. The servants of the princess's residence were efficient, and soon they brought the items as the princess had instructed. Gu Yunfei took care of Qin Qingyuan's meal, and he was amazed to see so many fresh fruits. The princess truly deserved her reputation. The Qin family had fresh fruits thanks to his sister's abilities, and the princess's residence was a favor from the emperor. At that moment, Qin Qingyuan suddenly worried if he could provide such a prosperous life for Gu Yunfei if they were together. But she had already settled in his heart, and he couldn't let go of anyone else. He was willing to work hard to give her the best he could. Qin Qingyuan placed the peeled fruit he had prepared in front of Gu Yunfei. "Princess, try this." Gu Yunfei blushed when she saw the fruit he had peeled for her. "Thank you, Brother Qin." Gu Yunfei was hesitant to look up and kept her head down while eating the fruit. She was afraid Qin Qingyuan would see her blushing face. Seeing Gu Yunfei enjoy the fruit he had peeled, Qin Qingyuan felt a sweet happiness in his heart. The princess liked the fruit he prepared, which made him happy. He quietly peeled a few more of Gu Yunfei's favorite fruits and placed them in front of her. Gu Yunfei felt warm inside and decided to share some of the fruit from her plate with Qin Qingyuan. "Qin Gij, you should eat too. These fruits were just sent by my uncle today. Try them and see if you like them." At that moment, Qin Qingyuan's hands were busy peeling fruit, so he couldn't eat. He looked up at Gu Yunfei, showing her his hands to indicate he couldn't eat right now but would later. However, Gu Yunfei misunderstood and used a fork to offer a piece to Qin Qingyuan's mouth. He was taken by surprise but instinctively opened his mouth to eat the fruit she offered. As soon as she offered it, Gu Yunfei regretted it, thinking she had acted too recklessly. Thankfully, Qin Qingyuan ate it without hesitation. Otherwise, it would have been very awkward for her. She also noticed the surprise in his eyes. Qin Qingyuan thought the fruit tasted especially sweet today, especially since it was fed to him by the princess. "Thank you, princess. It's so sweet. Can I have another one?" he asked innocently, making Gu Yunfei blush even more. Having already fed him one, it wasn't a problem to give him another. Gu Yunfei reluctantly fed him another piece, and Qin Qingyuan smiled like a fool, while Gu Yunfei's face turned red all the way to her neck. Seeing how shy she was, Qin Qingyuan didn't want to push his luck further. He quickly changed the subject, worried that if he teased her too much, she might ignore him in the future. For Qin Qingyuan, it was a joyful day, as his relationship with the princess had grown closer. Meanwhile, Ning Xian felt oddly out of place. Although she was his sister, Qin Qingyuan seemed to be more attentive and considerate than he was. Ning Xian looked at the two in front of him, feeling he shouldn't be there. A few days later, the Grand Princess and Gu Ting returned, bringing gifts for the children. The weather was getting hotter, and Qin Jiji had introduced various iced drinks at the tea shop, which became very popular. Chang Yu occasionally came to the tea shop with her maid. Qin Jiang knew her, so every time she visited, regardless of whether Qin Jiji was there, he would bring her desserts. As they met more often, Chang Yu and Qin Jiang became familiar, and she affectionately called him Qin Senshu. Now, the milk tea shop is run by Qin Jiang and Wang. Since Zhang Xiuzai and his mother moved to the capital, Qin Jiang's youngest son has been helped by Aunt Yao. This way, Wang has more time to do things, and Qin Jiji arranged for her uncle and aunt to work at a shop. Father and mother are in charge of the watermelon shop, while uncle and aunt help at the farm. However, currently, the three of them are not in the capital. After the watermelons in Qin family village ripen, they will return with Wang's convoy. The main reason is to visit family, and grandfather and second uncle are going back with them. So, when aunt, mother, and third aunt are not around, Qin Jiji sometimes goes to help at the shop. Life goes on at a relaxed pace. As autumn arrives, the watermelons are sold, and the shop switches to selling green beans and chili peppers, which also does well. However, this time, Qin Jiji did not sell the green beans and chili peppers from Qin family village. Instead, she went back to lead the villagers in making spicy green beans and pickled chili peppers. By winter, these spicy green beans and pickled chili peppers will be valuable. The people of Qin family village now listen to Qin Jiji. They do not make decisions but follow orders and work hard for their share of the earnings. Before leaving, Qin Jiji told Qin Chuan that if her husband and brother pass the exams, they will definitely host a banquet. Qin Chuan was very excited to hear this, and Qin Jiji's grandfather even went to the capital with them. He believes they will succeed, and he wants to watch over them for peace of mind. Qin Chuan had no choice but to watch his father go to the capital again. However, he was relieved that second uncle did not go this time. But when Qin Jiji and the others left, second uncle started to complain, first about the road not being wide enough, then about the village trees not looking nice enough. During his months in the capital, Qin Jiji had given him quite a bit of money, and before leaving, her brother also gave him some. He insisted on supervising Qin Chuan to make sure Qin family village is built neatly and impressively so that they won't be embarrassed when Qin Qingyuan and the others succeed. After sharing his thoughts with Qin Chuan, he naturally received full support. Second uncle gave Qin Chuan 200 silver notes and asked him to build a grand entrance to the village. Qin Chuan was stunned to see so much money. Second uncle, where did you get so many silver notes? This is what I earned with your father in the capital, given by Gigi.
Use it to get the job done.
Don't worry, second uncle, I will do it well. Qin Chuan decided to contribute some of his own money. He had made quite a bit over the past 2 years with Qin Gigi and was happy to do something for the villagers. Once the people of Qin family village learned of his intentions, they all voluntarily came to help. Everyone was busy farming while also working hard to build the village. Of course, Qin Gigi, who was far away in the capital, had no idea about this. The most important thing for the Qin and Gu families right now was the exams of a few people. The family was quite nervous, but 3 people acted as if nothing was wrong and continued with their tasks. Grandma Gu, worried about her eldest grandson, invited Grandma Qin to pray for good luck. Zhang and Li families were also very anxious, so they asked Mother Gu to join them. The princess, upon hearing this, accompanied her mother-in-law as well. Gu Ting, who disliked working, the unreliable Gu Shi, and even the children at home went along. For a moment, the lively household was left with only Qin Gigi and Gu Jinghuai. Husband, should I go with Grandma too? After all, everyone is praying for you, Qin Gigi joked with Gu Jinghuai. She didn't expect everyone to go, otherwise, she would have definitely joined them. It means the most to me that you are here with me, Gu Jinghuai said, holding Qin Gigi with a happy expression. Although the time was getting closer and everyone was nervous, as long as his wife was by his side, he felt calm inside. Do I have that much of an effect? You mustn't let my mother hear you say that, or she will surely think my brother won't get married, she laughed. How would my wife know that my brother isn't at ease? Sister Yunfei is praying with Grandma, Gu Jinghuai replied. Qin Gigi laughed out loud at this. Are you worried that Sister Yunfei is praying for my brother and forgetting about you? Of course not. I have a wife, but my brother does not. He can't be open about it, while I think we are better off, Gu Jinghuai said. He wasn't jealous of Qin Qingyuan. He hoped for a good outcome for his friend and cousin. However, he felt that Qin Qingyuan was a bit slow in making progress. My brother is a bit slow. I wonder if he has expressed his feelings to Yunfei yet. Qin Gigi didn't specifically ask about their relationship. After the exams, if her brother was still stagnant, she would have a talk with him. All right, let them handle their own feelings. When my wife is with me, she should only think of me, not others, not even my brother. Husband, the exam is coming up, you need to stay calm. Gu Jinghuai rolled over and gently pinned Qin Gigi down, his soft voice whispering in her ear, as long as I'm with you, I can't stay calm. He kissed her lips, and during the afternoon, when they should have been napping, Gu Jinghuai showed Qin Gigi what it meant to be anything but calm. In the evening, when the old lady and a few others returned home after praying, Qin Gigi and Gu Jinghuai had just woken up. Qin Gigi was reluctant to get up, so Gu Jinghuai went to his grandmother's courtyard alone. Not seeing her granddaughter-in-law, the old lady asked with concern, "Where is Gigi? Is she not feeling well?" Gu Jinghuai's face showed a hint of discomfort, but he quickly adjusted his expression and replied, "The weather has been a bit hot lately, and I thought she could use some rest, so I let her stay in." Please don't blame her, grandmother. The grandmother cares for her too much to blame her. I will have someone bring over some ice to help her cool down. Thank you, grandmother. We are family, so there's no need for thanks. Come and eat. You've worked hard studying all morning. The old lady looked at her eldest grandson with concern, feeling he had lost weight recently. Gu Jinghuai silently thought that he had indeed worked hard today and should eat something good to replenish his energy. He planned to ask the kitchen to prepare a special meal for his wife later. After the family had dinner together, everyone gave Gu Jinghuai a charm symbolizing good luck in exams. Gu Jinghuai understood this was a heartfelt blessing from his family and accepted it with gratitude. The next day after the prayers, Gu Yunfei personally visited the Qin family. She often came to the Qin household, and her presence felt natural to them. The princess is here. Come in and sit down. I just made some desserts for you to try. In the past few days, Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun had been at home, and the old lady had been making desserts for everyone. Then, I'm in for a treat today, Gu Yunfei said happily as she linked arms with the old lady and entered the house. Please wait a moment. I'll get you some, the old lady said, genuinely fond of Gu Yunfei's gentle nature. Gu Yunfei nodded lightly, and the old lady went to the kitchen. Soon, she returned with the desserts. Gu Yunfei loved the desserts made by the old lady and quickly finished a small bowl, which made the old lady very happy. If that's not enough, I can get you more. The old lady was worried Gu Yunfei wouldn't have enough to eat, but seeing her enjoy it lifted her spirits. Grandma Qin, you don't need to fuss. If I want more later, I can serve myself. I'm really not hungry right now. Gu Yunfei had eaten breakfast at home, so she wasn't very hungry. She finished the bowl because she genuinely enjoyed it. That's fine. Whenever you want more, just help yourself. You're like family here. Grandma Qin gently patted Gu Yunfei's hand with love, feeling that as she got older, she cherished these young girls more. I understand, Grandma Qin. While they were talking, Qin Qinghui walked in. The princess is here, Grandma. Aunt Yao asked me to find you. Are you free now? Qin Qinghui didn't expect Gu Yunfei to be at home talking to Grandma. He was there to deliver a message from Aunt Yao. Did Aunt Yao say what she needed me for? Grandma Qin asked Qin Qinghui. Grandma, I think you should go see her. Aunt Yao didn't mention what it was about. Aunt Yao hadn't told Qin Qinghui the reason. She just asked him to let Grandma know to visit the third room when she had time. Every day, you should ask more questions. Go to the kitchen and bring some desserts to your older brother and second brother. I'll go check it out. Grandma Qin had originally planned to take desserts to her eldest and second grandsons, but Gu Yunfei arrived first.
Got it, Grandma.
I'll stay here with Sister Yunfei for a bit, then I'll go to my brother's courtyard. Qin Qinghui thought Grandma was going to see Aunt Yao right away, so he planned to keep Gu Yunfei company for a while. You go deliver the desserts first. I'll wait for you to come back. Grandma Qin intended to wait for Qin Qinghui to return before spending time with Gu Yunfei and then going to see Aunt Yao. Oh, I see. Then I'll hurry, so I can spend time with the princess. Hearing Grandma's words, Qin Qinghui prepared to go quickly, but was interrupted by Gu Yunfei. Grandma Qin, how about I go with Qinghui? I just ate a lot and could use a little walk. With Gu Yunfei suggesting this, Grandma Qin was more than happy to agree. That works too. Thank you, Yunfei. You two take your time. There's no rush. Qinghui, take good care of your princess. Grandma Qin first agreed with Gu Yunfei's idea and then reminded Qin Qinghui to look after her well.
Don't worry, Grandma.
I'll take good care of the princess. Qin Qinghui was also pleased with this arrangement. Grandma, you go ahead and take care of things. I come here every day, so I'm quite familiar. Gu Yunfei felt relieved. She didn't need to find an excuse to visit Qin Qingyuan anymore.
All right, you two take your time. I'll go see what Aunt Yao wants.
After giving her instructions to Gu Yunfei and Qin Qingyuan, Grandma Qin stood up to leave. Thinking of Aunt Yao, she turned to the kitchen to bring her a bowl of dessert as well. After Grandma Qin left, Gu Yunfei and Qin Qinghui also went to the kitchen together. On the way, the two chatted and laughed, feeling very happy. The kitchen of the Qin family now has hired help, but when they are in a good mood, Grandma Qin and the others still enjoy cooking. When they are not busy, they like to prepare meals for the family. They have worked hard their whole lives, so suddenly having free time feels strange. This year, when the three sisters-in-law returned to Qin village for a visit, Qin Ziji strongly requested Grandma Qin to arrange for someone to help in the kitchen. When Gu Yunfei and Qin Qinghui arrived, the cook quickly helped them pack desserts for the eldest and second young masters. The two took the food boxes and set off to deliver sweets to Qin Qingyun and Qin Qingyuan. On the way, Gu Yunfei discussed with Qin Qinghui, Qinghui, how about this? You take the dessert to your second brother, and I'll take it to Qin Gij. We can work together more quickly, and I also have a question to ask Qin Gij. When Qin Qinghui heard that Gu Yunfei had something to ask the eldest brother, he felt he wouldn't be interrupting them and agreed right away. Thank you, princess. I'll go to my second brother now. Gu Yunfei nodded, feeling relieved that Qin Qinghui was easy to persuade and didn't ask too many questions. Otherwise, she worried she wouldn't be able to keep up the story. Qin Qingyun and Qin Qingyuan's courtyard wasn't far away, and the first stop was Qin Qingyuan's courtyard. Thank you for your trouble, princess. I'll go to my second brother now, Qin Qinghui said as he parted ways with Gu Yunfei. Be careful on your way, Qinghui. Once Qin Qinghui had walked a bit away, Gu Yunfei entered Qin Qingyuan's courtyard. Today, she had come specifically to deliver the charms she had requested yesterday, so she had sent away the maidservants. The young servants in the courtyard recognized Gu Yunfei and quickly greeted her. Greetings, princess. Our young master is in the study. Please follow me. No need to lead the way. I know the way to the study. Grandma Qin asked me to bring some sweets to Qin Gij. Please, princess. The servant, hearing that the princess didn't need a guide, returned to their tasks, and Gu Yunfei carried the food box to the study. The closer she got to the study, the faster her heart raced. She suddenly thought about placing the sweets and the charm at the door and leaving. However, her feet moved forward uncontrollably. Standing at the door of the study, she took a deep breath and knocked softly. As she stood outside, she heard footsteps approaching from inside, getting closer, making her heart race even faster. Then the door opened gently, revealing Qin Qingyuan's handsome face, which showed surprise, joy, and a bit of confusion. Princess, what are you doing here? How did you come? No, princess, please come in. Qin Qingyuan looked at Gu Yunfei standing in front of him, and for someone who usually spoke well, he was now at a loss for words. Gu Yunfei, who had been nervous, felt relaxed at this moment. Granny Qin made some desserts, and Aunt Yao called her for something. I happen to be free, so I brought them to you. Gu Yunfei mentioned the desserts on purpose, and only then did Qin Qingyuan notice the food box in her hand. He quickly reached out to take it. Let me have it. The box is heavy. Qin Qingyuan hurriedly took the food box from Gu Yunfei's hands, worried she might tire herself. Gu Yunfei followed Qin Qingyuan into the study, and it was her first time there. As she entered, a faint scent of ink greeted her, and the writing desk was neatly arranged with writing tools. The ink in the inkstone was still wet, indicating that Qin Qingyuan had been writing just before she arrived. Gu Yunfei quietly observed Qin Qingyuan's study, where every detail reflected the owner's knowledge and taste. By the window, the bamboo curtain was half rolled up, and a gentle breeze brought in the light fragrance of the osmanthus tree from the courtyard. Please have a seat, princess. Qin Qingyuan invited Gu Yunfei to sit down and place the food box on the table. Qin Qingyuan personally made tea for Gu Yunfei and himself, and as she looked at the tea in his hands, she asked, Brother Qin, aren't you going to try the dessert made by Granny Qin? Hearing Gu Yunfei's question, Qin Qingyuan remembered the dessert and quickly set down his teacup to open the food box. Granny Qin had made 2 types of desserts today, and the cook had packed some of each. Qin Qingyuan was surprised to see 2 small bowls. He placed the more appealing one in front of Gu Yunfei. Princess, you should try this. It's Granny's specialty dessert, and it's delicious. Gu Yunfei had already eaten a small bowl before coming, which was a different kind. Seeing the dessert in front of her made her a bit tempted, but she knew she couldn't finish it. Brother Qin, before I came here, Granny Qin already served me a bowl. I can't eat this much. You should have it. Then just eat a little. You can share some of this bowl with me. Qin Qingyuan could tell the young girl wanted to eat but was worried about wasting food. Gu Yunfei looked at Qin Qingyuan's affectionate gaze and nodded. Qin Qingyuan took a few bites from his bowl first, then shared some of the dessert from Gu Yunfei's bowl into his own. See, this way it's just right. After dividing the desserts, Qin Qingyuan placed them back in front of Gu Yunfei, who sweetly picked up a spoon and started eating. Seeing the little girl enjoying her treat made Qin Qingyuan even happier. The study was quiet. Neither of them spoke, just quietly enjoying the desserts, but both felt a sense of happiness. After finishing the sweets, Gu Yunfei handed Qin Qingyuan a charm she had obtained. Brother Qin, this is the charm I got yesterday with my grandmother. I'm giving it to you. The charm was placed in a beautifully crafted pouch, making it easy for Qin Qingyuan to carry it with him. He was surprised and touched that Gu Yunfei had thought of him. He quickly took the pouch and happily hung it at his waist. Thank you, princess. I will carry it every day. I hope Brother Qin can succeed this time, Gu Yunfei said, believing he would do well this year. Thank you, princess. I will keep working hard. Qin Qingyuan gently touched the pouch and charm, unable to hide his smile. The pouch was beautifully embroidered, with fine stitches, and the fabric felt soft in his hands. He thought the pouch was as precious as the charm. Noticing Qin Qingyuan admiring the pouch, Gu Yunfei softly said, "Brother Qin, I embroidered that pouch for the charm. I just finished it today, so it might be a bit rushed. I hope you don't mind. The pouch is wonderful. I really like it." "Thank you, Princess," Qin Qingyuan replied, feeling even happier. After chatting for a while, Gu Yunfei prepared to leave, worried about taking up too much of Qin Qingyuan's study time. "Brother Qin, I've been here for a while, so I'll head back now. I don't want to interrupt your studies." As she stood up, Qin Qingyuan, feeling anxious about her leaving, grabbed her hand.
Princess.
He wanted to say it wouldn't be a bother, but his actions spoke faster than his words, creating a slight awkwardness between them. "It's not a bother. Please stay a little longer. I've been feeling a bit nervous and would like someone to talk to and relax." Qin Qingyuan found an excuse, but he didn't let go of her hand. Hearing that he was feeling nervous made Gu Yunfei feel a bit sorry for him, and she struggled to find the words to leave. However, with Qin Qingyuan holding her hand tightly, she tried to pull away, but he gripped it even tighter. Not managing to free her hand made Gu Yunfei blush even more, and Qin Qingyuan felt nervous too, but he couldn't bear to let go of her hand. "Princess, please wait a moment. It won't be long before I can stand proudly by your side." Qin Qingyuan looked at Gu Yunfei with determination and deep affection. This was his promise to her. Gu Yunfei understood him. She recognized his concerns and his efforts. When you like someone, you like them. She was a brave girl, and now that the person she liked had made a promise to her, she was willing to believe in him. Gu Yunfei nodded seriously, and Qin Qingyuan couldn't hide his excitement at her response. Before the exam, he had promised her that she would hold his hand to give him courage and strength. In the end, Gu Yunfei stayed at the Qin family for lunch. A maid, sent by our princess to buy pastries, returned with them and handed them to Gu Yunfei for the Qin family. The little maid was a bit confused. The princess had said she wanted to eat, so she had been sent to buy them, but now the princess was giving them away. When Granny Qin returned and didn't see Gu Yunfei, she asked Qin Qinghui and learned that she was with her grandson for something important. Granny Qin specifically instructed Qin Qinghui not to disturb them. Granny Qin's thoughts were simple. Gu Yunfei was the cousin of Gu Jinghui, and the Qin and Gu families were as close as one family. In her mind, it was completely normal for a sister to talk to her brother about something. Granny Qin personally went to the kitchen to inform them to prepare some of the princess's favorite dishes for lunch. Gu Yunfei felt a bit shy about staying for lunch, but when she arrived at the dining hall, everyone was warmly serving her food, and no one seemed curious about why she had been talking to Qin Qingyuan for so long. "Princess, you must try these dishes. I had the kitchen make them specially," Granny Qin said, her eyes full of affection for Gu Yunfei, and the rest of the family smiled happily. Gu Yunfei picked up some food from her bowl and tasted it carefully. It was indeed delicious. "Thank you, Granny Qin. It's very good." "Good, then eat more. Take whatever you like. We don't have many rules in our family," Granny Qin replied. "Yes, Princess. Just take what you like and leave what you don't. We can be picky," Zhang said with a smile. "Qingyuan, why don't you serve some sweet and sour fish to the princess? Can't you see she can't reach it?" Granny Qin looked at her eldest grandson, who was focused on his meal, worried that he was only good at studying and didn't know how to take care of his sister. Qin Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback by his grandmother's call. When he didn't respond right away, Granny Qin thought he hadn't heard and repeated herself. Qin Qingyuan was afraid everyone would notice his relationship with Gu Yunfei, making her uncomfortable about coming to the Qin family, so he tried to keep a low profile. Now that Granny Qin had spoken, he knew it was time to act. For the rest of the meal, Gu Yunfei's bowl was never empty, as Qin Qingyuan took great care of her, and Granny Qin nodded in satisfaction, feeling that her grandson still had hope. At last, the long-awaited exam day arrived. To help everyone better understand the exam environment, Gu Ting took a day to visit the examination hall with the Crown Prince. The men of the Gu family have good memories, so after returning from the hall, Gu Ting drew a map of the layout. He called everyone to the princess's residence and explained the situation in the examination hall, sharing his own experiences from when he took the exam. Of course, Gu Shi was also brought in to help, as he had performed excellently in his own exams. Gu Shi was responsible for explaining the important points, while Gu Ting supervised him. If Gu Shi made a mistake, he would be scolded by his older brother. Gu Shi didn't dare to complain to their mother, as she was even more intimidating than his brother. He felt that his mother had changed during the years he was unconscious. She used to be so loving towards him. This immature man refused to admit that his mother's affection was more for his younger siblings, and he was no longer her little darling. During the exam, candidates had to answer questions in small rooms at the examination hall. These rooms were quite small and not very comfortable, and candidates needed to bring their own food and stationery. So, before the exam, the candidates' families needed to prepare supplies, clothing, and snacks to ensure they had everything they needed during the exam. Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei helped prepare these items, and after everything was ready, Gu Ting checked again to make sure nothing was overlooked. Candidates from other places usually arrive in the capital early to adapt to the new environment, review their studies, and familiarize themselves with the examination hall. So it was essential to come early, and Gu Jinghuai and the others no longer had this concern. However, the most challenging part was that candidates had to spend about 9 days in the examination rooms, which was a significant test for their mental and physical endurance. The three of them had strong mental resilience, and having worked on the farm in Qin family village, their physical fitness was also not a worry. On the day of the exam, the Qin and Gu families sent off the candidates, with almost everyone in the family participating, including the children. At the entrance of the examination hall, they ran into the Ning family. Qin Qingyun spotted Ning Ning, who had come to see Ning Xian off. After greeting each other, both families reminded their children to be careful. Once the examination hall opened, the candidates reluctantly entered. The old lady of the Gu family felt very sad and only left with Granny Qin when she could no longer see the children. The others went about their business, with some heading to court and others to their shops. Qin Jiji took Gu Yunfei, Ning Ning, and Wang Xinru to the milk tea shop. Today, Zhang Xiaocai secretly came to send off the exam candidates. The examination hall is a place he has never entered in his life, and it is where he has always longed to be. Watching his students walk in, he felt full of hope for them. On her way back, Qin Ziji accidentally saw Zhang Xiaocai, but did not approach him. She thought he might just want to see how far scholars have come. Worried that others might notice him, Qin Ziji urged her friends to hurry into the carriage. Wang Xinru came with her older sister today. Ning Xian is the second son of the Ning family, which has a good relationship with the Wang family, and they are also related by marriage, so it was normal for him to come to send off the exam candidates. When they left together, Wang Yan, the older sister, did not stop them, as the Ning and Qin families also have a good relationship. Qin Jiji appreciated the help and cooperation from the Wang family, and Wang Yan felt that her sister should befriend the Qin family. Now that their mother is pregnant, the Wang family has also been rewarded by the emperor. Whether it's strawberries or watermelons, the Wang family has benefited. Plus, with the distribution cooperation with Mianfang, ever since meeting Qin Jiji, the Wang family has been doing better and better. Moreover, their mother-in-law has a good relationship with the Qin family, and the younger brother and sister treat the Qin family like relatives. So, from any perspective, she would support a good relationship with the Qin family, and naturally, she supports her sister's friendship with Qin Jiji. When they arrived at the milk tea shop, Ning Ning ordered her favorite hot drink without hesitation. "Cousin Ning, it's been a while since you came. I'll make it for you right away. Let me know if you want anything else, and I'll prepare that too." Qin Jiang was very happy to see them, especially Ning Ning, whom he hadn't seen in a while. "Uncle Qin, even though I haven't been here, I had the maids secretly buy some for me." Ning Ning quietly explained to him. "Next time, have the maid tell me your name, and I'll get you some desserts." "Thank you, Uncle Qin. Unfortunately, my mother is strict lately and doesn't let me eat too many sweets. I've been drinking milk tea in secret." Qin Jiang was surprised. He thought Ning Ning hadn't come because she was too busy. He looked at her carefully and asked curiously, "You're not even overweight, so why do you want to lose weight? You look cute just the way you are." Previously, in Qin family village, Qin Jiji had helped Ning Ning manage her weight, so Qin Jiang assumed she was trying to lose weight. My mother says I'm a young lady now and need to pay attention to my figure. What's the point of life without milk tea and desserts? Ning Ning said sadly, while dreaming of sweets. Qin Jiang felt a deep sense of concern. What a good child. If he's a bit chubby, so what? Chubby kids are adorable. Qin Jiang turned to Wang and complained about this, mostly feeling sorry for Ning Ning. Wife, why couldn't our Qin Hui be born a few years earlier? Well, you should ask your husband why he didn't marry me sooner, Wang joked back. They married late, so how could they have Qin Hui born earlier? If only Qin Hui were a few years older, that would be great. Qin Jiang thought that if their son were older and married Ning Ning, the whole family would spoil her. Husband, even though Qin Hui is still young, we have many boys in the Qin family. Wang's words enlightened Qin Jiang. He almost forgot he had 3 nephews around Ning Ning's age. You're right, dear. Qing Yuan, Qin Yun, and Qing Lin are still single. I'll mention it to my mother. Qin Jiang decided to talk to his mother about this. His nephews were old enough to consider marriage. Especially the eldest and second nephews. Now that exams were over, it was time to think about settling down. If they married into the Ning family, it would be a good match, especially since Ning Ning was down to earth and got along well with the Qin family. Seeing her husband so excited, Wang didn't want to discourage him, thinking it was fine. If anything went wrong, they could just face their mother's scolding together. Suddenly, Qin Jiang felt inspired by his idea and secretly went to find Old Lady Qin to discuss it. Unsurprisingly, he was scolded. Old Lady Qin thought he was wasting time, with Qing Yuan and Qing Yin still taking exams, and here he was trying to matchmake them. Wang felt relieved she hadn't gone with her husband. Otherwise, they both would have been scolded. This exam was divided into 3 parts over 9 days. For Qin Jiji, these 9 days felt incredibly long. Previously, Gu Jinghuai would also be away for about this long when he went to the academy. But this time, Qin Jiji felt like it had been ages. Every night, lying alone in bed, she couldn't help but wonder if her husband and brother were doing well. After 9 days of torment, waiting, and missing them, the final day finally arrived. Outside the examination hall, there was a crowd of people. Some came to pick up the students, while others were just there to watch. Today, Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei came to the examination hall to pick someone up, while the others waited at home. Thinking about how they hadn't seen each other in so long and how worried the family must be, the Qin family prepared a delicious meal to welcome the children back home. The Gu family had the kitchen prepare Gu Jinghuai's favorite dishes early in the morning. The old lady of the Gu family was worried and couldn't eat or sleep well these days, feeling that her beloved grandson was suffering. Gu Shi saw his mother was anxious and quickly tried to comfort her, but ended up getting scolded for saying the exams weren't that tough. After the scolding, the old lady felt much better and even managed to eat a bowl of rice. Then, Gu Ting seemed to discover something new and encouraged his brother Gu Shi to go see their mother every day to get scolded. After a few scoldings, Gu Shi realized that as long as he didn't mention his son, their mother wouldn't care what he did. She only scolded him when it involved the children. Once he figured this out, he started visiting the old lady regularly to get scolded. When the princess learned about this, she couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, thinking it was best to let them be, as long as their mother was happy. As the gates of the examination hall slowly opened, the candidates began to emerge one by one. After 9 days of hardship, it finally came to an end. Everyone looked weary. Some were weak in the legs, while others appeared listless, clearly showing the toll of the past 9 days. Qin Jiji focused intently on the entrance and immediately spotted Gu Jinghuai and the others. Pulling Gu Yunfei along, she squeezed forward and shouted, "Husband, big brother, second brother, we're over here." Qin Ziji's voice was loud and clear, even amidst the noisy crowd. Gu Jinghui thought he was imagining things and quickly looked up to see Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei waving at them on tiptoe. Their fatigue vanished in an instant as they rushed over, mainly worried that the crowd might push against them. There's a lot of people today. How did you get here? Did you get jostled? Gu Jinghui, forgetting his own exhaustion from the past 9 days, was first concerned about Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei. It's not that serious. Yunfei and I are just fine. Don't worry, husband. Qin Jiji acted cute, and Gu Jinghui's heart melted. Big brother, second brother, you look good, Qin Jiji said, noticing they seemed well and feeling relieved that nothing bad had happened at the examination hall. Don't worry, sister. We're doing great, Qin Qingyun replied, sounding unusually relaxed. Then let's head home. Everyone is waiting for you. They will be so happy to see you like this. Qin Jiji, Gu Jinghui, and Qin Qingyun walked ahead, with Qin Qingyun sharing interesting stories from the examination hall, and the three chatted happily. Gu Jinghui stayed close to Qin Jiji, worried about others bumping into her. Following behind were Gu Yunfei and Qin Qingyuan. Although they didn't say a word, they understood the friendship in each other's eyes. Since they were there to pick someone up, Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei both dressed simply. Especially Gu Yunfei, who had her maid style her hair in a simple updo and wore just a jade hairpin. In Qin Qingyuan's eyes, this simple look made her appear charming and lovely. Is everything all right, brother Qin? Although Gu Yunfei saw that Qin Qingyuan seemed fine, she was still quite worried after these past few days. Princess, there's no need to worry. We're all doing well. Qin Qingyuan was relieved that they had all managed to hold on, even though some had to be carried out due to health issues. He had heard about such things from his teacher before, but witnessing it firsthand was still quite impactful. After preparing for so long and traveling to the capital, it was a pity that some couldn't hold out during the examination. Then let's hurry back. After so many days of hard work, we need to wash up, eat, and get some good rest. Gu Yunfei felt that what they needed most now was to freshen up and sleep well. Qin Qingyuan softly replied, walking beside Gu Yunfei to protect her as they moved forward. There were quite a few people around the examination hall today, and he was worried about others bumping into her. Gu Yunfei noticed Qin Qingyuan's small gestures and felt warm inside. Big brother, hurry up. Otherwise, Grandma will be worried. Qin Qingyuan turned around and called out to the two who were lagging behind. We're coming. Although Qin Qingyuan replied to his younger brother, he didn't quicken his pace and continued to walk slowly beside Gu Yunfei. Brother Qin, should we go a bit faster? Gu Yunfei asked quietly, as Qin Qingyuan had already called for them. Princess, take your time. There's no rush. Qin Qingyuan ignored his brother's urging. At that moment, his focus was solely on Gu Yunfei. Qin Jiji, who was talking to Qin Jinghui, heard her brother urging Qin Qingyuan and turned to look. Seeing her brother happily chatting with Gu Yunfei lifted her spirits. Second brother, we're not in a hurry. There are many people today. Safety is the most important. Hearing his sister say this, Qin Qingyuan shyly replied, I was just noticing they fell behind, not rushing them. We all know that, second brother. You're the most considerate. Qin Jiji's compliment made Qin Qingyuan feel bashful. Qin Jinghui, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel awkward watching his brother's silly demeanor. When would he ever win the heart of a beauty? Previously, he was worried about Qin Qingyuan, but now that Qin Qingyuan has figured things out, does he have to worry about Qin Qingyuan instead? Gu Jinghui felt a bit of pressure. Should he show more affection to his wife to give his brother some pressure? However, looking at Qin Qingyuan happily smiling beside him, Gu Jinghui thought it was better to go with the flow. After they got into the carriage, they returned to the Gu residence and the Qin family. After staying in the examination hall for so many days, the first thing they did when they got home was take a bath. The family had already prepared warm water for them, and taking a nice bath was the most enjoyable thing for the three of them. When they cleaned up and returned to the front yard, lunch officially began. Whether at the Qin family or the Gu residence, everyone seemed to have agreed not to ask how the exams went, but instead, they kindly served them food. After being away for so long, they really missed the taste of home-cooked meals. They enjoyed a hearty meal before being urged by their family to rest. Gu Jinghuai took Qin Jiji with him when he left, wanting his wife to accompany him. The elders were naturally happy to see the young couple getting along well. Gu Jinghuai was truly exhausted from the days spent in the examination hall. After lunch, he returned to his place and fell asleep with Qin Jiji until dinner time. The old lady felt sorry for him and didn't send anyone to wake them for dinner. Instead, she had someone inform the kitchen to prepare a separate meal for the two of them, allowing them to eat whenever they woke up. Gu Xiuan initially thought about waking Gu Jinghuai, fearing that sleeping too much would keep him up at night. However, Gumu quickly stopped him, knowing that if her husband said that, he would surely be scolded by his mother. Since Jinghuai had already returned from exams, his mother was in a good mood, so it was best not to stir up trouble. Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai were awakened by hunger. They looked at the darkening sky, a bit confused, and it took them a moment to realize they had slept from the afternoon until now. After they got ready, the servants quickly brought the food and conveyed the old lady's message. Qin Jiji knew her grandmother would definitely save food for them. After the couple finished dinner, Gu Jinghuai took Qin Jiji for a walk. Now that the exams were over and the results were set, Gu Jinghuai felt the most relaxed. After sleeping all afternoon, he wanted to move around a bit, so he took Qin Jiji for a stroll in their courtyard. Their courtyard was the most beautiful in the Gu residence, specially arranged by the old lady for them. When they got married, they had not yet been fully accepted back into the Gu family, and the old lady always felt she owed them, so this was their wedding home. Today, all the servants were sent away. Gu Jinghuai enjoys spending time alone with Qin Jiji at home, and she prefers not to have anyone around. After a good nap in the afternoon, Gu Jinghuai felt refreshed and held Qin Jiji's hand as they walked in the yard. He felt more relaxed than ever. "Wife, I have time now. How about we go out to have some fun tomorrow?" Gu Jinghuai thought he had spent too little time with Qin Jiji because of his studies. Now that his exams were over, he wanted to spend quality time with her. "Sure. Where do you want to go?" Qin Jiji, who wasn't too busy lately, also wanted Gu Jinghuai to relax. "Wife, can it just be the two of us this time? I want to spend time alone with you." Gu Jinghuai only wanted to be with Qin Jiji without any interruptions. Qin Jiji was surprised by his request and smiled brightly. "Then it will just be us, but we have to sneak out." She thought if they didn't sneak away, the children would surely follow them. "But since my husband wants it to be just the two of us, sneaking away will work. Then we'll leave tomorrow. There's a hot spring at grandmother's estate. Let's go enjoy it together." Gu Jinghuai had been thinking about going out alone with his wife for a while, but only mentioned it today. "Tomorrow? Great. How about we leave early in the morning?" Qin Jiji thought it would be better to go early to avoid any complications. If it weren't so late, she would want to run away with her husband right now. "I'll do whatever you say." Gu Jinghuai was very happy. "Then let's pack tonight and set off early tomorrow." Qin Jiji nodded at Gu Jinghuai's words, and they continued their walk in the yard, planning for their outing. With their new plan in mind, they walked for a while longer before heading to bed. Knowing they needed to wake up early, Gu Jinghuai simply held Qin Jiji close and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, they set off in a carriage. When it was time for breakfast, the Gu family realized the couple was already gone. Gu Jinghuai had left a note to avoid worrying his family. The old lady thought young people should go out more, especially since her grandson was with his wife. Why did they leave? Gu Shi muttered quietly, but the old lady heard him. They're a young couple who rarely have time together. Now that they finally do, why should they stay home? The old lady felt that Gu Shi, as a father, should understand and care for his children better. "Mom, I was just saying that casually. I didn't mean to blame them." Gu Shi felt misunderstood by his mother and quickly clarified. "Does it help to blame them? I still have a say in this family. My grandson and granddaughter-in-law can go wherever they want. If you're too free, let your older brother find you something to do." "Mom, I'm fine as I am. I don't want to trouble my brother. As a prince, he needs to avoid any suspicion." Gu Shi quickly declined. He didn't want his brother to find him work. He was happy just spending time with his wife. He and his wife had been apart from the children for so long and just wanted to be together every day. His mother rolled her eyes at him and said, "Well, you could help Gigi at her shop." She thought it would be better for her son to help his daughter-in-law with the accounts instead of staying idle at home. Gusher didn't dare refuse again and smiled, saying, "I'll ask Gigi later." He thought his daughter-in-law's shop was running well and didn't really need his help, but he agreed to his mother to avoid another scolding. Maybe later, she would forget about it. The old lady nodded in satisfaction. At the Qin family's side, Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun had rested enough and, after breakfast, went to the Gu family to find their sister, only to discover that her husband had taken her away. They felt like the sky had fallen. They couldn't see their sister, and now her husband was gone too. Gu Yunfei, Gu Yunlang, Gu Jingshu, and Gu Jingyao felt the same way. Suddenly having free time, Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun didn't know what to do, so they invited the equally free Ning Xian to the tea house. Qin Qingyun thought Ning Ning would follow Ning Xian, so she called Gu Yunfei and a few kids along. Even though Gigi wasn't there, they could still go out, which helped ease their hurt feelings a little. Qin Qingyuan didn't expect his younger brother to invite the princess, which made him very happy. When they arrived at the tea house, Ning Xian and Ning Ning were already there. Seeing Ning Ning, Qin Qingyuan subtly glanced at his younger brother, Qin Qingyun. No wonder he invited the princess. It was for Ning Ning. But what mattered was that his princess was there with him. Gu Yunfei and Ning Ning didn't stay at the tea house to drink tea. Instead, they took the kids to the milk tea shop. Qin Jiang was thrilled to see all the kids and, after Ning Ning and Gu Yunfei had some desserts, they left the kids at the shop to play. They asked Qin Jiang to help watch them while they went to the beauty salon together. Qin Jiang happily agreed. They were all his kids. Gu Yunfei and Ning Ning entered the beauty shop and immediately saw Wang Xinru talking to Qin Qinglin at the counter. They exchanged smiles before walking over to greet them. The more Gu Yunfei looked, the more she felt the two were a good match. Neither the Gu family nor the Qin family expected that Gu Jinghuai and Qin Gigi would take so long to return. They only came back the day before the results were announced, causing a lot of worry. "Finally, you're back. Otherwise, you would have missed the announcement tomorrow." Seeing Gu Jinghuai and Qin Gigi, Gu sure felt relieved. Earlier that morning, he had suggested to his mother to send someone to fetch them, but the old lady had refused. She had replied, "Do you think my dear grandson is as careless as you?" Gu sure felt that his biggest mistake in life was not telling his mother about his illness when he had a child, which led her to bring it up every time. When the two returned, the old lady was very happy and warmly welcomed them. After lunch, Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai went to the Qin family. Since it was their first time being away for so long, the old lady directly invited them to stay for dinner. Qin Ziji had planned to stay for dinner before going back. "I miss my mother, my aunt, and my third aunt too," she said. Gu Jinghuai was taken away by Qin Qingyuan and others, leaving Qin Ziji to chat with the old lady. "Tonight, I'll make you something delicious. Your father and your uncles ask me every day when you'll be back. It's driving me crazy," the old lady said, feeling overwhelmed by her three sons constantly inquiring about Qin Gigi's return. "Is there a problem with the shop?" Qin Gigi asked, thinking that her family's concern was due to some issue at the shop. "Of course not. It's just that we're not used to you being away," the old lady replied. In fact, it wasn't just them. The old lady herself mentioned it to Yao several times a day. Although Qin Ziji was married, they had never been apart for this long. "The environment at the estate is great. When we have time, I'll take you there," she said, expressing her fondness for the hot springs at the estate. "I'm too old to go out much anymore. You should take your brothers out more often," the old lady replied, acknowledging her age. "Okay, when the weather gets a bit colder, I'll organize another trip for everyone." Qin Gigi decided to take her grandmother and grandmother out when the weather got a bit colder. The two generations were chatting in the house, and Qin Posey had already sent someone to the shop to tell everyone to come home early for dinner. When everyone heard that Qin Gigi and Gu Jinghuai had returned, they quickly finished their tasks and hurried back. That evening, the Qin family had dinner together. "Jinghuai, you took your sister out for too long this time. Next time, remember to bring us along," Qin Qingyun said, only thinking about how long she had been apart from her sister, forgetting that Gu Jinghui wanted to be alone with Qin Jiji. Gu Jinghui smiled and said, "It did take a bit longer this time, but we came back just in time for the results, so it's fine." He acknowledged that they had been away for a while but still did not agree to take them along next time. Qin Qingyuan, listening nearby, wanted to laugh at how possessive the brother-in-law was over his sister, as if it should just be the two of them. It was unlikely he would agree to bring them along. It seemed the second brother still didn't understand the brother-in-law. "You and Gigi don't get to spend much time together, so you should go out and have fun now that you can," Qin Posey said, fully supporting her granddaughter and son-in-law going out together. "Thank you, Grandma," Gu Jinghui said, very much in agreement with Qin Posey's words. She personally served him food, smiling widely, clearly very pleased with him. The family enjoyed a happy dinner, and in the end, they agreed to go see the results together the next morning. Gu Jinghui and Qin Jiji walked hand in hand back to the Gu family. On the way, Qin Jiji asked Gu Jinghui, "Husband, are you nervous about the results tomorrow?" "With you by my side, I'm not nervous at all," Gu Jinghui replied, holding Qin Jiji's hand tightly, his eyes and heart full of her. Meanwhile, at the Gu family, Gu Ting and Gu Shi were discussing their plans for the next day. "Second brother, let's go early tomorrow. There will be a lot of people," Gu Ting said. "Big brother, do we really need to go ourselves?" "I remember when I took the exam, you and Mom didn't go in person," Gu Shi replied, thinking it would be fine to send someone else. "It's not the same. We must go ourselves to see Jinghui and Qingyuan's rankings," Gu Ting said, feeling excited about the results, even more so than when he took the exam himself. "You don't understand how I feel right now," Gu Ting added. Gu Shi pouted. He was excited too, but he had more faith in his son's abilities. He had seen his son's essays, which were quite good, and he had even discreetly asked Teacher Chong about his performance at the academy. Gu Shi was not only familiar with Teacher Chong but also had a good relationship with him. His concern for his son may not be obvious, but it has always been there. "Anyway, don't sleep in tomorrow. Let's leave early." Gu Ting was very worried about his younger brother and reminded him again not to wake up late. "I know, big brother." The two agreed on a departure time before parting ways to return to the courtyard. Qin He and Qin Shan also made plans to go see the results together in the morning. The Qin family took the announcement very seriously, and old man Qin decided to go with his sons. "Dad, let's invite Scholar Zhang too. He cares about Qingyuan and the others." Qin He knew that Scholar Zhang was concerned about them, so he wanted to invite him for the next day. "Invite him? You go tell Scholar Zhang, and we'll pick him up from there in the morning to see the results together."
"Got it, Dad.
I'll go right away." After the Qin family made their plans, he went to Scholar Zhang's house, which was not far away. At the princess's residence, Gu Yunfei felt very happy looking at the invitation from Wang Xinru on the table. "Princess, are you going tomorrow?" "Since the second young lady has invited me, of course I will go. I also want to see it in person." "Then I'll wake you up early tomorrow, Princess. By the way, has the invitation been delivered to my sister-in-law?" The invitation from Wang Xinru also included Qin Jiji, inviting them to see the results. There was a tea house across from where the results would be announced, allowing them to see everything from the window. Wang Xinru knew that the Qin and Gu families would definitely come to see the results, so she reserved a spot early and sent invitations to Gu Yunfei and Qin Jiji. "I've already delivered it to the young lady. You can rest assured, Princess." Hearing that it had been delivered to her sister-in-law, Gu Yunfei felt relieved. She knew her sister-in-law would definitely go, and Ning Ning and Wang Xinru would also be there. Most importantly, she wanted to experience it live. She had never gone to see the results in previous years because she didn't like crowds. But this year, with her big brother and Qin Qingyuan, she was very excited, even though she was confident in them. Still, she wanted to feel that surprise. The next day, at dawn, the entrance of the examination hall was already crowded with people. Many students came together to see the results, while some from wealthy families sent their servants to wait for the announcement. Old Man Qin and Qin Shan arrived quite early, even though Qin Qingyuan kept insisting that the results would not be announced this early. However, Old Man Qin and the others couldn't sleep and set off early. Originally, They were worried that Scholar Zhang might not be awake, but when they arrived, they found that Scholar Zhang had woken up even earlier than them. A few people rushed to the examination hall without even having breakfast, grabbing some snacks on the way. Although they expected it, they were still shocked by how many people were there so early. They quickly found good spots to wait for the announcement of the results. Gu Ting and Gu Shi arrived a bit later and squeezed in to see the four of them. After greeting each other, Gu Ting and Gu Shi joined them. Gu Shi was confused about why they were enduring this when they could be relaxing in the tea house across the street, sipping tea while waiting for the results. When he asked his older brother, he said it felt more exciting this way. Gu Shi felt like crying, not understanding what his brother was thinking. However, he didn't dare to oppose him and just went along. Qin Jiji and her group arrived a bit later, but Wang Xinru had saved them seats and even sent someone to buy snacks. They enjoyed tea and pastries while waiting for the results. Today, Gu Jinghuai, Qin Xingyuan, and Qin Xingyun didn't come. Qin Jiji had asked them yesterday, and they all chose to stay home. As they chatted, time flew by, and they didn't feel it dragging. Just as Qin Jiji finished her second cup of tea, they heard commotion downstairs and hurried to the window to look. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look! They're coming!" The previously quiet crowd suddenly stirred. Qin Jiji could see clearly from above. A group of soldiers was escorting an official in formal attire at the front. Behind him followed several examiners, exiting through the side door of the examination hall. "Don't block the way. Make way," shouted the soldiers, pushing through the crowd to maintain order. The leading figure was Lord Sun, the Minister of Rights, holding a red lacquer tray covered with bright yellow silk. Soldiers had cleared a space in front of the examination hall, and Lord Sun placed the tray on a prepared incense table, lifting the yellow silk. A golden list appeared before everyone's eyes. The crowd held its breath, afraid to make a sound that might disturb the officials announcing the results. "Results are out." With Lord Sun's loud call, two officials stepped forward, carefully unfolding the golden list. The previously quiet crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone strained to see, eager to catch a glimpse of the names on the list. Old Qin nearly got knocked over but was steadied by Gu Shi, who was surprised by the crowd's enthusiasm. Old Qin didn't care about that. He just wanted to see the names on the list as soon as possible. The list slowly unfolded under everyone's gaze, with the sunlight shining on it, reflecting a dazzling light. The Minister of Rights, Lord Sun, began to read the list. First place in the top tier, Gu Jinghuai. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. "Here, here." Gu Ting jumped up happily, and all eyes turned to him, surprised that this year's top scholar was so young. "Don't misunderstand. He's my nephew, my nephew." Gu Ting quickly clarified as people looked confused. "Ha ha ha, as expected of my son, he actually got first place." "Dad, Jinghuai got first place. That's amazing." Everyone was thrilled, not expecting such a wonderful surprise. Lord Sun looked at Gu Ting in the crowd, feeling a bit overwhelmed by his presence. Why did he come to join the excitement? He could have just waited at home. Shaking his head helplessly, Lord Sun continued to read the list. Second place in the top tier, Qin Xingyuan. Another round of gasps filled the air. "Dad, second place is Qingyuan, it's Qingyuan." Qin Shan excitedly held onto old man Qin's hand. Qin Xingyuan also succeeded, and Qin he was overjoyed, not believing that his son-in-law got first place and his son got second. "Congratulations, Uncle Qin." Gu Ting and Gu Shi congratulated old man Qin, leaving the onlookers in shock. Those who had come early to wait for the results were amazed that two top spots were taken by their families. Everyone looked on with envy. Third place in the top tier, Zhu Li. Once Lord Sun finished reading, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Gu Ting and the others, thinking finally it wasn't from their family. "My son! It's my son! Thank goodness, my son passed." Cheers erupted from the other side of the crowd. First place in the second tier, Qin Xingyun. "Ha ha, Dad, it's Qingyun. Qingyun also passed, that's wonderful. Good kids, all good kids." Old man Qin was so excited, he almost fainted. Their ancestors must have blessed them. Both grandsons passed, and with such high rankings. The crowd's attention shifted back to them, amazed that they had succeeded again. Lord Sun continued to read the list. 6th place in the second tier, Ning Xian. Dad, young Master Ning also passed. That's fantastic. Hearing that Ning Xian succeeded made Qin Shan even happier, and the onlookers became even more restless. With each name Lord Sun read, everyone unconsciously glanced toward this group, worried they might hear more good news about their own families or acquaintances. Zhang Xiaocai was overjoyed at this moment. He finally understood the feeling of success in high school. His former students were all doing well, and he was very happy. Meanwhile, the people upstairs were ecstatic. Wang Xinru didn't know whom to congratulate first. Both the Gu family, the Qin family, and the Ning family had students who graduated. Princess, Gigi, and Ninger, I want to congratulate you all. Wang Xinru was genuinely happy for them. Ninger also congratulates Gigi and Princess. Congratulations to everyone. My brother's ranking is already great. Grandmother and mother will be very happy. Ning Xian's results exceeded the expectations of the Ning family, so Ning felt that her family would be delighted. Gu Jiafu is amazing. He's been first all the way through. Ning admired Gu Jinghuai very much. Hubby, big brother, second brother, and young Master Ning are all impressive. Let's gather again another day. I need to go home and share this good news. Qin Gigi knew that everyone would succeed, but such a good ranking was beyond her expectations. She just wanted to go back and share the news. After years of hard work, it was finally paying off, deserving of praise and celebration. After they parted ways, Qin Gigi and Gu Yunfei hurried back home, both very happy along the way. At the same time, at the entrance of the examination hall, Gu Ting and others were surrounded by a crowd. After Master Sun, the Minister of Rites, finished reading the list, he wanted to congratulate Gu Ting but couldn't get through the crowd and had to give up. Everyone please make way. We need to go home. Our children have graduated and are waiting for us to share the news. Even through the crowd, Master Sun could hear Gu Ting's loud and boastful voice, even more powerful than when he argued in court. At first, it sounded like he was asking people to step aside, but he hadn't moved at all. He was just showing off. Sir, don't rush off. Has your child married yet? My daughter is still single and of the right age. Why not consider her? And my daughter. I only have one daughter, and all my wealth will go to her. Think about my daughter. I'm willing to provide a generous dowry. Those looking for a son-in-law all gathered around, each boasting about their own advantages, creating quite a lively scene. Master Sun and the other officials from the Ministry of Rites exchanged glances, puzzled. Why was Gu Ting so proud when it wasn't even him who topped the list? Surrounded by so many people, he showed no signs of annoyance. Instead, he thoroughly enjoyed the attention. Everyone, thanks to your kindness, my nephew has already gotten married. I apologize for that. That's such a pity. Do the children from these two families have any matches? The crowd turned their attention to Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyan after hearing that Gu Jinghuai was married. Haha, let me tell you, the children from their family, my nephews, are still available, and they are all handsome. Old Man Qin, Qin Shan, Qin He, and the scholar were all stunned. They just came to see the announcements, and now it had turned into this. Hey, brother, what about your two grandsons? Any of them will do. We're not picky. We just want someone educated. Yes, my daughter isn't picky either. If your family agrees, we can have the wedding tomorrow. How can you be so reckless? You're not even prepared to let the kids get married. That's too careless. Exactly. Choose my family. My daughter is well-educated and matches your grandson perfectly. Pick my family. My daughter is beautiful and has a generous dowry. A crowd surrounded them, making it hard for them to move, along with onlookers enjoying the spectacle. Old Man Qin and the others had never seen such a scene and were too afraid to speak, worried they might accidentally send their grandson away. Qin Shan and Qin He tried to protect their father and Scholar Zhang from being pushed, especially since Scholar Zhang had trouble walking. Gu sure felt like he was being squished and had to protect his older brother. Among them, Gu Ting seemed the calmest. He chatted with one person and answered another's questions. Gu sure even suspected that his brother had come here on purpose to show off. But he thought he might be overthinking it since his brother didn't know everyone would be so interested. Once Gu Ting finished enjoying all the envious looks, he led everyone out of the crowd. Gu sure was stunned at how easily they got out. He had to admit his brother had done it on purpose. Meanwhile, Old Man Qin and the others were extremely grateful to Gu Ting, thinking they might not make it out before lunch. On the carriage ride home, Gu sure stubbornly asked, "Brother, you did that on purpose today, right?" "Little brother, you finally noticed. I just wanted you to experience what it feels like to be envied." Gu Ting was in a very good mood and patiently answered his younger brother's question. "What matters is that after today, everyone in the capital will know that the top scholar this year is from the Gu family." Gu Ting liked to be so high-profile about Gu Jinghuai. He wanted everyone to know that their family had someone even more impressive. Being so high-profile, won't we attract attention from the officials? Gu sure thought it would be better to be a bit more low-key. "Let them pay attention if they want. I'm not afraid of them," Gu Ting said dismissively. The Gu family had good news, and he didn't want to stoop to their level. "But big brother, by the time we get home, the people coming to share the good news will have already left." Gu sure was still upset about missing the chance to hear the good news. "Mother and your sister-in-law are at home. Our absence won't matter. If you want, I can have them come to tell you again later." Gu Ting was very indulgent with his younger brother. If Gu sure asked, he would really make it happen. "Maybe that's not necessary. Let's hurry back. Mother will be so happy." Gu sure thought this was one of the perks of being favored. He had underestimated how much his brother was cherished. "You're right, but this is a matter of pride for our family, so it deserves to be celebrated." Gu sure felt a bit of a generation gap with his brother. He just wanted to get back home quickly. After all, outside, he couldn't control his brother. Gu Ting could act however he wanted. But once they were home, as long as mother and his sister-in-law spoke, Gu Ting would listen. Gu Ting told the coachman, and the carriage quickly headed toward the Gu residence. At that moment, both the Gu and Qin families were bustling with excitement. The people who went to check the results hadn't returned yet, but those bringing good news were already at the door. When the old lady of the Gu family heard that her grandson had come in first place, she happily rewarded them with a lot of money. Gu Jinghuai usually kept a low profile, so the people bringing the news didn't expect it to reach the princess's residence. The old lady had experience. Both of her sons had gone through this. Although the princess hadn't experienced it herself, as a royal, she was very familiar with such matters. Only Gu's mother was at a loss. Hearing her son did so well made her so happy that she was almost silly, but thankfully, her mother-in-law and the princess were there. When the news-bearers arrived, Qin Ziji and the others hadn't returned yet, so they thought of the Qin family. The princess directly sent a close maid to the Qin family to help. The maid took a shortcut, and since the princess had learned about Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun's results, she went ahead to arrange things at the Qin residence. When the old lady of the Qin family heard about Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun's excellent results, she was momentarily unsure of what to do. The maid told them what to pay attention to, and they quickly prepared rewards, waiting at the door. The good news was being delivered in several groups, and the first group consisted of the top 3, so only Qin Qingyuan came. The Qin family was stunned. They thought everyone had passed, but only the eldest grandson succeeded. They had all prepared comforting words for Qin Qingyun. It was the experienced matriarch who inquired with the messenger and learned that they had sent out several teams to deliver the good news. Not long after, the second group of messengers arrived, making the Qin family's entrance lively and crowded with onlookers. This family received congratulations twice in a row, which was truly enviable. The matriarch was delighted and had Li distribute coins, filling the entire Qin household with joy. When Gu Ting and Gu Shi returned home, the atmosphere was already lively. The news of Gu Jinghuai ranking first in the imperial examination spread, causing excitement throughout the residence. Gu Ting, being the Minister of Revenue and a favored subject of the emperor, as well as the prince consort to the Grand Princess, added to the family's prestige. The Gu family and the Grand Princess's household were already closely connected, and now with Gu Jinghuai's success, it was even more remarkable. Although Gu Jinghuai was not the biological son of the Grand Princess and Gu Ting, they treated him like their own since his return to the capital. After the congratulatory guests arrived, the household was bustling with activity, decorated festively, creating a joyful atmosphere. Gu Shi reflected on how the once quiet residence had transformed into such a lively place in just half a day. "Brother, sister-in-law, your efficiency is impressive," he remarked. "You still have time to marvel? Hurry and greet the guests." Gu Ting replied, quickening his pace, not wanting the Grand Princess to be burdened. He even felt a bit regretful for lingering too long at the examination hall entrance. Today, the Gu family's doors were wide open, with a constant stream of carriages arriving. The Grand Princess had arranged for the steward and numerous servants to welcome guests at the entrance. It had been years since the Gu family had such a lively gathering, with dignitaries and friends from the capital coming to offer their congratulations. The entrance was crowded with commoners eager to witness the celebration, and many commented on the glory of the Gu family. The Grand Princess had also arranged a banquet in the main hall. The matriarch, the Grand Princess, and Gu's mother sat in the main seats, unable to hide their smiles. Gu Jinghuai was present, dressed in a brand-new robe, with a fine jade belt at his waist, looking spirited. He stood beside Qin Jiji, thanking each guest who came to congratulate them. The Grand Princess and the matriarch personally introduced each guest to the others. Previously, Gu Jinghuai preferred to keep a low profile, but this time the old lady and the princess would not allow him to do so. Today, those who came to congratulate him had previously speculated that the Gu family did not value Gu Jinghuai. Now they realized how wrong they were. It was clear that they valued him greatly. When Gu Ting and Gu Shi returned, the old lady shot them a glance, but with guests present, she did not scold them. Everyone congratulated Gu Ting and Gu Shi again, and the hall was filled with excitement. Gu Ting and Gu Shi introduced Gu Jinghuai to their colleagues, and Gu Jinghuai behaved with poise, earning unanimous praise. Guests continued to arrive until evening, and they gradually took their leave. The Gu family home was brightly lit, and Gu Jinghuai stood at the door, bidding farewell to the guests with a humble smile. Gu Ting and Gu Shi stood behind him, their eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. Today was not just Gu Jinghuai's personal honor. It was a grand event for the entire Gu family. After sending off all the guests, Gu Ting patted Gu Jinghuai on the shoulder, full of admiration. The princess and Gu's mother personally escorted the old lady to rest. Although the old lady was tired, she was very happy. After handling matters, Gu Ting returned to the bedroom and naturally took over from the maid to massage the princess's shoulders. "Your Highness, you worked hard today." "My dear, I'm also very happy that Jinghuai did so well." The princess truly cared for Gu Jinghuai and Qin Jiji. "Haha, I know your highness loves him as well," Gu Ting said playfully, and the princess did not correct him. "All right, dear, get some rest. The palace exam is tomorrow, and Jinghuai is almost guaranteed to be first." The princess was confident in Gu Jinghuai's talent, especially since he ranked first again. She felt assured about the upcoming exam. Of course, Jinghuai earned that top spot through his own abilities. Gu Ting spoke with confidence, knowing his nephew was truly talented and had a great attitude, unafraid of the palace exam. He would show the emperor just how excellent the Gu family was. After the Gu family's banquet ended, Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai went directly to the Qin family. The whole family was awake, waiting for them, knowing they would come. Many people came to congratulate them at the Qin family, and besides the maid sent by the princess, Wang Xinru also came to help. Lin Taifu, the Chang family, and the Ning family all came in person to offer their congratulations. When Mr. Wang heard about it, he first went to the Ning family and then came to the Qin family. Some officials, knowing the relationship between the Gu and Qin families, visited the Gu family before coming to the Qin family. The Qin family did not expect to have so many guests today. Luckily, the elder and Wang Xinru helped to welcome everyone warmly. Some business partners of the Wang family also came, to congratulate them. Families looking for suitors for their daughters also visited through relatives and friends. The Qin family was bustling with activity, and when Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyan stood together, they immediately caught everyone's attention. They did not expect the two to be so young and handsome, having just graduated with high honors, with a bright future ahead. The guests became even more enthusiastic, surrounding the elder and asking about the two young men, especially their marriage prospects, which was a topic of great interest. Congratulations, Mrs. Qin. The Qin family has double happiness today. Do the two young men have anyone they fancy? Asked a lady from a fifth-rank official's family with a smile. Li thought of what Qin Jiji had said earlier and smiled slightly, saying, "We were busy studying and didn't think much about marriage. Now that they have just graduated, there's no rush. If there are suitable matches, we can consider them." As soon as she finished speaking, the other ladies at the table agreed, some even starting to think about whether their daughters would be suitable matches. They believed that with some effort, they still had a chance given the Qin family's status. Li quickly changed the topic, not wanting to discuss her son's marriage any further. She hadn't expected people to inquire about it so soon after the results were announced. The elder and the daughters-in-law were a bit surprised, but they remembered that Qin Jiji had said not to rush into marriage. They decided to ask her later. The Qin family's banquet ended earlier than expected, and the guests left. The old man was so excited he cried, feeling that it was his father's blessing that the Qin family was thriving, with business improving and his grandsons graduating high school. The Qin family had finally made their mark in the capital. When Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai arrived, the elder was even more delighted. The family celebrated together, and after a while, Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai returned home. Before leaving, Zhang and Li pulled her aside for a quiet conversation, asking how to handle the marriage prospects of Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyan. Qin Jiji smiled and said, "Aunt, Mother, there's still the palace exam tomorrow. It's too early to discuss these matters. No matter who comes, we shouldn't agree to anything just yet." Hearing this, the two women realized they were fortunate to have asked, as rushing into decisions could affect the boys' futures negatively. Before going to bed, Qin Jiji looked at the gold list marked with red ink and felt as if the day had been a dream. Gu Jinghuai returned from washing up and saw his wife lost in thought. In the candlelight, her gentle eyes looked even happier. He walked over and gently embraced Qin Jiji. Through the fabric, Qin Jiji could feel his chest rising and falling rapidly. She softly called out, "Husband." "My dear, I finally did what I promised you," he whispered in her ear. Qin Jiji tenderly raised her hand to stroke his back, gently patting him twice, just like she had comforted Gu Yunling before. Feeling his slightly trembling shoulders, Qin Jiji hugged him back. "You did great, husband. I always believed you would succeed, and I'm very happy today." Gu Jinghuai held Qin Jiji close, his eyes filled with affection as he touched her cheek, saying, "Without you, there would be no me today. You've worked hard. Husband, I've never felt it was hard. Being with everyone makes me very happy. I love days like this." Gu Jinghuai rested his chin on Qin Jiji's shoulder, and their reflections in the mirror showed a sweet and loving scene. "If you are happy, then I am happy." Gu Jinghuai leaned down and kissed Qin Jiji's lips. He had a little to drink at the banquet, and now Qin Jiji felt the warmth of the alcohol mixed with the scent of ink from him enveloping her. Gu Jinghuai suddenly called out, "Wife," and lifted Qin Jiji into his arms. She gasped in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Gu Jinghuai was not very good with alcohol and was slightly tipsy. He was happy today, and his mind was filled with thoughts of his wife, Qin Jiji. "Husband, we have the palace exam tomorrow," Qin Jiji said softly. "Wife, a reward," Gu Jinghuai said, kissing her more passionately before she could respond. Qin Jiji's mind raced as she finally remembered what the reward was. She had jokingly promised Gu Jinghuai that if he came in first place, she would give him a reward. That was before they came to the capital, and she thought he had forgotten. To her surprise, he still remembered and wanted to fulfill it tonight. Qin Jiji was not shy, and she generally indulged Gu Jinghuai's playful side. "Husband, Are you sure you're ready? Qin Jiji looked at Gu Jinghuai with playful eyes, the candlelight illuminating her face. He thought his wife was incredibly beautiful. His slightly foggy mind was enchanted by her beauty, and he nodded gently. Qin Jiji laughed at his adorable expression and softly said, "Carry me to bed." Gu Jinghuai was mesmerized by his wife's smile, and all he could do was obey. Qin Jiji rolled over and gently pinned Gu Jinghuai down, leaning down to kiss his brow and eyes. Gu Jinghuai blinked foolishly, and Qin Jiji covered his eyes with her hand, her soft voice coaxing him, "Husband, close your eyes." Gu Jinghuai obediently shut his eyes, and seeing him so well-behaved made Qin Jiji lean in to softly kiss his lips. Her kiss was light, like a feather brushing against him, causing Gu Jinghuai to shiver and softly murmur, "Jiji." Qin Jiji's kisses traveled from his lips down to his throat, making him tremble with each touch. But this was just the beginning. The main event was yet to come. Moonlight streamed through the window, mingling with the lingering romantic atmosphere in the room. After a night of excitement and joy, Gu Jinghuai woke up on time the next morning, looking at the sleeping Qin Jiji as shy memories from the night before slowly surfaced in his mind. His ears turned red as he wondered how many surprises his wife still had in store for him. Suddenly, a thought echoed in his mind, the moment of success and the wedding night. It seemed his wife was preparing for their wedding night. He was the one who achieved success, and he was also the one for the wedding night. Gu Jinghuai slapped his face lightly, trying to wake himself up. What was he thinking so early in the morning? He planned to get out of bed quietly, not wanting to disturb Qin Jiji's sweet dreams, but as soon as he moved, she snuggled closer to him. He dared not move at all. The effects of yesterday's drink had worn off, and here was his wife cuddling him first thing in the morning. Even a gentleman would find it hard to remain composed in such a situation, especially since he had never acted like a gentleman in front of his wife. Considering the time, Gu Jinghuai felt he could hold his wife a little longer. The warmth and softness were enough to make anyone drowsy. When he left, Qin Jiji was still asleep, and he reluctantly kissed her forehead before heading out. He instructed the maid in the courtyard not to disturb Qin Jiji's rest before leaving with his uncle Gu Ting. Of course, they didn't forget to bring along Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun. Everyone from the Qin family came to see off the two brothers, Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun. Gu Ting promised to take good care of them in the palace, and as the carriage headed toward the palace under the concerned gazes of the Qin family, he added, "Uncle Qin, Aunt Qin, the emperor's decree will come down today. We can rest easy at home. Jinghuai's top scholar title is secure, and Qingyuan will either be the flower or the second place. As for Qingyun, she should be among the top ranks." Title. Special title for the top scholar. Zhang Xiaocai understood this well, and hearing him say it made the Qin family very excited. What Zhang Xiaocai did not mention was that those who receive the title of Jinshi usually enter the Hanlin Academy directly and take on roles such as Shijishi. This means that even the least successful among the three, Qin Qingyun, could enter the Hanlin Academy and stay in the capital with a promising career ahead. As for Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan, their futures looked even brighter. After becoming the top scholar, the emperor personally grants official positions, barring any unexpected circumstances. The top scholar is typically appointed as a compiler in the Hanlin Academy, responsible for editing national history and drafting imperial edicts. The roles and prospects for the second and third place scholars are similar to those of the top scholar. Generally, holding important and prestigious positions in the Hanlin Academy is one of the main pathways to the upper echelons of the court. Although there is a ranking difference between the second and third place scholars, their titles are determined by the emperor during the final examination. There is often an unspoken rule that the second place is chosen from the first and third ranks. Typically, someone with good looks is often appointed as the second place scholar. Therefore, during the annual parade, the second place scholar is the most popular. The Qin family, with two scholars, has become the focus of attention among the prominent families in the capital. On the way to the palace, Qin Qingyun felt a bit nervous. He did not have the high rankings of his older brother and Jinghuai, and it was his first time meeting the emperor. In contrast, Gu Jinghuai appeared much calmer. Gu Ting looked around, guessing what the emperor's final decision would be. Suddenly, he felt very excited about today's examination. The carriage stopped at the palace gate for inspection. Gu Ting usually does not need to be checked, but today he obediently lined up for inspection. At first, everyone was curious, but when Gu Jinghuai, Qin Qingyuan, and Qin Qingyun got out of the carriage, their colleagues understood. This Minister Gu was just showing off, but what could they do? His nephew was indeed impressive. Moreover, with the Qin and Gu families united, they would be working together in the future. Officials close to Gu Ting came over to greet him, and he responded warmly, his good temper surprising his colleagues. The group did not arrive early. Some scholars were already present in the square in front of the palace. Everyone wore matching long robes and black caps, their expressions either tense or expectant. After 10 years of hard work, they finally stood before this supreme hall, waiting for the emperor's final test. At this moment, the group felt an inexplicable excitement. The sound of bells and drums echoed as the emperor, dressed in a dragon robe, walked steadily into the golden hall. All the officials shouted in unison, "Long live our emperor!" The voices echoed loudly in the hall. Then the palace examination officially began, and everyone entered the hall one by one to be personally questioned by the emperor. At the sight of the emperor, no one dared to look up, while the emperor curiously observed them. Since the announcement yesterday, the crown prince had praised Gu Jinghuai and his companions many times in front of him. The first three in line were the top scholars of this year, and the emperor immediately recognized Gu Jinghuai, who indeed resembled his grandfather. The two beside him were also examined discreetly by the emperor, who thought that the more handsome one was likely Qin Qingyun. Don't ask how he knew. There was a slight resemblance to Qin Jiji. The emperor looked at Gu Jinghuai with a hint of regret, wondering why he had to be the cousin of his niece. Otherwise, he could have arranged a marriage for her. The officials exchanged glances, sensing the emperor's slight disappointment in Gu Jinghuai, but the examination had not even started yet. Gu Ting understood from the emperor's expression that he was thinking of something unrealistic. Gu Jinghuai remained calm. He hadn't done anything wrong, so the emperor couldn't possibly be dissatisfied with him. Feeling that he had lost some authority earlier, the emperor cleared his throat to cover his unease and then got to the main topic. The emperor had high hopes for this year's new scholars and was eager to test them. His questions were broad, covering topics like governance, history, and the hardships of the people. The scholars spoke confidently and answered carefully, creating a very positive atmosphere in the hall. The emperor listened attentively, occasionally exchanging a few words with the ministers, and the scholars' responses were impressive. After a lively discussion, the emperor had made up his mind. Gu Jinghuai stood out the most. Moreover, he answered the questions with ease, making him the most outstanding candidate in this examination. The emperor declared loudly, "I appoint Gu Jinghuai as this year's top scholar." As soon as the emperor finished speaking, congratulations erupted in the hall, and everyone bowed to Gu Jinghuai, congratulating Gu Ting. The Minister of Rites personally draped a red silk robe over Gu Jinghuai and placed the top scholar's cap on his head. Gu Jinghuai knelt to express his gratitude, saying, "I, Gu Jinghuai, thank the emperor for his grace. I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations. Rise, top scholar. I have great admiration for your talent. Do not let me down," the emperor said. The emperor had high hopes for Gu Jinghuai, considering him part of the family, and intended to nurture him as a future right-hand man to the crown prince. Next came the second and third place scholars, and everyone was surprised to learn that Qin Qingyuan was the third place. The ministers looked at the appearance of the second and third place candidates and thought the emperor's choice made sense. Qin Qingyuan was indeed more handsome. After the second and third place candidates expressed their gratitude, the emperor, feeling a bit indebted to Qin Qingyuan, asked him a question. "Third place scholar, I can grant you a small wish." Qin Qingyuan was very surprised. He didn't expect not only to be recognized by the emperor as the third place, but also to be granted a wish. He stepped forward, knelt, and said earnestly, "Your Majesty, I have a small wish. I hope you can fulfill it." The emperor became interested, thinking this third-place scholar was quite sincere. He smiled and said, "Please tell me." The officials perked up their ears, eager to hear the new scholar's wish. Gu Jinghuai had a rough guess, while Qin Qingyun was anxious for his brother. Gu Ting was enjoying the spectacle and had already decided that if the emperor tried to go back on his word, he would definitely speak up for Qin Qingyun. After all, the emperor's word was law. How could he not keep his promise? With a curious expression, the emperor signaled for him to continue. Qin Qingyun raised his head, his gaze firm. "I have admired a princess for a long time and boldly request your majesty to grant me her hand in marriage, fulfilling my heartfelt wish." As soon as he said this, the hall erupted in surprise. Qin Qingyun and Ning Xian thought they might have misheard. The emperor looked incredulous, and Gu Ting's mind raced, wondering which princess was of suitable age. The emperor clearly did not expect this and stammered, "Are you asking to marry Princess Yunfei?" "Your Majesty, I wish to marry Princess Yunfei," Qin Qingyun replied firmly, seizing the opportunity. The emperor's gaze shifted between Qin Qingyun and Gu Ting, then he smiled slightly. "Scholar, perhaps we should ask Minister Gu for his opinion on this matter." The emperor was cautious not to decide on the marriage without consulting the eldest princess, so he passed the decision to Gu Ting. All eyes turned to him. Gu Ting forced himself to remain calm. If anyone else had asked to marry his daughter in the hall today, he would have refused without hesitation. But since it was Qin Qingyun, he felt it was worth discussing. "Your Majesty, I need to go back and discuss this with the eldest princess and Yunfei. I cannot decide this on my own." Gu Ting didn't care about the gazes of his colleagues or the new scholars. He openly admitted his reluctance to go against his wife in the hall. Hearing Gu Ting mention the eldest princess, the emperor quickly took over the conversation. "Since that's the case, let's wait for Gu Ai Qing to discuss it. If Princess Yunfei agrees, then I will grant your marriage." Qin Qingyun was mentally prepared, but he was not afraid at all because he and the princess were truly in love. Qin Qingyun bowed again and said, "I thank your Majesty." Although the marriage was not granted, everyone now knew that the newly appointed scholar, Qin Qingyun, admired Princess Yunfei and sought to marry her in the Grand Hall. In an instant, those from prominent families who had their own ideas turned their attention to Qin Qingyun. It was fine that the elder brother liked Princess Yunfei. After all, there was still a younger brother. Qin Qingyun ranked first in the second tier, with a bright future ahead. If Qin Qingyun succeeded in marrying the princess, the Qin family status would rise even more. Qin Qingyun suddenly felt that more eyes were on him. After the palace examination ended, the banquet followed. The emperor personally attended the feast, raising his cup to encourage everyone to be loyal to the country. The banquet was held in a spacious courtyard, filled with the delicious aroma of dishes carefully prepared by the imperial chefs. The scholars took their seats one by one, their faces beaming with joy and pride. Although they did not succeed in requesting a marriage, it did not dampen their excitement. The emperor noticed that Gu Ting did not outright refuse Qin Qingyun, which gave him hope. Otherwise, with Gu Ting's temperament, he would have definitely shown his displeasure on the spot. The emperor now found Qin Qingyun more and more pleasing to the eye. He was handsome, talented, and the emperor's chosen scholar. Although his family background was a bit lacking, marrying his niece to someone like him would prevent her from being mistreated. As the banquet progressed, musicians played melodious tunes, and dancers performed gracefully. When the banquet reached its peak, the scholars either recited poetry or discussed their ambitions, filled with laughter and joy. After the feast, everyone rode through the streets. The main streets of the capital were already crowded with citizens eager to catch a glimpse of the new top scholar. Qin Jiji, Gu Yunfei, and Ning Ning were also pulled out by Wang Xianru. The streets were decorated with colorful lights, and all the second-floor spots were reserved, with the sounds of drums and firecrackers echoing. This year's top 3 scholars were all young and handsome. Except for the top scholar, who was already married, the other 2 were still unmarried. Even if they couldn't be chosen by them, other scholars would do. Qin Jiji did not expect so many people to be there, and Ning Ning was the most excited. Although it was not her first time seeing a scholars' parade, this time was different. Not only was her brother there, but also Qin Yun brother. Gu Yunfei and Qin Jiji remained somewhat calm, while Ning Ning pulled Wang Xianru to stand by the window, looking outside. Ning Xianru, you two come over and rest for a while. We still have some time. Gu Yunfei watched the two of them standing there and felt tired. Princess, come over quickly. Soon, Brother Gu and the others will arrive. I heard this year's top scholars are all very handsome. All the young ladies in the capital should be here today. Don't even think about the top scholar. Brother Gu is devoted to Sister Gigi. Ning on dvang kinru vere superexitet, vikt ning supporting kuing huai. Let's go rest for a bit first. Qin Gigi laughed at their conversation. Wang Xinru returned her seat, but Ning Ning insisted on standing by the window to look outside. Before long, they saw a procession slowly approaching. They're here. Hurry up, Brother Gu, and the others are coming. Gu Jinghuai had the best results, and it was certain he would be the top scholar. Ning Ning knew he was at the front. Qin Jiji saw the officials leading the way, holding signs that read silence and avoid, walking with authority at the front. Following them was a band, with drums and gongs creating a thunderous sound. Then came a tall horse slowly approaching, carrying this year's top scholar. Qin Jiji spotted her husband, Gu Jinghuai, who was wearing a bright red robe and a golden hat, with a Medal of Honor on his chest. At that moment, Qin Jiji thought her husband looked incredibly handsome. Behind Gu Jinghuai were the second and third scholars riding closely behind. Following them were many new scholars, marching in formation, creating a grand spectacle. Both the townspeople on the streets and the young ladies on the second floor cheered joyfully. People shouted, "The top scholar is here." Merchants began to burn incense and pray, hoping to share in the top scholar's good fortune. Gu Jinghuai and his group, riding on their horses, greeted the townspeople with a respectful gesture, humble and composed. The young women on the second floor, with shy and eager expressions, held tightly onto their beautifully embroidered handkerchiefs. As Gu Jinghuai and his group rode by, they nudged each other playfully, laughing but not daring to be too bold. Finally, someone gathered the courage to throw down her handkerchief. Then other girls followed suit, enthusiastically tossing their handkerchiefs down, and soon, countless handkerchiefs flew from the balconies toward the parade. Since Gu Jinghuai was already married, he naturally did not catch any of the handkerchiefs, and Qin Qingyuan only had eyes for the princess, so he wouldn't catch them either. However, seeing the handkerchiefs fluttering down, Gu Jinghuai and the others showed gentle smiles. Some scholars caught the handkerchiefs, and the onlooking townspeople cheered, creating a lively scene. Looking at the women throwing handkerchiefs, they covered their faces, blushing, with joy shining in their eyes. Qin Jiji was stunned. Who said ancient people were conservative? They seemed quite open-minded. Jiji, why are you in a daze? Gu Jiafu and the others are coming. Quickly throw the handkerchief to Gu Jiafu. But my husband and I are already married. Should I still throw it? Qin Jiji felt that since she and Gu Jinghuai were already married, throwing the handkerchief seemed inappropriate. What's inappropriate about it? If everyone else has a handkerchief and Gu Jiafu doesn't, that would be so sad. Jiji, don't hesitate, just throw it. Ning Ning was worried they would miss the chance if the others passed by below, urging Qin Jiji. Gu Jiafu, Qin Dage, Qingyun Gij, ergo, we're here. Ning Ning shouted from the second-floor window, and Gu Jinghuai and the others looked up, their eyes meeting. Under their encouragement, Qin Jiji threw down the handkerchief, and Gu Jinghuai quickly caught it. The crowd erupted in cheers. Princess, hurry. Otherwise, Gu Jiafu will pass by. Ning Ning had already noticed the subtle connection between Qin Qingyuan and Gu Yunfei, and today she encouraged Gu Yunfei to throw her handkerchief. Although Gu Yunfei felt shy, she genuinely wanted to throw it to Qin Qingyuan, so she tossed it down. Qin Qingyuan had been watching Gu Yunfei and reached out to catch her handkerchief. Seeing Qin Qingyuan catch it steadily, Ning Ning pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, Gu Jiafu's hand was too slow, it was caught by Qin Dage. Gu Yunfei's face turned even redder, and Ning Ning dared not tease her anymore but shouted to Ning Xian below.
Egg, ketiti.
Then she threw down her purse, which landed safely in Qin Qingyun's arms. Qin Qingyun smiled gently, and his gaze met Ning Ning's, filled with affection. Sister, you threw it off target. Ning Xian, worried he didn't catch it, felt relieved when he saw Qin Qingyun had caught it. He thought to himself that at least his sister's purse didn't land in another man's arms. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The two were not far apart on their horses, with Ning Xian behind Qin Qingyun. He called out, Qingyun ge. Qin Qingyun turned to ask, What is it, Ning ge? Remember to return my sister's purse. It was a gift from Ning Heir. We can talk about it later. We're still in the parade. Qin Qingyun avoided answering Ning Xian's request and quietly tucked the purse away. After all, it was thrown to him by a young girl, so how could he possibly give it back to Ning Xian? After watching the parade, Qin Jiji and a few others went their separate ways back to their homes. Although the affairs at home were managed by the princess and Lady Gu, Qin Jiji felt she should return to help since her husband had just passed the exam. When Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei returned, Gu Ting was already back, and he and Gu Shi were being scolded by the old lady in the courtyard. The servants saw them return and respectfully greeted them. Princess, young lady, the old lady asked me to wait here for the young lady to return to her courtyard, a servant said. Did grandmother say what it was about? Qin Jiji asked, worried that something was wrong. The old lady didn't specify, but the elder and second masters are also here, the servant replied respectfully. Yunfei, I'll go see grandmother first and find you later, Qin Jiji said, feeling anxious not to delay the old lady. Don't worry, big sister. You'll find out when you go. I'll head back and wait for you to finish, Gu Yunfei replied, thinking it might be something related to her brother, which is why their grandmother called for her. Qin Jiji went straight to the old lady's courtyard without returning to her own. On her way, she wondered why her grandmother suddenly called for her. Could it be about her husband? As she entered the courtyard, she heard her grandmother scolding Uncle Gu and her father-in-law. This made her even more curious. She remembered her uncle had gone to court early in the morning, so why was he being scolded now? With her husband's success, the old lady had been in a good mood lately, so it was strange for her to be scolding them unless they had caused trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Jiji quickened her pace. The maid at the door saw her coming and quickly bowed in greeting. As Qin Jiji entered, her father-in-law Gu Shi was pleading his case to the old lady. Mother, it was my brother who refused. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Ting shot a glare at Gu Shi, thinking his brother was useless for not helping to deflect their mother's anger. Grandmother, I heard from the servants that you were looking for me. I went to see the parade with Yunfei. My husband is quite popular today, Qin Jiji said. Seeing her, the old lady's mood improved a bit, and she waved for Qin Jiji to come closer. Jiji is back. Come here to grandmother, she said. Qin Jiji obediently walked over and asked with concern, I hope you had a good time. She glanced at her uncle and father-in-law and cautiously asked, Grandmother, is there something wrong at home? Do you need my help? The old lady saw her granddaughter-in-law take the initiative to ask about this matter and shot a glare at Gu Ting, then pulled Qin Jiji aside to explain. Jiji, here's the thing. Today in the main hall, your older brother asked the emperor for permission to marry Yunfei. I was wondering why my brother was taking so long to act. It turns out he wanted the emperor to grant the marriage. Qin Jiji was quite surprised to hear that her brother had asked the emperor for a marriage with the princess. Hearing her granddaughter-in-law say this, the old lady was now the one who was surprised. She asked uncertainly, Jiji, do you mean they have feelings for each other? My brother has liked Sister Yunfei for a long time. He just felt he wasn't worthy of her, so he never sent anyone to propose. Now that he has graduated, he must have gathered his courage, and I believe Sister Yunfei would be willing too. Are you saying that Fair also has feelings for your brother? Asked Gu Ting. Uncle, didn't you see the sachet at my brother's waist? It's clearly embroidered by Sister Yunfei. Qin Zizi's words struck Gu Ting like lightning. He wondered why that pouch looked so familiar. He knew his daughter well. If she wasn't truly interested, she wouldn't have given him a pouch. While Gu Ting felt regret, He was also relieved that he hadn't completely rejected the idea in the main hall, only saying they would discuss it later. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to handle. Grandmother, this is good news. But are you worried that Sister Yunfei might suffer if she marries him? Don't worry, Grandma and Mother really like Sister Yunfei. If they knew your brother had asked for the marriage, they would be overjoyed. If Sister Yunfei marries into our family, I promise the Qin family will treat her like a treasure. Qin Jiji was now extremely happy. To convince everyone, she continued to share more. The more she spoke, the more fierce the old lady's gaze became towards Gu Ting and Gu Shi, while the princess and Gu's mother almost laughed out loud. This scene was too funny. It was truly a case of brothers sharing both joys and troubles. Jiji, your grandmother, your aunt, and your mother-in-law all support this. Your brother is a good boy, but the emperor is worried about Sister Yunfei and fears she might suffer if she marries your brother, so he didn't agree to the marriage? Qin Jiji knew how much the emperor cared for Gu Yunfei, so her first reaction was that the emperor had not agreed. Yes, that's right, it's the emperor. No, it's your uncle who refused. But it was clearly you. Everyone pointed fingers at Gu Ting, while only Gu Ting blamed the emperor for it all. Qin Jiji looked at everyone in shock and then asked Gu Ting, "Does uncle also think my brother and Sister Yunfei are not a good match?" Listen to me, Jiji. Uncle doesn't mean it that way. It's all a misunderstanding from the emperor. I didn't know Feier's feelings, which is why I said we should discuss it. I never said I was unwilling. Gu Ting finally had a chance to speak and looked at Qin Jiji with emotion. Ever since his mother learned he rejected Qin Qingyuan for her daughter, she hadn't let him speak. So, does that mean you agree with uncle? Qin Jiji asked with a smile. If Feier agrees, then I agree. If she doesn't like him, even if he is a prince, she won't marry him. As long as she is happy, it doesn't matter if he is a beggar. Gu Ting was known for spoiling his daughter. With the Gu family's power, his daughter didn't need to marry for status. Her happiness was what mattered. What beggar? Qingyuan is a newly recognized scholar. The old lady felt her eldest son was losing his way with words. Mother, brother was just making an example. He didn't mean Qingyuan is a beggar. Gu Shi quickly explained to clear up the misunderstanding and successfully shifted the old lady's anger. And you, always trying to smooth things over, not caring about your niece, while my granddaughter is thoughtful. This time, Gu's mother couldn't hold back. Since her husband and eldest son were being scolded, she recalled all the hard times they had been through, which kept her from laughing. It was mainly because her mother-in-law's reasons for scolding her son were too ridiculous. She felt grateful that her mother-in-law treated her and the princess well, only scolding her husband and eldest son when issues arose. Grandmother, please don't be angry. This isn't a big deal. I'll just go home and say that if there's no marriage proposal, then there's no marriage proposal. I'll have my mother find a matchmaker. You're so considerate. It will be a bit of trouble for you to run this errand. I disagree. Gu Ting disagreed again. You disagree with a marriage proposal and don't want to accept a visit from a suitor.
What do you want?
The old lady asked, a bit annoyed at her son's objections. Mother, I agree. Gu Shi, who had just been scolded, now firmly supported his mother. Be quiet and let your brother speak, the old lady said, feeling a headache coming on. Gu Shi felt wronged. When he didn't intervene, his mother said he was an unfit uncle. Now that he supported her, she accused him of causing trouble. He thought being a son was too difficult. Mother, I don't disagree with Qingyuan and Yunfei. I just mean we should still let the emperor propose the marriage. Gu Ting quickly expressed his thoughts, fearing he would be scolded again if he waited too long. You just rejected the emperor, and now you want him to propose? You should ask him yourself and not make the princess clean up your mess. The old lady knew that if the princess spoke up, the emperor would happily agree to the marriage. Mother, the princess and I are married. We are one. Gu Ting felt like an outsider. His mother and the princess were the real mother and daughter. Mother, I think we should ask Yunfei how she feels. What if she doesn't agree? Gu Shi still found it hard to believe that his niece and Qin Qingyuan had feelings for each other. Mother, how about this? Gigi and I will go to the Qin family and you can ask Yunfei how she feels. If they both like each other, then my brother can ask the emperor for a marriage. Gu's mother also thought the two children were a good match, and it would strengthen their family ties. Let's do as you say. Thank you, and Gigi, for your hard work. The old lady believed her daughter-in-law was reliable. Her two sons only caused her trouble. Mother, it's not hard for me at all. This is a great joy. Gu's mother happily took her daughter-in-law, Qin Gigi, to the Qin family. Originally, Gu sure wanted to go with them, but the old lady stopped him. Second son, you shouldn't go. You might say something wrong and cause trouble. Gu sure was confused. How could he cause trouble? He often visited the Qin family, and everything was fine. Second brother, mother is right. You shouldn't go. Gu Ting also thought his younger brother tended to speak carelessly. He used to be Qin Gigi's father-in-law, and now he had another identity, so it was better for him not to go. Meanwhile, the princess was not idle. After leaving the old lady, she went straight to her daughter's courtyard. Seeing her mother, Gu Yunfei was a bit surprised. Mother, weren't you discussing things in grandmother's courtyard? Why do you have time to come here? Fair, I have something to ask you. Please tell me the truth. The princess took her daughter's hand, her gaze gentle. Mother, feel free to ask, I will answer honestly. Gu Yunfei replied sincerely. Today in the main hall, Qingyuan asked your uncle to arrange a marriage for you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunfei's face turned red. Mother, do you want to know if I like Qingyuan? Since it was about her daughter's marriage, the princess wanted to hear her thoughts. Gu Yunfei nodded and said softly, Mother, I am willing. I share feelings with Brother Qin. He said he would propose after the palace exam, but I didn't expect him to ask uncle for a marriage. Gu Yunfei was brave enough to face her feelings for Qin Qingyuan, believing her mother would support her. Mother, you and father will like Brother Qin, right? Gu Yunfei asked cautiously. She hoped her relationship with Qin Qingyuan would receive her parents' blessing. Fair, as long as you like him, I have no objections. But this matter was messed up by your father. The princess looked at her daughter's happy expression and didn't want to mention her husband's foolish actions. Mother, what do you mean? Gu Yunfei had a bad feeling. When Qingyuan asked your uncle the emperor for your hand in marriage, your father said to discuss it first, so it didn't happen. The princess was worried her daughter might be upset. The person she cared about had asked for her hand, only to be turned down by her father. Gu Yunfei didn't expect this to happen, but she didn't blame her father. She was just surprised. Mother, it's my fault for not telling you earlier, which made father misunderstand. He only wants what's best for me. Your grandmother has already scolded your father. Your sister-in-law and your second aunt went to the Qin family to clear up the misunderstanding. The princess gently comforted her daughter, fearing she might get anxious. Mother, it's okay. Brother Qin won't be angry. He will understand father's intentions. Gu Yunfei knew Qingyuan well and believed he wouldn't be upset. The princess didn't expect her daughter to trust Qingyuan so much, indicating their feelings were stronger than she thought. I'm not worried, dear. If needed, your uncle can arrange another marriage. It's your father's fault, so let him handle it. The princess was mainly concerned about her daughter's happiness. Everything else was not her priority. My dear has grown up. Soon she'll be getting married. The princess held her daughter's hand, feeling a bit reluctant. Mother, I'm not getting married tomorrow. There's still time. Besides, even if I marry Brother Qin, I'll still be close to you. Look at your sister-in-law. Marrying your brother allows her to visit her family often. No one complains, whether it's our family or the Qin family. Qin Gigi's married life was what Gu Yunfei desired. Good relationships with both families, no restrictions, and a loving husband. Hearing her daughter say this, the princess felt it made sense. Being so close, it wouldn't matter if her daughter got married or not. Moreover, because of Qin Gigi, the two families were even closer, and Qin Gigi's mother, Mrs. Zhang, would surely not be a difficult mother-in-law. The Qin family had simple relationships, a good family atmosphere, and the men were all caring towards their wives. Compared to other noble families, their relationships were much simpler, with fewer troubles. If her daughter married into the Qin family, she would have a comfortable life. They could provide a good dowry, and now that Qing Yuan had excelled in his studies, he was likely to enter the Hanlin Academy. Her daughter's husband would be a proper noble, with a bright future ahead. Moreover, both the emperor and her husband were kind-hearted people. With their love for her daughter, Qing Yuan's career would surely be smooth. When my mother chose a house for the Qin family, she hoped it would be close by. I never expected you would fall for Qing Yuan. Fate is truly amazing. The princess felt emotional, realizing her family's connection with the Qin family was unbreakable. Qin Jiji married into the Gu family and gained a son, and now her daughter was set to marry into the Qin family. My kind-hearted mother allowed me to stay so close to home. When choosing the house, there were several suitable options, but the princess chose the most expensive one in the best location. After sharing some whispers, the princess returned to her courtyard. Thinking of her daughter's happy expression, she decided to visit the palace the next day. Her daughter and Qing Yuan were genuinely in love, and she wanted to share the news with the emperor and empress to bring them joy. At the Qin family, after hearing Qin Jiji and Mother Gu's explanation, the old lady and Zhang were stunned. Qing Yuan had actually asked the emperor to arrange a marriage for him and the princess. Why didn't he give us any hints about his feelings for Yunfei? We've been worrying for him every day. Recently, they had been inquiring about Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun's marriage, which had been stressful for the old lady. With her grandsons missing, they couldn't make decisions for him and had to deal with visitors daily. Thank goodness, the ancestors of the Qin family are watching over us. I almost thought your brother didn't like girls. Zhang had begun to doubt her son's preferences due to his calm demeanor. Qin Ziji laughed at her mother's thoughts. Sister-in-law can rest easy. The princess is one of the best girls in the capital. The Li family members who already liked Gu Yunfei were thrilled to hear that Qin Qingyuan wanted to marry her. Our families are connected. This is wonderful. I didn't expect Qing Yuan to surprise us like this. Aunt San Wang was beaming. Her nephew's marriage was the family's top priority. Gigi, go back and tell your grandmother and the princess that marrying the princess is a blessing for our Qin family, and everyone is delighted. This is the first time the Qin family is hosting a wedding in the capital. Although we are inexperienced, we will ensure it is grand. We can sit down together to discuss any details. The old lady was worried about not meeting the princess's expectations for the wedding. Aunt Qin, don't worry. Qing Yuan, his mother and sister-in-law are very satisfied. As for the wedding details, our two families can discuss them slowly. I came here with Gigi to let you know that we are not worried about the marriage proposal being rejected. In fact, we all agree, and the eldest brother has already been scolded by the mother-in-law. Grandma, Mom, you can just focus on preparing the betrothal gifts for the eldest brother. Uncle will also ask the emperor for a marriage decree. As long as your brother and Yunfei are willing, we will be happy no matter what. If he suddenly asks for marriage, I would also refuse if I were Minister Gu. Mrs. Qin understood Gu Ting's feelings well. If he asks for marriage, what if his daughter doesn't like him?
Of course, he needs to go home and ask.
Grandma, if Uncle hears you say that, he might cry from being touched. You child, making jokes about Minister Gu. Everyone laughed together, and today, Qin Jiji witnessed the scene where her uncle and father were scolded by their grandmother. Mrs. Qin was happy and invited Qin Jiji and Mother Gu to stay for dinner at the Qin family. Gu Jinghuai, Qin Qingyuan, and Qin Qingyun went out to celebrate with their classmates. Mrs. Qin thought her eldest grandson was quite carefree, being rejected for a marriage proposal, yet acting as if nothing happened. During dinner, except for Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun who were out, the Qin family learned that Qin Qingyuan liked Gu Yunfei. Everyone was very happy, especially Qin Qinghui, who liked this sister-in-law. He thought Gu Yunlang could come along as a dowry since Gu Yunlang liked the Qin family very much. After dinner, Qin Jiji and Mother Gu had not left yet when Gu Yunlang and Gu Jingshu came to pick them up. Yunlang, Jingshu, you're here?
We're just about to head back.
Qin Jiji was pleasantly surprised to see them. She didn't expect them to come. The eldest brother is still out, so I came to pick up Mom and my sister-in-law. Besides picking up his sister-in-law and mother, Gu Jingshu also wanted to confirm if his cousin and Qin's eldest brother were really getting married. Another important reason was that Gu Yunlang insisted on coming. Yunlang, come with me. I have something to tell you. Seeing Gu Yunlang, Qin Qinghui quietly pulled him aside to share his thoughts. On the way back from the Qin family, Gu Yunlang seemed much happier. He had been sad about his sister marrying into the Qin family. When they returned to the Gu residence, everyone except Gu Yunfei was waiting in the old lady's courtyard for Qin Jiji and Mother Gu. Qin Jiji expressed the Qin family's intentions, and only then did old lady Gu feel relieved and happy. At the Qin family, when Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyan returned, Mrs. Qin held them back for a little while longer. Seeing they had been drinking, she let them go rest. Returning to his courtyard, Qin Qingyuan first went to wash up, as he really disliked the smell of alcohol on him. After freshening up, he unexpectedly found his younger brother waiting for him. Big brother, I need to talk to you. I was going to tell you tomorrow, but Yunlang insisted it must be today. Qin Qinghui handed his brother the note that Gu Yunlang had given him. Is this from Yunlang? Qin Qingyuan was very surprised. He didn't expect Gu Yunlang to give him this. Big brother, Yunlang said you must read it. I'll head back to sleep now. After giving the note to his brother, Qin Qinghui hurried back to bed. Take care on your way back. Once Qin Qingyuan saw his brother leave, he opened the note and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. After a moment of shock, he quickly tidied himself up and quietly left the house without waking anyone in the Qin family. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence. Yunlang, let's go back. If you still feel unwell, I can have someone make you some herbal tea to help. Gu Yunfei looked at her brother, who had pulled her out for a walk after dinner, feeling a bit helpless. Are you tired, big sister? But I want to stay a little longer. Can you keep me company? Gu Yunfei realized her brother was determined to have her stay, and she nodded indulgently. The siblings had a very close relationship, and Gu Yunfei always tried to fulfill Gu Yunlang's requests. All right, I'll stay with you a bit longer, but then you must go to bed. If you stay up too late, the tutor will scold you. Gu Yunfei mentioned the tutor to encourage her brother to sleep.
Got it.
Just a little longer and I promise to go to bed. Yunlang is so good. The siblings continued to stroll in the courtyard, and Gu Yunlang told the attendants, you all can leave. I want to spend some time alone with my sister. Gu Yunfei understood her brother's temperament and told her maid, you can go. There's nothing to do here. Gu Yunfei's maid bowed and left, taking the others with her, as they trusted the guards at the princess's residence. Sister, let's go ahead. I saw many beautiful flowers there today. I want to show you. Gu Yunlang happily pulled Gu Yunfei forward. Gu Yunfei felt a bit puzzled. She wasn't sure if there would be beautiful flowers at night, but seeing her brother so excited, she didn't want to dampen his spirits. She thought she would praise the flowers no matter how they looked. However, as they walked further, they went off the path until they reached a wall at the end of a pavilion, where Gu Yunfei witnessed a scene she would never forget. She stood there in shock, unable to blink. A person crawled out from a dog hole by the wall, and it was Qin Qingyuan. He showed no embarrassment about coming through the dog hole and calmly brushed off the dust from his clothes. Brother Qin, why are you so late? Eldest sister is about to go to bed, Gu Yunlang said, feeling a bit unhappy that Qin Qingyuan had arrived a little later than agreed.
I'm sorry, Yunlang.
I'm not familiar with the location of the princess's residence, so it took me some time to find it. I promise I won't get lost next time. Qin Qingyuan quickly apologized, worried that Gu Yunfei might be anxious. Gu Yunling looked at the somewhat disheveled Qin Qingyuan and then at the dog hole, commenting, I had someone dig this hole wider this afternoon, but it's still not enough. I'll have them make it even bigger next time. Gu Yunfei finally snapped out of her shock and was stunned again by her brother's surprising remarks. Thank you, Yunling. The dog hole was indeed a bit narrow, and if it could be made larger, it would be much easier to crawl through. Will you agree to my conditions? Gu Yunling thought it was best to settle his own matters first before going to bed. Brother Yunling, I agree to all your conditions. When Qin Qingyuan saw Gu Yunlang's note that evening, he was taken aback. Marrying his sister required him to provide a dowry, or else he wouldn't allow the emperor uncle to arrange the marriage.
You didn't disappoint me. It's settled then.
You can discuss this with eldest sister. I'll head back now, Gu Yunlang said, satisfied, leaving the two in a flurry. Fair, I just wanted to see you. Qin Qingyuan felt a bit shy when facing Gu Yunfei alone. Let's go sit in the pavilion ahead for a while, Gu Yunfei said, feeling a bit sorry for him. Fair, let's just talk here for a bit. I can leave through here later without disturbing anyone in the residence. Qin Qingyuan knew his actions were inappropriate, but the alcohol had given him courage, and he wanted to see the young lady. Fair, are you angry? I just wanted to tell you that I want to marry you. I have feelings for you, Qin Qingyuan confessed, encouraged by the alcohol. He wasn't really drunk. He had only had a couple of drinks, but the opportunity was rare. Father didn't really refuse. It was just too sudden. He wants to come back and ask about my feelings, Gu Yunfei explained to Qin Qingyuan, fearing he might misunderstand her father. Fair, I understand. I'm not angry. So, do you agree? Qin Qingyuan cared most about Gu Yunfei's feelings. If I didn't want to, would you still be standing here? Qin Qingyuan smiled foolishly upon hearing this. Indeed, if the princess was unwilling, just showing up in the backyard of the Grand Princess at this late hour would be enough to get him in serious trouble. Qin Qingyuan excitedly took Gu Yunfei's hand and said, Fair, thank you. I'm so happy today. Qin Qingyuan's hand was warm, and Gu Yunfei felt warm all over. Next time, don't cause trouble with Yunling. You are now the Emperor's chosen top scholar. You shouldn't be sneaking around. If word gets out, it would be embarrassing for you. Gu Yunfei was still concerned about Qin Qingyuan's reputation. It was one thing for her brother to misbehave, but to involve Qin Qingyuan was another matter. Seeing the princess is worth losing a little face. Faced with Qin Qingyuan's heartfelt words, Gu Yunfei couldn't bring herself to scold him anymore. Besides, Fair is not just anyone. She wouldn't tell others about this, right? Qin Qingyuan, already handsome, spoke with a slightly spoiled tone, and Gu Yunfei quickly softened. Fair, my mother and grandmother have already started preparing for our wedding. If you have any thoughts or requests, just let me know. It's all up to you. The Qin family had a small meeting tonight and unanimously agreed to meet all the princess's needs. I'm fine with anything. Just let Grandma and my mother arrange it, Gu Yunfei said, feeling a bit shy about the wedding. I'll listen to you, Fair. Then you should go back early. You have things to do tomorrow. Gu Yunfei actually didn't want to part, but Qin Qingyuan and the others really needed to get up early. Fair, I just got here, Qin Qingyuan said with a hint of grievance, lowering his head so Gu Yunfei couldn't see his expression. That's not it. I'm just worried you won't get up tomorrow, Gu Yunfei explained softly. Qin Qingyuan lifted his head, joy shining in his eyes, and said, I knew Fair was worried about me. You're not trying to send me away. Gu Yunfei was just concerned. She didn't really want to send Qin Qingyuan away. I'll have someone escort you out through the back door. Gu Yunfei couldn't bear to let her beloved sneak back. I'm more than willing to sneak around for the princess. Gu Yunfei's heart raced at his words. She felt that today's Qin Qingyuan was different from usual. Every word made her heart race. Sneaking around to see her, so at ease, made Gu Yunfei suddenly think of the phrase, love struck. Qin Jiji had explained this to her before, and it suddenly clicked as she thought of Qin Qingyuan. The two chatted a bit longer, and in the end, Qin Qingyuan reluctantly left through the back door. Gu Yunfei was smiling all the way home, and the maidservants felt happy seeing the princess so joyful. Qin Qingyuan, after lying down on his bed, still felt his heart racing. His Fair was the best girl. In the Long Princess's courtyard, both Gu Ting and the Long Princess were about to sleep when a shadow guard came to report. He said someone had crawled through the dog hole into the Long Princess's residence. Gu Ting was furious and ordered someone to block the dog hole immediately. My lord, the person who crawled through the dog hole is Qin Tanhua, and he was guided by the air. This shadow guard had followed Gu Yunling, so he understood the situation well. Gu Ting was stunned, unable to believe it. He asked, the air took Tanhua through the dog hole? Doesn't the princess's residence have a main gate? Gu Ting thought it was strange that his son and Qin Qingyuan had such unique interests, The main gate of the princess's residence was beautifully built, yet they chose to crawl through a dog hole. The reason Qin Tanhua crawled through the dog hole was to see the princess. The shadow guard spoke softly, fearing Gu Ting would explode. Gu Ting was stunned for nearly a minute and uncertainly asked again, "Is it really to see the princess?" "Yes, my lord, that is correct." "Ha ha ha. Our Tanhua is quite adaptable. Have someone widen the dog hole tonight and lay down some soft grass to avoid hurting his knees. Be quiet while digging the dog hole. We must not disturb the princess. It must be done secretly at night." The shadow guard accepted the order, thinking that the lord might have had too much to drink today. The long princess said, looking helpless. "Your Highness, I dug that dog hole for the princess long ago, and now it's coming in handy again." Gu Ting had a look that sought praise, which made the long princess laugh. It was true that like father-in-law, like son-in-law. In the quiet of the night, the shadow guards of the princess's residence were widening the dog hole. Everyone else had already fallen asleep. The next day, the long princess visited the palace, and the following day, the emperor sent the marriage decree for Gu Yunfei and Qin Qingyuan to the long princess's residence and the Qin family. Now, everyone in the capital knew about it, and the long princess was very pleased with this match. Previously, Minister Gu had mentioned discussing it at home, and the next day, the long princess personally went to the palace, leading to the emperor issuing the marriage decree. The people of the capital were sharp. If the long princess was satisfied with her son-in-law, then the emperor was also pleased with the match, making Qin Tanhua's future bright. No one dared to compete with the long princess for a son-in-law. However, the Qin family had more than just Qin Qingyuan, who was unmarried, so everyone turned their attention to other eligible candidates. Being related to the Qin family is like being connected to a royal family. After the marriage decree was announced, many suitors came to the Qin family every day. Qin Qingyuan had no chance, but Qin Qingyuan, who also had a good reputation, suddenly became very popular. The Qin family members were all good-looking, and Qin Qingyuan was no exception. Otherwise, Ningning wouldn't have been interested in him in the first place. Li was busy helping her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law with her nephew's wedding while also worrying about her son's marriage. She had always hoped her son would finish school and find a compatible wife, but she delayed it until now, fearing it would distract him from his studies. Now that her nephew seemed to have prospects, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Every day, many suitors came to the door, and under the careful selection of Qin Posey and others, several daughters from good families caught their attention. After discussing it, the women decided to ask Qin Jiji for her opinion. "Jiji, your grandmother and aunt have carefully chosen a few suitors from those who have come recently. Please take a look." Qin Posey handed her granddaughter the notebook they had kept. They all valued Qin Jiji's opinion in the family. Qin Jiji took the notebook and began to read it carefully. To be honest, the families her grandmother had chosen were quite good and seemed suitable for her second brother. "What do you think, Jiji?" Qin Posey asked as her granddaughter finished reviewing the notebook. "I think they are all quite good and suitable for my second brother," Qin Jiji replied honestly. Hearing her granddaughter's positive feedback, Qin Posey smiled even more happily. "We also think they are good. Since we all agree, let's settle on one for your second brother." Li felt that her son's marriage was finally taking shape and smiled with joy. "But our opinion doesn't matter. Shouldn't we ask my second brother what he thinks?" Qin Jiji's comment surprised everyone. They were so happy that they forgot to ask Qin Qingyuan. "We haven't asked your brother yet. He only focuses on his studies and probably doesn't have anyone he likes," Li said, not believing her son had a crush. "We shouldn't say that. Look at Qingyuan. He only studies too, but he has someone he likes," Wang said, making everyone pause. It was indeed possible, given Qingyuan's example. "Should we ask Qingyuan first?" Qin Posey suddenly felt uncertain and discussed it with her daughters-in-law. Li thought for a moment. Although she didn't believe her son had someone he liked, she decided they should ask. "Mother, let's go ahead and ask him." "That's more like it. I've looked through the album and have a good idea now. Let's discuss it after you ask my second brother. I need to stop by the shop, so I'll be going now." Qin Jiji, was well aware of her second brother's feelings for Ning Ning. She felt happy thinking that they were finally going to announce it. That evening, when Qin Qingyun returned home and finished dinner, Grandma Qin kept him back. "Is there something you need, Grandma?" Qin Qingyun asked curiously. "Qingyun, there have been many matchmakers visiting lately. Your mother and I have looked at a few girls for you. We think they are quite nice, and I wanted to ask for your opinion." "Grandma, I don't want to get engaged yet. Please focus on my older brother's matters first." Qin Qingyun hadn't asked Ning Ning if she would marry him, so his first thought was to decline the other girls. "Your older brother is your older brother, and you are you. It doesn't affect anything. We have enough people to manage both your weddings at the same time," Li Shi quickly added, fearing her son would change his mind. "That's right, Qingyun, we can all help," Wang Shi happily agreed. "Yes, Qingyun, it works out perfectly with your older brother. We just need to prepare double the things." Zhang Shi also expressed her willingness to have her son and nephew marry together. "Mom, Grandma, I really don't want to get married right now." "What are you talking about? Just pick someone you like, and I'll send someone to propose." Li Shi wished she could make Qin Qingyun choose right then and there. "Mom, I can't choose," Qin Qingyun insisted firmly, almost making Li Shi faint from frustration. "Qingyun, you must have someone you like. If you do, just tell Grandma. As long as you like her, we'll agree." Grandma Qin thought that since her grandson was so determined, he must have someone in mind. Seeing Grandma's anxious expression, Qin Qingyun hesitated and nodded slightly. "Do you really have someone you like? When your sister said to ask you, your mother thought it was impossible." Li Shi was the most surprised. Seeing her son nod, she almost forgot to be angry. When Qin Qingyun heard his mother say it was his sister who suggested asking him, he thought they all knew it was Ning Ning and foolishly asked, "You all know?" "What?" Grandma Qin thought she might have misheard. "Which girl is it?" Li Shi asked eagerly. Qin Qingyun then realized his family didn't know it was Ning Ning. "Actually, you all know her." Talking about the girl he liked, Qin Qingyun seemed to shine with excitement. "We know her?" This left everyone surprised. "You should quickly tell Mother. Who is it?" The others looked at Qin Qingyun with anticipation. "Mother, the person I like is Ning." Everyone was shocked. "Does Ninger like you?" Li was most worried about whether Ning Ning liked her son. When Li asked Qin Qingyun, the others fell silent and all looked at him. "Ninger naturally has feelings for my son." "That's wonderful. Why didn't you tell us sooner?" Grandma Qin, excited, couldn't help but remark how much her two grandsons resembled each other. One directly proposed, while the other was quiet. If they hadn't asked today, he probably wouldn't have said anything. The group had worked hard for a long time and almost missed the chance to make a match. What were they keeping their mouths shut for? Their granddaughter was the best. After all, she had kicked out a bad man and remarried. After learning that Qin Qingyun had someone he liked, Li finally felt relieved. The next day, when Qin Jiji came to the Qin family, Grandma Qin and the others quickly shared the good news with her. However, Qin Jiji's question left everyone stunned. "Grandma, Aunt, even though my second brother and Ninger have feelings for each other, the Ning family doesn't know about it. If someone comes to propose, what will my second brother do?" Upon hearing this, Grandma Qin and the others felt like the sky was falling. "Jiji, what should we do?" Li was the most anxious. Her son finally had someone he liked, and it was Ninger, whom she was very pleased with. But after hearing her niece, Li felt her hopes crumble. "Of course, we should go propose. Let's secure Ninger first. If the Ning family is reluctant, they can delay the wedding. Otherwise, without a matchmaker, why should the Ning family wait for my second brother?" Although Qin Jiji believed in her brother's feelings for Ninger, there was a saying, "The longer the night, the more dreams." "Mother, Jiji is right. We should quickly go and secure Ninger. Otherwise, if we miss her, where will I find such a good daughter-in-law?" Li was anxious. She was very afraid of what Qin Jiji said. "Oldest son, don't worry yet. Let's think this through. Jiji, you have many ideas. Please share your thoughts." Seeing her granddaughter's confident demeanor, Grandma Qin knew she must have a plan. "Grandma, I think we can ask the princess for help to gauge the Ning family's interest. If they are willing, we can then ask the princess to be the matchmaker and formally propose. Mother, I think this idea is great. Let's go to the princess's residence and ask for her help with the Ning family. Li was very happy. Having the princess involved would increase the chances of success for this marriage proposal. And there's no need to rush. When I return today, I will talk to the princess about this matter. If she agrees, she can send a message to the Ning family, and I will go with her. Qin Jiji quickly stopped her aunt, who seemed eager to go to the princess's residence. Sister-in-law, Gigi's approach is more cautious. Let's listen to her. Oh, I was too anxious. Gigi, I appreciate your help, Li said, holding Qin Jiji with gratitude and affection. Aunt, I also want Ninger to be my sister-in-law. We are all family, so there's no need to be polite. In Qin Jiji's heart, Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun were equally important. Gigi is right. We are all family, so no need for thanks, said Grandma Qin to Li. It was my misunderstanding. I appreciate your help, Gigi.
Don't worry, Aunt.
I will make sure to handle this matter for my second brother. You just focus on preparing the betrothal gifts. In the Qin family, Li had no daughters and favored Qin Jiji the most. Qin Jiji treated both Qin Qingyun and Qin Qinglin with all her heart. After discussing some matters, they finished dinner and Qin Jiji went home. Leaving the Qin family, Qin Jiji headed straight to the princess's residence. Gu Ting was resting today. When he saw Qin Jiji arrive, he smiled warmly. Jiji, Yunfei is in her courtyard. You can go find her directly. Gu Ting thought Qin Jiji was there to see his daughter. Uncle, I'm here to see Aunt. I need her help with something, Qin Jiji explained with a smile. You're looking for your aunt? Did you encounter some trouble? You can tell me, and I might be able to help too. Qin Jiji looked at Gu Ting, worried that he might accidentally ruin things at the Ning residence. Uncle, it's a matter concerning the girls. I think Aunt would be more suitable to help. Qin Jiji quickly made an excuse and hurried inside to find the princess, fearing Gu Ting would ask too many questions. Seeing Qin Jiji's hurried departure, Gu Ting fell into thought. My lord, we should be leaving now. The attendant noticed Gu Ting was still lingering and reminded him, as he had been eager to leave earlier. We won't go today. We'll go another day. I need to see if Jiji needs any help. Gu Ting, who had been anxious to leave, now decided to chase after Qin Jiji. Hearing that Qin Jiji has arrived, I quickly asked someone to invite her in. Jiji is here.
Come in.
What brings you here today? The princess held Qin Jiji's hand, looking very happy. Qin Jiji is usually busy, either at the shop or being bothered by her nephew. I have something to ask Aunt for help. I hope I didn't disturb your afternoon rest. Of course not. If you have something to discuss, just let someone know. No need to come in person. Since I have some free time today, I thought I would come and sit with you and also talk about what I need help with. Qin Ziji's playful words made the princess laugh. Princess, the county princess has arrived. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a maid came in to report that Gu Yunfei had come. Quick, let the county princess in. The princess was even happier. Her daughter's visit was perfectly timed. Gu Yunfei entered and was delighted to see Qin Jiji. Sister-in-law, you're here with mother. I need to ask the princess for help. Sister Yunfei, come sit over here. Qin Jiji invited Gu Yunfei to sit beside her, and the princess smiled, pleased with their close relationship. Sister-in-law, what is it that you need? Why do you need to ask mother? Gu Yunfei was very curious about what could make her sister-in-law seek their mother's help. Hearing Gu Yunfei's question, Qin Jiji explained what she needed. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Qin Urge and Miss Ning are a couple? Gu Yunfei asked, surprised. Yes, he admitted it himself. It can't be false. Surprised, right? I really didn't expect that. Gu Yunfei exclaimed. And you and my brother didn't tell us either. Qin Jiji's comment made Gu Yunfei blush, and she stammered, we're different. Qin Jiji nodded in agreement. It is indeed different. After all, my brother didn't sneak out at midnight. Gu Yunfei blushed even more, and the princess laughed at their playful banter. As for how Qin Jiji knew about her brother sneaking out just to see the county princess, it was because their clever brother-in-law, Gu Yunlang, had secretly told her. Qin Dage just had a bit too much to drink that day. How could my sister-in-law take it seriously? I'm not taking it seriously. I just wanted to confirm with Sister Yunfei after hearing about it. Mother, look. Sister-in-law is teasing me. Gu Yunfei pouted to the princess. Your relationship is something I can't break. Why don't you both go find Qingyuan to settle this? Ha ha ha, Aunt, I wouldn't dare. Although my brother cares for Gigi, it's not the same with Sister Yunfei. Gigi is right. The princess joined Qin Jiji in teasing her daughter. Gu Yufei's face turned even redder, but in the end, the princess helped her daughter out of the situation. She sent a message to the Ning family, saying that she and Qin Jiji would visit the next day. The next day, the princess brought Qin Jiji and Gu Yufei to the Ning family. The Ning family was shocked when they received the message yesterday. Having the princess visit in person meant they had to treat her well. The old lady of the Ning family asked her eldest daughter-in-law to quickly arrange things with Cui and Wang Yan. It wasn't that the Ning family placed too much importance on this matter, but the princess had rarely gone out in recent years since the young master went missing. Receiving a message from the princess made the Ning family both worried and delighted. Early that morning, Ning Ning's aunt was busy preparing for the princess's arrival with Cui and Wang Yan. Ning Ning was unaware that the princess was coming to their house. She had gone to her maternal grandfather's Cui family yesterday and returned a bit late. Seeing the house bustling with activity this morning, Ning Ning curiously asked Cui, Mother, are we hosting a distinguished guest today? It seems so grand. Yes, the princess sent a message yesterday saying she would visit today. Cui explained with a smile. The princess is coming. Does that mean Gigi's sister and the princess will come together? Ning Ning's first thought was that if the princess was coming, then Qin Jiji and Gu Yufei would likely come too. I don't know about that. The message didn't specify, Cui replied. I believe they will come. Mother, please have someone prepare some snacks that Gigi's sister and the princess like. Alright, you go tidy up a bit too. I'll have someone go to the kitchen to prepare.
Got it.
I'll have my courtyard cleaned up as well, so if they come, they can sit there. Cui smiled and said, You are so sure that Gigi's sister and the princess will come. They should, right? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Let's get ready. If they don't come, I'll go find them. Ning Ning's words made Cui laugh. You, being a young lady now, only think about playing all day. Look, the princess is about to get engaged. Cui looked at her childish daughter with some worry. With her innocent and carefree nature, how would she manage after getting married? Although the Ning family had power and influence, they couldn't always keep an eye on their daughter. What she and her husband worried about most was whether their daughter would be happy in her future home. Over the past 2 years, there had been people privately trying to propose to her daughter, but she had refused them. First, she wanted to keep her daughter for a couple more years, and second, she was concerned that her daughter wouldn't be able to handle household matters. Ning's family only has one daughter. The relationship between the first and second households is good, and with the support of her brothers, she just hopes her daughter finds someone who truly cherishes her. When Ning Ning heard her mother talk about the princess's marriage, she thought her mother was reluctant because she would also have to marry someday. She playfully clung to her mother's arm and said, I don't want to get married. I want to stay at home with you and Dad forever. Stop talking nonsense. Then I'll wait 2 more years to get married and spend more time with you and Dad. Her mother smiled and tapped her forehead, and Ning Ning made a funny face. Because Ning Ning was eager to return to the courtyard to arrange things, she parted ways with her mother and went straight back. Her mother was still lost in thought when a maid's urgent voice interrupted her. Second madam, the first madam is calling for you in the front yard. The princess's carriage has arrived at the street. Her mother didn't expect the princess to arrive so early. Without thinking much, she hurried to the front hall with the maid. Ning Kuan was personally welcoming guests at the gate. The princess, being the emperor's sister, held a high status, so they needed to receive her well. Before long, the princess's carriage arrived. The curtain lifted, and the princess stepped down with the help of a nurse. Today, She wore a beautiful robe with cloud and phoenix patterns, and a jeweled hairpin adorned her hair, giving her an air of authority. Ning Kun quickly bowed and said, "I am Chung Yuan, welcoming your highness, the princess. May you live long and prosper." "There's no need for such formality, my dear official. I hope you won't mind my sudden visit today. Your highness's presence in our humble home is a great honor for us." Qin Jiji and Gu Yunfei followed closely and got out of the carriage. "Uncle Ning, sorry to disturb you." Qin Jiji greeted Ning Kun with a smile. Then they all entered the main hall, where the princess sat at the head of the table, and the maids quickly served tea. After exchanging pleasantries, the princess said to Ning Ning, "I've heard that the back garden of Ning's residence is beautifully built. Would Miss Ning be kind enough to show the princess around?" The princess thought it was not suitable for Ning Ning and her daughter to be present while discussing marriage matters, so she sent them to explore the garden. "Princess, I'll show you the way. Let's go for a stroll in the garden." Ning Ning secretly signaled to Gu Yunfei, who then stood up to bow and take her leave. Once outside the main hall, Ning Ning became lively and joked with Gu Yunfei. "So, you like visiting gardens, princess? I guess I'll have to accompany you. Then lead the way." They laughed and walked ahead.
"Come on, let's sit in my courtyard."
"I guessed you would come, so I had everything prepared." Ning Ning knew that the garden visit was just an excuse. The real discussion was something she and the princess couldn't be part of. "Let's go see what Miss Ning has prepared for us." Gu Yunfei was a gentle person, and she had a close friendship with Ning Ning. She was just teasing her on purpose. With the princess visiting, we'll find out soon enough.
Ning is playful te mea normate Gu Yunfei lauk.
Meanwhile, in the front hall of the Ning family, Ning Kun had also been sent away by the old lady, leaving only the women of the Ning family. "Don't be so nervous. I am here today at the request of the Qin family," the princess said directly. "May I ask what the princess wishes to discuss?" The old lady Ning asked first. "The Qin family is interested in a marriage alliance with the Ning family. I came today to ask for your thoughts." "Princess, are you here to propose a match for Ning Ning?" Cui Shi finally realized that the princess wanted to arrange a match between Ning Ning and Qin Qingyun. "Yes, Lord Qin has taken a liking to Miss Ning."
"I came with Jiji to ask about this."
A marriage involves both families, and if one side is unwilling, it could lead to conflict. The princess's meaning was clear. She was here to ask if the Ning family was willing. If they were not, that would be the end of it, and it would not affect them. "Your Highness, to be honest, we are very pleased with Lord Qin." The old lady and the others had discussed this matter before. They were optimistic about both Qin Qingyuan and Qin Qingyun, and now that Qin Qingyuan was engaged, only Qin Qingyun remained. "Your Highness, may I ask if this match is what Lord Qin desires?" Cui Shi was concerned that this proposal might only be the Qin family's wish and that Qin Qingyun might not agree. The princess smiled and said, "Jiji, why don't you explain to Madame Ning?" "Aunt Cui, it was my second brother's own wish to marry Ning Ning." Qin Jiji's words reassured Cui Shi, as she had a good relationship with her and was familiar with Qin Qingyun. "Since Qingyun likes Ning Ning, we naturally have no objections. We just need to know how Ning Ning feels." "Aunt Cui, why not call Ning Ning over to ask her?" Qin Jiji's suggestion was agreed upon by everyone. "Sister-in-law, since the princess and Madame Gu have come personally, let's send someone to call Ning Ning and ask her opinion." The matriarch of the Ning family thought it was best to consult her niece. "All right, I'll have someone fetch Ning Ning," Cui Shi said, instructing a maid to go to her daughter's courtyard. Ning Ning was surprised when her mother called for her to come to the front hall, but Gu Yunfei, knowing the situation, smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll accompany you to see. Maybe your mother has something to discuss." Ning Ning thought about it and agreed. If there was nothing important, her mother wouldn't send someone to call her while she was entertaining the princess. Understanding this, Ning Ning told the messenger, "You go back and inform my mother, the princess, and I will come over shortly." The maid hurried to the front hall to inform the lady, while Ning Ning and Gu Yunfei tidied up and then went to the front hall together. On the way, Ning Ning said to Gu Yunfei, "I wonder why my mother suddenly called for me." After we finish, let's come back for tea. Sure. Let's invite sister-in-law to join us then.
Great.
By the way, Princess, I haven't congratulated you and Brother Qin yet. Have you set a wedding date? Since the emperor arranged the marriage between Qin Qingyuan and Gu Yunfei, Ning Ning hadn't seen her yet. I'm following my mother's arrangements. Gu Yunfei was not in a hurry. A marriage approved by all the elders was a happy thing. Aren't you worried that Brother Qin might be anxious? Ning Ning Daset Gu Yunfei. They just started their careers and have a lot to learn. There's no need to rush into marriage. Gu Yunfei and Qin Qingyuan were recognized by both families, met daily, and their relationship was stable, so they were not in a hurry to marry. Many girls in the capital envy you, Princess, for having such a promising husband. If you're envious, let Madame Ning help you pick one from this year's top scholars. Gu Yunfei yoket vit Ning Ning. Princess, please keep your voice down. If my mother hears, she might take it seriously. Ning Ning worried that Gu Yunfei's words would reach her mother, reminding her of her own marriage situation. Okay, I'll be quieter. Let's hurry so we don't delay things. Gu Yunfei urged Ning Ning to walk faster, excited to see Ning Ning's expression when she learned the purpose of their visit. In the front hall, Qin Jiji shared the Qin family's thoughts, and the Ning family was very happy. As they chatted happily, Ning Ning and Gu Yunfei returned. Cui Shi pulled her daughter close and gently asked, Ning Ning, today the princess and your sister Gigi came to the house to discuss a marriage proposal. Upon hearing this, Ning Ning's ears turned slightly red, and she stammered, Mother, I haven't thought about this yet. I don't want to get married for now. Doesn't Sister Ning Ning want to know which young master it is? Qin Gigi asked with a smile. Sister Gigi, I don't want to know. Seeing this, Cui Shi laughed and said, Gigi, stop teasing her. This girl is shy. Qin Gigi said with some regret, Aunt Cui, I don't want this either. My second brother is waiting at home for good news from me. Unfortunately, Ninger doesn't like him at all. I can only go back and tell the truth. Ning Ning asked excitedly, Sister Gigi, did Brother Qingyan send you? Yes, I only have one second brother. Don't worry, Ninger, I will definitely persuade him when I get back. Qin Jiji said this on purpose, while secretly observing Ning Ning's expression. She noticed her joy, excitement, and regret when she heard about the second brother. Sister Gigi, if it's Brother Qingyun, then I am willing. Ning Ning felt shy and embarrassed, but she really liked Qin Qingyun. She was afraid that if she refused today, the Qin family might choose another girl for him. Hearing her willingness, the Ning family members all smiled. Good child, don't be shy. Qingyun is a wonderful person with great character and talent. You're both the same age, a perfect match. Grandmother supports you. Old Madame Ning, seeing her usually cheerful granddaughter blushing, comforted her. Ning Ning lowered her head, her voice soft. I will leave it to grandmother and mother to decide. Oh, good child. The old lady lovingly patted her granddaughter's hand. Aunt Cui, since Ninger is willing, let's discuss this between our families. Once we finish arranging the matters for my elder brother and sister Yunfei, I will have my grandmother find a matchmaker to set the engagement. Qin Jiji made the decision confidently, believing her grandmother and aunt would be very happy. Gigi, do you want to discuss this further when you get back? Aunt Cui was not distrustful of Qin Jiji, but was concerned about any other demands from the Qin family. Aunt Cui, you know how much my grandmother and the others like Ninger. Today, I brought them to meet so they can make the decision. Gigi, I trust the Qin family, which is why I feel secure about Ninger and your second brother. Don't worry, Aunt Cui. Once Ninger and the second brother are married, they will be as happy as children. This was Qin Jiji's promise and also a guarantee for the Qin family. Hearing this, the Ning family members all smiled. Gigi, we believe you. After chatting for a while, the marriage between the Ning and Qin families was settled, just waiting for the matchmaker to come. The Ning family warmly invited Princess Chang and Qin Jiji to stay for a meal. Although Qin Jiji was familiar with Aunt Cui, she wasn't well acquainted with the other Ning family members and wanted to get to know them better, so she stayed. During lunch, Ning Ning was particularly quiet, but her ears were red. She feels like she is dreaming. Originally, she wanted to wait a bit longer to tell her mother about her feelings for Qin Qingyun, but unexpectedly, the Qin family invited the princess to visit today. After sending off the princess and her entourage, Mrs. Cui chatted with her daughter for a while. When she learned that her daughter and Qin Qingyun had mutual feelings, Mrs. Cui smiled even more happily. Mother, don't you blame me? I'm very happy. Although I will miss you when you get married, it's wonderful that the person you like also likes you back. You can live together in harmony for a lifetime. Then, aren't you worried that Brother Qingyun will bully me? Your father and I both trust Qingyun's character. I believe he will not let you down. In fact, we have always liked both Qingyuan and Qingyun. Ning Ning immediately corrected her, saying, Brother Qingyuan can only be the prince's and Brother Qingyun can only be mine. Mother, you can't mix things up. How can you be so shameless? Be careful, or it might reach Brother Qingyun's ears. Mrs. Cui teased her daughter. Brother Qingyun wouldn't think that about me. Her daughter's proud expression made Mrs. Cui laugh. The mother and daughter had a delightful conversation, while at that moment, Qin Qingyun, who was mentioned by them, was waiting for his sister to return home, barely eating a few bites of lunch. After returning from the Ning residence, Qin Jiji personally escorted the princess back before heading home. Before she reached the door, she saw her second brother walking back and forth at the entrance. Second brother, why are you here? Seeing the anxious look on her brother's face, Qin Jiji asked. Sister, I was worried about you, so I waited here for you to come back. Qin Qingyun felt a bit embarrassed. He wasn't good at lying, especially to his sister. Qin Jiji knew why her brother was waiting and wanted to tease him a bit. Let's go inside. I'm back safely now. Sister, what did the Ning family say? Qin Qingyun asked, looking tense. The Ning family said. Qin Jiji paused for a moment before continuing, let's go inside and talk. Grandma and aunt are waiting. After saying that, she walked in first, and Qin Qingyun hurriedly followed. The siblings went to Grandma Qin's courtyard. Although Qin Qingyun was a bit anxious, he couldn't do anything since his sister was deliberately not telling him. They walked quickly and soon arrived at Grandma Qin's courtyard. Grandma and the others were also at home waiting for news. When they saw Qin Ziji and Qin Qingyun come in together, they were a bit surprised. Ziji is back, and Qingyun is here too. Grandma, second brother specifically came to wait for me, Qin Ziji joked. You child, you were so unwilling to talk to us before, and now you're anxious, Li teased her son, and everyone else laughed at his expense. Qin Qingyun's face turned red from the teasing, and a few elders, knowing he was shy, quickly changed the subject. Wang brought out fruit tea and snacks, and they all sat down to wait for Qin Jiji to explain further. Jiji, what does the Ning family think about this marriage proposal? Seeing her grandson's anxious expression, Grandma Qin directly asked the question. The Ning family is very pleased with my second brother. The key reason is that Ning heir likes him, so. Everyone's gaze turned to Qin Qingyun, making his face even redder. But hearing from his sister that Ning Ning liked him filled Qin Qingyun with joy. She was brave and passionate. He knew that Ning Ning must have admitted her feelings in front of everyone for his sister to say it so confidently. That's wonderful. Besides being good at studying, Qingyun has done something else to make me happy. Li truly felt relieved this time. Her son's marriage was secure now. Mother, when do you plan to go to the Ning family to propose? I want to settle the engagement with Ning heir. Qin Qingyun thought it was best to formalize the engagement so they could be seen as a couple rather than sneaking around. Our families have informally agreed, but if you're in a hurry, we can finalize it soon, though it might take a little time. Gigi, do you have other plans? When Grandma Qin heard her granddaughter mention a delay, her first thought was that Qin Ziji had other arrangements, and the others looked at her curiously. Seeing everyone's attention on her, Qin Ziji smiled and explained, Grandma, did you forget? We promised the second master that we would wait until my brother and second brother graduated from high school to hold a banquet in Qin village. With Qin Ziji's reminder, everyone seemed to recall the agreement. They had been so busy with recent celebrations that they had forgotten. Good thing Gigi remembered. We all forgot. Qingyun, Quickly write a letter to your second master and Uncle Li Zheng. We will return soon. Grandma Qin, worried about wasting time, urged Qin Qingyan to write the letter immediately. Grandma, I just received the letter from the second master and Uncle Li Zheng. It arrived this afternoon. Look at this. They must be anxious, which is why they wrote to ask. Once your grandfather returns tonight, we can confirm our return time. Grandma Qin felt a bit frustrated. She had been so focused on her grandson's high school and marriage that she had delayed this matter. Big brother and second brother still have some time before they start their positions, so we have enough time to go back to Qin family village. Qin Jiji saw her grandmother was anxious and explained to her, Yes, Grandma. Big brother and I have enough time, so you don't need to worry. Hearing Qin Qingyan say the same thing, the old lady felt relieved. They didn't understand the matters of the official world, but thankfully the Gu family was there to help. Jiji, are you and Jinghuai coming back with us? Although Gu Jinghuai was not a member of the Qin family, he had lived in Qin family village with Gu's mother for several years, which is why Zhang asked. She hoped her daughter and son-in-law would return together. Mom, Jinghuai and I have already discussed it. We will go back with you, and we will hold a banquet with big brother and second brother when we get there. Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai had already made plans about returning to Qin family village. That's wonderful. Mom, this time Linner and I will also go back. Wang was very excited. She had not taken her child back home since he was little. This is a big event for our old Qin family, so everyone must return. If you want to stay longer this time, that's fine. The old lady understood her daughter-in-law's feelings. Since the child was small before, they couldn't do it, but this time they could stay longer. Thank you, Mom. I will go pack right away. Wang was thrilled to hear she could stay longer. Third aunt, there's everything in Qin family village, so you don't need to worry. With second master and the others there, the house is well maintained, and second master keeps it very clean. Then I will just bring some everyday things. Wang was too excited earlier, but now she quickly corrected herself after her niece's reminder. Qingyun, you should go to the farm tomorrow to pick up your uncle. We should return to Qin family village early so that no one has to wait too long. The old lady thought it would be good to return early, and then they could settle the marriage of Qingyuan and Qingyun, allowing them to start their new jobs with peace of mind. Don't worry, Grandma. I will go early tomorrow. Jiji, you, and Jinghuai should also make arrangements, so we can leave soon. Grandma, Jinghuai and I can leave anytime, but what about the children? Should we take them with us? Qin Qinghui would definitely return with them, along with her and Gu Jinghuai. Gu Jingshu and Gu Jingyao would also go, but that left only Gu Yunlang, who obviously couldn't stay behind. The old lady seemed to have thought of this too, and said to Qin Jiji, You should ask the children. If they can, we should take them all. Okay, I will ask Yunlong's thoughts when I get back tonight. Then it will be hard on you, Jiji. Grandma will confirm the time with your grandfather tonight. Jiji, please write a letter to Uncle Li Zheng, telling him we will return within 5 days. I understand, Grandma. Qin family village will definitely be lively then. Who wouldn't envy Grandma's good fortune?
You sure know how to talk.
I won't keep you for dinner tonight. Let's split up and aim to return as soon as possible. Qin Jiji nodded, and after discussing some details, she returned to the residence. During dinner at the Gu family, Qin Jiji mentioned this matter. Gu Yunlang was the first to insist on going, and Gu Jingshu and Gu Jingyao also wanted to return. Hearing that the children all wanted to go, the old lady naturally agreed, smiling as she said, You all go. Second son, you should go too. Over the years, the people of Qin family village have taken good care of Jinghuai and his mother. Now that Jinghuai has become the top scholar, you should all go back to thank the villagers. If I weren't so old, I would definitely go with you. Madame Ning knew that her second daughter-in-law had a tough time over the years, so she specifically asked her son to go back with them. She wanted everyone to see that her husband was not heartless. He had been ill and had not abandoned them. Mother, I originally planned to accompany my wife back to visit. Gu Shi had wanted to return for a long time. Previously, due to health reasons, he couldn't, but now that he was better, he could finally go back with his wife and children. That's the right way to think. The old lady nodded in agreement with her second son. Big sister, can I go too? Gu Yunfei also wanted to join. This time, the Qin and Gu families are hosting a banquet together, so it would be great to have my sister help. Qin Jiji certainly wanted to take Gu Yunfei along. He didn't want his older brother to be in Qin family village while still thinking about Gu Yunfei in the capital. Mother, can I go? Hearing Qin Jiji's agreement, Gu Yunfei happily turned to ask the princess. The princess smiled and said, if you want to go, then go. Your uncle the emperor has already arranged a marriage for you and Qin Yuan, so you don't need to worry too much. The princess fully supported her daughter. If all the children were going, leaving her daughter behind would clearly make her sad. Moreover, she trusted the Qin family very much, and since the two already had a marriage agreement, it was reasonable. Thank you, mother. Gu Yunfei smiled happily upon hearing her mother's support. Your Highness, may I also go? The eager Gu Ting also wanted to join, but before the princess could respond, the old lady had already refused. Since you are supported by the family, stay in the capital to help with the many matters in the Ministry of Revenue. What will happen if you leave? Everyone else held back their laughter at the old lady's words, and the princess also looked down, trying not to laugh. No wonder the emperor respects his mother-in-law so much. Her role is clear now. If you want to have fun, dream on, better stay in the capital and work. Mother, it's only a few days, Gu Ting said, still a bit reluctant. Your wife and I are still in the capital. As the eldest son, you should stay to take care of your mother and the princess. Getting older means not being as favored. The old lady spoke so quickly that Gu Ting almost couldn't keep up. Mother, what are you saying? I won't go anywhere. I'll stay in the capital with you and the princess. Seeing that her plan had worked on her son, the old lady stopped pretending to be sad. However, Gu Shi, who didn't understand the situation, suddenly spoke up, Mother, if you miss us, I will also stay in the capital with you. The old lady suddenly felt a headache, pretended not to hear, and continued eating. Gu Shi thought his mother hadn't heard him and repeated himself, Be quiet. We don't talk while eating. The old lady didn't want to speak to her foolish son and told him to hush, fearing he might say something to ruin everyone's plans. Gu Shi felt very wronged and looked around pitifully, but no one paid him any attention, especially his older brother Gu Ting, who gave him a glare. Since the old lady had spoken, everyone quietly finished their dinner, and Gu Shi didn't say anything more. After dinner, everyone felt a huge sense of relief. They chatted with the old lady for a while before dispersing. Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai returned to their courtyard, and Gu Jinghuai was very happy. Husband, are you looking forward to going back to Qin family village? Seeing Gu Jinghuai's expression, Qin Jiji knew how he felt. Gu Jinghuai nodded at her question. Having been in the capital for so long, I miss everyone. This would be Gu Jinghuai's first return since leaving Qin family village, so he couldn't help but feel emotional and excited. This time you are going back as a top scholar. We should celebrate, and by the time we return, it will be time for you to start working at the Hanlin Academy. Qin Jiji believed the emperor wouldn't delay too long, and they wouldn't stay in Qin family village for long either. Yes, after we return from Qin family village, we will be busy. How about visiting the Ning family today? Gu Jinghuai thought about how Qin Jiji had visited Qin family earlier in the day and was very interested in the progress of the situation, especially since it concerned Qin Qingyun's future. We have already talked with the Ning family and also with grandma and aunt. Once we return from Qin village, we will set things for my second brother and Ninger. From now on, we will be even closer to brother Ning. Today when we went, young Master Ning was not at home. I really want to see his expression when he finds out that his good friend wants to marry his sister. Qin Jiji was genuinely curious. Given the relationship between her second brother and Ning Xian, would he get angry? I can ask him for you another day. Gu Jinghuai was surprised to see his wife so curious. He didn't quite understand why Qin Jiji wanted to know Ning Xian's feelings. But as a devoted husband, if his wife wanted to know, he would help her find out. Why don't we invite young Master Ning and Ninger to come back with us this time? It would be nice to gather everyone together. Qin Jiji wanted to witness the situation firsthand. That's a great idea. I can invite brother Ning, and you can invite Ninger. then we can all be together. Gu Jinghui fully supported his wife's idea. After all, Ning Xian loved to visit their home in Qin village for meals, and this time it would be a feast again. That's a good plan. So tomorrow you invite young Master Ning, and I'll invite Ninger. Second brother will definitely be happy. Since marrying Qin Jiji, Gu Jinghui had started calling Qin Qingyun's second brother. Although he was a bit older, marrying his sister meant he should be respectful. Grandma and aunt will be happy too. Qin Ziji suddenly felt a sense of pride, especially for the elders. Seeing their child succeed and getting engaged was such a joyful thing. I'm so happy to. Tell me more. I'm glad that my big brother can be with Sister Yunfei. As a close friend for many years, I'm happy for him, and as a cousin, I'm happy for Feier. My big brother will definitely be a good husband. Not only will Sister Yunfei have a good husband, but also a good grandmother and mother-in-law. Most importantly, she will have a wonderful sister-in-law, which is me. Indeed, you won't find a better sister-in-law in the whole city, and she is also the big brother's sister-in-law. Gu Jinghui joked with Qin Jiji. Isn't it just that you are lucky to have married me? Thank you for marrying me. The two smiled at each other, clearly reminiscing about their wedding. Gu Jinghui held Qin Jiji's hand, and they slowly walked back to the courtyard. 3 days later, the Qin family set off back to Qin village. Besides the Qin and Gu families, there were also Ning Xian, Ning Ning, and Scholar Zhang with his mother and son. Although there was no one left in their hometown for them to miss, they now considered Qin family village their home. Scholar Zhang wanted to return and see the children. Moreover, Gu Jinghui and the others were proud of their education, as they had once been their teacher, which filled him with pride. To ensure the safety of the group, the princess sent royal guards to escort them back. The group set off in high spirits, with Gu Ting personally seeing them to the city gate. When Qin Jiji left, she entrusted her shop to Wang Xinru for management. Wang Xinru readily agreed, and Qin Jiji told her to go to the princess's residence or find her uncle Gu Ting if there were any issues she couldn't resolve. Qin Jiji also mentioned this to Gu Ting, who, upon hearing about such a big responsibility from his niece-in-law, decided to check on the beauty shop every day after his duties. The princess joked with the old lady, saying that he had never been this eager even when working for the emperor. Your Highness, if he enjoys being busy, let him be. It keeps him from bothering you at home, the old lady said, making the princess laugh. Her mother-in-law was so endearing, always supporting her and her siblings. Even though she was a royal princess and didn't have to endure anyone's anger, being so favored by her husband made the princess feel warm inside. Mother, it's nothing. My husband can be a bit childish sometimes, but he never wavers on important matters, the princess said, smiling as she defended Gu Ting. Well, that's because your Highness spoils him. If it weren't for the emperor's kindness and your affection, I think he would have faced many punishments by now, the old lady said, clearly understanding her son. The princess couldn't help but admire her mother-in-law's wisdom and clarity. His temper is well known to the emperor. The princess admitted that part of the emperor's favoritism towards Gu Ting was because of her. However, a significant reason was Gu Ting's loyalty and the bond they shared. Though they often argued, Gu Ting was always there to support the emperor on important matters and worked wholeheartedly for him. With you around, I feel at ease. If he misbehaves, don't get upset, just tell me, and I will handle it, the old lady said, expressing her fondness for the princess. They had a very harmonious relationship over the years. Understood, mother. It's time to start preparing for Feier's marriage. Don't worry, mother. I will prepare well as your daughter-in-law. The Qin family is not very wealthy, so we should provide more as a dowry. Qingyuan is a good boy, and Feier will not suffer by marrying him. The old lady felt that the Qin family was a good choice for Gu Yunfei. The Gu family has already given enough, and her granddaughter's happiness is what matters. I understand, and I will make sure to give Yunfei more from this estate. Gigi has a talent for farming, so the Qin family will do well in the future. Your Highness is right. Such a good sister-in-law relationship is envied by many in the capital. The old lady felt happy thinking about the wonderful connection between the Qin and Gu families. As Gu Yunfei set off for Qin village, she was unaware that her grandmother and mother were already planning her dowry. Meanwhile, a group was on their way back. Since the Ning and Qin families had not yet announced the engagement, the Ning family had kept it quiet. Ning Xian had been busy meeting friends recently and was unaware that his sister's marriage had been privately arranged. So when Gu Jinghua invited him to Qin village, Ning Xian readily agreed. When he learned that Qin Ziji had also invited his sister, he saw nothing wrong with it. He knew his sister had a good relationship with the Qin family, as she had stayed in Qin village for a while. When Mrs. Cui asked him to take care of his sister, he thought her worries were unnecessary. Whether at the Qin family or the Gu family, his sister didn't need his protection. Everyone already spoiled her. Mrs. Cui realized she couldn't rely on her son and felt a bit helpless. She had intended to mention that Qin Qingyun and her daughter liked each other and that the two families were likely to arrange a marriage. But seeing her son's carefree attitude, she decided against it. She feared that if she told him, he might blurt it out, so she thought it best to wait until the engagement was official. Thus, Ning Xian was unaware that he and his sister were so close to being engaged. At that moment, he and Qin Qingyun were in a carriage together, and he was curious about Qin Qingyun's marriage. "Qingyun, tell me which young lady you have your eye on. I heard that recently, Grandma Qin and Auntie are looking for a match for you." Ning Xian eagerly pressed Qin Qingyun to share, while Qin Qingyun looked helpless. Seeing Ning Xian's expression, he realized Aunt Cui had not yet informed him. He thought there must be a reason for Aunt Cui not telling her son, so he decided to keep quiet. "You might be engaged soon, so you must wish me well when the time comes," Qin Qingyun said seriously, making Ning Xian feel a bit uneasy. "Don't worry, we've been classmates for so many years. I'm really happy for you that your marriage is set, and I will definitely bless you." Ning Xian felt that Qin Qingyun was looking at him strangely, but he thought he might be overthinking it. Then it settled. "I'm really happy that you can bless me, Ning brother. Getting married is a good thing. Why wouldn't I bless you? Our relationship is so good." Ning Xian thought that Qin Qingyun was acting oddly today. He guessed it was because he was excited about returning to Qin family village. "Thank you, Ning brother. What are you thanking me for? You didn't steal my fiancé," Ning Xian joked. Qin Qingyun looked at Ning Xian, wanting to say something but holding back. He thought he hadn't stolen his fiancé, but he had taken his precious little sister away. Ning Xian knew how much Qin Qingyun cared for his sister and thought that might be even more serious than stealing a fiancé. Seeing Qin Qingyun's expression, Ning Xian asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like that? I don't have a girl I like, but if you tell me which girl it is, I promise to keep it a secret. You'll find out later." Qin Qingyun really didn't want to continue this topic with Ning Xian. He was afraid that when Ning Xian learned the truth, he would cry too loudly. "You're being stingy. What's there to keep secret? If you don't tell me now, I'll find out later anyway. Then I'll see which girl it is." Ning Xian looked at Qin Qingyun with some dissatisfaction. Qin Qingyun suddenly felt a bit sorry for Ning Xian. After so many years of friendship, he felt a little guilty about Ning Ning. Qin Qingyun thought he should treat Ning Xian better in the future since they were all family, and after all, Ning Ning really liked her brother. It took the group 2 days to reach Qingchuan County. Considering there were elderly people and children, the carriage moved slowly. Ever since Qin Zhiji wrote to the second master and the village head, Qin Chuan counted the days and had someone wait at the county gate. Qin family village was bustling with excitement. When the villagers learned they were returning, they cleaned the village roads thoroughly. The children at home were also tidied up, and the elders took out their new clothes to wear. The children's success was not only a big deal for Qin family village, but also for the entire family. Even the old locust tree at the village entrance was decorated with red ribbons by the clan leader to celebrate. Qin Chuan even specially invited a drum team, which had already arrived at Qin family village, ready at all times. Although the old clan leader uses a cane, he is full of energy. Every day, he walks around the village entrance, worried he might miss the return of Qin Zhiji and the others. Early this morning, the leader arrived at the village entrance. The villagers greeted him and asked when Qin Qingyuan and the others would come home. Leader, will Qingyuan arrive today? We've all been waiting. Calculating the time, they should arrive today. The leader stroked his beard, unable to hide his excitement. That's wonderful. We've finally welcomed Qingyuan and the others back. Our Qin family village has really made a name for itself, with a top scholar and others. Exactly. When we tell people we are from Qin family village, they respect us more. Yes, I was in the county the day before yesterday, and everywhere I went, people were talking about our Qin family village. Listening to the villagers chatting, the leader wore a joyful smile. Leader, I'll go check at the intersection. You all keep talking. An eager villager volunteered to check the intersection. Before long, that person excitedly shouted, Leader, they're here. The top scholar and the others have returned. Those who were chatting at the village entrance became very excited upon hearing the news. You two, go call the village chief. You two, go get the drum team and have someone shout through the village. We'll head to the intersection. The leader, though excited, remembered to organize everything first. Leader, I run fast. I'll go tell the village chief. With that, he ran off. Leader, I have a loud voice. I'll go call everyone. I know where the drum team is rehearsing. I'll go get them. Without needing to worry, everyone eagerly participated and volunteered to help. The leader walked towards the intersection surrounded by others. Some wanted to assist him, but were politely declined. The leader felt capable of walking on his own. He was welcoming the hopes and future of his family. Not long after reaching the intersection, the village chief, Qin Chuan, hurried over, along with the drum team and other villagers who had heard the news. The news spread quickly throughout Qin family village. Even the women busy at the stove rushed to the village entrance, without wiping their hands. Leader, look. They're back. A sharp-eyed villager spotted the carriage from afar. Everyone get ready to welcome them. Qin Chuan was filled with excitement. After waiting for so long, they had finally returned. The carriage is getting closer, and there are guards for protection. Many people have come this time, and there are many carriages, making it quite impressive. The drum team, start playing. Today, the rewards will be doubled. The village leader felt that the atmosphere needed to be strong. Today is a good day, and the rewards must be doubled. As soon as the village leader finished speaking, the loud sound of drums began, startling the sparrows in the trees. Hearing the drum beats, the villagers became even more excited. The chief nervously adjusted his indigo robe, which he only wore during the new year, then took the red silk from the village leader, waiting for Qin Qingyuan and his group to arrive. As the drum beats sounded, Qin Ziji and her group heard them, and all stretched their heads to look towards the village entrance. Grandma, Grandpa, it must be the villagers. It's the sound of drums. It must be the chief and Uncle Liren arranging this. Let's hurry. Qin brother, your village is so lively today. Ning Xian, who loves to join in the fun, felt he had come at the right time. It was already so lively before entering the village. Can I ask how the top scholar feels right now? Qin Ziji playfully teased Gu Jinghuai. Not as excited as on the day I married my wife. Gu Jinghuai's words made Qin Ziji blush. The elder in the carriage and Qin Laohan listened to the drum sounds from the village and felt very excited. Mom, today is really lively, Zhang said with a gentle smile. Of course. This is to welcome Jinghuai, Qingyuan, and Qingyun. Our Qin family village has produced a top scholar, a flower scholar, and a successful candidate. It's such a big deal. Wang had never dared to imagine that two of the three remarkable individuals would be her own children. They have brought honor to our Qin family village. Today, Qin Posey was even happier than on the day Qin Qingyuan and the others were announced as scholars. The carriage soon arrived at the village entrance, and the villagers were extremely excited. The first to get down were the elder, Qin Laohan and Qin Posey, followed by Qin Qingyuan, Gu Jinghuai, and Qin Qingyan along with the younger generation. The chief was so excited that his hands were shaking as he draped the red silk over the three of them on behalf of the Qin family village. Chief, we can't accept this. You can. You are all good children who have brought glory to our Qin family village, the chief said, his white beard trembling with excitement. Come on, let's go home. Today, we will hold a welcome feast for you. The villagers have been preparing for a long time, eagerly waiting for your return. Chief, we three will go with everyone first. Grandma and the others have had a long journey. Let them rest a bit. Qin Qingyuan stepped forward to support the chief, while Gu Jinghuai and Qin Qingyuan helped on the other side. Good children, I didn't think this through. Do you want to go back and rest for a while? Clan leader, there's no need for that. We are not tired. Thank you for your hard work, clan leader and everyone. Qin Qingyuan and the others bowed in gratitude, and the villagers were deeply moved. Qinghui, share the snacks we brought from the capital with everyone. Gu Jinghuai gave a look to Qin Qinghui and Gu Jingshu, and they hurried to get the snacks from the cart at the back. Qinghui, Jingshu, you are too small, let us get it. Do we need to share all of this? The villagers from Qin family village who worked at the farm all returned. As the elder said, this was an important event for Qin family village, and they had to come back. They were both excited and thrilled, and when they saw Qin Qinghui going for the snacks, they quickly came to help. The group joyfully walked towards the village. Qin Qingyuan and the others occasionally chatted with familiar villagers. Qin Jiji was surrounded by the female elders of the Qin family, who showed great concern for her. She noticed that the village roads had been much improved and new willow trees had been planted along the sides. Many houses in the village had been renovated, and now Qin family village was thriving. To celebrate the achievements of a few students, a banquet was set up in front of the Qin family home. The tables were brought from each household, filled with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, while the women busily served steaming soup from large pots. Qin Qingyuan helped the clan leader to sit at the head of the table, followed by important elders from the family, and then himself, his brother Qin Qingyuan and brother-in-law Gu Jinghuai. Even Scholar Zhang was invited to sit with them, feeling very excited and proud. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, the atmosphere became even more lively. Villagers took turns toasting, and the elder quietly whispered a few words to the clan leader. The clan leader advised them to sip lightly to avoid getting too drunk and missing important matters the next day. The villagers understood. They were there to celebrate, not to get the three of them drunk. Seeing them sip just a little, everyone quickly encouraged them to stop, fearing they might overindulge and face consequences later. However, the three were happy to drink the toasts they received. Everyone enjoyed the drinks, and starting today, Qin Family Village would host a 10-day banquet to treat the villagers and guests who came to celebrate. The clan leader and the village head had already discussed the expenses. The clan would cover it, as the villagers had earned quite a bit of silver with Qin Ziji over the past 2 years. As night fell, some villagers lit lanterns. The area in front of the Qin family home was bright with lights, filled with laughter and joy. Qin Jiji looked at the sincere smiles of the villagers and suddenly understood the meaning of returning home in glory. On the way back from the big event with Gu Jinghuai, Ning Xian had drunk a bit too much, and Ning Ning carefully supported him. You shouldn't drink so much if you can't handle it. Tomorrow when you have a headache, I wonder who you will cry to. Ning Ning looked worried. She had seen the villagers toasting him, and he accepted every drink. Don't worry, Ning Er. Once we get home, I'll make some hangover soup, and it'll be fine. Besides, it's not just me who drank too much today. Qin Ziji knew Ning Ning was worried about Ning Xian and quickly spoke to comfort her. Thank you, Ziji. I shouldn't waste your hangover soup on him after he drank so much. Ning Ning wasn't angry that her brother drank, but that he always finished everything. Don't stop me. I can still drink. Gu Shi was quite drunk, and Gu Mu really wanted to let him go and leave him there. It wasn't just Ning Xian who accepted every drink. It was also Gu Shi, who was visiting Qin Family Village for the first time. The villagers were warm and sincere, and there was no reason to refuse any drink. Husband, you and Erdi help support father. Qin Jiji saw that Gu Shi was leaning heavily on her mother and worried that her mother might get tired, so she called for Gu Jinghuai and Gu Jingshu to help. But Gu Shi was unhappy about it. You can't separate me from my wife. Go away. I want her to support me. It was the first time Qin Jiji had seen such a side of her father-in-law, and she couldn't help but laugh. Gumu's face turned bright red, but thankfully it was night, so no one could see. She felt embarrassed, especially in front of the children. Ning Ning suddenly thought that even though her brother was drunk, he was still better behaved than Gu Shi. Qin Qingyun was nearby, helping Ning Ning support Ning Xian. He didn't want the young girl to be upset and decided to keep an eye on Ning Xian for the next few days to prevent him from getting drunk again and worrying Ning Ning. Qingyun go, are you okay? Ning Ning had seen Qin Qingyun drink quite a bit and was a bit worried he might be drunk too. I'm fine, don't worry. Qin Qingyun had drunk, but was not intoxicated. Qin Qingyun had also had quite a bit to drink and was walking at the back with Gu Yunfei. Taking advantage of the night, Qin Qingyun quietly took Gu Yunfei's hand. Gu Yunfei looked ahead first and, seeing no one was watching, felt relieved. Holding hands with Qin Qingyun made her heart race, but thankfully it was night, so he couldn't see her blushing face. Gu Yunfei's palms were sweaty with nerves, and Qin Qingyun's thumb was in her palm, trying to dry her sweat. Feeling his touch made Gu Yunfei's face turn even redder. Qin Qingyun knew she was shy and softly said in her ear, "Princess, the emperor has arranged our marriage." Qin Qingyun felt bold because the emperor had indeed arranged for him and Gu Yunfei to be married. Gu Yunfei nodded gently but couldn't control her excitement. After all, this was the first time a man had held her hand like this, especially in such a setting where people could turn around at any moment. Gu Yunfei wanted to pull her hand back, but Qin Qingyun held it tighter. "Princess, I feel a bit dizzy." Qin Qingyun leaned closer to Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei thought he might be feeling the effects of the drink and didn't mind his closeness. She said gently, "I'll support you. Once we get home, drinking some hangover soup will help." "Okay, I'll listen to you, princess." Qin Qingyun was being unusually obedient, which made Gu Yunfei feel soft inside. This tactic was something Qin Qingyun learned from Gu Jinghui. Showing a little weakness made him seem more pitiful and earned him more sympathy. Gu Jinghui was very clever and was always gentle in front of his sister. Since marrying his sister, he had never argued with her, and their relationship grew stronger every day. Qin Qingyun envied his sister and Gu Jinghui and looked up to Gu Jinghui as a role model. Now, he worried that he wasn't giving Gu Yunfei enough, or doing well enough. The group quickly arrived at the Gu family home. Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghui first took Gu Shi to their mother's room. Ning Ning and Qin Qingyun helped Ning Xian to the guest room, where Qin Ziji had already arranged their accommodations. The hangover soup had been prepared by Granny Qin, and seeing the others return, she hurried to the kitchen to serve it. Qin Qingyun helped Ning Xian lie down on the bed and said to Ning Ning, "You stay here to take care of my brother. I'll go get the hangover soup." After saying this, Qin Qingyun went straight to the kitchen. In the kitchen, she ran into Gu Jinghui, who was also there to get the hangover soup. "Brother, could you bring a bowl for my older brother too?" Gu Jinghui thought that although Qin Qingyun wasn't drunk, he had still drunk quite a bit, and a bowl of hangover soup would help him feel better in the morning. "Just take care of Uncle Gu. I'll handle Ning Xian." Gu Jinghui nodded and reminded her, "Don't forget to drink a bowl yourself." "I'm fine, I don't need it." Qin Qingyun felt great and thought she didn't need the hangover soup at all. Young girls usually don't like this taste. After saying this, Gu Jinghui took the hangover soup and left, leaving Qin Qingyun to think for a while. After giving the hangover soup to Ning Xian, Qin Qingyun called for Ning Xian's servant to help clean Ning Xian's face and give him a quick wash. Then he said to Ning Ning, "Ninger, you take care of your second brother for a bit. I'll be right back." Leaving the Gu family, Qin Qingyun quickly returned to the Qin family, washed up briefly, and made sure the smell of alcohol was gone before hurrying back to the Gu family. "Brother Qingyun, you also drank quite a bit today. You should go home and rest early." "I will take good care of second brother," Ning Ning said, feeling a bit worried as she saw Qin Qingyun return. "Ninger, it's fine. I'll sleep with second brother tonight and take care of him." Qin Qingyun planned to stay with Ning Xian, thinking it would be easier to look after him that way. He had lived with his older brother, Gu Jinghui, and Ning Xian at the academy and didn't think it was strange. Ning Xian was drunk and really needed someone to take care of him at night. Isn't that too much trouble? Ning Ning hesitated. Not at all. I don't trust the servants to take care of second brother, Qin Qingyun said with a smile. This time, Ning Ning finally noticed something odd about Qin Qingyun's words. In the past, he always called Ning Xian Ning brother, but tonight, he only referred to him as second brother. Thinking about this, the blush on Ning Ning's face became more apparent in the candlelight. Qin Qingyun noticed her face suddenly turn red and, thinking she was tired, asked with concern, Ninger, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red? Ning Ning, startled by his question, stammered, maybe it's just too hot. Qin Qingyun assumed it was because she was tired from supporting Ning Xian, who was quite heavy. Ninger, if you're tired, you should go rest for a bit, he suggested, worried she might be worn out. I'm not tired yet. I want to stay here with you and second brother for a while longer, Ning Ning said shyly. Looking at Ning Xian, who was sleeping soundly, Qin Qingyun suddenly realized that Ning Ning wanted to stay to keep him company. Understanding this made him feel inexplicably happy. The two sat by the table chatting, and the moment felt so warm and cozy. When Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai came out of Gu Mu's room, Gu Jinghuai wanted to check on Ning Xian, but was pulled away by Qin Jiji. Dear, let's go back and rest. Second brother will take good care of young Master Ning, she said. Thinking that Ning Ning might also be in Ning Xian's room, Gu Jinghuai felt reassured and followed his wife back to sleep. At this moment, Qin Qingyuan and Gu Yunfei were still awake. After Qin Qingyuan pretended to be dizzy, Gu Yunfei helped him to a guest room to rest. The Qin and Gu families lived close to each other, so it didn't matter where he rested. When Gu Yunfei fed Qin Qingyuan some hangover soup and was about to leave, he grabbed her hand. Princess, I feel very dizzy. Can you stay and talk with me for a bit? Seeing Qin Qingyuan's pitiful expression, Gu Yunfei couldn't bring herself to refuse. Okay, I'll keep you company, Qin Gij. Let me get you a glass of water. Worried that Qin Qingyuan might be thirsty, she tried to stand up, but he held her back. Princess, I'm not thirsty. Just having you here makes me feel less dizzy. Qin Qingyuan was being a bit dramatic, but Gu Yunfei didn't mind and sat back down beside him. Qin Gij, close your eyes and rest for a bit. You'll feel better once the hangover soup kicks in. Gu Yunfei felt shy as Qin Qingyuan kept looking at her and wanted to urge him to close his eyes. Qin Qingyuan shook his head, and Gu Yunfei quickly stopped him. Don't shake your head. You'll feel even dizzier. Seeing you makes me feel less dizzy. You look really beautiful today. His sudden compliment made the atmosphere in the room more intimate, and Gu Yunfei's face turned even redder. She thought Qin Qingyuan must be drunk. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such things so easily. Qin Qingyuan was already holding back a lot. If he weren't worried about scaring Gu Yunfei, he could be even bolder. Gu Yunfei stayed with Qin Qingyuan for a while before leaving. As she was about to go, he insisted on getting up to see her off. Qin Gij, you don't need to get up. I can walk by myself, Gu Yunfei said, worried he might fall. Princess, I'm feeling much better. I can get up and walk you out, Qin Qingyuan insisted. As they reached the door, Qin Qingyuan pretended to stumble and quickly pushed Gu Yunfei against the door. Just then, a gust of wind blew through the window, extinguishing the candle on the table. The room was suddenly plunged into darkness, and Qin Qingyuan's deep voice sounded especially clear in the night. Don't be afraid, princess. I'm here. Gu Yunfei's heart raced. She felt she might lose control, but was also worried about Qin Qingyuan. Qin Gij, are you okay? Can you please stand up? Her voice was filled with concern. Princess, I don't think I'm feeling well. Qin Qingyuan decided to continue pretending to be weak, and hearing this made Gu Yunfei too scared to move. After a brief moment of darkness, moonlight streamed in through the window, brightening the room. Qin Qingyuan pulled the young girl into his arms and softly called out, Princess. Gu Yunfei sensed Qin Qingyuan's restraint and knew she had to leave quickly, otherwise, it would be dangerous. Don't move. I just want to hold you for a moment. Qin Qingyuan's voice was filled with a request, anticipation, and a hint of playfulness. Gu Yunfei's heart raced faster. There was a faint scent of ink on Qin Qingyuan, making her feel shy and excited. When Qin Qingyuan's lips gently brushed against hers, both were taken aback. Gu Yunfei wanted to push him away and run, but she couldn't. Qin Qingyuan seemed to sense her intention and unexpectedly kissed her. If the earlier brush was accidental, this kiss was genuine and passionate. Gu Yunfei was stunned by the sudden kiss. She forgot to push him away and found herself lost in the moment. As the kiss ended, Qin Qingyuan softly whispered in her ear, "Princess, we are engaged." Gu Yunfei's face turned bright red. She leaned against Qin Qingyuan, needing him to support her. She wanted to say that their actions were inappropriate and reckless, but when she opened her mouth, a soft and sweet sound came out, and she quickly stopped. However, Qin Qingyuan had already heard her. He chuckled softly and said, "If it makes the princess happy, my recklessness is worth it." Before Gu Yunfei could respond, he kissed her again, this time even more gently. Gu Yunfei's mind was spinning. She felt like the whole world was turning. Unconsciously, she grabbed the hem of Qin Qingyuan's clothing, her fingers trembling slightly. Inside her chest, it felt like a restless little deer was bouncing around. Time seemed to pause at that moment, and words were unnecessary. Qin Qingyuan, afraid of scaring her, tried to call out "Princess," but found his voice was hoarse. Gu Yunfei finally came back to her senses, too shy to look up, thankful there were no candles around. "Brother Qin, I need to go back. I'll walk you back." Qin Qingyuan held her for a moment longer before reluctantly letting go. Once outside, Gu Yunfei felt her heart still racing and hurried back to her room. In one swift motion, she closed the door on Qin Qingyuan. She thought their relationship was developing too quickly and needed to calm down. Qin Qingyuan looked at the closed door, smiled helplessly, and then turned back to his own room. His little girl was shy. It was his fault, but he had no regrets. Before bed, Qin Jiji asked Gu Jinghuai with concern, "Husband, will anything happen?" Gu Jinghuai chuckled softly and asked Qin Jiji, "Do you not trust my older brother and second brother?" Qin Jiji hesitated and replied, "I trust their character, but I'm worried that the drinks might scare Yufei and Ninger. My brother and sister's marriage won't change, and he knows how to behave." Gu Jinghuai had faith in Qin Qingyuan's character since they had known each other for many years. "Right now, my brother seems unreliable. He's too caught up in romance, which is quite alarming," Qin Ziji murmured, fearing her brother might frighten the princess.
"Don't worry, my dear.
You've been busy today and haven't really looked at me.
Just think of me now, okay?"
Once they returned to the village, many people came to visit, making the day quite hectic. "This is just the beginning. Tomorrow will probably be even busier," she said, feeling both busy and happy. "Then, you must make it up to me tonight," Gu Jinghuai said playfully, excited and unable to sleep, happy to be back. "Husband, we need to wake up early tomorrow for the clan's ancestral hall ceremony." Qin Jiji tried to persuade him to give up the idea. Clearly, her efforts were in vain. In this situation, Gu Jinghuai would not let her off easily. Early the next morning, Qin Jiji felt tired and sleepy while Gu Jinghuai was already dressed, and she was still in bed. But, remembering the ancestral hall ceremony, she had to get up. The elder had insisted that they both attend. She shot Gu Jinghuai an annoyed glance, blaming him for his antics the night before. Gu Jinghuai was not upset at all. He sat on the edge of the bed, gently coaxing her while helping her get dressed. "I'm so sleepy. Can our ancestors sleep in?" Qin Jiji sighed, feeling hopeless. "All right, let's go to bed early tonight. But for now, get up. We need to wake your brother and the others." Worried they might oversleep, Qin Jiji finally got out of bed with her husband's help. When they reached the front hall, Qin Qingyuan and the others were already up, even Ning Xian, who had drunk too much the night before. Seeing that the couple had finally arrived, everyone sighed in relief, worried they might sleep too late. "Fifth sister, you and brother-in-law are up. I'll go tell Uncle Lijing that you're awake," Qin Qingwei said, happily running out with Gu Yunlang and Gu Jingshu. They were eager because Uncle Lijing had given them a task early in the morning to notify him once Qin Jiji and Gu Jinghuai were up. Qin Ziji and Gu Jinghuai had a simple breakfast, then everyone went to the ancestral hall together. At that moment, A tent was set up in front of the hall, and the red-painted doors were wide open. The clan leader stood in the center with a cane, flanked by clan members arranged by generation. Seeing a few people arrive, the clan leader smiled with his eyes squinted. The Qin family was starting to thrive under his leadership. The auspicious time has come. Prepare to open the ancestral hall and thank our ancestors. As the clan leader announced this loudly, the noise inside the hall gradually quieted down. Even the children fell silent. The clan members were grateful to Qin Jiji for bringing prosperity, and from today on, women were allowed to enter the ancestral hall to pay their respects. Almost everyone from the village came today, regardless of age or gender. Last night, the village had held a meeting, and everyone agreed that women could enter the hall. Without Qin Jiji, they wouldn't have their current comfortable lives. The uncles and Qin Laohan confessed to the clan leader about their father's relationship with Qin Jiji, and the clan leader scolded them for not informing him about such an important matter and repeatedly instructed them not to tell anyone else. Qin Qingyuan, Qin Qingyun, Gu Jinghuai, and Qin Jiji were brought to stand in a prominent position by the clan leader. A few strong men slowly approached, carrying a red-covered golden plaque. They received 3 tall incense sticks from the clan leader and, together with everyone else, bowed 3 times and knocked their heads 9 times in front of the ancestral hall. The plaques for top scholar and second place were hung up, personally inscribed by the emperor. Several elderly members of the Qin family were moved to tears. Since their ancestor fell into hard times and moved here, no one from the Qin family had achieved success for generations. Next, family members took turns according to their generation, in an orderly fashion. After the incense offering, everyone knelt and paid their respects. Once the ceremony was complete, everyone continued to the large area in front of the Qin family home for a banquet. Qin Qingyuan and the others were invited to the main table, where clan members kept coming to toast them. The clan leader, trembling, held up the yellowed family tree and proudly added under Qin Qingyuan, second place in the top scholar exam, awarded the title of top scholar, appointed to the Hanlin Academy. Under Qin Qingyuan's name, he added, first place in the second degree exam, awarded the title of Jinshi, appointed to the Hanlin Academy as an editor. Qin Qingyuan achieved second place in the top scholar exam and, due to his handsome appearance, was awarded the title of top scholar, also being the favored horse of the county princess, so both he and Gu Jinghuai were given the rank of 6th grade. Qin Qingyun achieved 4th place, awarded the position of editor at the Hanlin Academy, which was a solid 7th grade. He would directly enter the Hanlin Academy for further studies, with a promising future ahead. The clan leader also noted under Qin Jiji's name, husband Gu Jinghuai, first place in the top scholar exam, awarded the title of Zhuangyuan, appointed to the Hanlin Academy as an editor. After the ancestral worship ceremony at the ancestral hall, a commotion arose. It turned out that the county magistrate had come to offer his congratulations, accompanied by attendants carrying a plaque. Everyone quickly tidied themselves to greet him, only to see the magistrate bowing to the 3 of them. The scholar was surprised to see a higher-ranking official. The magistrate even specifically paid his respects to Gu Yunfei, and at that moment, the people of Qin family village realized that this girl, who had once lived in their village, was actually a princess. When it was Gu Yunlong's turn, everyone was even more astonished to learn that the child they studied with was the heir. The identities of Gu Yunfei and Gu Yunlang could no longer be hidden, and the villagers were buzzing with excitement. When they found out that Qin Qingyuan and Gu Yunfei had been betrothed by the emperor, the excitement grew, and congratulations poured in. Gu Yunfei looked at Qin Qingyuan standing in the crowd and remembered what had happened last night, causing her face to flush. Of course, the villagers did not let her off easily. The women surrounded her and Zhang, with Granny Qin and Qin Jiji offering continuous congratulations. Gu Yunfei felt very shy, but the sincere blessings from so many people made her very happy. Granny Qin also informed everyone that Qin Qingyun had found someone he liked, and they would settle it after returning to the capital. Everyone was genuinely happy for them. This was the rise of the Qin family. Ning Xian, Still a bit dazed from last night's drinking, said to his sister, "I wonder which girl Qingyun likes." "I asked him, but he kept it a secret from me." Ningning looked up at her older brother, wanting to say something but deciding it was better to avoid trouble and discuss it after returning to the capital. Qin Jiji felt as if someone was watching her. Following the gaze, she spotted that person in the crowd. Qin Jiji glanced at him and quickly looked away. For the past 2 years, she had been busy helping the villagers earn money, allowing her older brother and others to study without worries. Pampered by both her family and her husband, living a happy life, she had long forgotten about Lin Heng. Although there had been some unpleasantness before, she considered it a thing of the past. After all, she had never been involved in the original owner's sacrifices to Lin Heng. Therefore, she had always felt disgust towards him, not hatred. Seeing Lin Heng again today surprised her, but she had no other thoughts about him. Lin Heng had come with the county magistrate and the deputy magistrate, who naturally knew about his past with the Qin family. However, in the past 2 years, Lin Heng had suddenly stopped causing trouble, and the Qin family was someone they wanted to befriend. So when Lin Heng sought him out, the deputy magistrate thought it over and decided to bring him along. Before setting off, Lin Heng repeatedly assured that he would not cause any trouble today and was just there to pay a visit. Lin Heng also took the exam today but did not pass. He felt quite down and no longer had his previous confidence. Ningning happened to look over at Qin Jiji, and following her gaze, she saw Lin Heng. She recognized him immediately, remembering how she had once fought with him at the tavern. Ningning nudged her brother Ning Xian and whispered, "Second brother, do you see that man in the blue robe? He is Jiji's former fiancé, and we've had a fight before." "What?" Ning Quan exclaimed. Ningning quickly covered his mouth and said, "Keep your voice down, there are so many people." Ning Xian nodded, and Ningning released her hand from his mouth. She asked quietly, "So, what should we do?" Ningning leaned in closer to Ning Xian and said, "Let's keep an eye on him to prevent any trouble. If he causes a scene, we can deal with him since there are many people here today." Ning Xian thought her plan made sense. He was aware of the situation between Qin Jiji and Lin Heng, and he had been waiting for a chance to confront Lin Heng. So the two of them kept watching Lin Heng for a while. However, Lin Heng behaved himself, leaving them quite disappointed. Gu Yunfei glanced at them several times during the gathering, sensing something was off with the pair. Qin Jiji, feeling tired after greeting everyone with her grandmother and mother, decided to take a break. Just as she left, Lin Heng hurried after her. Ningning and Ning Xian secretly followed him outside. When the crowd thinned out, Lin Heng called out to Qin Jiji. "Jiji, it's me." Qin Jiji had expected him to come after her and stopped when she heard him call her name. "Scholar Lin, what do you want?" Qin Jiji was calm as she faced Lin Heng now. "Jiji, I just want to apologize. It was my and my mother's mistake before. Scholar Lin, we no longer have any relationship. Please call me Mrs. Gu from now on, or my husband might misunderstand." Qin Jiji spoke calmly, and Lin Heng realized that his late apology held no meaning anymore. "Jiji, if I could do it all over again, I would never have called off the engagement." In the past 2 years, Lin Heng often thought that if he and his mother had not been so focused on wealth, things might have turned out differently. He believed he would have succeeded and returned home in glory. He regretted missing out on Qin Jiji, but now she was someone he could not reach. "No matter how many times we could start over, I would still choose Gu Jinghuai. Scholar Lin, please do not mention this again. It makes me uncomfortable." After Qin Jiji finished speaking, she didn't even look at Lin Heng and just walked away. Lin Heng sat down on the ground, crying. He truly realized his mistakes, but there was no chance to make amends. The Ning siblings, hiding and watching, shook their heads in regret, surprised that this man hadn't ruined himself. Lin Heng stayed alone for a while, then gathered himself before going back. When the county magistrate noticed Lin Heng was missing, he became very worried, but since he was with a county official, he couldn't leave right away. Just as he was debating whether to look for Lin Heng, he saw Lin Heng return, looking lost. The county magistrate saw that Lin Heng's clothes were neat and his hair wasn't messy, and he sighed in relief, glad there was no trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave Qin family village. The reason he took the risk to bring Lin Heng was to help him understand and live well with his daughter. Over the past 2 years, Lin Heng had learned about the Qin family, Gu Jinghuai, and Qin Jiji. He had never hidden anything from Lin Heng. In fact, whenever there was good news, he would casually mention it, hoping to discourage his son-in-law. Since Gu Jinghuai acknowledged his roots and had the support of the princess and the Gu family, Lin Heng, though unwilling, realized they were no longer in the same social class. From that time on, Lin Heng's temperament began to change. The county official stayed in Qin family village until the afternoon before returning. He shared a carriage with Lin Heng. "You saw what happened today. From now on, live well. If you want to continue studying, we have no objections. You used to be impulsive and easily offend people, but you've matured a lot in the past 2 years. Keep pursuing your studies." The county official had noticed Lin Heng's growth over the years. He used to worry that Lin Heng would abandon his daughter if he succeeded, but now he was willing to support his education. Though his daughter was still a bit lovesick, his wife had worked hard to guide her. So the county official thought that if Lin Heng liked studying, he should continue. Life is long.
Thank you, father-in-law.
I will work hard. The county official patted Lin Heng's shoulder and said seriously, "It's best that you understand." In the carriage on the way back, both were lost in their thoughts, with only the sound of the wheels. Ning Xian was someone who couldn't keep secrets. He quietly went to find Gu Jinghuai and told him about Lin Heng looking for Qin Jiji. Gu Jinghuai calmly replied, "Thank you, I understand." Ning Xian was surprised and asked, "Aren't you curious?" "Not curious. I trust my wife and—" Gu Jinghuai paused.
"And what?"
Ning Xian curiously asked. "Besides, I am better looking than him, have a higher position, and I am very obedient to my wife. There's no reason for her to ignore me and pay attention to him." Ning Xian was stunned. Is this really the Gu Jinghuai he knows? How did he become so self-absorbed? However, after comparing Lin Heng and Gu Jinghuai in his mind, he had to admit that Gu Jinghuai was indeed more handsome. Lin Heng was just a scholar, while Gu Jinghuai was the emperor's chosen top scholar. There was no comparison. As for Gu Jinghuai's claim of being obedient, Ning Xian thought about it and realized that the couple had never argued, and Gu Jinghuai always praised Qin Jiji. With that in mind, it seemed Lin Heng really had no chance. Before going to bed that night, Qin Jiji took the initiative to tell Gu Jinghuai about meeting Lin Heng that day. She didn't want any misunderstandings between them. "Husband, I saw Lin Heng today. He clearly came to find you on purpose. Otherwise, you wouldn't have met him," Gu Jinghuai muttered softly, thinking that if Lin Heng hadn't shown up, his wife would have forgotten him long ago. Yes, whatever you say is right. My heart only belongs to you." Qin Jiji thought Gu Jinghuai's childish words were a bit funny. "However, I still have to thank him. If he weren't blind to the truth and had bad intentions, I wouldn't have been able to marry you." Although Lin Heng's initial intention to make Qin Jiji a concubine was hateful and hurtful to her, it was precisely because of that Gu Jinghuai had his chance. "Husband, if I hadn't seen Lin Heng today, I would have forgotten him. We are happy together. Who would remember such unimportant people? It's enough for me to have you. My heart is small and can only hold you. Let's be together happily for a lifetime." Gu Jinghuai embraced Qin Jiji, and the couple talked about their future. The next few days of the banquet were still lively, with wealthy merchants, celebrities, and even people from the academy coming to Qin family village. Qin Jiji took some time to visit the fields and was very satisfied. Now, Qin family village and the estate in the capital were interconnected. Qin Jiji had new ideas. She planned to teach everyone at the estate and then send people back to teach the villagers. A week later, everyone planned to return to the capital. Aunt Wang originally wanted to stay for a while, but Qin Jiang was worried about her and the children. Since she had been with her family for the past few days, her relatives also encouraged her to go back together. In the end, Aunt Wang decided to return with everyone. This time back to the capital, Qin Jiji discussed with the clan leader and the village head and decided to recruit some people from the village to help in the shop. "Jiji, this is a great opportunity. Everyone can trust you to work at your shop. Uncle Lijing, this time I want to hire some girls to work. Mayan Fong mainly sells skincare products for women and serves ladies, so it's actually more suitable for girls. I think instead of hiring outsiders, we should use people from our Qin family village. Gigi, what are your requirements for hiring? Let your uncle help you choose. The village chief thought that such a good opportunity would have everyone in the Qin family village eager to join.
Don't worry, Gigi.
I'll help you get this done today. Just tell me your requirements. I don't have any special requirements, just that they should look decent and have a good temperament. Gigi felt that if someone looked too unattractive, they wouldn't be suitable for serving those ladies. That's not much of a requirement.
I'll help you with that.
I know which families have suitable daughters, and I understand the children's temperaments. They need to be healthy. Don't worry. Also, I want to hire a few capable and good-looking young men for my milk tea shop. Gigi, feel free to share any requirements. We are all from the countryside and have plenty of strength to work. Just let me know if anyone doesn't work well in the capital, and you can write to me. Thank you, Uncle Lijing. I look forward to your good news. Just go home and wait. I'll bring you the list before dinner, so it won't delay your trip to the capital tomorrow. After leaving Uncle Lijing's house, Qin Ziji felt very happy. She wasn't sure if she was doing the right thing, but she wanted to help the girls improve their lives. Qin Ziji told her family about this, and everyone agreed. Before heading to the capital, she took them to the back mountain. Before dinner, Uncle Lijing not only brought the list, but also 5 girls and their parents. When Uncle Lijing asked if they were willing, they were all surprised and agreed on the spot. The girls were so happy that they cried. The chance to work in the capital without signing a contract was something they had never dared to dream of. Gigi, they insisted on coming to thank you in person, Uncle Lijing said, understanding their excitement. One girl's father worked at a farm in the capital, and another girl's uncle also worked there. The girls chosen by the village chief were all quite good-looking and not short. They had learned a few words in the village school over the years. When they heard they would be working in a shop in the capital, their families were very happy. Qin Gigi carefully looked at the girls and asked a few simple questions, smiling as she spoke. Go back and get ready. We will leave for the capital tomorrow. You don't need to bring too much, as meals and accommodation are provided. You will wear a uniform outfit from the shop, which will be given to you, so no need to buy anything. Everyone was happy to hear this, and a few insisted on bowing to thank Qin Gigi, but she stopped them. After leaving the Gu family, they hurried home to pack because the news was urgent. Tonight, Qin Gigi personally cooked delicious food for them at the Gu family. Only the young people were present, the adults were busy. Everyone was very happy together, especially the children, who didn't want to leave. Gu Shi also felt reluctant. He had grown fond of this place. The villagers welcomed him warmly when they learned he was Gu Mu's husband, and they included him in everything. Madam, do we really have to go back? Gu Shi asked Gu Mu with a reluctant look. If you like it here, we can come back again. I don't want to leave either, but Jing Huai and the others need to return, and your mother is still in the capital.
You're right, madam.
Next time, let's bring mother with us. Gu Shi believed his mother would love it here. Your mother secretly came to visit when you were unconscious, but she did it without telling your older brother and sister-in-law. Wow, mother could be so willful at times. If your mother hears you say that, she will surely scold you. Hee, it doesn't matter. She can't hear me since she's in the capital. Gu Shi realized what he said, but thought there was nothing to fear about his mother being in the capital. Madam won't tell mother, right? Childish. Gu Mu felt a bit helpless. If she reported it, it would only upset her mother-in-law. Madam is so good to me. If it were my older brother, he would definitely tell mother. Gu Shi muttered quietly, and Gu Mu wanted to laugh, knowing that the brothers had a good relationship, and Gu Ting was very fond of his younger brother. His mother-in-law often told her about the troubles Gu Shi caused, which were always resolved by the Grand Princess and Gu Ting. Elder brother and sister-in-law are both very good, not just to us but also to Jing Huai and his siblings. Elder brother and sister-in-law work hard. We can't help with their official matters, so let's take good care of mother, so they don't have to worry. Madam, you are too kind. All right, let's get some rest early. We have to travel tomorrow.
You're right, madam.
While the children were still playing outside, Gu Mu and Gu Shi had already gone to rest. The next day, as dawn broke, Qin family village became lively. Many villagers gathered at the entrance to bid farewell to Qin Ziji and her companions. The village chief stood at the front with his cane, while the village headman stood beside him, and the elder and second elder spoke with red eyes to old man Qin about important matters. The village women carried baskets filled with food and some wild mountain goods. "Annie, this is the sticky rice cake I steamed early this morning. I remember Qing Yuan loved this when he was little. Please take it with you to enjoy on the way." The second elder's daughter-in-law made the most delicious sticky rice cakes, which Qing Yuan adored as a child. She woke up early to prepare them, so they could have fresh cakes. "Thank you, Auntie. Your sticky rice cake is the best." Qing Yuan felt very touched. The people from both the elder and second elder's families cared deeply for him and his siblings. "Make sure to do well in the capital. When you marry the princess, we will all come to help." Everyone in Qin family village knew that the emperor had arranged a marriage for him with the princess. The villagers had discussed how important the princess was, and they planned to help with the wedding in the capital. "Be sure to send us invitations in advance." Qing Yuan accepted the sticky rice cake from his aunt, feeling grateful. "Aunt Qin, these are chickens raised at our home, all free-range. Gigi said this chicken is the tastiest, so I caught a few for you to take to the capital. I also boiled some eggs for you to eat on the way. These are mushrooms I picked from the mountain, dried for you to enjoy slowly in the capital. They're great for soup or with chicken. I also dried some bamboo shoots for you. These are dates from the old jujube tree at the village entrance. I dried them specially for you." The villagers eagerly wanted to send some of their goods with them, and the elder women couldn't keep up with all the offerings. "Thank you all, but this is too much. We have enough to eat. You can keep the rest for later. We have plenty in our village, and since you're going to the capital, take more with you." The villagers didn't listen to Aunt Qin's advice and continued to stuff their goods into the cart. The children each held paper lanterns filled with well-wishes. They were there to see off Scholar Zhang and Qin Yuan. "Mr. Zhang, Brother Qin, Brother Gu, please come back to see us often." Scholar Zhang gently ruffled the children's hair, feeling both reluctant and proud. Qin Yuan took out some coins from his sleeve to give to them, which he had prepared the night before. Qin Yuan and the others walked up to the village chief, their voices a bit choked with emotion. "Chief, village head, fellow villagers, we will work hard in our duties and live up to your expectations. Good children, today the whole village is here to send you off." The village chief and a few others stepped forward, holding a bowl of rice wine above their heads. Qin Yuan and the others respectfully took the bowls from the chief, village head, and elder, drinking 3 sips, with some wine spilling on the ground. The auspicious time has come. With a shout from the village head, firecrackers echoed throughout Qin family village. Everyone in the village came out to say goodbye, with villagers stretching from the entrance of the Qin family yard all the way to the official road outside the village. The Qin family walked from the village to the road, and the villagers called out, "Come back often." Everyone felt reluctant, but this was a good thing, and they had to support it, hoping they would return often. As the carriage moved onto the official road, Qin Yuan lifted the curtain to look back. Qin family village gradually faded from view, with countless figures still waving goodbye. Seeing the gifts from the villagers in the carriage, the group felt a tightness in their throats. It wasn't until they had traveled far and could see nothing that Qin Yuan finally lowered the curtain. At that moment, he suddenly understood the chief's words. "No matter how far you go, this will always be your home." All the clan's people were their strongest support. Everyone's emotions were stirred, and it wasn't until lunch that they felt a bit better. Ning Ning and Ning Xian were quite shocked. They hadn't expected the people of Qin family village to be so simple, kind, and warm. They had lunch at an inn, and Qin Gigi felt there was no rush, so they could take their time returning. They also chose to enjoy some sightseeing along the way. Thus, what should have been a journey of less than 2 days took them 4 days due to caring for the elderly, children, and sightseeing. In the capital, the old lady, the princess, and Gu Ting anxiously awaited their return. During dinner at the Gu household, Gu Ting absent-mindedly ate his meal. The old lady looked at her listless son and asked with concern, "Is something bothering you?" "No, mother. I was just thinking about how Jinghuai and the others haven't returned yet. Without them, the food doesn't taste good." "Husband, don't worry. They wrote a letter a couple of days ago saying they were getting ready to set off. They should arrive in the capital soon. Such a short journey. Why is it taking so long? I have the steward go to the city gate to wait for them every day, but it's been empty every time." Gu Ting wished they could sprout wings and fly back. Mother misses them too, but they have their own plans. There's no use in being anxious. Just wait patiently. Although the old lady misses them, she respects their choices more. They might be enjoying their trip back to the capital. Jinghuai and the others are not in a hurry. It's rare for them to go out and have fun. The princess thought that if she had such an opportunity, she wouldn't rush back either. "You are right, Your Highness. They rarely have time like this, so if they come back a bit later, that's fine." The old lady and the princess miss the children but are not as impatient as Gu Ting. "All right, then I'll wait for them for 2 more days." Gu Ting replied reluctantly, and the old lady and the princess smiled helplessly. The two women exchanged a knowing smile, thinking, if they don't come back, let's see what you can do. Of course, they only dared to think this in their hearts. If they said it in front of Gu Ting, he would surely cause a scene. After dinner, Gu Ting and the princess accompanied the old lady for a walk back to the princess's residence. "Your Highness, without the children here, I feel so empty." The once lively home suddenly fell silent, and Gu Ting, who loved a lively atmosphere, found it very uncomfortable. He cherished each child and spoiled them daily. "All right, dear husband, maybe they will return tomorrow. Stop worrying, otherwise they won't enjoy themselves out there." "Yes, thankfully our Yunfei married into the Qin family. Otherwise, I would find it hard to let go." The princess smiled and asked, "So you are okay with her marrying into the Qin family?" "Being so close and having a good relationship with the Qin family, we can visit whenever we miss our daughter." "You are right, and you must treat Qingyuan well in the future." "Of course, I will protect my son-in-law." The princess smiled happily at his words, relieved that her husband was satisfied with Qingyuan. Otherwise, winning over the father-in-law would be too difficult. The next afternoon, Qin Ziji and her group finally arrived in the capital. The butler of the Gu residence was overwhelmed with joy to see his master, madam, and young ladies finally return, tears of excitement in his eyes. He asked daily about their return, fearing that if they didn't come back soon, he would have to go personally to fetch them. Quickly informed the old lady and the princess that the county princess, the heir, and the eldest young master have returned. The butler instructed a servant to notify the princess's residence and the old lady's courtyard, knowing they were concerned about the group's return time every day. "Go to the kitchen and let them know to prepare more of the dishes that the county princess, the heir, and the eldest young master love for dinner tonight." In this household, the young masters and misses, including the young lady of the house, are very cherished. Having been away from home for several days, they miss their family greatly, so they hurried to the old lady's courtyard without resting. Upon hearing that her grandchildren had returned, the old lady wanted to greet them at the gate, but was gently persuaded by the maid to wait in the courtyard instead. From a distance, they saw the old lady standing at the courtyard entrance, supported by the maid, waiting for them. The children, excited to see their grandmother after so long, ran towards her, shouting, "Grandmother, we are back." Seeing the children run, the old lady's face lit up with joy and excitement. When the children reached her, they lifted their robes and knelt down, saying, "Grandson/granddaughter wishes to greet grandmother." "Good children, get up, get up," the old lady said, helping them to their feet. She held their hands and said, "Let me take a good look at you. Grandmother, we missed you so much. Can you come with us next time?" The children surrounded the old lady, acting sweetly, and she smiled widely. When Gu Jinghuai and the others arrived, the old lady was happily entertained by the children. "Grandson/daughter-in-law wishes to greet grandmother. Son/daughter-in-law wishes to greet mother. Granddaughter wishes to greet grandmother. Get up. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Seeing her family return safely after being away for so long made the old lady extremely happy. She carefully looked at everyone and noticed they seemed a bit rounder than when they left, their faces rosy and their spirits high. Was the journey smooth? Everything went well, Gu Jinghui and Qin Jiji said as they helped the old lady. While they were talking, hurried footsteps approached from the inner courtyard, and the princess rushed in. They quickly stepped forward to bow, but the princess stopped them. "You're back. That's all that matters. No need for formalities. After your long journey, hurry inside and rest." "Thank you, Aunt." "Thank you, Mother." "Mom, Yunlang missed you so much." Gu Yunlong's sweet talk brought tears to the princess's eyes. Seeing her younger son looking healthy and a bit chubbier than when he left reassured her that he had been well cared for. The princess gratefully glanced at everyone. "Mother missed you too. Did Yunlang behave while he was away?" The princess gently patted her younger son's head with a tender smile. "Don't worry, Mom. I was very well behaved. You can ask my sister-in-law and older sister. Plus, everyone in Qin Family Village is very nice. I really like it there." Gu Yunlang truly enjoyed his time in Qin Family Village, where the people were warm and welcoming, both in the past and now. "All right, let's go inside and talk. The children are tired after a day in the carriage." The old lady smiled and stopped the conversation, then instructed the maid, "Quickly go to the kitchen and see if there are any nice pastries. Bring some for the young master, young lady, and young madam to snack on." The maid hurried off to the kitchen after receiving the old lady's order. The group soon arrived in the main hall, where the maids entered one after another, serving tea and snacks. "Try these quickly. I had the kitchen prepare them daily, just in case you returned and found nothing to eat." The children were indeed a bit hungry, and since dinner was still a while away, one of them took a piece to eat. The familiar taste melted on their tongues, sweet but not overwhelming. "Delicious. Thank you, grandmother." The children happily thanked their grandmother as they enjoyed the pastries. "Eat a little to fill your stomach. Dinner will be all your favorite dishes." "Thank you, grandmother." The children replied in unison, and the old lady looked at them with love. After finishing the pastries, the old lady sent them to wash up before dinner together. Only then did they bow and take their leave. Gu Ting returned this afternoon. The doorman saw him from a distance and quickly approached to report, "Sir, the young lady and young masters have returned." "When did they arrive?" Hearing they were finally back, Gu Ting was overjoyed. "They returned in the afternoon. The old lady said you would see them when you got back, so she didn't send anyone to notify you." The doorman replied quietly, fearing that his master might get upset with him. This was mainly because the master reminded him every day to inform him when the young lady and young masters returned.
Got it.
Gu Ting was so excited that he didn't even think about questioning the doorman's responsibility. Besides, it was his mother's instruction. He couldn't blame her. He quickened his pace and headed straight to the old lady's courtyard. When he arrived, the whole family was gathered, waiting for him. "Father is back. Uncle is back. Big brother is back. You've finally returned. Sit down. You must be hungry. Let's eat now." Seeing his family waiting for him, Gu Ting hurriedly urged the housekeeper to start dinner. Tonight's dinner consisted of all the children's favorite dishes: steamed base, sautéed shrimp, sweet and sour ribs. Only after the old lady began eating did the others join in. During the meal, the children shared their experiences from their time in Qin Village, and the old lady and the princess listened intently, occasionally gasping or laughing. The Gu family was once again filled with laughter and joy. Gu Ting had a smile on his face all night. He not only enjoyed chatting with the children but also shared a few drinks with his brother, Gu Shi. Qin Jiji remembered that during her absence, she had asked her uncle to help watch over the shop, so she raised her glass to toast Gu Ting. "Uncle, Andy, thank you for taking care of the shop during this time. Don't mention it, we're family." "There's no need to say it's hard work," replied the princess with a smile as she drank the toast from Qin Jiji. She was actually more grateful to Qin Jiji for taking such good care of her son. "The princess is right. We are family, and there's no need for such formalities. Besides, the shop is doing well. Gu Ting said cheerfully as he drank. The princess smiled at his words, though she knew someone had to check on the shop every day. The princess and your uncle are right. We are family, so eat more, the old lady said as she personally served Qin Jiji some food. She liked her granddaughter-in-law more and more. The Gu family's dinner ended with laughter and joy, and the old lady looked at the children, feeling incredibly happy. She wished for their happiness forever. The next day, Qin Jiji had breakfast and went to the shop. She needed to arrange for the people brought from Qin village to be settled in the shop first. When Qin Jiji arrived, Qin Qinglin and Qin Jiang were already there. Sister, why did you come so early? Qin Qinglin was surprised to see her. Isn't fourth brother here early too? Qin Jiji knew her younger brother was concerned about her. I was worried since I hadn't been here for so many days, so I came a bit earlier, Qin Qinglin said shyly, scratching his head. Jiji, you're back. Just then, Wang Xinru walked in. Xinru, you're here early too. Qin Jiji was surprised to see her so soon. Not really early. You and shopkeeper Qin are already here. You just got back yesterday and came to the shop so early today. You both are really dedicated, Wang Xinru said, guessing they must have returned the day before since she had seen Gu Ting, who always checked in daily. You've worked hard these days, Xinru. Seeing Wang Xinru arrive so early, Qin Jiji recognized her dedication to the shop. Since Jiji entrusted the shop to me, I have to do my best. But compared to the serious responsibility of Gu Darren, I feel I still have a long way to go.
What do you mean by that? Qin Qinglin asked, confused.
Shopkeeper Qin, you don't know that during the days you were away, Gu Darren came to the shop every day to check on things. Wang Xinru went from being shocked at first to getting used to it. Every time Gu Ting came, he would chat with her for a bit, always about the shop. Uncle is really responsible. Qin Jiji didn't expect Gu Ting to care so much, as she only mentioned it to him out of concern for the shop. Third sister, what's going on with Gu Darren? Qin Qinglin asked curiously. When we were heading to Qin village, I was worried about Xinru, so I mentioned it to uncle. Qin Jiji explained to Qin Qinglin why Gu Ting came to the shop every day. Gu Darren is so responsible. He's busy every day and still comes to the shop. He really works hard. After hearing Qin Jiji's explanation, Qin Qinglin felt very touched. Gu Darren is so busy, yet still finds time for the shop. That's because of the person who asked him to help. Wang Xinru teased Qin Jiji, and her playful words made everyone laugh. Now that you're back, let me update you on the shop's situation. Although Wang Xinru managed the shop easily, she felt a bit nervous since it was entrusted to her by Qin Jiji. Xinru, let's have lunch together. You can coordinate with fourth brother. I'll check on the milk tea shop. Usually, Qin Qinglin was in charge of Manhwa, so Qin Jiji asked Wang Xinru to work directly with him. Sure, Jiji. I'll coordinate with shopkeeper Qin while you go ahead. Wang Xinru was aware of the situation at Manhwa and went to coordinate with Qin Qinglin. Qin Jiji took a tour around Manhwa and assigned a mentor to each of the girls she brought from Qin village so they could start learning. She had already discussed this arrangement with Qin Qinglin in Qin village, so he knew how to organize them. The girls were amazed by the luxurious shop since it was their first time in the capital, and they took their task seriously. Qin Jiji took 3 other young people to the milk tea shop next door. Making milk tea is a physically demanding job, but they were used to farm work, so Qin Jiji knew they could handle it. Their work uniforms hadn't been made yet, but Qin Jiang had already informed the tailor to come and take measurements. At first, they started learning together. Qin Jiji hoped to create a unique milk tea shop, and she personally designed the uniforms. She decided to hire attractive young men for the milk tea shop in the future. Including Qin Jiang, she asked everyone to lose weight and maintain a good image. When Qin Jiang complained about this to his mother, she asked uncertainly, "Did Jiji really say you need to lose weight, or it will affect the shop's image?" "Yes, Mom, look at me. Where am I fat? I think I look just fine. A little extra weight means more wealth." Qin Jiang turned around in front of his mother, trying to prove he wasn't really overweight. His mother looked him over and said to Wang, "I didn't notice until Jiji mentioned it, but he has indeed gained some weight since being in Qin family village."
That's true, dear. Look at your belly. Gigi is right. You should lose some weight.
Wang carefully examined him and gave a verdict that Qin Jiang found harsh.
I just ate too much tonight. Normally, you can't see my belly. I think I look just right. I'm not fat, just big-boned.
Qin Jiang firmly refused to admit he had gained weight, insisting he was just big-boned.
Third brother, you have indeed gained quite a bit, and your face looks rounder.
Li's comment shattered Qin Jiang's last bit of hope.
Big sister is right. Not just third brother, but my husband and big brother have also gained some weight. However, big brother and my husband work hard on the farm, so a little extra weight gives them strength.
Zhang compared the three brothers and confirmed they had all gained weight, leaving Qin Jiang feeling hopeless.
Since the whole family thinks you've gained weight and Gigi wants you to lose some, you should start today.
In Qin's eyes, if her granddaughter said her son needed to lose weight, it was non-negotiable.
Mom, can I start a little later?
Qin Jiang tried to negotiate.
Third family, you supervise him.
Qin's mother didn't waste time arguing with Qin Jiang and directly assigned Wang to supervise her son.
Don't worry, I will keep a close eye on him.
Wang fully obeyed her mother-in-law's order.
And you too, go ask Gigi for meal plan tomorrow. Let's get third brother's weight loss organized.
Fearing her daughters-in-law would slack off, Qin's mother gave them tasks as well.
Got it, Mom.
I'll go tomorrow. The two wouldn't go against their mother-in-law's wishes, especially since it was Gigi's request. Qin Jiang now regretted complaining to his mother. If he hadn't said anything today, he might have delayed starting his diet for a few more days. Qin He and Qin Shan quietly ate their meals, afraid the weight loss talk would extend to them. Since Qin Xingyuan and Qin Xingyan started high school, Gigi had not allowed her mother and aunts to go to the shop anymore.
Big brother, it's time to prepare for second brother's wedding.
They should focus their limited energy on more important things. Before, I worried they would be bored, but now it's not a concern. The wedding preparations will keep them busy. In the following days, Qin Gigi introduced several new products at the beauty shop, especially a crack prevention oil. This product was developed in collaboration with the Wang family, aiming for low prices to reach more people. In the capital, there was a version with a floral scent and beautiful packaging, mainly for the wealthy ladies. There was also a basic version for those with lower incomes. She hoped that this winter, hardworking people's hands would no longer be cracked. She shared her ideas with Wang Xinru, who fully supported her and agreed to sell the products in all Wang family stores, focusing on the basic version. Qin Gigi would only make a small profit, and Wang Xinru kept the prices low to boost sales. When old Master Wang learned about this, he strongly supported his daughter's actions, as the Wang family was already very wealthy and willing to help others. One day, while Qin Gigi and Wang Xinru were having tea, Wang Xinru received an urgent message from a servant.
Second miss, Madam is going into labor.
The master just sent someone to find you.
What? Is mother starting?
I need to go back right away. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinru became very anxious. The last time she experienced something like this was 6 years ago, when her eldest sister gave birth.
Xinru, I'll go with you.
Seeing Wang Xinru's worried expression, Qin Gigi quickly stood up, deciding to accompany her back to the Wang family.
Gigi, thank you.
Wang Xinru felt reassured by her presence. Qin Gigi held her cold hand and gently comforted her.
Don't worry, Xinru.
Your mother had a good pregnancy, and everything will be fine. Besides, this isn't her first child, and there are experienced midwives around. Hearing this, Wang Xinru felt a bit calmer as they quickly boarded the carriage and headed back to the estate. On the way, Wang Xinru urged the driver to go faster. Qin Gigi understood her feelings and remained silent, praying for a smooth delivery for Madame Wang. The carriage soon arrived at the Wang family home, and the doorman quickly let them in upon seeing the second, Mrs. Carriage. Wang Xinru pulled Qin Gigi and hurried toward her mother's courtyard, feeling very anxious. As soon as I entered my mother's yard, I saw my father pacing outside the delivery room, while my mother's painful groans came from inside. Wang Xinru felt her heart ache. Father, how is mother? Only then did Wang Leoi notice his daughter had returned. She's been in there for a while. I don't know what's happening inside. Wang Leoi's voice trembled, and he regretted letting his wife become pregnant again at her age. Now, he just hoped both mother and child would be safe. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. Everything will be fine. Ji has arrived. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Wang Leize felt deeply moved to see Qin Jiji, but his thoughts were entirely with his wife in the delivery room. Inside the delivery room, pain surged through her, and she bit her lip, feeling her strength fading. Madam, the baby is in the wrong position. I will help you adjust it. Please bear with me. The midwife looked anxious as she pressed on Madam Wang's abdomen, trying to reposition the baby. Madam Wang understood the midwife's implication and trembled as she grasped the midwife's hand, saying, "If something goes wrong, save the baby." The midwife dared not agree. She had witnessed how much love Wang Leoi and Madam Wang shared over the past year, so she couldn't promise Madam Wang anything. "Madam, you must not give up. The baby will be born safely. Please cooperate with me as we adjust the position. Quickly, go make a bowl of ginseng soup." The midwife instructed a nearby maid. The young maid, already frightened, hurried out when she heard this. The door to the delivery room opened, and the three people outside rushed over.
How is she?
Wang Leoi asked anxiously. "Sir, the baby is in the wrong position, and the midwife is trying to adjust it. We need to make ginseng soup." The young maid briefly explained the situation inside. Wang Leoi told those around him, "Quickly, get the 100-year-old ginseng for Madam to drink." The young maid hurried off to fetch the ginseng. "Uncle Wang, when my third aunt gave birth to my sixth brother, the baby was also in the wrong position. I have a special method. Will you trust me?" Qin Jiji was extremely anxious. In ancient times, a wrong position was a serious matter. "Jiji, is that true?" "I trust you. We must do everything to ensure safety." Hearing about the wrong position made Wang Leoi panic, but in that moment, he made a decision. "Father, I want to go in with Jiji." Wang Xinru felt uneasy about her mother and wanted to see for herself. "Xinru, be obedient. You cannot enter the delivery room." Wang Xinru is not married yet, so she cannot enter the delivery room in this era. "Father, why do you care about that? If my future in-laws look down on me for this, then I won't marry and will stay with you and mother forever." Wang Xinru is very worried about her mother and insists on going in. "Sister, listen to father. I will go in with Mrs. Gu." Wang Yan returns just in time to hear the conversation between her father and sister. "Eldest sister, you're back. I'm just worried about mother. Mrs. Gu, please." Wang Yan knows how urgent the situation is and nods to Qin Jiji. The two of them enter the delivery room together. Outside the delivery room, Wang Xinru's eyes are red, and Mr. Wang looks very worried. When Qin Jiji and Wang Yan walk in, the midwife is adjusting Mrs. Wang's position, and she is drenched in sweat. Qin Jiji steps forward and calls out Aunt Wang. Mrs. Wang opens her eyes and glances at them. "You're here. Mother, how are you feeling? The ginseng soup will be here soon. Just hang in there." Seeing her mother so weak makes Wang Yan's tears flow uncontrollably. Since entering the delivery room, Qin Jiji has been calling for Wanwan. Though it seems like she hasn't said much, she is actually communicating with Wanwan. She approaches the midwife and says, "I have a special method to help with the position. May I give it a try?" The midwife hesitates, as this young lady doesn't seem experienced. Since she was invited by Mr. Wang, she worries about what will happen if something goes wrong. The midwife looks at Wang Yan for guidance. She knows the eldest daughter of the Wang family often visits Mrs. Wang. "We trust Mrs. Gu. Let her try." Wang Yan tells the midwife. The midwife quickly steps aside, feeling anxious herself, as her own methods don't seem to be working well. Having had experience adjusting Aunt San's position before, Qin Jiji feels calmer this time. Under Wanwan's guidance, she begins to help Mrs. Wang. Slowly, Mrs. Wang feels some strength returning, just as a maid brings in the ginseng soup. The midwife helps Mrs. Wang drink the soup, and she feels a surge of strength returning to her body.